Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Worthless Martial Soul. Where am I? What the hell? I have transformed into a 6-year-old child. Staring at my diminutive hands, Ye Feng was utterly astonished. Ye Feng, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and awaken your martial soul. At that moment, an irritable old man shouted at Ye Feng. Huh? Awaken my martial soul? Ye Feng was bewildered. What martial soul am I supposed to awaken? Just a minute ago, I was engrossed in the latest episode of Douluo while wearing headphones, and suddenly I tripped over a stone and fell. How'd I end up here? Incoming village chief. Just then, a familiar-looking child dashed past him. Ah, Tang San has arrived. Quickly, come over and gather to awaken your martial souls with Master Soul. Old Jack, upon seeing Tang San, whose earlier irritation had vanished, now wore a broad smile. Although Tang San's relationships with his peers in the village were not particularly good, he was regarded as a well-behaved child by the adults, and Old Jack held a consistently favorable impression of him. Tang San? What the hell? No wonder this child seems so familiar. It turns out to be Tang San. He looks just like he stepped out of the anime. Could it be that I have crossed over into the world of Douluo? Ye Feng, are you dawdling like a wooden statue? Come here quickly. Old Jack bellowed at Ye Feng, who was still in a daze. Oh. Ye Feng hurried over to Old Jack's side. Now he finally understood he had indeed crossed over into the Douluo world and had become a small child in Holy Soul Village. Moreover, he seemed to be a child of little significance. The time for martial soul awakening had arrived. According to the storyline, the children of Holy Soul Village possessed little soul power and had exceedingly poor martial souls. I hope I want to awaken a scythe or a rolling pin. Sigh. Others start with various divine martial souls, and I am left with this? What about the system? Isn't it customary to have a system? Children, this gentleman is Master Yu Xiaogang from Nodding City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. Grandfather hopes that among you, there will be someone who becomes a soul master. As Ye Feng was processing all of this, Old Jack's voice echoed. All right, you said this last year too. Becoming a soul master is not so easy. I have awakened so many in the village, yet not a single one possesses soul power or a suitable martial soul. Yu Xiaogang glanced at Old Jack with evident impatience. All right. Then I will leave everything to you, Master Yu Xiaogang. Old Jack, sensing the other's impatience, immediately put on a smile. The Master of Martial Souls disregarded Old Jack and strode into the hall. Everyone followed him inside, while Old Jack remained outside. In the hall, Yu Xiaogang instructed everyone to stand in a line. My name is Yu Xiaogang, a 26th-level Master of Martial Souls, and I will be your guide. I will awaken each of your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens. Yu Xiaogang provided a brief introduction. You first do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. He pointed to the first child on the left at that moment. Yu Xiaogang was possessed by the lone wolf spirit. The spiritual energy at the scene unexpectedly stirred up a tempest, leaving everyone speechless. Under his guidance, the first child extended his left hand. Remarkably, it is a hoe, belonging to the category of agricultural martial souls. If one possesses spiritual energy, they could indeed become a spirit master, Yu Xiaogang remarked as he produced a crystal sphere, specifically designed to test spiritual energy. Place your hand upon it, he instructed. Promptly, under his direction, the child placed his hand on the crystal sphere once more. You lack spiritual energy and cannot become a spirit master. Kindly step aside, Yu Xiaogang declared coldly upon observing the sphere dimming to a lackluster glow. He had grown accustomed to this over the years. In such a rural setting, how could one expect a golden phoenix to emerge from a chicken coop? Next, Yu Xiaogang tested several more individuals, only to find either useless plant martial souls or various agricultural implements. Within the entire auditorium, only 2 were left untested, Ye Feng and Tang San. Hurry up, you two, I'm pressed for time, Yu Xiaogang said, his impatience evident. Based on past experiences, he presumed these 2 children would likely possess worthless martial souls as well. However, the spirit hall had its regulations, necessitating their awakening, thus compelling him to fulfill this obligation. After all, who would venture into these impoverished regions to awaken the martial souls of such destitute children? Oh, as Ye Feng stood to the left, he stepped forward first, his heart racing. He gently closed his eyes, and under Yu Xiaogan's guidance, he genuinely awakened a martial soul through shield. It manifested as a small scythe, entirely black, with an elongated handle and a curved, sharp blade. As someone from Earth, he found himself inexplicably connected to this diminutive martial soul, a sensation he had never experienced, whether through novels or anime. It was truly marvelous, Another scythe lets test your spiritual energy, Su Yuntao yawned. Although the scythe's shape was somewhat peculiar, it remained a scythe nonetheless. The likelihood of possessing zero spiritual energy was high. All in all, it seemed another futile endeavor for the day. Master Su Yuntao, should I simply place my hand on it? Ye Feng inquired anxiously. His heart raced at the thought of lacking spiritual energy, fearing he might become the most unfortunate of transmigrators. Please, let that not be the case. Just place it there and exert a bit of force as if grasping something, Su Yuntao replied. Thus, Ye Feng placed his hand upon the sphere. In an instant, he felt a flow of energy from within his body, gradually directing itself toward the crystal sphere. It illuminated. Ye Feng discovered that the sphere had indeed brightened. He exhaled deeply, relieved. Remarkably, you possess 2 levels of spiritual energy that will suffice. Next, Su Yuntao commented with a hint of calmness upon seeing the sphere glow. 2 levels of spiritual energy were neither particularly impressive nor dismal, they were merely average. Thank you, Master Su Yuntao. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy upon learning of his 2 levels of spiritual energy. At the very least, he had qualified to become a spirit master. Had he not? If there exists no system and no soul power, life would become unbearable. He stepped aside. Tang San passed by. Within his diminutive form lay an unprecedented sense of maturity, particularly evident in his eyes, which conveyed an air of superiority over all beings, albeit deeply concealed. Blue silver grass? A useless martial soul you should return, came the dismissive remark. It was not long before he awakened his martial soul, which was indeed blue silver grass. Su Yuntao promptly lost interest. This type of martial soul was destined for mediocrity from the moment of its inception, with a staggering 99,999 out of 100,000 lacking soul power. Even if it possessed soul power, what could blue silver grass accomplish? Feed rabbits? Thus, he abandoned the notion of testing the child's soul power. Martial Soul Deacon, I have yet to touch that crystal ball. Hearing Su Yuntao's command to leave, Tang San was unwilling to concede. From the recent proceedings, he had gleaned enough about the categories of martial souls, and his plant type, particularly the ubiquitous blue silver grass, was among the lowest tier. In his previous life, he had been a notable figure in the Tang sect. He aspired to achieve greatness in this world as well, and did not wish for his journey to end prematurely. Very well, let us proceed with your test. Just as Su Yuntao was about to stow away the crystal ball, he noticed the child had pursued him and promptly retrieved the crystal ball, instructing him to place his hand upon it. Chapter 2. Looked down upon by the Chosen One. However, in the next instant, the entire auditorium was ablaze with light. First, innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was astounded. Could this truly be the Chosen One? Starting with 2 martial souls and, astonishingly, innate full soul power. Beside him, Ye Feng's eyes turned green with envy. Having traversed realms, was he not entitled to a system? Was the heavens truly so capricious? He raged inwardly. Soon, Su Yuntao imparted a few words to Tang San before exiting. After all, his task had been accomplished. Hello, Tang San. Ye Feng greeted Tang San, recognizing him as the Chosen One that, unlike other transmigrators, he lacked a system, yet mingling with such a figure could yield at least some benefits. He recalled how a seemingly useless master, at level 29, had ultimately soared to success with Tang San, the destined child, by his side. Yet, just as Ye Feng expected a response, he found Tang San merely cast him a cold glance before striding toward the exit. Ye Feng was perplexed. Even if there was animosity towards the village children, must he respond with such aloofness when someone approached him with goodwill? The look in Tang San's eyes felt akin to gazing at a simpleton, leaving him with an inexplicable discomfort. Outside, old Jack awaited anxiously. Su Yuntao emerged from the auditorium. Master Su Yuntao, are there any soul masters among this year's children? Old Jack inquired urgently. Indeed, there is one, and he possesses innate full soul power, Su Yuntao replied. What? Innate full soul power? Old Jack's hands trembled with excitement, his heart roaring with fervor. Alas, the Sacred Soul Village is finally on the verge of producing another soul sage. May the esteemed soul sage bestow their blessings upon us. However, his martial soul is somewhat peculiar, being the notorious waste martial soul known as blue silvergrass, murmured Su Yuntao. Huh? Old Jack felt as though he were a man consumed by desire, suddenly doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving him profoundly chilled. He nearly petrified on the spot. Additionally, there exists a martial soul of a scythe, the most inferior among weapon souls, possessing a mere 2 levels of soul power. With that statement, Su Yuntao left behind a testament before departing. His duty was to awaken martial souls. Other matters were of no concern to him. Grandpa Jack, is it true that blue-silver grass cannot be cultivated? As old Jack was lost in confusion, Tang San approached with a question. Little San, did Master Su Yuntao just refer to you as possessing innate full soul power? Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, old Jack's body trembled. Yes, indeed. Tang San nodded affirmatively. My child, blue-silver grass is not inferior. Possessing innate full soul power is a mark of genius. Gather your belongings, and I shall take you to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to study. In the future, you shall become a soul master, and you need not follow in the footsteps of a useless father as a lowly blacksmith. Old Jack exclaimed with fervor. The notion of innate full soul power was something he had never dared to dream of truly. The Soul Sage has favored Sacred Soul Village, and the village is set to produce another Soul Sage to attend the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and become a soul master. Tang San inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. He had heard that being a soul master was a profession of unparalleled nobility in this world. Yes. Who was it that Master Su Yuntao mentioned as possessing a two-level scythe martial soul? Old Jack directed his question toward Tang San. That person, Tang San replied, pointing at Ye Feng, his expression one of indifference. He had always been apathetic toward the village's children. Ye Feng. Old Jack was taken aback. This inconspicuous orphan had unexpectedly emerged as a dark horse in this martial soul awakening, becoming the second individual in Sacred Soul Village to possess soul power this year. Did you call for me, Grandpa Jack? Ye Feng, who had been mired in gloom, approached with curiosity upon hearing old Jack call his name. Little Feng, congratulations on being the second person in the village to possess soul power. Given your family circumstances, I intend to offer you the opportunity to study at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy alongside Little San as a work-study student. What do you think? Old Jack, who had previously addressed Ye Feng by his full name, suddenly adopted a more amiable demeanor. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Ye Feng responded obediently with gratitude. He had just fully integrated with his body and acquired its memories. Aged 6, he was an orphan, positioned at the bottom of the social hierarchy within Sacred Soul Village. Having lost his parents at a young age, he resided alone in a dilapidated house. Initially, some relatives provided him with rice, but as time passed, they grew weary of his presence and ceased their assistance, leaving him to fend for himself. When hunger struck, he had no choice but to forage for wild vegetables. On rainy days, he would hide in the crumbling walls of a straw hut, weeping in solitude. Long-term malnutrition left him emaciated and frail. However, this was not the extent of his suffering. His lack of parental support made him a target for bullying and isolation by others in the village, a daily occurrence he had come to endure. Uncertain of the reason, Ye Feng felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow and desolation after merging with these memories. The impact of these feelings rendered him emotionally detached from the village, making his desire to leave all the more profound. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to the city and to Nodding Academy, he declared. Upon hearing Ye Feng's agreement, old Jack nodded in acknowledgement. Grandpa Jack, going to the city may require a discussion with my father. Tang San interjected suddenly, his voice laced with hesitation. Do not worry, we shall visit your home and have a thorough conversation with your father. Becoming a soul master is a prestigious endeavor, and he has no reason to refuse. Old Jack reassured him, confident that the cantankerous blacksmith would not be so ungracious. Tang San resided at the eastern edge of the village, atop a hill, where the soul blacksmith of Holy Soul Village toiled. What are you following us for? As they approached the blacksmith's shop, Tang San noticed Ye Feng trailing behind old Jack and shot him a glance. Am I not allowed to come? Ye Feng was taken aback by Tang San's sudden question. Why family matters do not require your involvement? Tang San replied coldly, his tone far from that of a typical child. Well, if that is the case, I shall refrain from accompanying you. Ye Feng shrugged, feeling helpless. After all, it was old Jack who had invited him along. He pondered if he had inadvertently offended Tang San, as the latter seemed to harbor an unmistakable disdain towards him, his eyes reflecting a sense of superiority, as if viewing others as mere ants beneath his feet. Well, that was a rather exaggerated thought. To summarize, it was evident that Tang San looked down upon him from the depths of his being. Perhaps a true child would remain oblivious to such nuances, but as a transmigrator, Ye Feng felt this sentiment acutely. The chosen one indeed possesses an unparalleled essence. Ye Feng, cannot aspire to your heights, Tang San. With that, Ye Feng turned on his heel and headed home. His abode was a grass hut with a panoramic skylight that allowed him to gaze at the vast expanse of the night sky. The four walls, made of uneven wooden planks with gaping holes, provided an immersive experience of being cradled by the wind. Chapter 3. Seeking the Master, Facing Mockery. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Ye Feng awoke early, secretly relieved that no rain had fallen the previous night, allowing him to enjoy the starry sky. Alas, this unfortunate child had endured such harsh living conditions for over 2 years, truly tragic. Yet, his own situation was hardly better. He had awakened with nothing but a scythe and a meager 2 levels of soul power. How could he ever ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry a wealthy and beautiful partner? Let's not dwell on such aspirations. Even mere survival seemed a daunting challenge. Hey, system, where are you hiding? Come out at once. Ye Feng called out from his bed. To be precise, it could hardly be termed a bed. It consisted of 2 stones at the ends with a 30-centimeter-wide wooden plank in between. He had endured the night upon this makeshift structure, akin to sleeping on a narrow log bridge, an experience far from pleasant. Even turning over felt like a risk too great to bear. The system did not respond. In truth, he was uncertain if he even possessed a system. Either way, he dared not call out again, lest others overhear and deem him insane. Confining him to the village would indeed be a dire fate. Has Xiao Feng gotten up yet? At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. It was old Jack. That I am coming. Upon hearing old Jack's voice, Ye Feng sprang from his bed with a sudden vigor. Crack! Perhaps due to the abruptness of his movement, the bed, burdened by the weight of too many sorrows, shattered in a toot with a heavy thud. He found himself on the ground, experiencing a pain unlike any other, for the floor was strewn with sharp stones. Upon opening the seemingly flimsy door, he was greeted by the sight of old Jack and Tang San. Tang San's eyes were slightly reddened, likely a result of a lengthy conversation with his father the previous night, which ultimately led to Tang Hao's release. We should set off early while the air is still cool. You could just grab your things and leave, old Jack suggested to Ye Feng. I don't need to pack, let us depart immediately, Ye Feng replied, splashing his face with water. Thus, the trio set forth on their journey. From sunrise to noon, Tang San and old Jack chatted enthusiastically, while Ye Feng felt like an appendage. No one paid attention to him, and he was too lazy to speak up to avoid humiliation. After all, the old saying goes, when you're poor, no one asks about you. When you're rich, distant relatives come to visit. Without strength, who will care about you? He hoped that as he gradually became familiar with Tang San, he might be able to cling to the thigh of this destined child. If that proved impossible, he could only seek to become a disciple of a master. It's not that he lacked spirit. Without a system, his soul power was abysmally low, and if he wanted to rise in this world, he had to do this. Otherwise, he would never be able to connect with the top-tier individuals or access any resources. If he had a system, why would he bother seeking a master or trying to curry favor with someone he fundamentally looked down upon, the destined child? Soon, they arrived at Nodding Academy. The familiar gatekeeper was being difficult, the familiar old Jack was knocked down, and the familiar silver needle tightly held in Tang San's hand seemed to threaten the gatekeeper's life if he continued to chatter. Previously, he had watched this on his phone, but now it felt like he was wearing VR, experiencing an immersive first-person perspective. The destined child truly was terrifying. At 6 years old, he already had the means to kill, while at 6, he could only be bullied and lay at night on a bed as narrow as a plank, exposed to the wild wind, gazing up at the stars. Thinking about it, he could understand why Tang San ignored him. How could a pay-to-win player starting with a divine weapon look down on a newbie who didn't even have basic equipment? Soon, the master arrived. He was a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in black, slightly thin. After glancing at the document provided by the Spirit Hall, he arrogantly declared that this was the first and last time he would bring them into the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. On the wide campus road, the master led Tang San and Ye Feng as they walked. Ye Feng noticed that Tang San seemed deep in thought. Teacher, thank you, he suddenly said. Ha! I'm not a teacher, the master replied with a faint smile after hearing Tang San's words. You're not a teacher? Then why did you say you represent the academy just now? Tang San asked, somewhat surprised. Who said representing the academy must be a teacher? The master replied with a squint and a smile. Oh, I see. Then you must be the principal or a leader of the academy, Tang San continued, still treating Ye Feng like a transparent person, unable to join the conversation. It seemed the master was quite willing to chat with Tang San, as he hadn't looked at Ye Feng once since they entered. Perhaps having a scythe and being a level 2 soul master was just too embarrassing. Huh, a small child is quite clever, but you guessed wrong. The master stopped, shook his head, and looked at Tang San. Ah, then who are you? Tang San asked, somewhat puzzled. I think the teacher should be a guest elder of the academy. At that moment, Ye Feng chimed in. as someone who knew the plot in advance. It was time for him to make his presence known. I saw the information from the Spirit Hall. You're called Ye Feng, right? To put it nicely, I'm a guest elder of this nodding academy, but in reality, I'm just someone who eats and drinks here. Tang San, Ye Feng, both of you are very smart. The master nodded slightly, affirming Ye Feng's answer. A guest teacher? Actually, Tang San didn't know much about the academy system. However, there were some guest elders in the Tang sect before, and this academy could be considered sect as well, so this person should be a guest teacher. No, child, you must remember that in this world, you can't just call anyone a teacher. Others call me master, so you should call me master too. Unless you really want me to be your teacher, the master said, leaning down to look at Tang San. So, are you going to teach me soul cultivation? Tang San asked curiously. If you wish, the master nodded. Teacher. Tang San suddenly knelt down, bowing to the master. Good. You are indeed very clever. It seems it's time for me to be serious. After all, you are the third person on the continent with a twin martial soul. The master stood with his hands behind his back, looking quite pleased. What? However, he didn't notice Tang San's hand trembling slightly, a silver needle appearing in his hand, as if he was contemplating whether to kill this man. Teacher, please accept me as your disciple. Seeing Tang San so directly bowing to the master, Ye Feng felt the timing was right and immediately knelt down. As a fellow disciple of Tang San, he believed that even if he did poorly in the future, he wouldn't fall too far behind. You? The master's gaze fell on Ye Feng, seemingly with a different expression. Master, I also want to learn about martial souls from you. Please accept me, Ye Feng said sincerely, nodding. Ye Feng, you are truly courageous. The master said with a meaningful smile, not even bothering to hide the strong sarcasm in his eyes. Chapter 4. The Invisible Ye Feng. The reason he accepted Tang San as a disciple was that the latter was the third person on the continent with a twin martial soul, while Ye Feng was merely a level 2 soul master with a scythe. This talent is so poor that normally he wouldn't even spare a glance, let alone take him as a disciple. Although Yu Xiaogang has fallen on hard times, he was once a man who led the continent. I will definitely work twice as hard, teacher. As a reborn person, Ye Feng could not possibly fail to hear the disdain in the master's voice, even mocking him a bit. But he didn't have a system. Without a system and talent, how could he rise without putting in the effort? So he was unwilling to give up. Your talent is too poor. You don't qualify to be my disciple. Don't call me teacher, or people might hear and laugh. The master said, standing with his hands behind his back and waving his sleeve. Ye Feng was confused. You Xiaogang are only a level 29 soul master yourself. And you say my talent is too poor to be your disciple? Aren't you a bit too theatrical? However, as an orphan without any backing, he could only keep such thoughts to himself. He originally thought it would be a sure thing to become the master's disciple, but unexpectedly, he miscalculated. If the teacher is unwilling, then don't force it. Tang San glanced at Ye Feng, wanting him to give up this thought. It wasn't he that he was heartless or wanted to monopolize the master, but Ye Feng truly did not have the ability to take the master as his teacher. However, this kid was quite clever, knowing how to seek connections. Tang San thought to himself, Xiao Feng, we might be fated to be out of sync. Let's go report to the academic affairs office first. At that moment, the master spoke up. Oh, Ye Feng nodded, feeling a bit bitter. If even a master wouldn't take him as a disciple, and Tang San looked down on him even more, how could he rise in the future? He had to think of a way. Nodding College wasn't very big, and they quickly arrived at the academic affairs office. Hello, Director Su. These two students are work-study students brought over from Holy Soul Village. Please help them register. After entering the academic affairs office, the master spoke, still maintaining a cold demeanor. Oh, what brings you here, master? It's truly a rare visit. Why not sit down? Director Su seemed quite surprised. No, I have things to attend to. I'll be leaving first. After leaving Tang San and Ye Feng behind with a brief instruction, he left directly. Goodbye, teacher. Tang San waved his hand as he watched the master's departing figure. Puffed. You call him teacher? Suddenly, two staff members in the academic affairs office burst into laughter. What's wrong? Is that not allowed? Tang San asked, puzzled. It's allowed, but kid, you should know that in this world, a soul master can only have one teacher. Are you sure you want to take the master as your teacher? You better think it through. One of them said, with undisguised disdain in his eyes. To actually take someone who can only talk as a teacher, how rare. If he wasn't a friend of the dean, he would have been kicked out long ago. Just a level 29 soul master at 50 years old. What a piece of trash. All right, do your own work, and don't say things you shouldn't tea. At that moment, Director Su spoke up. Soon, the information was filled out. The inconspicuous Ye Feng followed Tang San to the dormitory. Next was the familiar fighting segment. Again, Ye Feng continued to have no presence. It was as if he were a natural side character. After all, who would pay attention to a piece of trash with only a scythe and soul power at level 2? Soon, Tang San won, successfully becoming the leader of the dormitory. Who is Tang San? At that moment, a voice came from outside. It's me. Tang San raised his hand. This is a quilt that the master asked me to bring you. A teacher handed over the quilt. It was a large quilt with 2 pillows. Is this the 7th dormitory? As the teacher left, a playful voice sounded from outside. It was a little girl dressed in pink, around 5 or 6 years old. Wang Sheng, who had just been defeated, nodded, seemingly curious about who this little girl was. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, your roommate. Please take care of me. Xiao Wu walked into the 7th dormitory with a cheerful demeanor, carrying a small backpack. On the other side, Ye Feng forcefully pushed the 2 small beds together and then opened the quilt to make the bed. Although the master didn't accept him as a disciple, the clear intention of giving them a large quilt was for them to sleep together. Otherwise, why would there be 2 pillows? Over time, staying with Tang San might lead to some feelings developing. So, as a man with no presence, he decided to make the bed and be attentive. Xiao Wu, how come a girl came to the 7th dormitory? Wang Sheng and the others expressed their confusion upon hearing Xiao Wu's introduction. What? Is a girl not allowed? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, and then she suddenly swung her body. Bang! There was a loud crash. That LL teach you to look down on girls. Xiao Wu raised her head and, after giving Wang Sheng a glare, walked inside with great ease. Ouch! Wang Sheng fell directly to the ground, now crying out in pain. You, why are you still hitting people? Tang San, having just become the leader of the 7th dormitory, naturally had to stand up for him. And you are? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, her beautiful eyes blinking slightly. This is our 7th dormitory's leader. Wang Sheng and the other roommates said. The leader of the 7th dormitory? What? Do you want to stand up for him? Xiao Wu placed her fair little hand on her chin, looking at Tang San with a hint of playfulness. You hit a roommate of the 7th dormitory, and although I've only been in charge for less than 3 minutes, I still have to ask for an explanation. No one can hit others casually. Tang San said. Less than 3 minutes in charge. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes looked even more puzzled. In our dormitory, whoever can defeat the current dorm leader can become the new leader. Although Wang Sheng had just been thrown, he still spoke up. Oh, so that means if I defeat you, I can become the new dorm leader? Xiao Wu became interested. Thus, the 2 of them started to fight. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, who had no presence, continued to be like air as he finally finished making the bed and placed both pillows on it. It must be said that for a 6-year-old child, moving 2 beds together was exhausting. Fortunately, he completed it. One could say he felt a sense of accomplishment. Next, he would be sleeping on the same bed as the chosen one. Thinking of this, Ye Feng rubbed his fists in anticipation. Chapter 5, Beaten Up, Black and Blue I Lost. On the other side, Tang San was defeated by Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng and the others looked on in disbelief. It's been years since we've had any work-study students. However, this year we have 3 coming in at once. Among them, 2 are so extraordinary. They all have innate, full soul power and even possess skills that look like soul techniques. It's simply unbelievable. From now on, I will be the boss of the 7th dormitory, and you all should call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu slightly raised her little head, looking quite charming and confident. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng and the others all shouted in unison. There's no helping it. They're simply better than us. Although they look small, their strength is impressive. This is a world where strength is valued over age. Whoever is strong is the boss. After a long day, where should I sleep? After the fight, I successfully became the boss of the 7th dorm, and now it's time to find a place to put my things. Sister Xiao Wu, didn't you bring any bedding? Wang Xing asked at this moment. No, Xiao Wu shook her head. Coming out of a certain forest, how could she bring such things? Sister Xiao Wu, why don't you come sleep at my place? My bed is nice. Wang Sheng immediately fawned. No, I want to stay here. This bed is big. Xiao Wu spotted the bed where Ye Feng was and immediately walked over to sit down. Everyone in the dorm was taken aback, including Ye Feng. He never expected that after making his bed, Xiao Wu would come over and sit on it. Is that not okay? As the boss of the 7th dorm, I should have the right to choose my own bed. So I'm choosing this one. Xiao Wu looked at Ye Feng, her words carrying a hint of dominance. That's right. She had her eyes set on Ye Feng's neatly made big bed. It must be very comfortable to sleep on. But this bed isn't mine. Ye Feng was at a loss, laughing and crying at the same time. He had heard about Xiao Wu's domineering nature, but he never expected her to be this assertive, directly coming over to occupy his bed. Not yours. Then whose is it? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of curiosity. It's Tang San's. Although this is a double bed, the master mainly set it up for Tang San, so the ownership is also with him. Therefore, he didn't dare to claim it as his own. He could only say that under normal circumstances, the master should have tacitly agreed that he and Tang San would share it. After all, it's a double bedding with 2 pillows. Little San, this bed is yours? After hearing this, Xiao Wu looked directly at Tang San. Yes, it was just delivered by the teacher. Tang San suddenly called out, nodded in a daze. It really is yours. So, as the boss of the 7th dorm, I'll use this bed now. Do you have any objections? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. You're a girl. Isn't that inappropriate? Tang San glanced at Ye Feng. 2 pillows prove that the teacher actually wanted him to sleep with Ye Feng. Although Tang San had a bad relationship with the kids in the village, now that they both came to Nodding Academy to study, they were rare fellow villagers. Sleeping together was still acceptable to him. He wasn't very concerned. But what about the little brat from the village if Xiao Wu occupied the bed? What's inappropriate about it? I'm asking you if it's okay or not. Xiao Wu asked forcefully. It's okay, but what about him? Seeing Xiao Wu's furious demeanor, Tang San weakly replied. If you say it's okay, then it's fine. I'll handle him. After Tang San said this, Xiao Wu revealed a satisfied smile. On the other side, Ye Feng was confused. Tang San actually agreed? Is this a joke? If Xiao Wu sleeps, then where will I, Ye Feng, sleep? It's a bit cold outside. Without a blanket, I could freeze to death. Hey, what's your name? Xiao Wu asked Ye Feng. Ye Feng. Ye Feng replied helplessly. Now, out of nowhere, there's a sudden challenge. What's going on? So it's Ye Feng, right? Since this bed is Xiao San's, and he just agreed to let me sleep here. But you, Ye Feng, got here first. In that case, I'm not unreasonable either. Let's decide the winner with a battle. That way it's fair for everyone. Xiao Wu said, directly taking a fighting stance. Ye Feng was confused. You have full innate soul power and 100,000-year soul beast. Who am I? I have a scythe and only 2 levels of soul power right now. And you're telling me to decide the winner with a battle? This is definitely not an international joke. It's like a math PhD telling a first grader, to be fair, let's use advanced calculus to determine the winner. Isn't this nonsense? Ye Feng's humble gaze turned towards Tang San, hoping that Tang San could step in and stop it. In fact, he knew that Tang San had the ability to defeat Xiao Wu. It was just that the opponent hadn't used their full strength earlier. However, Ye Feng noticed that Tang San turned his head and looked out the window. That action seemed like he was unintentionally admiring the scenery. But for Ye Feng, a person who had traversed 2 lives, this action was too obvious. The other party was just watching from the sidelines. He was desperate now. At least help out a fellow townsman. After all, he came here with old Jack. What? Are you afraid to make a move? If you don't dare to act, then this other half of the bed is mine. Don't say I'm bullying you. Xiao Wu looked at Ye Feng, her tone carrying a hint of dominance. All right, let's fight. What else is there to say? Don't say I'm bullying you. It was clear that they were bullying Ye Feng, but there was nothing he could do. A weak nation is bullied, and a weak person is even more so bullied to the point where they can't even speak. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and immediately raised his fist to attack in the direction of Xiao Wu. Bang! Clang! It must be said that Xiao Wu's strikes were really too heavy. In less than 30 seconds, Ye Feng was completely bruised and battered. After all, how could a level 2 Ye Feng with a scythe as his martial spirit compare to Xiao Wu, who had innate full soul power from a 100,000-year-old soul beast? In his previous life, Tang San was in a sect and had the Xintian art, while Ye Feng was just an ordinary person on Earth. There was simply no basis for comparison, and this battle was doomed from the start. You lost. This bed is mine now. Xiao Wu raised a joyful smile. However, she did not realize that her happiness was built on someone else's suffering. If it were Xiao Wu without a bed, almost 99 of the people in the dormitory would give their bed to her. After all, she was the first girl in the dormitory and was so strong. But Ye Feng did not have that kind of treatment. After all, who would think highly of a waste with only level 2 soul power and a scythe as his martial spirit? Sure enough, no one spoke. Everyone was very indifferent. At this moment, Ye Feng's slightly bitter gaze turned towards Tang San. Chapter 6. Visiting the Master, kicked out of the loft. Tang San slightly turned his head, continuing to look out the window. It seemed that all the disputes in the dormitory had nothing to do with him. After all, Ye Feng lost on his own. What did it have to do with him, Tang San? Let him handle it himself. Sigh. Ye Feng sighed and walked out of the dormitory in a very dejected manner. He never expected that even after 2 lifetimes, it would still be so miserable. Maybe he should go look for the Master without a system. Relying on getting close to someone of higher status might help him develop in the future. Ye Feng thought to himself. After he left, the dormitory returned to normal. Xiao Wu lay comfortably on the 2 beds that he had just worked so hard to move, rolling around happily. Meanwhile, Tang San returned to his bed and sat down, thinking about the fight he had just had with Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng and the others continued to flatter Xiao Wu and Tang San in the dormitory, as if those two were the only ones left in their lives. Ye Feng still had no sense of presence. At Notting Junior College, the master's loft was on the top floor of the teacher's building. Ye Feng was determined to meet the master today. To be honest, if he had a system, he wouldn't even bother with Yu Xiaogang, but now that he didn't have a system, what could he do? He might freeze to death tonight. Why? Because no one was willing to lend him blankets. It was unlikely he could crash with his roommate after today's events. As the sun set, casting an orange-red hue in the distance, Ye Feng arrived at the master's loft on the top floor with an empty stomach. Don't ask him why he didn't eat. It was because he had no money. When he was in Holy Soul Village, he was a poor orphan. So where could he possibly get money? Until his work-study pay came through, he could only make do. Knock, knock. Ye Feng adjusted his mindset at the door, then knocked on the door of the master's loft. Come in. A very cold voice came from inside. Why is it you? Upon entering, he found a study room, and a man in black slightly raised his head. Seeing Ye Feng, his gaze became even colder. Master, today I stop. You can't call me master casually. I'm not your master. The master interrupted Ye Feng before he could finish. He thought it was Tang San. He didn't expect it was just Ye Feng, who had only level 2 soul power and a scythe martial spirit. Like a sticky plaster, he was really unpleasant. But master, I really want to learn theory from you. I have learned about your martial spirit's top 10 core competencies, and I understand some of it. Ye Feng went all out. If the other party quizzed him, he would pull out some memories from his past life. He still knew a thing or two about Yu Xiaojiang's patchwork version of the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits. This should allow me to pass smoothly. Becoming a master's disciple will certainly not lead to starvation, and freezing to death should also be out of the question. As a person, the most basic needs must be met first: eating and getting a warm sleep. After all, the climate in Notting City is a bit colder. The top 10 core competencies of martial spirits? Have you learned about them? Truly shameless. That is the result of more than half of my life as efforts. Don't come here trying to fool people just because you learn a couple of words. Hearing Ye Feng say such things, Yu Xiaogang immediately laughed. To make me accept him as a disciple, he really has all sorts of tricks. It's a pity that he thinks I can be easily deceived. Ye Feng was bewildered. He never expected the master would respond to him in such a way. Perhaps I completely refused him during the day, leading him to have some hope. Now I will clearly tell you. A waste with an initial soul power of only level 2, and a scythe that is said to be of waste quality, does not qualify to be my disciple. The master's expression was cold. But I can work hard to learn. Hard work. Tang San has innate full soul power, and with some effort in the future, he can reach title Douluo. What about you? With soul power at level 2 and a broken scythe, you absolutely 1T break through level 30 in the future. Is hard work useful for this? You are inherently not one of us. Before Ye Feng could finish speaking, the master directly interrupted him, and his tone was severe. He showed no consideration for Ye Feng. After hearing this, Ye Feng felt terrible. He lowered his head, wanting to vent some words to the master. But unfortunately, he was too weak, and the words stuck in his throat. Master, do I really have no chance? Ye Feng hid all his grievances in his heart and looked up to ask the master. I said before, we are not on the same path, and you do not have the qualifications for Yu Xiaogang to take you as a disciple. Get out, and tell Tang San to wait for me at the yellow-top carriage at the school gate tomorrow morning. I want to take him to find a soul ring. The master suddenly looked at Ye Feng, then gave him a commanding order. Go find a soul ring? Master, can I follow you to see? Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. It is said that the system will appear when the host is in danger. It's a perfect opportunity to test it out. What if I awaken the system? You don't need to go, just deliver the message to Tang San. The master didn't even lift his eyes from the book he was reading, his tone remaining extremely cold. Master, how about you accept me as an outer disciple? While you are away, I can clean your study and do various chores. Ye Feng forced a fake smile and asked the master. How humble. He never thought he would be this humble in his life. But in this world, how can you rise without a backing if you are not humble? If possible, who would want to be humble? Get out. However, Ye Feng never expected that the next second he would be met with a sharp book. The master directly threw the book he was reading at the little Ye Feng, who was just over 6 years old. It hit him right on the head. In an instant, Ye Feng felt an unprecedented tearing pain. Get out of my place immediately. with your qualifications. You will never be able to become my Yu Xiaogang's disciple in this lifetime. The master coldly slammed the table and shouted, "A joke, truly a joke. How could he, Yu Xiaogang, who was once the heir of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, take a waste with only level 2 soul power as a disciple? It would be an insult to their noble lineage of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Besides, Tang San has innate full soul power and a twin martial spirit, and he can help me practice the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits. What can Ye Feng do? Do chores? He doesn't need someone to do chores. Giving him access to this loft was already a favor, yet he continues to be ungrateful." At this moment, Ye Feng ran out of the loft in a panic. He was frightened. As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he touched his head, which had already swelled up with a huge bump. Yu Xiaogang is really ruthless. If he had aimed for the center of my forehead or hit me again, I would probably have been done for today. Indeed, only when you are strong enough can you receive kindness from this world. Otherwise, all you get is malice. Just like Yu Xiaogang right now. You better remember this. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young and poor. Chapter 7. Departure to the Soul-Hunting Forest. Creak. Ye Feng pushed open the dormitory door, holding his injured head. Tang San. Ye Feng approached the double bed that he had painstakingly pieced together, where Tang San and Xiao Wu were sitting. At that moment, the dormitory suddenly fell silent for some reason. Ye Feng, are you still unconvinced? Xiao Wu thought Ye Feng was coming over to fight her again and immediately became alert. If he wanted to fight again, she would definitely oblige. No, I have something to say to Tang San. Ye Feng's gaze turned towards Tang San. Although the master had heard him, who told him he was just a minor character, there are some things he couldn't and wouldn't dare to do absolutely. Since he had just promised to deliver a message to Tang San, he might as well get it over with. If it's about the bed, then forget it. This bed can't fit 3 people, and besides, you just lost. Tang San said coldly to Ye Feng. Although they were from the same hometown, he had no intention of getting involved in such trivial matters. The Xiantian treasure record states, "Don't meddle in affairs that aren't yours to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself." It's not about that. The master wants you to wait for him in that yellow carriage at the school gate tomorrow morning. He'll take you to find the first soul ring. Ye Feng said. He'd done all he could. What? The master wants to take Tang San to find a soul ring? Wang Sheng and the others looked extremely astonished. This is amazing. They've been at Notting Junior College for so many years, and they still haven't gotten their first soul ring. I'm envious. Truly envious. Ye Feng, where are you going? After saying this, Ye Feng turned and left. After all, there was no space for him in this dormitory. Staying here was just a joke. However, at this moment, Tang San inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. It turned out he was talking about himself. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party should be looking for a teacher, most likely to apprentice again. Clearly, the bump on the other person's head confirmed that the teacher had not accepted them and had even sent them a message. Normally, if one didn't achieve their goal and even got hurt, they shouldn't bring that message back, yet they did. Just now, he had somewhat misjudged the intentions of the other party, misunderstanding that they were concerned about the bed situation. But where were they going now? To the place I should go. Ye Feng replied. Then he left the dormitory. The campus was bustling at night, but this liveliness had nothing to do with him, because what he needed to do now was to ensure he wouldn't freeze to death. If he, as a time traveler, ended up freezing to death in this body, that would be quite the joke. But he definitely couldn't go back to the dormitory. Go to the rooftop? That would be even colder. The station at the entrance? The yellow carriage? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ye Feng. Right? Why couldn't he hide in the carriage? He also wanted to go to the forest. If there was a system, who knows, it might even activate. With this thought, Ye Feng headed to the station at the school gate, where there just happened to be a yellow carriage. It was just getting dark, and the caretaker was probably away to eat. With the right timing in place, Ye Feng directly climbed inside. The carriage is large and luxurious, with a seating area in the front and a small storage room in the back. It is also very warm. Moreover, Ye Feng discovered that there is food. He didn't eat dinner today and has been hungry ever since. This food is simply a lifesaver. Without thinking too much, Ye Feng started eating. After finishing, he felt full and took a nap. He didn't know how long it had been, but Ye Feng felt the carriage moving. It swayed back and forth. As a teacher, I will give you a gift for our first meeting. Thank you, teacher. Then I will call it the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges. The vehicle was moving. Ye Feng vaguely heard some conversations. Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the carriage. Who is it? Stop the carriage. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang shouted to stop the carriage. What's wrong with this teacher? The coachman in front looked confused and asked. It was simply baffling. What happened? Why did you suddenly stop this vehicle? Are there other people in this car? The master asked. There's no one else. It's just the two of you in this car, and there's some supplies in the storage compartment at the back as you instructed. Teacher, other than that, there's nothing else, the driver replied. I just heard something fall inside the car, said Yu Xiaogang. That's impossible, right? There's nothing in here. It was probably just the stuff in the storage compartment falling over after we went over the steep road, the driver said. It definitely feels off in this car. There should be someone hiding in the back. At that moment, Tang San spoke up. After all, he was also a reborn person. This vehicle consists of two sections. The front section is larger and is like a normal horse-drawn carriage, meant for people, while their backs are against a wooden wall. Behind that wall is the storage compartment, which can only be opened from the back of the carriage. He had sensed something was off just now. It seemed like there was someone or some animal inside, but he thought it was something the teacher had prepared, so he didn't say anything. Huh? Someone? That's impossible, right? The driver looked incredulous, even feeling somewhat confused. You should check, said Yu Xiaogang. So under Yu Xiaogang's insistence, the driver reluctantly opened the back door of the vehicle. However, when he opened it, he was dumbfounded by the scene before him. There's actually a little kid in here, and a lot of food has been opened and eaten by the other party. You, who are you? The coachman was furious. He clearly locked the door. How could there be another person? Ye Feng? The master and Tang San exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat different. Especially the master, whose difference was filled with coldness, even to the point of holding back anger. Ye Feng awkwardly waved his hand. He didn't expect to wake up and have traveled so far. However, he really ate his fill last night. It seemed like it was the first time he had eaten so well since coming here. How did you end up here? The master's face was frosty as he stared fixedly at Ye Feng. I had nowhere to sleep last night, so I slept here, Ye Feng replied. Nonsense. Do you know that leaving school without permission can get you expelled? The master's tone turned even colder. It was one thing to cause trouble, but now he was actually hiding in the carriage eating the supplies he prepared, and he had eaten half of it. As for having nowhere to sleep, would he? Yu Xiaogang believe that? Yesterday, he provided a double quilt and double pillows, specifically for Ye Feng and Tang San to sleep together. How could there possibly be no place to sleep now? It was obvious that Ye Feng was trying to go to the soul hunting forest with him, and was doing this on purpose. Simply outrageous. When they returned to school, he would definitely report this and get Ye Feng expelled. Chapter 8. One day I will step on Yu's head. Master, I really didn't lie. I slept here because I had nowhere to go. The master directly interrupted Ye Feng's words. He didn't want to hear any of it, not even a word. All right, I don't want to hear it. The coachman watched the entire scene from the side. So, you know each other? He asked, noticing the different demeanor of the two at this moment. He even looked a bit relieved seeing their expressions. Why? Because if they didn't know each other and this person was a thief, he would have to bear all the losses in the carriage today. Because these items were specifically requested by the master last night. Now it seemed they wouldn't be needed. After all, they were their own people. Oof. Stop at the nearby town of the soul hunting forest. We need to procure supplies. The master's tone was cold. He was really upset now. How could such an outstanding Tang San have such a fellow from the same hometown? If it weren't for Tang San, he would really want to just leave this kid here and let him fend for himself. All right. The coachman was very excited to hear this. Just now, he thought the supplies could be saved, and now the other party personally confirmed that the supplies didn't need to be compensated. This naturally made him overjoyed. He swayed back and forth as the carriage started moving again. Unlike before, Ye Feng was no longer in the back cargo area, but was now seated alongside the master and Tang San in the passenger area. However, compared to the previous comfort, he now felt as if someone was choking him, making it hard to breathe. Why? It is well known that the master is not skilled in cultivation. But when it comes to scolding people, he can be described as a shrew. Throughout the journey, he scolded Ye Feng for a full 2 hours. What would he do? He could only act like a grandson. Whatever the master said was what it was. Even if he threatened to expel him from school, Ye Feng had no way to counter it. After all, he couldn't control such matters. Just let him talk and scold. It went in through one ear and out the other. As for Tang San, he remained calm. It was as if Ye Feng and the master weren't even in the carriage, quietly enjoying the scenery outside. Upon arriving at the small town, under the master's lead, Tang San and Ye Feng were taken to purchase supplies together. Naturally, all these supplies ended up being carried by Ye Feng. That's right, all of them. The master and Tang San were empty-handed, as if they were just out shopping. Ye Feng was sweating profusely but gritted his teeth and persevered. Perhaps among all the transmigrators, he was the most unfortunate one, having ended up in such a situation. He hoped that this trip to the soul-hunting forest would yield unexpected gains, and it would be even better if he could awaken a system. Back on the carriage, Tang San and the master were already sitting comfortably, while Ye Feng arrived about 10 minutes late. He had to carry so many things and load them onto the carriage. Why are you so slow? The master asked coldly. Master, those goods weigh over 30 pounds. Ye Feng felt like he was about to collapse. A 6 or 7-year-old child carrying 30 pounds of supplies for several kilometers. Is that something a person should do? He's not an adult. Well, however you ate last night, you need to make up for it. And when we get back to the academy, I won't let you leave so easily. First, you'll have to hand over the money you earned as a work-study student before I expel you. The master was not joking. He was speaking the truth. However, it was only after walking for 3 or 4 hours today that he realized this. Otherwise, if it had been less than 2 hours, he would have directly kicked Ye Feng off the carriage and made him walk back himself. He meant what he said. Ye Feng shrugged awkwardly. After all, he was like fish on a chopping board, with no rights. He could only go with the flow. All right, we're heading to the soul-hunting forest now. And you'll still be carrying all these supplies. The master looked at Ye Feng. Master, didn't you say we should store them in the 24 Bridges moonlit night? On the other side, Tang San asked, somewhat confused. Ye Feng was also a bit dumbfounded. So many white radishes and some food, a total of 30 pounds of supplies. And he has to carry them? He felt like 100,000 grass mud horses were galloping over Yu Xiaogang's head. No need. Since he is willing to come with us, there's no need to store them in the 24 Bridges moonlit night. Just let him carry them, the master said flatly, his face stern like a zombie. At this point, Tang San didn't have much to say. It was up to his teacher now. Whatever he said goes. Besides, Ye Feng deserved it. If he hadn't sneaked into the carriage and eaten those things, his teacher probably wouldn't have been so angry. Soon, the vehicle bumped along, and 2 hours later, they arrived at the soul-hunting forest. The master and Tang San walked leisurely, while Ye Feng was like a camel, burdened with goods on his shoulders. He was walking with his back hunched. Tang San occasionally glanced back at Ye Feng, who was struggling to take each step. He felt a bit sorry for him. As for the master, he hadn't looked at Ye Feng even once during the journey. In his eyes, Ye Feng was not worth pitying. Hurry up, walk faster. Haven't you eaten? Suddenly, the master shouted at Ye Feng behind them. He was really yelling, not giving any face at all. Master, why don't we take a break? After another 30 minutes, Ye Feng was moving slower and slower. Although the other children from the same village had nothing to do with him, carrying so many things and walking for 3 hours was indeed a bit much for him. To be honest, even Tang San felt a bit fatigued himself. I know you feel a bit sorry for him, but those who deserve pity must have their flaws. Don't mind him, let him carry on. The master ignored it and continued walking ahead. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and sped up, while also cursing Yu's ancestors 180 times in his heart. If only the system could awaken right now, that would be great. Hey system, I'm about to die, where are you? Ye Feng gasped for breath, shouting in a nearly exhausted voice. However, no one answered. That's right, it was eerily silent. Bang! Ye Feng was really tired. He couldn't carry anymore. He's been walking for 3 consecutive hours, carrying about 30 pounds on his back. His mental age is indeed very mature, and he has lived 2 lives. But he is now just a 6 or 7-year-old child. Such a small body. How can it carry so much and walk such a long way? If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have been able to grit his teeth and hold on until now. Right now, he really wants to curse Yu Xiaogang out loud, stepping on the other's head and shouting, "Knock on Lima!" Then with a hysterical shout, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Back then, you looked down on me and bullied me. Now, I'll make you unable to even reach me, even torture you to death. Chapter 9. Who needs your trash protection at level 20 or so? However, all of this is just a dream. It's simply impossible, because there is no system. He doesn't even know where the system is, and no matter how he calls out, it doesn't respond. Ye Feng, what are you doing? Ye Feng had just stopped. Yu Xiaogang, 100 meters away, immediately rushed over, faster than Su Bing Tian. Moreover, the old man's face was as green as a bronze statue buried for 1,000 years. Master, I'm really tired. If this continues, I won't be able to take it anymore. Ye Feng sat on the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably. He was too tired. He had endured pain and exhaustion that someone his age should not have to bear. If he were a real 6 or 7-year-old child, he would probably have just thrown down his things and run away by now. Only he, Ye Feng, with 2 lifetimes of experience, could endure this. Teacher, I'm also tired. How about we take a break? At this moment, Tang San spoke up. To be honest, he had completely looked down on Ye Feng before and was even unwilling to pay attention to the kids in the village. But just now, the other party had actually carried 30 pounds of things and walked such a long distance, spending 3 full hours in the forest. Even he was a bit overwhelmed. He really didn't know how this kid managed to hold on. No need for that. If you're tired, we'll just walk slower. But he can't stop. Since you came to me for protection, then you must pay the corresponding price. Yu Xiaogang said to Ye Feng, showing no mercy. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Then can I rest for 2 minutes before we set off? Ye Feng asked. He originally wanted to say, then I'll leave. But rationality told Ye Feng he couldn't say that. Because if he did, it would be over. Really leave? Where can you go? Right now. You're just a 6 or 7-year-old child. If you set off alone, any wild wolf could eat you, not to mention encountering a soul beast. Don't think he's exaggerating. That's just the reality. So he bore the humiliation and the burden. He wanted to grit his teeth and hold on, hoping the system would awaken. No, the troops' Haven team moved, but the supplies must go first. You go ahead. Yu Xiaogang ordered Ye Feng. 1 minute. Master, just 1 minute. Ye Feng held up a finger, pleading. 1 minute? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. The master directly kicked Ye Feng. Exhausted, Ye Feng had no strength to dodge and fell down. In an instant, those white radishes and various supplies fell all over the ground. Ye Feng never dreamed that the master would treat him like this. Didn't you want a minute? I'm giving it to you now. If I turn around and see a single radish or anything on the ground, I'll make you pay double. And don't think about resting. The master sneered. Just a wild kid from a mountain village, still want to play tricks with him. This time, Yu Xiaogang would simply torture him to let this kid know what it means to go against him. Apprenticing? And he still wants to become my disciple? Even as a helper? Not even that. Since you force your way here, don't blame him for being ruthless. Teacher, what soul ring are we looking for? Tang San asked. He couldn't help Ye Feng, because he couldn't influence his teacher. Besides, his teacher's actions must have their reasons. It couldn't just be simple cruelty against Ye Feng. Perhaps the teacher had his eyes on Ye Feng and wanted to test him in this way. A soul ring? For a soul ring, you need to find one that suits you. At this moment, the master began to explain his so-called theory, appearing quite vague. Tang San listened, half understanding. Sigh. On the other side, after picking up the radishes and some other supplies that had fallen to the ground, Ye Feng set off with a heavy heart. Without strength, where would he have any rights? Once he turns his situation around, he will definitely take revenge for the suffering he endured today. Ye Feng, Volvit. This bamboo is actually quite suitable for you, resilient. Your blue silver grass should also develop in a resilient direction. According to the master's words, with the troops not yet moved, the supplies went first, and Ye Feng was forced to walk ahead. As for the master and Tang San, both had walked a bit tired and didn't set off until they had rested for a full 10 minutes. Along the way, the master introduced things to Tang San. So, am I supposed to kill this bamboo now? Hearing the master's words, Tang San asked, confused. No need, this bamboo's age is still a bit low. Looking at it, it's not even 100 years old. I hope your first soul ring is a 100-year soul ring. If we really can't find a suitable one, then we can come back to find this bamboo. The master said to Tang San. Oh. Tang San nodded. Anyway, he didn't understand these things. He would just follow his teacher's lead. Whatever the other party said, he would do. Let's go. The master called Tang San. I wonder where Ye Feng has gone. Let's hurry and catch up. Tang San nodded. Previously, Ye Feng had fallen behind them, but now after resting, they couldn't find him at all. Anyway, I gave him the map. If he goes the wrong way, we'll just catch up and scold him later. A 6 or 7-year-old. If he can't even read this map, what use is he? Yu Xiaogang said lightly. He didn't know when it started, but scolding Ye Feng seemed to have become a very normal thing for him. Ahead, Ye Feng's back was already bent over. Sweat was pouring down like rain. He even felt a little dizzy. The evening forest was extremely humid. Along the way, he cursed Yu's ancestors 18 generations again. Why? Because this was his only way to vent. Would he run to Yu Xiaogang and curse him? Rationality told him he couldn't be that impulsive. This will end badly. But they just treated him, Ye Feng, like livestock. If he doesn't find a way to vent, he might just suffocate. What's that sound? Suddenly, Ye Feng heard a rustling noise. A foul smell lingered in the air, with a hint of fishy odor. The wind was gently blowing. Ye Feng inexplicably felt a sense of panic, as if something was approaching him. Could it be the black mandala snake? Suddenly, Ye Feng recalled a terrifying fact. After the destined one, Tang San, entered the forest, a mandala snake would come to deliver a message. Surely, he couldn't be that lucky? If he were that lucky, why hadn't the system knocked on his door yet? Ye Feng mustered his courage and took a step forward. Suddenly, a black head emerged from the bushes in the distance. Chapter 10. The Heartless and Malicious Master, Murder. Holy crap, the mandala snake. When he saw that black head and those icy eyes, Ye Feng felt every hair on his body stand on end. Hiss! The black head, The icy eyes, the bright red forked tongue. It seemed as if the creature had locked onto its prey. Damn it! Help! Ye Feng turned around and threw away those white radishes. What good are these radishes if he doesn't have his life? Are they going to grow big and fat on his grave? The black mandala snake, having locked onto its prey, wouldn't let Ye Feng escape so easily. It immediately twisted its body and chased after him. The speed was astonishing. It was like a sharp arrow shooting out. Ye Feng used every ounce of strength he had. His previously exhausted body seemed to explode with limitless potential, as if it had been revitalized. If he runs onto the school sports field now, he would probably become the most stylish guy. But if he falls behind, he might end up as dinner for the mandala snake. He's still so young and doesn't want to die. So, while shouting for help, he ran towards Tang San and the master. He definitely couldn't handle this mandala snake by himself. But the master and Tang San could. Find them first, and then think about saving himself. Help? Tang San vaguely heard someone ahead shouting for help. He immediately became alert. Help? What help? The master seemed a bit confused. Teacher, it seems someone ahead is shouting for help, and the voice sounds like Ye Feng's. Tang San replied honestly. Ye Feng? That kid must be up to something again. I don't want to deal with him. The master showed a look of disgust when he heard Ye Feng's name. Ye Feng was anxiously waiting ahead, hoping for the master and the others to come and save him. Teacher, do you think he might be in danger? That voice sounded urgent and is coming our way. Tang San said seriously. You're still too young. The place I brought you to is the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where even century-old soul beasts are rare. I estimate he probably just got too tired and wanted to rest, but since I didn't allow him to, he's probably just putting on an act now. The master said with a faint smile, exuding unparalleled confidence. It was as if he had everything under control. Oh, since the teacher has explained it this way, I won't delve deeper. After all, the teacher has his own thoughts. So, just watch me later. Anyone who tries to play tricks on me will be completely exposed. Yu Xiaogang's confident smile grew even broader. Teacher, look. Tang San pointed at Ye Feng, who was running wildly in the distance. Ha, even the act is so convincing. He is really getting better at fooling people, the master said coldly. So what should we do, teacher? Tang San asked the master. You don't need to worry about this. Just watch me expose him. The master stood in front of Tang San, his cold smile intensifying. Master, help! Finally, Ye Feng saw the master and the others. He was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, there was hope, especially since the master was standing directly in front of Tang San, as if welcoming him into the team. For a moment, Ye Feng felt that the master wasn't so detestable after all. At least he would stand up for him when he was in danger, right? However, in the next second, Ye Feng saw the master suddenly lift his foot. Then he felt his body being pushed backward uncontrollably. The master had kicked him as he was rushing over. Oomph. Do you think Yu Xiaogang can't see through such tricks? Where's the white radish? Where's the stuff? You dared to come over and fool me without bringing anything. Yu Xiaogang kicked Ye Feng away, his eyes seeming to see through everything. No, teacher. Just at the moment when the master kicked Ye Feng away, Tang San noticed a black shadow behind them. It looked like a snake. The head was triangular, clearly highly venomous. If the master kicked Ye Feng away, and Ye Feng, who was accelerating, suddenly stopped and retreated, that snake chasing him would definitely bite him. This is extremely dangerous. However, it was all too late. The teacher seemed to have not noticed the snake at all, and sent Ye Feng right into its mouth. What's wrong, little San? Don't worry, these little tricks are definitely just him slacking off. I didn't see anything chasing him at all. As for whether he would die, you can rest assured, I'm in control here. The master turned around and smiled at Tang San. Yu Xiaogang, I curse you to death. Thud. Ye Feng fell heavily to the ground. The black mandragora snake was no more than 3 meters away from Ye Feng. Run? There's no escaping. No matter how fast a person is, they're no match for a snake. Ye Feng, you have some nerve. Hearing Ye Feng curse at him, Yu Xiaogang immediately turned around, intending to teach this kid a harsh lesson. How dare he directly call out his name, even saying such filthy words. However, as soon as he turned, his entire body trembled violently. A long black snake emerged from the jungle behind Ye Feng. Without any hesitation, it lunged at Ye Feng's arm and bit him. It even took a bite out of his thigh. This, the mandragora snake? The master was completely panicked. He had just thought that Ye Feng was lying to him. There couldn't possibly be anything chasing him, and now there was such a big snake. And it was a highly venomous mandragora snake. One bite from this snake, and there would be no life left. Teacher, Tang San immediately rushed over. This is the first time he has seen such a large snake. Don't come any closer. Quick, step back. This is a black mandrake snake that's been alive for hundreds of years. The master immediately grabbed Tang San. What about him? Ye Feng had already been bitten twice. The wounds were visibly turning black at an alarming rate. At this moment, Ye Feng felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he were drowning, struggling to breathe, completely lacking strength. To be honest, he never dreamed that he would end up being killed by Yu Xiaogang. Now it seems that only the destined child, Tang San, can save him. After all, in his previous life, he was a member of the Tang sect, which was best at using poison. It's not his fault. He just had bad luck. I just studied it carefully. This is at least a 400-year-old black mandrake snake. Even with all my strength in actual combat, I wouldn't be able to compete with it. Let's leave first. We can come back later to collect his body. Yu Xiaogang seemed to have forgotten that Ye Feng could have escaped and instead pushed him directly into the snake's mouth. At this moment, he coldly said, "Forget about it. We'll come back to collect the body." Chapter 11. Rage level maxed out. System awakening. Forget about it. Come back to collect the body? Tang San was shocked. On the other side, Ye Feng was also in a state of great shock. How could Yu Xiaogang say such things? Right now, the mandala snake is wrapping around him. Do you have the confidence to save this person? If you want to blame someone, blame him for carelessly attracting the mandala snake. The master said to Tang San. Tang San's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. If he were to go save him, he estimated he could have a certain chance of rescuing him, but doing so would undoubtedly expose himself. Moreover, although Ye Feng is from the same hometown, in reality, they had no interactions during childhood. It clearly wouldn't be worth it to expose himself for the sake of saving the other. Forget it. Let's listen to the teacher. Tang San's eyes gradually became clear. Let's go. Hurry up. Yu Xiaogang pulled Tang San along. Tang San nodded, having thought it through. You guys? Watching Yu Xiaogang and Tang San gradually leave, Ye Feng was completely dumbfounded. 100,000 curses surged in his heart. Sure enough, a simp ends up with nothing. Yu Xiaogang directly used himself as bait, and then took Tang San to run away. Hiss! The black mandala snake flicked its tongue and then raised its body high to look into the distance. Whoosh! The mandala snake was very fast. It charged directly forward. The target was the master and Tang San, who were escaping. After a meal, it still could distinguish clearly. Since it encountered them, then let us take them all. Damn it, bite that bastard Yu Xiaogang to death. Watching the black mandala snake rush out, Ye Feng gritted his teeth and said. Then he slowly collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually becoming fuzzy. On the other side, Xiao San, be careful, that black mandala snake is coming after us. The master shouted to Tang San. Then he commanded his Luo San cannon to attack the mandala snake. Of course, with his cannon that only knows how to fart. How could it possibly block the mandala snake? After 3 farts, the master was at his wit's end. Just when he lamented that his life was about to end here, Tang San accidentally struck the mandala snake's vital point. Just like that, the mandala snake died. The master breathed a deep sigh, looking like he had survived a disaster. Teacher, should we go check on Ye Feng? After killing the snake, Tang San asked. No need to worry about him. You need to focus on absorbing your soul ring. The master said. Ye Feng's situation was nowhere near as important as his disciple Tang San absorbing the soul ring. All right. Tang San sat cross-legged and then began to absorb the soul ring according to the method the master had just taught him. During this time, the master had gone to take a look at Ye Feng. He found that Ye Feng's hands and feet had turned black. He shook his head slightly and returned to where Tang San was absorbing the soul ring. At that moment, Ye Feng still had a little bit of consciousness left. He saw the master come over and thought he was saved. But unexpectedly, the master just took a glance and left. Instantly, his anger surged. He felt an unprecedented regret for himself. Why did he get the crazy idea to flatter the master? To flatter Tang San? In the end, he ended up in such a situation. To be honest, if it weren't for that kick from the master, he wouldn't have died at the hands of the mandala snake. Damn that Yu Xiaogang. How can he have such an attitude of responsibility on Ye Feng? That hypocritical bastard. In the next life, I must live more wisely. This is Ye Feng's last thought while still conscious. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your anger has reached the critical value, successfully activating the system. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind. Huh? System? Am I dreaming? With his body unable to move and only a little consciousness left, Ye Feng found it hard to believe. He awakened the system? No way. This proves that I can survive. Ding. The host has activated the big gift package. Please claim it immediately. Soon, that mechanical voice reappeared in his mind. On the other side, Tang San had successfully fused with the soul ring. Ha! As expected of my disciple Yu Xiaogang, This first soul ring is well within the bearing range. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San waking up and successfully fusing with his martial soul, and he was instantly very excited. The Tang San before him had successfully put his theory into practice. What he needed most now was a practitioner of his theory. It could only be Tang San. Those who look down on me, Yu Xiaogang, back then, I will now use my direct disciple to prove the greatness of the martial soul theory to you. Yu Xiaogang roared in his heart. Just right within the bearing range. If it were to take a little longer, I guess it would be unbearable. Tang San nodded, and after fusing with the first soul ring, he now felt full of power. Of course, my martial soul's 10 core competencies are not randomly written. They are methodologies I proposed after many verifications and can be said to be timeless truths. All right, let's head back to school now. Hearing Tang San's words, the master first praised himself. Then he prepared to set off back to school. Huh? Are we just going back like this? Tang San looked at the master in surprise. Previously, he said he would collect Ye Feng's body, but now it seems he hasn't seen the other party's corpse. Don't worry. The teacher just buried Ye Feng while you were cultivating. Now, we can return safely, and you should focus on your cultivation without worrying about this matter. Go out and find soul rings. It's unlikely there will be casualties. I will handle the matters at school. Yu Xiaogang certainly knew what Tang San wanted to ask, which was definitely about Ye Feng. Unfortunately, he had just taken a look at the place where he attacked the manto snake, and that kid was completely blackened. The poison had already reached the heart, and he was already a corpse. For a corpse that had already gone cold, there was no need to go and collect it now. The previous statement about collecting the body was just a casual remark. So the master made up some words to comfort Tang San at this moment, telling him not to dwell on this matter. Everything has been taken care of by me as the teacher. As for Ye Feng's death, it was just too bad. It has nothing to do with the two of them. Whether or not to take the corpse away is actually not important. After all, a dead person is the same no matter where they are. Now, just leaving him here to become wolf food or tiger food. Dust to dust is also a good thing. Thus, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San left the soul hunting forest. The task of searching for the soul ring had been completed. Tang San obtained a very good soul ring and also confirmed Yu Xiaogang's theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. As for the follow-up regarding Ye Feng, it can be reported to the school later to go through the casualty process, expulsion, and complete removal from the records. Chapter 12, Super System, Awesome and Powerful. As for the few gold coins compensation after death, those 2 or 3 gold coins for the aftermath can go to his parents. If there are no parents, it can be given to Xiao San as well. After all, the money contributed to Xiao San's cultivation is reasonable. The 2 left, and the forest changed from day to night. It is unknown how much time passed. Then a young man dressed in luxurious clothing appeared nearby, followed by 2 elderly men behind him. They picked up Ye Feng and then disappeared from the spot. What? Where's this? On this day, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a magnificent sight, as splendid as a royal palace. His first thought was whether he had time traveled again. After all, just before dying, he sensed that he had awakened his system. He had no idea what kind of place this world was. Had he actually been reborn here? Could it be that he was a small prince? What a pity for that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang. If he could return to his previous world, he would definitely trample Yu Xiaogang, that murderer, mercilessly. And Tang San. Tang San was also an accomplice. The more he thought about it, the angrier Ye Feng became. You're awake? At that moment, a very handsome young man dressed in splendid attire approached Ye Feng with a smile. You, who are you? Seeing this young man, Ye Feng was filled with confusion. For some reason, he vaguely felt that the other person looked somewhat familiar. I'm Xueqinghe. I happened to pass by the soul hunting forest that day and brought you back. A kind smile appeared on Xueqinghe's face. Xueqinghe? Ye Feng's body trembled. Isn't this Qianrenxue? Am I not dead? Am I still in this Douluo world? He tried hard to recall, vaguely remembering the system mentioning something about a one-time automatic repair and a soul spirit gift package. However, he still felt very dizzy. He would take a closer look later. Since he hadn't left this world, that is truly great. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You once looked down on me, but in the future, you won't be able to reach me. A surge of anger burned in Ye Feng's heart. At the same time, he felt deeply grateful to Qianrenxue, who was currently in the identity of Xueqinghe. If she hadn't brought him back, he would probably have been eaten by wolves or tigers. Even if there was indeed a system, it would be hard to bear being handicapped. I am also the prince of the Tiando Empire, and now you are in my eastern palace. Qianrenxue nodded and said, naturally, she wouldn't bring back an ordinary person. This guy actually had purple energy surrounding him that day. and he could withstand the deadly poison of the man-eating snake for so long, eventually even recovering on his own. Such a person is truly mysterious. It piqued her intense curiosity. So that day, she helped eliminate some nearby wolves and tigers, brought him back to the empire, and planned to cultivate him well. "Thank you for saving my life, Prince." Ye Feng expressed his gratitude to the prince, licking the master, licking Tang San, and in the end, he licked himself to death. However, he had to thank Yu Xiaogang for pushing him into the snake's mouth and then ruthlessly leaving. It made his anger explode, completely activating the system. At the same time, it allowed him to meet Qian Renxue. In this world, Qian Renxue is truly a rich and beautiful woman. Moreover, she is the first person to become a god on the entire continent in 10,000 years. It's a pity that she is a tragic and pitiful woman. She lost her father when she was young and was viewed as a thorn in her mother's eye. In the end, she even absurdly fell in love with Tang San and died at his hands. If he hadn't awakened the system, he might not have been able to change any of this. Now that he has awakened the system, then let these disappear completely. He wants to rewrite the entire history of Douluo. Haha, no need to be polite. You should rest well first. I'll have to prepare some food for you later. You've been in a coma for 3 days and nights. You must be a bit hungry, Qian Renxue said with a smile, her expression incredibly kind. With that, Qian Renxue left. Ye Feng, at this moment, lay on the bed. He wanted to see the system he had awakened. Ye Feng silently recited the word system in his heart, and soon a system panel appeared. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 6 years and 8 months, martial soul, bloodthirsty demon scythe soul power, level 13 experience points, 1, 328, 020, 000. What the hell? I'm level 13 already? And my martial soul has turned into a bloodthirsty demon scythe? Ye Feng was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. He released his martial soul and discovered that the originally ugly scythe had completely changed its appearance. It looked like an elongated version of 7, as if it were the demon scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Level 13, so there should be a soul ring, right? I really don't know what the first soul ring is. Ye Feng tried to control it with his mind, just like on the day of his martial soul awakening. The next second, a purple light appeared beneath his feet. Purple light? Ye Feng was shocked. What does purple light represent? It represents that the first soul ring is 1,000 years. The system actually rewarded him with a 1,000-year white tiger soul ring, enhancing his attack power. My goodness, this is amazing. Whoosh. Ye Feng tried to attack with his martial soul. Bang. A large tree was easily chopped down by him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward for the first time. Experience points crit 1,000, gold coins 100. Second martial soul fragment 1. 5 fragments can awaken the second martial soul. Soon, Ye Feng's system panel popped up again. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 6 years and 8 months, martial soul, bloodthirsty demon scythe soul power, level 14 experience points, 1, 428, 020, 000 gold coins, 100. What the hell? Leveled up. Ye Feng was shocked again. Not only did he level up, but he also obtained a second martial soul fragment. As long as he collects 5 pieces, he can awaken the second martial soul. This system is incredibly powerful, right? But how did I just receive a reward? Ye Feng was a bit puzzled. This system is a special evolution system. The host can gain experience by exercising, and different rewards are given based on the intensity of the exercise. Just at that moment of confusion, a line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Exercising can earn rewards. Ye Feng was shocked. What kind of system is this? It's incredible. It seems that in this life, I am destined to reach the peak of my life. He really wants to rush in front of the master and Tang San right now, especially the master. Aren't you looking down on me? Do you think I am not qualified to be your disciple? Look, now I'm crushing your disciple in seconds. You trash. Do you really think I want to be your student? Yu Xiaogang is just a level 29 waste, and you even personally caused someone's death. You only bully the weak. But it doesn't matter, that's all in the past. From now on, I will slowly take back all these grudges and make your later life filled with endless remorse. Chapter 13, finally waiting for this day. Soon, Ye Feng put the system away. At this time, the prince also sent someone to deliver food. Ye Feng devoured it ravenously, letting himself eat a big meal. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On this day, Ye Feng was summoned to the prince's chamber. Qian Renxue asked Ye Feng to release his martial soul and check his strength. When she saw that Ye Feng's first soul ring was 1,000 years old, she was completely stunned. And not even 7 years old, with soul power at level 14, a first soul ring of 1,000 years. and a martial soul that was a very mysterious and highly aggressive demon scythe, she felt she had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Ye Feng, your first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, which is extremely rare across the entire continent. Now I will teach you a method to hide your soul rings. You can hide any of your soul rings at will. Do you want to learn? Qian Rinxue asked Ye Feng in the room. She had already decided to invest heavily in this treasure. After all, one could not find such a person anywhere else on the continent. Ye Feng was willing to learn. He nodded. Although he was currently at level 14 and had obtained the system, even his martial soul had evolved. He still felt too weak compared to the entire continent and needed to develop cautiously for a while. If the 1,000-year soul ring were to be revealed, it could bring endless trouble. Last night, he was pondering how to hide his soul ring, and he did not expect Qian Rinxue to take the initiative to teach him. It was truly wonderful. He desired this opportunity greatly. He wanted to torment Yu Xiaogang, but not now. It would be better to wait until he grew stronger. Otherwise, it would be easy to break under pressure. Very well, from now on you will be my Shui Qinghe's person, and I will also cultivate you with all my strength. Just tell me what you need. Qian Rinxue was very satisfied, although she did not know why he was left to die alone in the forest. She had to admit that he was a clever person, worthy of cultivation. Thank you, Your Highness. Ye Feng did not expect Qian Rinxue to actively recruit him. After thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he had a 1,000-year first soul ring. As long as a person is not foolish, they would definitely seek to recruit him. Right now, he is still weak, and if he has Qian Rinxue's help, it will be much easier for him. There's no need to be polite. You are still young, and if you have a preferred academy, I can help you get in without an entrance exam. And as for the fees, I can sponsor you. Qian Rinxue has already decided in her heart to cultivate Ye Feng into her trusted confidant, a capable assistant to help her gain power over the world in the future. However, since he is still young and she cannot personally teach him, she plans to send him to the academy for systematic learning. This way, the other party can not only build connections but also gradually grow. Of course, it won't attract the attention of the royal family. After all, she is not a true member of the royal family. This good seedling can be left to her alone. If Ye finds out, she will definitely do her best to win him over. A college that heart's desire likes? Ye Feng felt a bit confused upon hearing this. To be honest, he really didn't have a favorite college. The junior department of the Tiando Royal Academy, the junior department of the Five Elements Academy, and the junior department of Songhui Advanced Academy were just a few well-known colleges that Qian Rinxue mentioned to Ye Feng at that moment. Songhui? I'll go to Songhui Academy. Upon hearing this name, a spark flashed through Ye Feng's mind. He remembered a scene from several years later when Songhui Academy was pressed to the ground and rubbed by a so-called monster academy outside the Stardew Forest. The reason was that Ma Hongjun provoked a girl from Songhui Academy. And then the so-called Monster Academy with distorted values claimed that soul masters who don't dare to cause trouble are not good soul masters. In the end, they even beat up the victim. Hee, soul masters who don't dare to cause trouble are not good soul masters? Alright, this time I want to see if you can provoke me, Ye Feng. Cold-blooded and ruthless Tang San. I believe you'll be very surprised to see me then. With this thought, Ye Feng seemed to have established some kind of goal. From today on, he must practice hard, for the sake of ruthless crushing. Songhui Academy? Good. Then I will send you to Songhui Academy. Qian Rinxue was a bit puzzled upon hearing this, but nodded slightly afterward. There are too many spies in the Tiando Royal Academy. Going to an advanced academy on the outskirts is not bad. However, the teaching in the junior department is still somewhat lacking. If he wants to become her trusted confidant and together steer the entire continent in the future, he must face challenges. In the end, Qian Rinxue directly sent Ye Feng to the advanced department. Entering the advanced department of Songhui Academy at the age of 7, in an instant, Ye Feng became an unprecedented figure. He even faced endless mockery and insults. But soon, Ye Feng made them shut their mouths. Fast forward 6 years later. Ye Feng, senior brother. Ye Feng, senior brother. At the central arena of Songhui Academy, a super showdown began. In just a few breaths, the strongest 41st level soul master of the advanced department was knocked to the ground by a very young boy. His whole body was convulsing. Below, regardless of gender, everyone was screaming wildly, especially some girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration. An unprecedented record of 199 consecutive wins in the history of the academy. Ye Feng, this super genius achieved it. He only took 6.5 years. 13 years old, 39 levels. He was seen expressionlessly walking down the arena. All the strongest on the Songhui Academy rankings were defeated by him. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 13 years martial soul, bloodthirsty demon scythe. Second, martial soul fragment 4. Collecting 5 can summon a peerless martial soul, soul power. Level 39 experience points, 39. 1W40W gold coins, 500000. Ye Feng opened the system panel. In these 6 years, he has never been lax. He wakes up at 5 in the morning and goes to bed at 11 at night. He is called the training maniac of the entire Songhui Academy. Finally, he has reached level 39. Yu Xiaogang, you worthless piece of trash at level 29. Just wait. I will definitely trample you. As for your so-called theories, they will be crushed to nothing. And Tang San, your most favored disciple, I will also make him understand what it means to endure humiliation. Xiaofei not bad. Just got off the stage, and he saw someone dressed in a green outfit with a high-quality male hairstyle greeting Ye Feng. Those round eyes highlighted an unprecedented greasiness. Ye Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhui Academy, and a Soul King at level 52. The other party later became Ye Feng's life teacher. Still need to work hard. Ye Feng shrugged. Defeating a level 42 Soul Master, what does that count for? His goal is to crush the Son of Destiny. I like your humble attitude. By the way, many disciples in the Academy have broken through to Soul Respect, and we are currently short on spirit rings. I want to take you with me to the Douluo forest. What do you think? Ye Zhiqiu asked Ye Feng, his eyes full of admiration. Douluo forest? Suddenly, Ye Feng's eyes became sharp. Has the day finally come? Chapter 14. The town, fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs. Why don't you want to go? Ye Zhiqiu, noticing Ye Feng's unusual demeanor, curiously asked. After all, he had been diligently training over the years. Going to the Douluo forest now is actually an extra training opportunity. Since Ye Feng is only level 39, he only needs to find spirit rings at level 40. Naturally, I will go. Ye Feng smiled coldly. Very well. Then we will set off tomorrow morning. Ye Zhiqiu smiled differently, seemingly satisfied with Ye Feng's words. Director Yi, can I go too? At this moment, a beautiful woman approached. Teacher Yi, I want to go too. Another woman chimed in. Soon, more than 10 girls came over. And then more than 100 girls surrounded him. They all said they wanted to set off together tomorrow to train and practice in the Douluo forest. Are you all at the point where you need to find spirit rings? Ye Zhiqiu looked at the hundreds of girls surrounding him and rolled his eyes, asking. He knew Ye Feng was popular with girls. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he was also a rare genius in training, known as the best in Songhui Academy. But he never expected that, even when he intentionally lowered his voice, so many girls would still hear him. We don't, but we can go protect the younger students. A 21-year-old aunt from the Advanced Academy spoke up. That's right, we can go protect the younger students. The older ants from the Advanced Academy all chimed in. Songhui Academy is a complete system of education, divided into junior, intermediate, and advanced departments. The junior department generally lasts 6 years, similar to elementary school on Earth. The intermediate department lasts 3 to 6 years, similar to middle and high school on Earth. The advanced department lasts 3 years, equivalent to university on Earth. However, unlike on Earth, there is no requirement to complete a set number of years to advance. Here, as long as you reach a certain level, you can advance. For example, to enter the intermediate department, you need to reach the Great Soul Master before the age of 15. To enter the advanced department, you need to reach Soul Respect before the age of 20. As for graduating from the advanced department, you generally need to reach level 40 Soul Master. The senior student that Ye Feng defeated was a level 42 Soul Master, belonging to the advanced department who applied to repeat a year and was the type that clung on. After all, the top student in the academy has countless admirers. There are many similar repeating students in the academy. Most of them rely on the academy's simulated training grounds and no longer compete for rankings with new students. Director Yi, I'm going back first. Ye Feng looked at Director Yi, who was surrounded by a group of girls, and left a sentence before leaving. After all, this is a place of trouble. Right now, he just wants to train hard, defeat the Master and Tang San. So he doesn't want to deal with these romantic matters. After all, Yu Xiaogang has the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family behind him, and Tang San has Tang Hao. They are both existences that can shake this era with a single breath. The road is long and arduous. Everything they once had, he will definitely reclaim. However, revenge must be taken slowly, bit by bit. The next day, senior brother Ye Feng, just as Ye Feng stepped out of the apartment, he saw a group of 9 people greeting him. Whether they were boys or girls, each of them had a smile as bright as a flower. This time, those going out to search for soul rings are basically soul masters at level 30. Having brother Ye Feng, who is considered the strongest in the academy, go with them is truly a great honor. Some girls have even prepared love snacks. This opportunity for solitude must be seized, especially for some girls the same age as Ye Feng. They practically light up with excitement. Just imagine at the same age. You are at level 30 while they are at level 39. Is this a good husband, the golden son-in-law in the eyes of parents? Absolutely. Moreover, he will definitely be able to break through the title in the future. How many titled Douluos are there in the entire continent? You can count them on your fingers. Not to mention that his looks are also exceptionally outstanding. Good morning. Ye Feng greeted them, although he was a student in the advanced class. Everyone was around the same age, and some were even older than him. He didn't like to put on airs, so he directly greeted everyone. Good morning. At that moment, everyone seemed energized. They had heard that senior brother Ye Feng was different. Unlike some people who put on a stinky attitude or were lecherous towards the junior sisters, seeing him today confirmed the rumors. Handsome, focused on cultivation. His eyes were pure and free of distractions. Xiao Feng, you go ahead and wait for the rest of us at the back of the convoy. Ye Zhiqiu arranged for Ye Feng. Okay. Ye Feng nodded. He had no objections to this arrangement, and so the convoy set off. The destination was the Douluo forest. Normally, it would take a day to reach from their academy. However, they naturally wouldn't be in such a hurry. Normally, they would first stop at a small town on the outskirts of the Douluo forest to rest for a night. The next day, they would set off after regaining their energy. Time passed, and night fell. The sunset faded, leaving only 3 horse-drawn carriages on the deserted road. Senior brother Ye Feng, do you want to eat something first? There were 3 girls in Ye Feng's carriage. They were Su Liuli, a genius from the intermediate department of Tsanghui Academy, who had just broken through level 30 at the age of 13 yesterday. There was also Luo Shui, 14 years old and level 30, and in Xiaosu, also 14 and level 30. 2 of them had broken through the previous night. Originally, there were only 6 people, 3 boys and 3 girls. Now it had become 9 people, 3 boys and 6 girls. With Ye Feng and Ye Zhiqiu, it turned into 5 boys and 6 girls. It must be said that Ye Feng had a huge influence. Ever since he rose to prominence, the entire Tsanghui Academy seemed to have transformed. Everyone was working hard to cultivate. I'm not hungry yet. Let's eat together when we get to the town. Ye Feng smiled slightly at Su Liuli. Senior brother Ye Feng. These are all made by me. Why don't you try a little bit? Su Liuli's pair of blue eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she directly opened the bento. Well, okay then, I'll try a little. Looking at the other person's eyes, he felt that if he refused, it would break her heart. So he took a small bite. However, he didn't expect this to be the beginning of a nightmare. Ever since he ate Su Liuli's bento, Luo Shui and in Xiaosu also took out their bentos. They ate to their heart's content. Finally, when night fell, they stopped in front of a small restaurant. Xiaofeng. Everyone is tired after a long day. Let's eat at this restaurant. What do you think? Ye Zhiqiu asked Ye Feng. Given that the other person's talent surpassed his own, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, Ye Zhiqiu was very polite to Ye Feng. I'm fine with it. Ye Feng shrugged, even letting out a satisfied burp. Just like that, they walked in. Die Lauda. Hurry. Look. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long legs. However, just as they entered the small restaurant, they noticed a blatant gaze coming from afar. Chapter 15. Fighting, I'm good at that too. A somewhat lewd-looking fat man in a bright red outfit had drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, looking as if he wanted to rush over at any moment. The school uniform of Tsanghui Academy was quite clever, with most girls wearing knee-length skirts. The 6 girls who came over were all extremely beautiful, especially Su Liuli, Luo Shui, and Xiaosu, who could be said to be enticing enough to commit a crime. As soon as the group entered, they became the center of attention in the entire restaurant, with a return rate of 200%. Ahem, fat man, if you want to look, then look. But don't include me. I'm only interested in my Zhu Qing right now. A young man with yellow hair coughed twice, seemingly saying that he had no interest. But soon his gaze betrayed him, as his eyes were fixed on the 3 girls walking behind Ye Feng. They were simply stunning. If it weren't for the nearby curvy cat girl, he would have likely rushed out for their contact information. And it wouldn't have been impossible to meet in the VIP presidential suite of the Rose Hotel that night. Dear guests, this way please. At that moment, a waiter ran over to greet Ye Feng and the others. First, bring us a bowl of soup, then all the signature dishes. Everyone is tired after a day. So please hurry. Ye Zhiqiu sat down and spoke while looking at the menu. Got it. The waiter immediately ran off to arrange it. Meanwhile, the 11 students from Tsanghui Academy sat at their table, waiting for their food. Die Lauda. Damn it, this girl is really beautiful. I can think of 180 positions right now, just don't know which academy she's from. The fat man named Ma Hongjun said to the yellow-haired youth beside him with a lewd expression. Fat man, you really have no knowledge. That's Tsanghui Advanced Academy. The golden-haired man, Dai Mubai, replied. Advanced Academy? Then there's no hope. The fat man originally planned to use primitive wedding customs tonight, knocking them out and taking them away. Plain and simple. But obviously, that wouldn't be possible with an advanced academy. Why not? Because we can't win. TCH, you're too timid. Although Tsanghui Academy is an advanced academy, it's just a bottom-tier academy on the continent, Dai Mubai said, his mouth curling with disdain. Huh? A bottom-tier academy? I thought it was strong. A girl in a pink outfit chimed in. Soon, the seven at the table began discussing, naturally demeaning Tsanghui Academy, even saying some vulgar things. They didn't hold back their voices and spoke loudly, drawing the attention of many people present to the students from Tsanghui Academy. Damn it, this is too much. On Tsanghui Academy's side, the three male students, Pang Xing, Song Yuanhang, and Zhou Feng, were furious upon hearing this. It was one thing for them to enter and lewdly look at their female classmates. After all, eyes are on their faces, and no one could stop that. But now they were loudly discussing Tsanghui Academy, even saying that their academy was bottom tier, that they were like ants. Isn't this too much? Are they trying to press down the students of Tsanghui Academy? The three of them wanted to slam the table and stand up. One was for the academy, and two was that they were out with 6 beautiful girls and the genius senior brother, so they had to find an opportunity to show off. Moreover, that fat guy in red was indeed the most sleazy person they had ever seen in their lives. From the moment he entered, he had been staring at the female students from their academy, even saying filthy words about their postures. This is simply unbearable. They must teach him a lesson to relieve their grievances. Especially after observing the female students, they found that they were all holding back their anger. After all, who could stand being sexually harassed in public? Pang Xing, Song Yuanhang, and Zhou Feng don't cause trouble just yet. Just as the three were about to slam the table and charge out, Ye Feng glanced at them. After a long day, the most important thing now was to eat well. Causing trouble could wait until after the meal. On the side, Ye Feng was not in a hurry. A lesson would come, and it would be very severe. According to these people's personalities, they would surely come back to provoke them again. Claiming a soul master who doesn't dare to provoke is not a good soul master. However, he was somewhat surprised by Ye Feng. As expected of a 1,000-year-old tortoise, he really knew how to keep his cool. Pang Xing sat back down. Song Yuanhang and Zhou Feng also harbored resentment, secretly muttering that it wasn't too late to teach them a lesson after they finished eating. Ladies and gentlemen, please make way. The fresh hot soup is coming. In the distance, the waiter was carrying hot soup. Suddenly, the fat guy glanced at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Just as the waiter passed by, he secretly tripped him. Almost simultaneously, the waiter's body tilted. Watch out. The soup is spilling. The waiter shouted in panic. Splash. Ye Feng had his back to the waiter, and when he sensed something was off and turned around, the bowl of soup was already dumped on his head. The 1,000-year-old tortoise had a few green leaves on him, and the scalding soup poured all over the table. The girls sitting close to Ye Feng were scalded and screamed in distress, frantically trying to handle the situation. Ha ha ha. On the other side, the instigator at the 7-person table was holding his belly, laughing heartily, seemingly very satisfied with his masterpiece. At this moment, Ye Feng's face instantly turned cold. Playing around is one thing, but you can't joke about food. To be honest, because he understood the plot, he hadn't deliberately tried to stop what just happened. He never expected that the plot would change, and now what was happening was far worse than the original story. Tripping the waiter directly caused the soup to spill on Ye Feng's head, not only wasting food, but also scalding several female classmates nearby. This Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are really too much. Just imagine, if Ye Feng were an ordinary person, this bowl of soup would probably ruin her looks. Crack crack. On the other side, Ye Feng clenched her fists. Too much. What on earth do you want to do? Pang Xing slammed the table and stood up, furious. The female classmate who was protected like a flower at school is now suffering from dual harm, both mentally and physically. If this goes on, I'll become a ninja turtle. It's not that I'm doing anything, it's just that my hands have been itching lately and I want to move my bones. Dai Mubai cracked his knuckles, adopting a playful tone. Damn it, looking for death. Pang Xing rushed out directly, wanting to smash this blonde bastard's face with a punch. You're still too green. Dai Mubai stood up. With one kick, he sent Pang Xing flying. Pang Xing, in a curved motion, crashed into the surrounding tables, collapsing them in an instant. Pots and bowls shattered everywhere. Clap. If you want to fight, our Tsanghui Academy is up for it. On the Tsanghui Academy side, 6 female classmates along with Ye Feng and Song Yuanheng stood up and slammed the table, time and again provoking. How can we endure? Fight. Our Shrek has never lost. They sneered. Didn't the dean say it? A soul master who doesn't dare to provoke isn't a good soul master. Tonight, let's provoke them properly. Everyone on the Shrek side stood up. Don't rush, I'm good at fighting. You all step aside, let me go first. The girl in the pink outfit is called Xiao Wu. At this moment, she was full of fighting spirit, having not fought for a long time. Her hands were itching. Is that so? I'm also good at fighting. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the Tsanghui Academy side after Xiao Wu's words. Chapter 16. Not only do we want to fight, but we want to fight hard. The people from Tsanghui Academy were astonished. They didn't expect that the senior brother Ye Feng actually stood up. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Xiao Wu immediately bristled with fighting spirit. Ever since graduating from Notting Academy, she had hardly any opportunities to fight. Oh wait, there weren't any at Notting Academy either, except for the first 3 years. In the latter 3 years, everyone called her Sister Xiao Wu. She was bored to death. As for now at Shrek Academy, she wasn't really enjoying herself either. Then let's do it. Ye Feng, dressed in Tsanghui Academy's uniform, walked over. At this moment, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once upon a time, this girl had pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. Not only did she steal his painstakingly moved bed, but she also made him suffer humiliation. If he hadn't jumped into the carriage that night, he would have probably frozen to death. Since the other party loves to fight so much, then today he would accompany her for a good fight. Bring it on. Xiao Wu stared at Ye Feng, feeling that this person looked somewhat familiar. She should have seen him somewhere. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that the other party also wanted to fight. Then let's have a good fight. In terms of fighting, she had really never lost. Xiao Wu quickly charged out, ready to give this arrogant Tsanghui Academy a waist bow, and then smash him hard to the ground. This is her close-range, killing move. Third brother, can Xiao Wu handle it? How about I go out with Big Brother Dai to help her? Seeing Xiao Wu charging into the base of the Tsanghui Academy alone, they immediately asked Tang San. If something goes wrong, it would be terrible. Yeah, third brother. Are you really so confident that Xiao Wu can handle the people from Tsanghui Academy by herself? Ning Rongrong said beside him. You guys can rest assured. When it comes to fighting, no one can match her. Just wait for the people from Tsanghui Academy to wail on the ground. At this moment, Tang San had his back to Xiao Wu. He was leisurely sipping tea. There's no need to mention how fierce the big sister from the Notting Academy is in a fight. Back then, she was the only one who could suppress the opponents in the entire academy, while the others could only be bullied. This Tsanghui Academy is probably similar. Bang! Suddenly, at that moment, a shadow flew over. Clang! Wearing a pink outfit and with pigtails, she directly crashed onto the table of the Shrek group, her face showing a look of great pain. It's Xiao Wu. Tang San was sipping tea, and, at this moment, his expression was stiff. The rest of the Shrek members were the same. Each of their eyes reflected intense shock. This is not right. How could Xiao Wu be treated like garbage and thrown over like this? What the third party just said is not an exaggeration, but the truth. Xiao Wu does indeed have strong combat power. Bang! On Shrek's side, everyone stood up in shock. Hey, you little brat, are you tired of living? Dai Mubai coldly stared at Ye Feng. How dare he publicly hit their Shrek member? He must be tired of living. Boss Dai, what are we waiting for? Let's just go and take him down. The one dressed in red is the... At this moment, he is full of anger. How can a member of the academy be insulted like this, even having their table of food smashed? They must show this ant from Tsanghui Academy a lesson. You are the ones who are tired of living. Just now you deliberately tripped the waiter and splashed a whole bowl of soup on our teacher, and even splattered it on other female classmates. And when you entered, you looked at us with such disgusting eyes. Have you never seen a girl in your life? The tiger doesn't show its power, and you really think we Tsanghui Academy are sick cats that can be bullied at will? Su Yuli said with a face full of anger. Originally, going out with senior brother Ye Feng was a very happy thing. I didn't expect to encounter such barbarians. That's right, senior brother Ye. As long as you speak up, we can all fight. Tsanghui Academy is unprecedentedly united. Ha! You're really narcissistic. Who was even looking at you just now? But in my eyes, Dai Mubai, you Tsanghui Academy are indeed sick cats. Dai Mubai said with a smile on his lips. That gaze was incredibly arrogant, as if everything in the world was nothing more than this. Indeed, his true identity is that of a high and mighty imperial prince. Was that Tsanghui Academy? Were the students inside? You. On the side of Tsanghui Academy, everyone's hair seemed to be set ablaze, burning fiercely. Only the ancient turtle Ye Feng remained silent at this moment, his expression unreadable. Perhaps he was enduring, or maybe it was a brief calm before a volcanic eruption. Then I shall come to experience what Dai Xiao has to offer. Ye Feng smiled slightly and looked at Dai Mubai. Then let's do it. Dai Mubai clenched his fists. For some reason, just a moment ago, he inexplicably felt a chill deep within him. The source was this kid in front of him. The other party looked younger than him. Yet for some reason, his smile was filled with genuine disdain and confidence. It was as if he could trample on him at will. Soon the two sides clashed. Without a doubt, in just a breath, Dai Mubai had fallen into a disadvantage. I'm coming. Beside him, Ma Hongjun launched a surprise attack in an instant. Boom! The next second, both were kicked away. They lay neatly on the ground. Wow! The senior brother is amazing. On the side of Tsanghui Academy, regardless of gender, everyone's eyes lit up. They were utterly in awe of Ye Feng. Ah! Evil Eye White Tiger, possessed. Dai Mubai, who had just been knocked away, felt deeply insulted and immediately summoned his martial soul. Evil Fire Phoenix. Fusion. A flame rose slowly. The temperature in the entire restaurant instantly increased by several degrees. How dare they make the two brothers look so embarrassed? Today, they would let the other side know what consequences meant. Soul Master, my little shop can't withstand this kind of turmoil. Oh dear. The shopkeeper beside him was trembling in fear. In this situation, his small shop is likely to turn to ashes in the next second. What are you afraid of? All the losses tonight will be covered by me. Dai Mubai said directly. With such a small shop, can he not afford it? Dai Mubai has plenty of money. Oh, so all the losses tonight are on you? Is that true? Ye Feng looked at Dai Mubai, a hint of amusement in his smile. Would I lie about that? Everyone present can attest to it. What's wrong, kid? Are you afraid to fight me with your martial soul? If you crawl over from under my legs right now, Dai Mubai, might consider sparing your dignity. Dai Mubai had a condescending expression. Fight? Of course we're going to fight. Ye Feng laughed recklessly. Not only will we fight, but we will fight fiercely. Tang San's teammate, Xiao Wu's teammate. If he hasn't provoked him, that's one thing. But once provoked, he will crush them with force. Chapter 17. The Ants of Tsanghui Academy, a bloody lesson. This is Ye Feng's life. Strongly returning. Stepping on everyone. Since we're going to fight, then let's do it. Dai Mubai, with the White Tiger martial soul, is a level 37 soul emperor. Dai Mubai roared fiercely, and in the next second, a tiger howled. At that moment, the entire restaurant was swept up in a whirlwind. It was simply imposing. Boss Dai, beat this kid until he can't find his teeth. Ma Hongjun originally wanted to join in. However, when he felt Dai Mubai's anger erupt like a volcano, he immediately hid to the side and cheered. Of course, Boss Dai is a level 37 soul emperor from Shrek Academy. He could be said to be the strongest among the students. At this moment, he wanted to fight with this clueless kid from Tsanghui Academy. Stepping in would only spoil the fun, right? Next, he would just quietly watch the so-called senior brother of Tsanghui Academy searching for his teeth on the ground. Just thinking about it felt satisfying. Here I am, trying to check out a girl, and you're being so chatty. Is it all because of you? Huh? No. Wait a minute, what is going on? Suddenly, the fat guy noticed something was off. The people from Tsanghui Academy had actually all gone out. Moreover, they looked extremely terrified, as if they were refugees fleeing. Could it be that the title of the 37th level soul, Daidala, scare them all? It must be that way. Well, a bunch of cowards from Tsanghui Academy. The fat guy had countless thoughts flashing through his mind at this moment, and in the end, he looked down on Tsanghui Academy. You call yourselves a high-level academy? What a joke. If nothing unexpected happens next, we should see this so-called senior brother kneeling down to beg for mercy, right? At this moment, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze to Ye Feng, who had a nearly like celestial face. He was standing there dazed in front of Daidala. What's wrong? Are you too afraid to speak? Dai Mubai looked at Ye Feng. In battles among soul masters, out of respect, they generally introduce themselves first before officially starting to fight. Now, Dai Mubai was just waiting for Ye Feng to speak. Afraid? No, you're simply unworthy. Go ahead and make your move. The corner of Ye Feng's mouth slightly lifted. Arrogant, I will make you die a miserable death. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai instantly exploded with rage. In the circle of soul masters, this was an unprecedented provocation. This person was openly looking down on him, Dai Mubai. A tremendous soul power surged. The Shrek crowd nearby gasped in shock. Wow, how dare he insult Daidala like this? This time, it's over. Even if a deity came, they couldn't save it. Third soul skill, White Tiger transformation. The explosive Dai Mubai stomped the ground, and 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, slowly rose up, surrounding his body. Immediately after, the 3rd purple soul ring merged into his body. One could clearly see his muscles wildly bulging, with black stripes appearing on his skin. The white tiger transformation can last for half an hour, during which time his resistance, attack power, defense, and strength all increase by 1-fold. Moreover, his skills will be enhanced. Purple? Then I'll use purple too. A wave of soul power surged from Ye Feng, and in the next second, a purple soul ring floated beside him. In front of him was a pitch-black martial soul that resembled a sickle, engraved with strange golden inscriptions. After this martial soul appeared, a sharp wave of soul power emanated from its center, like ripples created by a stone thrown into water. It was continuous. 1 soul ring? On the Shrek side, everyone looked puzzled. How could this person only have 1 soul ring? This might be a secret technique of a hidden soul ring, only showing 1 soul ring. On the other side, Ning Rong spoke up. After all, coming from the noble 7 treasure glazed tile school, she knew a bit about these crooked secret techniques. So that's how it is. It seems this person is also a soul elder. The fat man seemed to understand something. Using purple too? Heh, you only have that 1 purple. Take my white tiger radiant light wave. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. Then in the next second, he leaped up. A white light wave burst forth from his mouth. With this move, he used 90% of his strength. The ants of Tsanhui Academy must receive a bloody lesson this time. Chapter 18. The Town? Death. Defense Sanglong Shield. Watching Dai Mubai's attack, Ye Feng stood still, holding the magic sickle in front of him. In that instant, a shield coiled by a dragon appeared. This is one of Ye Feng's 3 soul skills. Yesterday, he used this move to defeat the top-ranked student of Tsanhui Academy, a level 42 soul master. As for the 10,000-year soul ring, he has only used it on Yi Zhiqiu and Xinian. What? How is this possible? Dai Mubai, suspended in the air, looked very surprised. This kid actually blocked his white tiger's radiant wave without breaking a sweat. He looks younger than me. How could he possibly be from the Soul Clan? Besides, even a member of the Soul Clan shouldn't be able to block the radiant wave so easily in the white tiger's diamond transformation state. Next up is me. Dai Xiao is ready. Ye Feng smirked. Since Dai Mubai is willing to bear all the losses, then he should really go all out today. Come on, poof. Just as Dai Mubai opened his mouth to say come on, he suddenly felt as if something had crashed into his chest. Immediately after, his whole body flew out uncontrollably like a cannonball. 1 wall, 2 walls, countless walls. Dai Mubai was propelled by that force, using his body to break through an entire row of houses in the town. Next to the restaurant was a bathhouse. Many soul masters, tired from a day's work, were happily humming tunes while scrubbing themselves in the bathhouse, when suddenly something came crashing through the front, and the entire bathroom wall disappeared. The cold wind rushed through the men's bathhouse. Everyone was in chaos. Then there was an inn. A couple who were passionately kissing, full of excitement, were just about to roll in bed when, with a loud bang, the bed vanished. The two were a bit confused, feeling as if they had suddenly been doused with cold water. There was also a family eating, and suddenly their table was knocked over, food scattering everywhere. So many people, it could almost be called a large-scale disaster scene. Who is it? In just half a breath, everyone rushed out. The strong men from the men's bathhouse, the residents of the inn, and that family whose dinner was ruined. All of them. Each one wore a face filled with murderous intent. The Azure Dragon destroys the world. However, in the next moment after they came out, a dragon's roar, like a hurricane sweeping through. All the houses turned to ashes in an instant. Hiss! The people who had just run out of the house seemed to have their skulls explode. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Dai Mubai struggled to get up at this moment, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. What? Suddenly, he felt a violent wind rushing towards him. First soul skill. White Tiger Protection Barrier. He panicked. It was that dragon from just now. Completely black, exuding arrogance. Crack. His protective barrier didn't even last a second before being shattered. Dai Mubai was sent flying by the dragon's head, crashing violently into the houses of the entire town. He screamed in agony. Boom. Then came an unprecedented, piercing explosion sound. The entire town turned into a disaster zone, in utter disarray. And at this moment, Dai Mubai's clothes had already turned to ashes. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Crazy. This person is simply insane. At the entrance of the small shop, everyone from Tsanhui Academy let out a deep breath. Luckily, they had come out early to avoid the trouble. They understood Master Brother Ye Feng too well. Provoking him in front of him was like an old man hanging himself because he wanted to live longer. Especially when he mentioned that the losses here would all be compensated by Dai Xiao. That goes without saying. Poor kid. I don't know how much he has to pay this time. Chapter 19. The Shameless Person. Who else from Shrek do you have? Ye Feng didn't even glance at Dai Mubai, who was lying on the ground convulsing. Instead, he looked over at the Shrek crowd. Third brother. This person looks really familiar. On Shrek's side, Xiao Wu was touching her blossoming little butt. The restaurant had completely collapsed. She was carried out by Tang San. For some reason, under the faint moonlight, she found that the boy in front of her looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. What? Has that old leader of the 7th dormitory who occupied someone else's bed forgotten about me? Seeing Xiao Wu observing him from afar, Ye Feng raised a faint smile. He did not intend to hide those past events, but rather spoke openly about them. You're the Ye Feng. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she recalled something incredible. Do you remember? Ye Feng smiled playfully. But didn't the master say that you voluntarily withdrew from school because you felt you weren't suited for cultivation and went back home? How did you end up transferring to Tsanhui Academy? And you should be a soul master now, right? You made such quick progress. Xiao Wu looked at Ye Feng in disbelief. That kid who had vanished after dropping out the second day of school was now even stronger than her. How is this possible? Yu Xiaogang, you're not only a scumbag and a murderer, but also a hypocrite. You actually said that I, Ye Feng, am not suitable for cultivation and just dropped out to return home. Upon hearing Xiao Wu say this, Ye Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. As expected of the master, he personally pushed him into the snake's mouth back then. After arriving at school, he calmly fabricated a reason for Ye Feng. How can there be such shameless people in this world? A scumbag? A murderer? A hypocrite? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu was instantly filled with confusion. What is Ye Feng talking about? I think you should ask Tang San beside you. He can tell you how Yu Xiaogang personally killed someone and then acted like a hypocritical gentleman. Ye Feng's eyes were fixed on Tang San. Brother, what exactly happened back then? At this moment, Xiao Wu turned to look at Tang San, wanted to seek some answers from him. Something must have happened back then. Otherwise, how could he have dropped out of school without even taking his things? Those few ragged clothes were even packed up by the master himself. Suddenly, Xiao Wu noticed for the first time that Tang San's expression was oddly strange, as if he had seen something bizarre. You can't say that about my teacher. That incident wasn't intentional, Tang San spoke up. Oh, not intentional? So it's all right for you Xiaogang to push me into the mouth of a snake and let me be bitten to death by the mandala snake? Ye Feng was furious to hear that Tang San was still defending his teacher at this moment. Back then, you were the child of destiny. I, Ye Feng, respected you, feared you, and flattered you. Where are you now, Tang San? In front of the system, Tang San is nothing. If it weren't for your father, I, Ye Feng, could take you down right now. What? Bitten to death by the mandala snake? Over at Tsanhui Academy, everyone showed extremely surprised expressions, not expecting that the senior brother had such a past. The guy named Yu Xiaogang is such a scoundrel. As for Shrek, everyone had question marks on their faces. Could this really be an enemy? At this moment, Xiao Wu was recalling everything from back then. Could it be that when Xiao San was looking for the first spirit ring, Ye Feng went along, too, and then was abandoned in the soul-hunting forest? I admit this was the teacher's mistake, but since so many years have passed, you don't need to hold a grudge. Moreover, our matters are separate. Today you hurt Xiao Wu and the partners of Shrek. I won't let you off. Tang San's words were cold. The teacher and Xiao Wu were his reverse scales. Ye Feng cursing the teacher can be overlooked, but today he actually dared to harm his partner and Xiao Wu. It must be known that Tang San swore to protect Xiao Wu at all costs. Anyone who dares to harm her would have to step over his dead body. Today, Ye Feng must pay the price. This is so glaring. Where is this Buddhist light coming from? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh in anger. You're about to be killed, yet you still can't let it go. Good heavens, he's never heard such disgusting words in 2 lifetimes. Your mother was killed by the spirit hall. Why can't you let it go? Why do you want to take down the spirit hall afterward? Now Ye Feng even doubts whether this Tang San is human. How can he say such insane things? As for the part about seeking justice for Xiao Wu, that's even more disgusting. What's this? Your woman can hit others, but others can't hit your woman? Besides, this matter was instigated by Shrek Academy in the first place. If it weren't for Ma Hongjun lewdly staring at the girls from their school with a perverted expression, would their male classmates be dissatisfied? However, they were only dissatisfied, and before taking action, they were stopped by Yi Zhiqiu. What did Shrek Academy do? Dai Mubai deliberately tripped Xiao Er, causing a bowl of hot soup to spill on Yi Zhiqiu's head, splashing on several other female classmates. The male classmates were furious and slammed the table. And Shrek directly said that a soul master who doesn't dare to provoke is not a good soul master, immediately coming up to start a fight. Especially Xiao Wu, who said, "I'm good at fighting. It's truly disgusting. How does Tang San have the face to come out and say that things should be settled fairly? How can he have the face to say he wants to seek justice for Shrek and Xiao Wu?" Tang San, a level 29 control system battle soul master, with a martial soul blue silvergrass, should be a soul master now. Dare you to have a one-on-one fight with me? A light surged around Tang San. The next second, 2 yellow soul rings surrounded him. As long as he hasn't reached level 40, Tang San has absolute confidence in defeating Ye Feng. Whether it's his hidden weapons, his techniques from his previous life, or his current soul skills, a fight must be fought properly. Ye Feng, with the martial soul bloodthirsty demon scythe, is a level 39 battle soul master. As Ye Feng's voice fell, 2 purple soul rings swirled around him. At that moment, the entire town suddenly stirred up a whirlwind. What 2,000-year soul rings? In an instant, everyone on Shrek's side was astonished. How is this possible? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. It must be known that under normal circumstances, only soul masters can absorb 1,000-year soul rings. And to have 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings, one must be at least a level 40 soul master or higher. He is clearly only level 39. How'd he do it? How can a level 39 have 2,000 years? The teacher clearly said that the limit for the first soul ring is over 400 years, and the limit for the second soul ring is over 700 years. Tang San was also dumbfounded at this moment. This completely goes against the teacher's theory of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. Chapter 20. The Real Killing Technique. No way, no way. Could anyone really believe in Yu Xiaogang's so-called theory of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits? Do you know how your teacher's theory came about back then? Ye Feng looked at Tang San with a different expression and asked, "How did it come about?" Tang San's gaze sharpened as he asked, "Your teacher was quite the scumbag back then, using relationships to deceive information about soul masters from the Martial Soul Hall. And then he combined that information to create what is now the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. Does he have any real substance? At most, he could be considered someone who knows how to organize data. But the key is that it wasn't even complete. Ye Feng sneezed. Without a system before, he didn't dare to speak his mind. In this world, one had to be cautious to survive. Now that he has awakened the system and has Schwerer behind him, does he still need to be cautious? Moreover, back then, the master was indeed a scumbag. He used his feelings with begone to obtain information about soul masters from the Martial Soul Hall, and he reached conclusions through very rough methods. For example, he claimed the limit for the first soul ring was 423 years and 764 years for the second soul ring. This was because in the data he organized, no one had a first soul ring exceeding 420 years. So he pushed it back 3 years and assumed the limit was 423 years. For the second soul ring, he organized 100,000 pieces of data and found none exceeded 760 years. So he pushed it back 4 years, making the limit 764 years. These theories came about this way. Perhaps they're the truth at a lower level. But he forgot something very important. Back then, BB Dong was merely the saintess of the Spirit Hall and had no access to top-tier Soul Master information. Even those hidden Soul Master records were not available to the Spirit Hall. It can be said that this is extremely unrigorous. Nonsense. If you dare to slander my teacher again, don't blame me for not considering our village connection. I'll kill you right now. Tang San was furious. How dare he defame his teacher in front of so many people? Consider our village connection? Ha ha. This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard. If you had considered our village connection back then, you could have directly saved me. Why did you have to watch me die from poison, only to leave while I took my last breath? Ye Feng laughed. With Tang San's abilities back then, he could have completely detoxified himself and save his life. But the other party did not do so. As for why, Ye Feng speculated it was to avoid exposing himself in front of the master. Nonsense, seeking death. First soul skill bind. The first soul ring lit up, and Tang San took the initiative to attack. How could he know that he had the ability to save him back then? For some reason, the current Tang San completely dared not look into Ye Feng's eyes, because those eyes seemed to see through all his secrets. What's wrong? Are you nervous from what I said? Ye Feng moved quickly, easily dodging the blue-silver grasses binding. Oh my god, I didn't expect senior brother Ye Feng actually has such a tragic backstory. Senior brother, defeat them. On the side of Songhui Academy, several girls were frantically cheering. Now I finally understand why senior brother Ye Feng trains so regularly every day, with such a great hatred unavenged. How can he sleep peacefully? Senior brother, take down Yu Xiaogang and those two master and disciple, Tang San, Pang Xing, Ye Feng, and the others were also shouting in rage. The atmosphere on Songhui Academy's side was high. Dodged? Heh, that was just a trick. Ghost Shadow Displacement. Who is Tang San? He possesses the unparalleled skills of the Tang sect from before. And years of battle experience also told him that binding was of no use to a man with 2,000-year soul rings. How could he be foolish enough to use binding against Ye Feng? Ghost Shadow Displacement combined with hidden weapons. This is his true killing move. No matter how much Ye Feng have grown over the years, Tang San will forever be the nightmare you cannot shake off. Chapter 21. Ambushed by Tang San. Struck by the dragon whisker needle. What? Suddenly, Tang San realized that Ye Feng had vanished from his spot, and his ghost shadow misty steps had completely missed. You still think I'm the same as I was back then? At that moment, a ghostly sound echoed in Tang San's ears. It's Ye Feng. Tang San's pupils contracted. The opponent had somehow appeared beside him. He inexplicably felt a chill behind him. Boom! A shockwave. Tang San crashed heavily to the ground. Third brother, Ma Hongjuan's powerful body trembled. Xiao San. Xiao Wu immediately released her martial spirit. Softbone Charm Rabbit. 2 yellow soul rings circled around her. 7 treasures, famous. 7 treasures, glazed pagoda. In the corner, a girl who looked like a little sister released her martial spirit. Senior brother Ye Feng. We're here to help you. Everyone from Songhui Academy stood up. All martial spirits were unleashed. What Shrek Academy? If you can't win against their senior brother, do you want to gang up on him? Come on. If it's a group fight, who is afraid of who? And this Tang San, who once treated their senior brother so poorly, now dares to stand on some so-called moral high ground. This person should be beaten severely. I have my own way to deal with him. All of you step back. Tang San stared at the Shrek crowd. After all, he was a person from 2 lives. He had practiced the techniques from his previous life since childhood. Although he had just taken a hit, it was basically nothing serious. You all should step back too. It's no longer the past. Even the entire Shrek Academy is nothing in my eyes now. Ye Feng spoke up. Heh, so arrogant. Tang San tell you. I once stood above you, and it's still the same now. Just look at those little green lights on you now. Ghost Vine Parasite. Tang San smiled coldly. Ghost Vine Parasite. This is his second soul skill. Secret technique. Senior brother Ye Feng. The people from Songhui Academy were shocked. They saw that vines had actually grown from Ye Feng's body. Brother San is amazing. The fat guy let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he thought Brother San was going to lose. In the end, he was overthinking it. After all, someone who had once injured teacher Zhao Wuji during the test couldn't be simple. Bloodthirsty demon scythe. Several beams of light flashed. Those vines fell to the ground like lifeless twigs. Bang! Tang San was impacted by Ye Feng. His whole body was sent flying 100 meters. But is that the end? No. Punches and kicks. In a single second of free fall, Ye Feng struck with incredible speed, landing over 100 hits. At first, Tang San could still catch some, but soon he could only passively defend. In the end, his defenses were breached, and he crashed heavily to the ground. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be this weak. Ye Feng withdrew his hand. It seems that after gaining the system, this destined child really isn't much. Whoosh! Suddenly, at that moment, he strongly sensed a sense of crisis. He turned around. It was several streaks of silver light. Soul skill, Songlong Shield. Ye Feng quickly activated the Songlong Shield to protect against this dragon whisker needle. Stab. However, it was too late. Even Zhao Wuji's body can be pierced by these dragon whisker needles. There is still a certain gap between Ye Feng's body and the immovable King Zhao Wuji. 5 or 6 dragon whisker needles instantly pierced through Ye Feng's azure dragon shield, drilling into his body. This is the dragon whisker needle. Next, you will die a terrible death. The golden needles are like whiskers, capable of breaking through a diamond body. Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze extremely cold. You actually ambushed me. Ye Feng never expected that Tang San would attack him when he let his guard down. It's simply insidious. Ambush. On the battlefield, who cares about the process? Everything only looks at the result. Blame yourself for being careless. Tang San sneered. There is nothing to be ashamed of. The Xiantian treasure record states, whenever faced with danger, one can kill their opponent by any means necessary, without concern for so-called chivalry in the martial world. Because only the victors can speak and write, whether in words or in books. Very good. Very good. Ye Feng's gaze turned completely cold. He had originally held a bit of affection for Tang San, but now, his heart felt utterly chilled. He could feel his energy circulating in his dantian, flowing through every corner of his body. His face had turned a dark purple due to the energy being trapped inside. Ye Feng's purpose for doing this was simple. He wanted to force out this dragon whisker needle. I advise you not to struggle. This dragon whisker needle is my unique hidden weapon, and with your soul power, you have no way to expel it. If you apologize for everything you just did, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to let you die in agony. Tang San said. The dragon whisker needle is a hidden weapon combined with his Xiantian skill. Using soul power, even someone like Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, could not expel it from his body. The only way would be to cut the flesh in various places with a knife. This is indeed possible, but that would definitely be worse than death. How could this small dragon whisker needle possibly defeat me, Ye Feng? As for apologizing to you, dream on. This matter was originally instigated by Shrek Academy. As for Xiao Wu's injury, if the other party hadn't taken the initiative to say everyone likes it and rushed in a fight, would she have been hurt? As for the master, there's even less to say. That's not slander. That's a fact. Suddenly, a surge of soul power flowed from Ye Feng's hand. Chaos decision. As the chaos decision operated, a force erupted from his body. The dragon whisker needle that had just pierced into his body immediately flew out at that moment. What? Tang San was dumbfounded. Defend. However, while he managed to defend himself, Xiao Wu, who couldn't dodge in time, was hit by the dragon whisker needle. Her little face turned blue from the excessive pain. Sneak attacks harm others without benefiting oneself, ultimately harming those around you. Ye Feng spoke, his tone carrying a hint of playful demeanor. The dragon whisker needle is indeed a strong hidden weapon. Unfortunately, he has the chaos creation technique rewarded by the system. Just now, the dragon whisker needle entering his body felt like being stung by a few little bees. Looking for death, Tang San used the Xiantian skill to extract the dragon whisker needle from Xiao Wu's body. He seemed to be completely darkened, walking with a gust of wind, like a devil coming from hell. And with his left hand, Ye Feng could clearly see a black light. Was he planning to use the Haotian hammer? Ye Feng was completely unruffled, because he had just defeated Tang San without even using his second soul skill. And as for the third soul skill, there was even less to say. Moreover, Ye Feng believed that it wouldn't be long before he got his second martial soul. Ding! The system detected that the Child of Destiny was unusually angry, and the host successfully activated the side quest. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Ye Feng's mind. Ye Feng was bewildered. What was going on? Chapter 22, A Sleepless Night. Chapter 22, can this system still create copies? Choose 1. Continue to hide strength and be beaten by the Son of Destiny. Reward of 1 million gold coins and a random gift pack. Choose 2. No longer hide strength and beat the Son of Destiny. Receive a random soulbone reward. A transparent status bar appeared in front of Ye Feng that only he could see. Wow, is this a new gameplay feature of the system? Ye Feng was once again shocked. But is there really a choice? Beaten by Tang San? Don't even mention receiving 1 million gold coins. Even if you offered him 10 million gold coins, Ye Feng would never agree. Besides, a random gift pack. Who knows what random item it could contain? For example, if it randomly gives a cooking guide, wouldn't he be a huge loss? This is not something Ye Feng came up with casually. This is a real event. Previously, he randomly produced various useless recipes. Cooking, sheet music, alchemy, etc. So now he doesn't have much hope for this kind of random reward. As for this random soul bone, he's intrigued. Right now, he doesn't even have a single soul bone. This thing is simply the best boost. Ghost Shadow Phantom. Tang San's speed increases. The black little hammer in his hand becomes more and more apparent. Soul skill, bloodthirsty demon scythe, tear apart. Ye Feng hesitates not at all. He immediately unleashes his soul skill. The purple soul light flickers. He swings the sharp blade aura released by the bloodthirsty demon scythe, stirring up layers of dust. The ground is torn apart like the earth dragon. Xianyu hand, controlling the crane to catch the dragon. Tang San uses a Xianyu hand. First, he blocks Ye Feng's scythe blade. Then, he employs controlling the crane to catch the dragon to disperse the force. It feels like 100 pounds can be moved with just a few fingers. Unfortunately, he forgot that Ye Feng is no longer the Ye Feng he used to be. Ye Feng's arm bulges with veins. In an instant, the dust around the ground explodes, surrounding them instantly. Tang San realizes that his Haotian hammer is so pale and powerless. In just a few breaths, he is purely subjected to crushing torment. Boom! A violent sound. Tang San is directly sent flying. The immense impact causes all the houses that were hit to collapse. Bloodthirsty demon scythe. Ye Feng follows closely with the scythe in hand. Although he fears Tang Hao and doesn't dare to kill Tang San, he still dares to seriously injure him. After all, he has the Empire and the Spirit Hall backing him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarded with a 10,000-year golden-winged Great Peng Speed type left leg soul bone, which has been directly fused. Critical hit on Tang San. Ye Feng tastes the sweetness. The system actually rewards him with a 10,000-year soul bone directly. He is somewhat stunned. Even the system helped him fuse it onto his leg. He can clearly feel that his speed has increased several times. This is not the situation of using soul skills. Kid, enough. Suddenly, at this moment, a rough voice sounded. It was a somewhat burly man, looking like a standing bear. Ding! The host encountered the level 76 soul Saint Zhao Wujia. Choosing one of the following options will yield rewards. Option 1. Challenge him head-on, defeat him, and receive 10 million gold coins, 1 soul fragment, and a super mysterious gift package. Option 2. Admit defeat and receive 10 million gold coins and a body refinement technique. Zhao Wujia had just come out. Ye Feng discovered that his system had actually displayed a prompt again. Could it be that the system has upgraded? Or has it mutated due to encountering the Child of Destiny? Or perhaps the activation of new features in the system because of the Child of Destiny? Ye Feng was pondering at this moment. The unmoving King Zhao Wujia? I didn't expect these people to actually be your students. At this moment, Ye Zhiqiu walked over. That one diamond bear was simply too obvious. The notorious villain in the Soul Master world, Zhao Wujia. Green Hat King, keep an eye on your underlings, otherwise, if I accidentally kill one of them, don't blame me. Zhao Wujia said coldly upon seeing Ye Zhiqiu. You, bang! Upon hearing this, Ye Zhiqiu's glasses exploded. Green Hat King were the 4 words he hated to hear the most in his life. Because his wife indeed ran off with someone, he was cuckolded. Moreover, his martial soul was a turtle. The term king was also his absolute taboo. What? You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, then let's have a proper spar. Martial soul manifestation. Diamond Bear. Just now, there was only the shadow of the Diamond Bear behind Zhao Wujia. There was no martial soul manifestation. At this moment, his soul power surged. Martial soul manifestation. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through. Ye Feng was directly pushed back several steps. After all, he was a level 76 soul saint. Truly terrifying. Huh. The students taught by the unmoving king are indeed domineering. But it's a pity that being domineering doesn't mean they have any real skills. They are still being beaten by the students of our Tsanghui Academy. After the younger ones finish, the older ones come out to protect their own. It's really laughable. Ye Feng, along with the students of Tsanghui Academy, let's go. The Green Hat King, with his turtle body, serve as the director of the External Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. Ye Zhiqiu could not only endure, but was also quite eloquent. At least when dealing with rough men like Zhao Wujia, it was more than enough. Otherwise, how could he become the director of the External Affairs Department? In Tsanghui Academy, the External Affairs Department is equivalent to the Liaison Department, the Foreign Affairs Department. Choosing someone introverted and with poor articulation is clearly impossible. Oh, Ye Feng nodded slightly. He withdrew his martial soul. But did he really admit defeat? No, Ye Feng chose option 1, because he was too tempted by the last fragment of the second martial soul. Once he collected it all, he could summon an unparalleled martial soul. Missing this opportunity, who knows how long he would have to wait. Tonight, he would definitely make Zhao Wujia spend a sleepless night. Chapter 23. No one is allowed to leave. Zhao Wujia will protect his own. Wait, are you just going to leave after beating my student? Seeing the group from Tsanghui Academy about to leave, Zhao Wujia said coldly. Once the true body of the unmoving king appeared, Zhao Wujia's fighting spirit was high. If he didn't get to stretch his muscles tonight, he would feel unworthy of himself. And these Tsanghui Academy people were his targets. Ye Zhiqiu was suddenly stunned. At this moment, his mind was racing. With his soul power, dealing with Zhao Wujia was basically like an egg hitting a stone. A level 76 soul saint could almost crush him with a single palm. But judging by Zhao Wujia's current stance, this confrontation was definitely unavoidable. Should he hold Zhao Wujia back and let Ye Feng take the students of Tsanghui Academy away first? After all, these were the most elite students of Tsanghui Academy. If something went wrong, it wouldn't just be him, the director of external affairs, who would be in trouble. Even the president of Tsanghui Academy wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Senior Zhao Wujia, we in Tsanghui Academy indeed cannot just leave like this. Just as Ye Zhiqiu was contemplating a desperate battle to let Ye Feng take the others away, a voice rang out. It was actually Ye Feng. Oof. I suppose you have some responsibility. Today, I, Zhao Wujie, might consider not killing you. Zhao Wujie glanced at Tang San, who was being supported by Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai, who was being taken care of by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, and said lightly, "The place that Shrek Academy was smashed today. Zhao Wujie must get it back. Otherwise, how would others view Shrek Academy? But these kids are really disappointing. In fact, he had been paying attention when they were causing trouble. He originally wanted them to practice against others. As a result, they ended up being practiced on themselves. And they were in such a sorry state. Truly, they embarrassed themselves. Ye Feng you?" Ye Zhiqiu stared at Ye Feng in confusion. What does this guy want? The others at Songhui Academy were also a bit confused at this moment. Could it be that senior brother Ye Feng wants to deal with this man who looks like a bear? The other party is a soul sage. Is senior brother Ye Feng sure? However, Ye Feng slightly gestured to them, indicating that they shouldn't panic and should act according to the situation. I remember that just now, Dai Xiao said that he would take responsibility for all the losses here. Now that so many houses in this small town have been destroyed, our Songhui Academy also has a responsibility to bear. Everyone, please report the numbers to Dai Xiao. At this moment, Ye Feng spoke up. Zhao Wujie is definitely going to act. However, it's not very appropriate here. There are two reasons. First, there are too many people around, and fully displaying one's strength would inevitably attract attention. Second, even within Songhui Academy, no one knows his full strength, and challenging Zhao Wujie requires putting forth all his effort, which would undoubtedly expose him. That would mean that the strength he has hidden for so many years would be wasted. This would undoubtedly bring countless troubles in the future and could even affect Schwer. Although he really wants the reward, especially summoning the second martial soul, which he dreams of, it must be done slowly and cannot be rushed. Tonight, when no one is around, it's better to proceed cautiously. Huh? Zhao Wujie was a bit confused upon hearing this. What is this kid up to? On the other side, Ye Zhiqiu also looked bewildered. He actually mentioned compensation. What does the other party want? Can all of us who suffered losses claim this so-called compensation from Dai Xiao? That's right, my stall was just overturned. Can I get compensated? My clothes are torn. Just when the people from Songhui Academy and Shrek Academy were confused by Ye Feng's unconventional approach, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. After all, their businesses had been affected, and some even had their homes destroyed. They didn't dare to speak during the fight between the gods. Now that this Songhui Academy is saying they want to support them in claiming compensation, if they don't speak up now, it will be too late. With the first person starting, soon many others began buzzing around, demanding compensation. One after another, they eagerly asked. Dai Xiao just promised that he would cover all compensation caused by our fight in this small town, from housing to every little detail. All can be quoted for compensation. Dai Xiao, I believe you want to default on this, right? Ye Feng first spoke to the crowd. Then he looked at Dai Mu Bai. This, I certainly want to default, but Dai Mu Bai, supported by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, said somewhat shakily. For some reason, he felt that the people in this small town tonight were a bit off. Didn't he think he had involved so many people, right? Okay, since Dai Xiao is so straightforward, everyone, please state your claims. Today, our Songhui Academy will act as supervisors and absolutely let anyone miss out on their share of compensation, ensuring everyone writes it down to get money. Teacher Ye Zhiqiu, do you have pen and ink? Ye Feng looked towards Ye Zhiqiu. Oh yes. Ye Zhiqiu hurriedly took out the pen and ink. Pang Xing, you guys go bring over a big table. It needs to be big. Ye Feng instructed. All right. Pang Xing, Zhou Feng, and the others moved quickly. They directly brought over 2 large tables and placed them in front of the Shrek Academy group. Ye Feng picked up the pen and unfolded the long paper. The Shrek group was very confused. Whether it was Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing, they were all baffled. Of course, the most confused was Zhao Wujie. He had already summoned his martial soul. However, in an instant, several hundred people rushed up, surrounding their Shrek Academy group tightly. He stood in the middle, looking like a sculpture, there for people to observe. This left him very flustered. If he were surrounded by soul masters, he could unleash his soul skills and directly send them flying. However, these people were not soul masters but civilians. Even Zhao Wujie, no matter how ruthless he was, couldn't possibly kill hundreds of people, right? Moreover, he was still with his students. Of course, the most outrageous thing was that the kid he wanted to smash just now was now right beside him. His shocked mind kept repeating, this guy is too bold. The other party set up 2 tables right in front of him, laid out white paper, and held a pen in hand. He looked like a bookkeeper. If you want money, come and get it. Otherwise, our Tsanghui Academy will take a break soon, and if you can't get it, don't blame us for not helping." At this moment, Ye Feng shouted. It was as if he completely ignored Zhao Wujia, who was displaying the immovable king's true body behind him, as well as the Shrek crowd. I'm the owner of this restaurant. This esteemed soul master from Tsanghui Academy. You have to stand up for me. Look. Everything is ruined. My little restaurant has at least an income of 500 gold coins a month, and now it's all gone. At least I need a compensation of 50,000 gold coins. At this moment, the shopkeeper, trembling, raised 3 fingers. After all, it was his first time asking a soul master for money, and he was very nervous. After all, huh? 500,000 gold coins? All right, I'll write it down, the shopkeeper exclaimed. Ye Feng was seen writing in that account book. Chapter 24. The miserable Dai Xiao, crying overcompensation. 500,000? The shopkeeper was first stunned, then overjoyed. This is 10 times what he compensated. What a good person. This Tsanghui Academy is simply full of good people. In fact, their shop really deserves more compensation. But because I'm just a commoner, I don't dare to provoke these soul masters. To put it mildly, 500,000 gold coins? Does this small, shabby shop really deserve 500,000 gold coins? Dai Mubai, who was covered in wounds, was so shocked when he saw Ye Feng keeping the accounts that he trembled all over. You have to know, in this world, 1 gold soul coin is enough for a normal poor family of 3 to live on for several months. 500,000 gold coins is an astronomical sum. Dai Xiao, don't underestimate this small shop. The location is good, and with people coming and going every day, it can earn as much as 5,000 gold coins a month. So, asking for 500,000 in compensation is not unreasonable, right? Dai Xiao, that expression of yours, you can't possibly be unable to afford it, right? Ye Feng turned to look at the battered Dai Mubai, especially noticing the other SIs, which seemed to be holding back some internal injury. It's not his fault. According to the exchange rate in this world, 1 gold coin is worth at least several $100s on Earth. After all, as mentioned in the original work, 1 gold coin is enough for an ordinary family's expenses for several months. However, later on, enrolling in Shrek Academy requires 10 gold coins. Let's take the enrollment fee for Shrek Academy as a reference. If we assume 10 gold coins is equivalent to $1,000, then 1 gold coin can sustain a poor person's life of eating only vegetables and tree bark for several months. 500,000 gold coins would directly equate to Dai Mubai's worth of 50 million RMB on Earth. This guy jumps up normally. However, considering the shop owner's location and their business situation, it is certain that the total value of that restaurant is in the millions. It's just that the other party doesn't dare to speak up because they're soul masters. Now, offering 5 times the compensation to the other party is not unreasonable. Moreover, who is Dai Xiao? He is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. The entire empire belongs to their family. This little money, a drop in the bucket, it can be compensated, but since Dai Xiao can afford it, let's move on. Before Dai Mubai could speak, Ye Feng continued directly. I am the owner of the bathhouse next door. I run an inn. 200,000, 500,000, a family of 7, 5 floors? Then let's make it 1 million. That blank piece of paper has already written down dozens of names, from hundreds of thousands to a few thousand gold coins. Soon, Dai Mubai and the others noticed that people from the entire town had come over. Hey, kid, are you kidding? Those 2 only have a little tear in their clothes, and you're charging 1,000 gold coins? Dai Mubai was anxious. His back was already soaked. No matter how rich he is, he can't withstand this kind of torment. This is simply outrageous. Dai Xiao, you are mistaken. Just now, this couple living in the inn next door suffered severe psychological trauma and harm because you crashed into their wall and took their bed. Especially the man. He might very well become impotent because of this incident. Compensating 1,000 gold coins is reasonable, right? Ye Feng said, while keeping account. Yes, that's right. The young couple nodded furiously. 1,000 gold coins. That's their entire salary for 10 years of work. Forget about him becoming impotent. Even if his house caught fire, it wouldn't matter. What? Dai Mubai was left with a head full of question marks after hearing this. That soul master just now. I set up a stall, and then it got overturned. I don't want much compensation. Just 500 gold coins will do. A young man squeezed at the front at this moment. All right, the stall was destroyed, noted down as 500 gold coins. Ye Feng waved his hand and wrote it down again. Isn't that the waiter? He set up a stall? Dai Mubai was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. He had seen fake accounting before, but he had never seen it done like this. This is clearly the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper suddenly trembled slightly. He was actually discovered. It's over, it's over. Why is my luck so bad today? Several people have noted down several hundred or even 1,000 silver dollars. He also wanted a little bit. After all, he fell today. His body still hurts a bit now. Asking for some medical expenses is reasonable, isn't it? Dai Xiao. How do you know the shopkeeper won't come out to set up a stall? What if his main job is as a shopkeeper and his side job is street vending? There's no way to verify that, right? So according to the saying that something from nothing is valid, isn't it reasonable for these 500 gold coins? Ye Feng wrote it down. Dai Mubai directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He was angry that he couldn't refute that statement. Also, why did he say such foolish words today? Now I might really lose everything, even my underwear. But with so many people here, what he said can't be ignored, right? Besides, Zhu Qing is also here. I really fell into a trap today. Kid, how can it be so straightforward? Even if Mu Bai is willing to compensate. He can't write so much. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's voice rang out. With so many people gathered here, he definitely can't resort to violence. Otherwise, if a few people accidentally die, it will be a huge problem, and Dai Mubai is so furious that he's about to spit blood. As a teacher, he certainly can't just stand by and watch. After all, everyone in the entire town has come over. More and more. It was only a few hundred people before, but now it's over 1,000. If this kid keeps counting like this, Dai Mubai will cry to death. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai's heart is shattered. Tonight, he truly experienced what it means to be a big loser, like breaking a tooth and swallowing it while cutting his throat. Ah, I see. Then how about you? Senior Zhao Wujia, come take notes? Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Wujia, the head of Shrek Academy, and also the vice president of Shrek Academy. His character is guaranteed. He definitely won't cheat everyone. Ye Feng quickly threw the pen at Zhao Wujia. In an instant, a crowd surged forward. Huh, hey. Zhao Wujia was dumbfounded looking at the pen in front of him. How did he know that he was the vice president of Shrek Academy? Also, he doesn't even know how to take notes. I'm a small vendor at the entrance here. My stall was destroyed. 200 gold coins. I'm also a vendor. 200 gold coins. One by one, they squeezed up, surrounding Zhao Wujia and the others from Shrek tightly. As for Ye Feng, he had long since slipped away. The reason he did this was to use the people from the town to restrain Zhao Wujia, making him dare not act rashly. Otherwise, if the other party took action, their Sanghui Academy would definitely gain nothing. If there's anyone to blame, it's Dai Mubai for digging a hole for himself. This pit is great. After Zhao Wujia and the others have been tormented enough tonight, I'll go challenge Zhao Wujia myself. Once I finish and claim my rewards, I'll just run away. It's simply delightful. P.S. Hello to all the readers. Due to some confusion with the currency system in Douluo, the author has made a few adjustments. And this chapter has also been revised. We welcome your continued support. Chapter 25, How Douluo Descending. A combined chapter. Good job, Xiaofeng. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Ye Feng with a satisfied expression. He initially thought he would have to fight at least once to leave. However, Ye Feng directly united with the residents of this town and surrounded the people from Shrek Academy. Even if the unmoved king is cruel, he definitely cannot kill so many people in front of his own students. This is simply like trapping the other party in disguise. Director Yi, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find a place to stay at the end. Just now, Ye Feng's battle basically destroyed the entire front part of the town. But the back part of the town is mostly fine, so there are still places to stay. No need to sleep on the streets. Senior brother, you are simply amazing. Senior Yi, so impressive. In Sanghui Academy, everyone calls Ye Feng senior brother, and there are also some who have a good relationship with him and call him Senior Yi. At this moment, the few classmates who came out to look for soul rings, regardless of gender, all had expressions of admiration. After all, there's a soul saint on the opposite side. If the other party had really wanted to make a move, just now, they would have inevitably been injured. After all, their teacher is at the Soul King level. The Soul King and Soul Saint are simply not on the same level. Let's go to the inn to rest and set off early tomorrow morning. Try to avoid running into them. Ye Feng said. He knows these Shrek people too well. Now that they have suffered such a big loss, they will definitely find a way to get back at them. Encountering them would be very troublesome. The people from Sanghui Academy nodded. Who wants to run into those barbaric ruffians? They would rather avoid them. Just like that, they arrived at a relatively hidden inn at the back of the town. The group from Sanghui Academy checked in. Ye Feng also went to his own room. This time he came out in the capacity of a teaching assistant at Sanghui Academy. Therefore, he had his own single room. He locked the door, then quietly entered the bathroom to take a bath. After all, he had been tired all day. It was time to relax, wasn't it? As for Zhao Wuji, there was no rush. He believed they were busy at that moment. Human greed is insatiable, and there would definitely be some people trying to take advantage. 3 hours later, the moon hung high in the sky, but it was missing a large portion, resembling the letter C. Damn it, is this for real? I have to pay 30 million gold coins? Finally, the last person left. A white sheet of paper filled 2 tables, all covered with names and amounts. After calculations, it turned out that Dai Mubai lost 30 million gold coins tonight. He just wanted to travel back to the evening, then give himself a few hard slaps. Damn it, I told you to show off. I told you to show off. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. There were red handprints stamped on the paper. In any case, this sum of money could not be avoided. After all, even the mayor of this small town was alarmed. They became the second batch of witnesses. This number is indeed a bit exaggerated. Zhao Wuji's head was a bit bald. No other reason, just from scratching it. In just 3 hours, clumps of hair had fallen out. The surrounding crowd was chattering. He was about to explode. Fortunately, later Tang San and the others joined in to help with the accounting. Otherwise, he really would have collapsed. At this moment, he looked at these numbers, his brows furrowed, his whole face showing a distressed expression. So much money. What are you going to do, Boss Dai? The chubby guy looked somewhat haggard at the pale-faced Dai Mubai. Heh, some people take advantage of their position and act recklessly. Now they've been taught a good lesson. Just then, a cold voice came from behind, seemingly mocking. It's not like Dai Mubai, can't afford this money. Hearing this sudden remark, Dai Mubai's fists crackled. His sinister eyes were fixed on the girl in black tight-fitting clothes. His mood was already not good. The woman came over to provoke. No wonder he got burned. Huh, I know Dai Xiao can afford it. But if it weren't for you deliberately stirring trouble, how would we encounter these issues? Isn't it better to avoid trouble than to seek it? Zhu Qing sneered. She was rational. She was well aware of what had just happened. It was obvious that Dai Mubai and the others were the ones who started the trouble. They thought they could bully others, but in the end, they were the ones who got bullied. When teacher Zhao Wujia wanted to intervene, he was cleverly thwarted by that person. I have to say, that person is indeed formidable. And precisely because this person is so powerful and smart, it inadvertently highlighted Dai Mubai's foolishness. Even the entire Shrek was paying the price for this foolishness. You're seeking death. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai summoned his martial spirit. Ignoring his injuries, he raised his fist and prepared to attack Zhu Qing. If you have the ability, then kill me. A gust of wind surged. An explosive pressure enveloped him. Zhu Qing showed no fear. She stared directly at Dai Mubai. If she were afraid, she wouldn't have come here. Mubai, that's enough. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's voice sounded, and he stared at Dai Mubai. You better be careful. Dai Mubai lowered his fist. Although he was furious, he ultimately held back. Sigh, we were indeed set up today. Tang San shook his head slightly. He was also seriously injured tonight. If it weren't for teacher Zhao Wuji acting in time, he would probably have become the second Dai Mubai. Xiao San, what exactly is going on with you? It feels like that kid has a grudge against you. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San curiously. The others also turned their attention to Tang San. Wanted to hear what had happened before. No grudge. It's just that the teacher I wanted to apprentice to was rejected by him, and he harbored resentment because of it. Tang San replied. He didn't want to say too much about this matter. Moreover, in this world, one can only have one master, and saying certain things could easily lead others to misunderstand, thus affecting his teacher's reputation. Apprenticing? Rejected? As soon as Tang San said this, the room was in an uproar. Even Zhao Wujia looked somewhat incredulous. That child just now looked only a little older than Tang San, and they could even be of the same age. Yet, someone at the 39th level of Soul Master was rejected for apprenticeship? This is impossible, right? Who exactly is Tang San's teacher? It's simply incredible. Before this, they had heard Tang San mention his teacher. At that time, they only thought this teacher was extraordinarily powerful, being able to cultivate a super genius like Sange. However, today they are once again having their worldview refreshed. The main reason at that time was that his soul power level was too low, only at level 2, and perhaps his teacher had already sensed that he harbored malicious intentions, which is why he did not take him on as a student. Tang San said, his initial soul power was only at level 2? How is that possible? The members of Shrek all had a disbelieving expression. At such a young age, he is already a soul master. How could someone with 2 levels of soul power advance so quickly? Under normal circumstances, reaching the level of great soul master would be the ceiling for someone with 2 levels of soul power. Yet now, he is about the same age as them, but he is a full 10 levels ahead. Well, as for why this is the case, I don't know either. Tang San shrugged helplessly. To be honest, at that time, he thought Ye Feng had already turned into bones in the soul-hunting forest. He never expected that not only did the other party survive, but he even advanced to Soul Master. Especially when he just fought against him. He was astonished to find that the last soul ring of this person was actually 10,000 years. It's simply unbelievable. It seems he needs to find a time to go back and ask his teacher about this. What exactly is going on? What did the other party mean when they said they were bitten by a mandala snake and left to die? Zhu Zhuqing asked. She could clearly sense the resentment emanating from that boy, named Ye Feng. It was obvious that Tang San or the other person's teacher must have done something very wrong to him. Well, the snake bite was because he accidentally ran into a mandala snake, so he was chased down. But this matter is too complicated. I don't know how to explain it. Since it's getting late, how about we find a place to rest behind the town? And I can elaborate later when we have time. Tang San changed the subject at this moment. He didn't want to delve deeper into it. After all, the teacher had indeed pushed Ye Feng once. Later, when he was absorbing the soul ring, the teacher told him that he had already dealt with Ye Feng's body. To be honest, he didn't ask much about what happened afterward, so he wasn't very clear on the process. It's also possible that the teacher wanted to detoxify Ye Feng, but thought he had failed when in fact he succeeded. He didn't know. He would have to ask the teacher about these things later. For now, let us put it aside. Yes, it's getting late. Let us find a place to rest. Zhao Wujie also spoke up. It was already midnight. They had to set out to hunt soul beasts in the Stardow forest the next morning. All right. With that, the group headed towards the back of the town. Brother, what exactly happened back then? On the way, Xiao Wu curiously asked Tang San. She could vaguely guess that there might be more to the story from that year. Moreover, in her eyes, the master seemed more like a quack. She couldn't understand why Xiao San chose to apprentice under him. It's nothing, just some misunderstandings for back then. I will explain it to you properly later. Tang San replied to Xiao Wu. Soon, the group found an inn. However, since the inns in the front of the town were destroyed, and it was quite late, the Shrek group had to pay extra to find a place to sleep. The moon was bright, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Sai, what on earth happened today? Can't these little monsters give me a break? Zhao Wujie returned to his room and laid down on the bed. Today was just too exhausting. Suddenly, at that moment, a sound came from outside. Who? Zhao Wujie jolted up, instantly alert, looking around with a wary expression. Zhao Wujie. This time it was a clearer sound. The first soul skill, unmoved king, true body. Who was playing tricks? Come out, you bastard. Zhao Wujie was also exceptionally irritable. He directly unleashed the unmoved king, true body. The unmoved king, Zhao Wujie's temper, was enormous. Since you want to fight, come at me. As that voice fell, everything returned to calm. Zhao Wujie saw a figure heading towards the distant forest. The speed was incredibly fast, astonishing to behold. Looking at that figure in the distance, Zhao Wujie seemed to recall something. Suddenly, his whole body paused slightly. That's right, just a few days ago he had been beaten up. The same method, the same scene, and it seemed to sound like the same voice. Could it be that person who has come? Today, the mistress was beaten. Last time, it was also the mistress who was beaten. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujie's back instantly became drenched. It's over. That person must have come to hold him accountable. Damn it. He had just arrogantly asked who the other party was. It's over. It's really over. Zhao Wujie quickly retracted his martial spirit. He looked regretful and slapped the back of his head. This is simply a sin. He leaped from the window and arrived at a nearby forest. He soon saw a figure wearing a black cloak. In that instant, he felt difficulty breathing, as if someone was choking his neck, feeling uncomfortable. Who else could have such an outfit? Tang San's father is here. The legendary Haotian Douluo, an existence that can the entire continent. Is there still a question of whether I have a life left? Zhao Wujie has never done anything particularly bad in his life. How could he be so unfortunate? The unmoving King Zhao Wujie. A heavy and muffled voice resounded. Young one, I am here. Chapter 26. The second martial soul emerges, blowing up a mountain at the start. At this moment, Zhao Wujie was extremely afraid. Wei Wei answered tremblingly. Do you know your crime? That muffled voice sounded again. How? Your Highness Haotian. Wujie knows he is wrong. Zhao Wujie replied. Indeed, the younger one gets hurt, and the elder one immediately comes to the door. It was the same last time. How could Zhao Wujie be so unlucky, bringing an ancestor out? Put it over your head. A black shadow stood on a tree, and, at the same time, a thick burlap sack was thrown down. How, Your Highness Haotian, what is this? Zhao Wujie panicked. He was also confused. What does this whole sack mean? No way. It can't be. Last time, His Highness Haotian seemed so kind. It shouldn't be this cruel. Given today's events, I think you should know what I'm going to do, said a deep voice. Well, all right. Zhao Wuji picked up the sack from the ground with a face full of grievance. Then he put it over his head. I hope His Highness Hao Yin can go easy on me, Zhao Wuji prayed in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Inside, Zhao Wuji felt a wave of dizziness, and then he crashed onto a pile of rocky debris. However, the onslaught did not stop. It continued. Ding! The host has a new message. Suddenly, the man in black was taken aback. He didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. Then let's give old Zhao another big gift. A black soul ring surged. Titan strength. A fist filled with violent soul power, accompanied by a piercing sound of air friction, smashed directly towards Zhao Wuji. This is the system's reward for his third soul skill, 10,000-year Titan. Is his only pure strength type soul skill. Today, he used only a third of his strength and nearly took Tang San's life. It is also one of his current trump cards. The speed type soul bone rewarded today, combined with this strength type diamond fist, gave him the opportunity to imitate Tang Hao. Thus, he easily completed the task assigned by the system tonight. Otherwise, to deal a critical hit to Zhao Wuji, even with the speed type soul bone obtained today, it would have been quite difficult. There was a good chance that he would anger Zhao Wuji and might get hurt while making a hasty escape. After all, Zhao Wuji is a soul sage at level 76, while he is currently only a soul master at level 39. The gap between the two is indeed quite large. However, some things are not solely dependent on strength. Occasionally using one's brain can yield unexpected results. Just like today, as a man who knows the plot, Ye Feng knew that Zhao Wuji had been hammered by Tang Hao last time, and now he has a significant psychological shadow. So he mimicked Tang Hao's previous actions once again, and sure enough, Zhao Wuji took the bait. Ultimately, he completed the system task effortlessly. At this moment, Ye Feng happily returned to the inn. After all, what could be more satisfying than completing a task? What could be more exhilarating than about to summon a second martial soul? Nothing. On the other side, Zhao Wuji was flying freely in the sack. Clang! He didn't even know which mountain peak he crashed into. He rolled several times. Then he separated from the sack and rolled out. The person, with a bruised and swollen face, would be unrecognizable even to Flander if he were here. Damn, where is this? Did the Haotian prince go too hard? Zhao Wuji wiped his bleeding nose and looked around in confusion. When has Zhao Wuji ever suffered such humiliation in his life? As a result, this month, he has suffered twice. What a sin. It's simply a sin. What kind of little monsters has Flander recruited this year? A little princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the biological son of the Haotian prince. At least Mubai is good. His family won't come looking for trouble, Zhao Wuji said, while covering his injured area. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Why does this place feel so familiar? Zhao Wuji looked at a sack on the ground. Suddenly, he was filled with questions. Soon, he realized he was lost. That's right, he got lost in this boundless, pitch-black forest. And this bout of getting lost almost cost him his life. Of course, that's a story for later. At this moment, Ye Feng was in the inn, having taken a shower and lying quietly on the bed. Ding! The host has 2 unread messages. Ye Feng opened the system and immediately saw 2 lines of unread message prompts. The host has completed the task of dealing a critical hit to Zhao Wuji, rated SSS level, and received a reward of 10 million gold coins, a piece of the extraordinary second martial soul, and a mysterious big gift package. Today's exercise value settlement. The host has obtained 18,000 exercise value, which has been converted into upgrade experience. The 2 unread messages were opened. The first message was the reward for the system instance. The second was the exercise value settlement for today. The system rewards him with exercise value based on his actions of the day. Previously, his daily exercise value was generally just dozens or hundreds, with the highest being around 1,000. He didn't expect that today it had directly risen to 18,000. Could it be because of the fight with the Child of Destiny and Zhao Wuji? Seeing this high exercise value, Ye Feng was directly shocked. Originally at Soul Power level 39, the system experience was 391,000-400,000. Now it has changed. Host, Ye Feng Dimension, Douluo, Continent Gender, Male Age, 13 Martial Soul, Bloodthirsty Demon Scythe. Second Martial Soul Fragment X5 can summon Extraordinary Martial Soul, Soul Power. Level 40 Experience Value, 9,000-100,000 gold coins. 15,000,000 to be used. Mysterious big gift package. The system status bar appeared before Ye Feng. Sure enough, after leveling up, only the remaining 9,000 experience value was offset. Moreover, it seems that leveling up has become more difficult. Previously, from levels 10 to 20 required 200,000 experience, from 20 to 30 required 300,000, and from 30 to 40 required 400,000. Now, however, leveling up from 40 to 50 actually requires 1,000,000 experience. It seems that things have become much more troublesome. It will take 100,000 experience to level up by 1. He wondered what this mysterious gift package was. Would it be a soul ring? Ye Feng, lying on the bed, looked at the status bar that only he could see and murmured, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious gift package. Third Martial Soul Fragment X1. God Level Pet Fragment X1. Sturdy for 1 minute pill X1. Ye Feng opened the mysterious big gift package with curiosity. He originally thought he would get a soul ring. After all, he had also stepped into the Soul Master level. With a soul ring enhancement, he would directly become a Soul Master. But good heavens, it was like a Russian nesting doll. A third Martial Soul Fragment? You just gathered your second Martial Soul, and now you're getting a whole third Martial Soul? Is this appropriate? What is that divine pet fragment? Ye Feng is barely getting by, so why does he need a whole pet? Of course, the most unbearable thing to complain about is the last item. At first glance, he almost thought he was seeing things. Stiff for a minute pill. What the heck is this? He's only 13. He doesn't need this stuff, right? Besides, he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Is this system crazy? Huh, there's even a feature introduction? As a gentleman, Ye Feng originally didn't want to click on such messy things. But with such a large red exclamation mark floating there, it felt inappropriate not to click on it. So he entered. Let's see what kind of foul medicine this is, ugh. What a miraculous medicine. The Sturdy 1 minute pill is a type of pill that enhances combat ability, allowing the host to remain sturdy in battle for 1 minute. Just this one line of very brief text appeared. This is not a problem until you look at it. But once you do, Ye Feng becomes even more confused. Is there any ambiguity in this statement? However, I believe the system shouldn't be a normal one. Let's classify it as a type of pill that enhances combat power. But 1 minute, that's really short. I wonder what kind of martial soul the second one will summon. Ye Feng pointed to the martial soul with some anticipation. Warning, the second martial soul is too powerful. Please find a safe place to awaken. Just after clicking to summon the unparalleled martial soul, a line of red text immediately appeared. Are you kidding me? This thing actually requires a safe place to awaken? Is this system really that cautious? What kind of martial soul is so strong? It seems I have to go out again. Ye Feng is just that kind of person. He couldn't wait until the next day. Immediately, he changed his clothes and rushed outside the inn. Warning, the second martial soul is too powerful. This place is still not suitable for awakening. Please find a safe place. The system prompted again. Damn it. What kind of martial soul is this so demanding? I should be able to awaken it on the mountaintop. Ye Feng cursed angrily. Thus, filled with rage, Ye Feng ran to the top of a mountain far from the small town. At night, the entire town was quiet. Everyone was immersed in sweet dreams. Suddenly, at that moment, a loud explosion sounded. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky from the distant mountaintop. The entire mountaintop was flattened. P.S. Today the author had a bit of writer's block. I will try to update more tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 27. The Tragic Zhao Wuji. An earthquake. Everyone in the small town moved in unison. They all jumped out of bed. Some even ran out wrapped in blankets. It wasn't an earthquake, but it was scarier than an earthquake. A mountain in the distance exploded. It spewed thick smoke like a volcanic eruption. What is happening? The people from Sanghui Academy were at a loss. People from Shrek Academy were also staring at the fiery mountain in the distance. What happened? All kinds of forces were equally baffled. Why did mountains suddenly explode? People gathered to watch for several minutes, and soon the excitement faded. There was no earthquake and no volcano, which proved they were safe today. After a tiring day, since it was safe in the middle of the night, they had no interest in paying attention to these matters and preferred to go back to sleep comfortably. However, on the distant mountaintop, a figure was still hot. His hair stood straight up, his face was as black as coal, and his clothes were almost like those of a beggar, with the front half completely blown off, leaving only the back half. This person is none other than Ye Feng. He looked at a small insect in his palm, which resembled a silkworm but radiated a temperature like magma, feeling completely disheveled. Second martial soul, sky-splitting explosion, a divine-level soul beast with a fire attribute. Skill, explosion. The higher the soul ring level, the larger the explosion radius, and sometimes it may accidentally injure the host, so please use it with caution. A status bar appeared in front of Ye Feng, displaying the introduction of this magma-colored silkworm-like insect in his palm. Sky-splitting explosion? What a ridiculous name. And this thing is basically a bomb, right? Ye Feng was blasted away, and the tremendous shockwave nearly knocked his teeth out. As for what was ahead, it was even more unnecessary to mention. He was currently in a state of suspension. After all, such a massive explosion had obliterated the entire mountain. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a state of suspension. He would probably be done for. On the bald summit that had been half erased, Ye Feng changed into a new outfit. He returned to his room around 2 or 3 in the morning, mainly because of his explosive hairstyle, afraid of being seen by others. He planned to go back a little later and tidy himself up in the bathroom. He should still be able to return to his usual appearance. Just like that, the night, which had been disrupted, once again fell into tranquility. Gradually, a hint of dawn rose in the distance. Finally, he was back. The fragmented small town, his disheveled figure, a bruised and battered head, and unsteady steps. Finally, Zhao Wuji was back. He was now drenched in sweat and covered in injuries. God knows what he encountered last night. Anyway, he almost got taken down as a level 76 soul sage. Hao Yin, I really want to dare next time. Zhao Wuji staggered through the back door of the inn. Of course, in his current state, if any student saw him, it would be a laughingstock. When he came out of the academy this time, he had already been mocked once, and this time it was even worse. It seems that this group of little monsters could laugh their teeth out. Zhao, teacher Zhao? Zhao Wuji had just entered through the back door when he suddenly heard someone calling him, and the voice was somewhat unbelievable. It's really you, teacher Zhao. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? A figure sprinted over to Zhao Wuji's side, with an odd expression, as if trying to suppress laughter. What kind of expression is that on your face? Come on, I'll give you a good class this morning and practice your soul skills. Zhao Wuji stared at the figure in front of him, especially since the other party was still holding back laughter. His face immediately turned dark. Although he didn't dare to lay hands on His Highness Hao Yin, he could still specially train this brat Ma Hongjun with one hand. No, teacher Zhao. I absolutely didn't mean to make fun of you. I was just yawning. Ma Hongjun immediately explained. Making fun? If teacher Zhao really gave him special training, would he even want to get out of bed today? Even Big Brother Dai had to lie in bed for 3 days after being specially trained by teacher Zhao. He didn't even want to think about it. What is wrong with you? Why are you coming back so late at night instead of sleeping? Zhao Wuji looked at Ma Hongjun. The kid just came in through the back door, obviously not at the inn last night. Teacher Zhao. I wasn't just going out to relieve some stress at night, but I was worried about delaying our departure this morning. So I came back at this time. The fat guy said, he really paid a big price today. While others were still sleeping, he got up early and ran back to the inn. Usually, he wouldn't waste a single moment, going right up to the last minute. Today was a huge sacrifice. You don't overdo it, take care of yourself, and today you tell them we're not departing for now. Let us rest for a day and leave the day after tomorrow. Zhao Wuji instructed. Then he covered his face, which looked like a pig's head, and went straight upstairs. This time it's really unbelievable. How do we end up encountering this group of little monsters? Especially Ma Hongjun. That leaky mouth of his is bound to be talked about in all sorts of ways. Sigh, his reputation as the unmoved king is in jeopardy. Zhao Wuji aside. Well, upon hearing this, the suddenly became lively as if he had been injected with adrenaline. After all, the time isn't even up yet. It's not noon. It's still morning. There's still several hours left. He quickly ran to inform Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, and without wasting any time, he had them inform Ning Rongrong and the other girls themselves. Meanwhile, he dashed into another hidden inn in the corner. Soon, in one of the rooms, a person who had just fallen asleep not long ago was soon disturbed by a horrific sound. In the village, it was clear how miserable it was after Tsuehua couldn't stand him and broke up with him. The morning light gently spilled in. An hour had passed, and it was already 8 o'clock. The people from Sanghui Academy were having breakfast in the dining hall. Lu Li, Xiaoxing. Hasn't your senior Ye Feng come down yet? Ye Zhiqiu asked Su Lu Li and Pang Xing. Maybe he is too tired from yesterday's battle and is resting now, Pang Xing replied. Should I go check? Su Lu Li suggested. Sure, go check. Also, call Xiao Feng down. Don't let him waste time, Ye Zhiqiu said. With that, Su Lu Li went upstairs. The others continued having breakfast, feeling incredibly shocked, figuring that only senior Ye Feng would have such treatment. Previously, they heard that the director of the Foreign Affairs Department, teacher Ye Zhiqiu, was notoriously fierce. This time, they came out to search for soul rings, and they heard that the other party was leading the team, which made them a bit worried. However, the outcome turned out to be quite the opposite, especially for senior brother Ye Feng. It felt like teacher Ye Zhiqiu was not leading students, but rather managing leaders. If it were someone else, even during meal times, they would probably rush in and drag people out. They weren't exaggerating. There had indeed been such examples before. Knock, knock, knock. Has senior brother Yi gotten up? Su Yuli went up to knock on the door. I had a little matter to attend to, and was a bit late. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Ye Feng opened the door and said with a smile. However, if someone looked closely, they would notice a hint of embarrassment hidden beneath his smile. After a morning of fussing, his hair, which had been messed up, was finally tidied up, and his overall appearance had recovered to about 90%. There were basically no flaws visible. Otherwise, if these people connected him to the big explosion from last night, who knows how much trouble he would have gotten into. Senior brother Yi, what happened to your face? Su Yuli looked at Ye Feng with her beautiful eyes, curiously asking. Indeed, a woman's sixth sense is formidable. Last night, it wasn't just his hair that was affected. His face also suffered. He had been caught in the aftermath of the explosion caused by his second martial soul, but after a night of recovery, it had mostly returned to normal. If one were to insist on finding a difference, it would be a barely noticeable red mark that was hard to spot with the naked eye. It's nothing. I accidentally pressed on it while sleeping last night. Ye Feng casually found an excuse to brush it off. That spot indeed isn't very comfortable to sleep in. Senior brother Yi, what do you want to eat? I can go down and get it for you now, Su Yuli asked with a smile. Unlike other seniors, she felt inexplicably comfortable and at ease with Ye Feng. That's not necessary. I'm going down now as well, Ye Feng replied. He was never one to put on airs, nor did he like to look down on others. Thus, Ye Feng and Su Yuli walked together to the restaurant downstairs. Senior brother Yi, good morning. Upon seeing Ye Feng come down, everyone from Tsanghui Academy greeted him in unison. No need to be so polite. Ye Feng gestured for everyone to be at ease. Although he was indeed a senior brother, he was actually around the same age as everyone. In fact, many were even older than him. Xiao Feng, why did you get up late today? We only have a week for this trip, and we need to find 9 soul rings, which is quite urgent. Ye Zhiqiu said to Ye Feng, but her tone was very gentle. This left the others momentarily stunned. Indeed, in this continent, strength is paramount. Even facing senior brother Ye Feng, who was at level 39, Director Ye Zhiqiu, who had reached the Soul King realm, had to be polite. Director Yi, it seems we might need to extend the time a bit, Ye Feng said while serving himself food. Oh, Ye Zhiqiu looked puzzled. The others were also somewhat surprised. Why did senior brother Yi say they needed to extend the time? Because I leveled up to level 40 last night. So now we need to find not just 9 soul rings, but 10, Ye Feng said with a smile. Pang Xing spat out his food. Clang. Su Yuli dropped her bowl on the ground. Cough, cough. Xiao Feng, you broke through to level 40. Ye Zhiqiu was directly choked by her surprise. She had to force down a glass of water to recover. It was simply unbelievable. How long has it been? In just a month. He has risen from level 39 to level 40. What a freak. No wonder he has gained that person's favor. Senior brother, how can we live with you being so abnormal? The others at Tsanghui Academy felt like they were being crushed, both mentally and physically. They had never seen such an abnormality. There are always people stronger than you, and beyond the heavens, what I have is nothing. Ye Feng sighed while having breakfast. Now, Shwetara's strength has already reached the Soul Saint level. And how old is she? Just 3 to 5 years older than him. And by the time she was his age, she had already reached the Soul King level. It's truly embarrassing that as someone with a system, he is still not as good as her. With 5 more years, as the system's experience points increase, it is predictable that things will only get tougher in the future. Whether he can advance to Soul Saint by the time he turns 18 is still a big question. Lu Yao, you still need to work hard. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Shadow at Night. Versailles. The people of Tsanghui Academy rolled their eyes. At this age and this level, there is no second person to be found across the entire continent, and there are always people stronger than you. It is likely that senior brother himself is that person. Xiao Feng, this is a good thing. It seems that I, Ye Zhiqiu, have another daunting task, which is to help you find your soul ring. Ye Zhiqiu appeared very excited. It was the first time he had seen a student level up so quickly. This child will definitely have great prospects in the future. He may even become the 7th figure on the Elder S list of the Spear Hall. That will be hard work for Director Yi. Ye Feng simid it. Life is not easy. Last time Ye Zhiqiu came to spar with him, he was beaten so badly that his glasses broke, and he lay in bed for more than half a month. Encountering powerful soul beasts and taking care of the 9 students from Tsanghui Academy was already tough enough, so relying on others to find soul rings was basically impossible. He still had to do it himself. After finishing breakfast, the group prepared to set off for the Stardow Forest. On the way, Ye Zhiqiu explained to everyone. Basically, The Douluo Forest is the largest forest on the entire continent. Nowadays, even the top soul masters can only reach the central area, and the core zone is untouched by anyone. Therefore, this time they were searching for soul rings in the outermost region of the Douluo Forest. In this area, there are generally 100-year, 1,000-year, and a small number of 10,000-year soul beasts. Most of them are at the soul master level, so under normal circumstances, searching for 1,000-year soul beasts would suffice. At noon, accompanied by a gentle, cool breeze, the group entered the outer area of the Douluo Forest. However, just half an hour later, they heard strange sounds echoing through the forest. Rustle, rustle. It inexplicably sent chills down their spines. Could it be a snake? Everyone, be careful. Ye Xiaogang stopped and signaled everyone to be cautious. Suddenly, a smooth black body rose up in the distance. The black eyes seemed as cold as the Grim Reaper's scythe. This is the mandala snake. Everyone retreat. Ye Feng shouted to the crowd. He is too familiar with this thing. He encountered it 5 years ago and almost died at its hands. If the opponent breaks into their team, it will be a huge hassle. The black mandala snake? It hasn't been seen for 1,000 years. Ye Xiaogan's body trembled. If it's a 1,000-year-old black mandala snake, then today will be a big problem. If it's 10,000 years, then no one will survive today. Purple, 10 meters long, just over 1,000 years old. Director Yi, protect everyone from behind. Ye Feng still knows the techniques for identifying soul beasts. He judged the opponent's approximate age based on the aura and length emanating from it. All right, then be careful. Dealing with the mandala snake is a daunting task. Protecting the student from harm is equally challenging. At this moment, Ye Xiaogang quickly released his soul ring, summoning the Xian turtle. He kept a close watch on every movement around him. Meanwhile, Ye Feng rushed out quickly. Has senior brother Ye Feng gone crazy? Behind him, the students of Tsanhui Academy were all in shock. They saw senior brother holding a sharp curved blade, charging at the black mandala snake without even unleashing his martial soul. It was simply terrifying. The mandala snake is a soul beast filled with powerful toxins and even actively hunts humans. Xiao Feng? On the other side, Ye Xiaogang was also stunned. What the heck? Is Ye Feng too confident? He actually wants to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a 1,000-year soul beast, the mandala snake. However, they didn't know that Ye Feng had a grudge against the black mandala snake since 5 or 6 years ago. Back then, he was chased by the mandala snake, entangled by it, bitten by its sharp, poisonous fangs, and ultimately poisoned to the point of feeling as if he was drowning all over. This has left a huge shadow in his mind. Nowadays, seeing him is like seeing an enemy. He must be killed. Of course, there's one very important reason why Ye Feng dares to rush in single-handedly with a blade like this now. That is immunity to poison. After being poisoned by a mandragora snake last time, he underwent systematic modifications that granted him complete immunity to mandragora snake venom. If he rushed in without this advantage, that would be foolish. The people from Tsanhui Academy in the distance were stunned. They saw Ye Feng walking with an extremely peculiar gait, skillfully dodging the attacks of the mandragora snake. Then 1 knife, 2 knives, 9 knives, 10 knives. He stabbed the snake repeatedly, eyes, belly, each one covered in knife wounds. Lioli, this mandragora snake matches your martial soul. Solve it and absorb the soul ring. Within 2 minutes, Ye Feng dragged the barely breathing mandragora snake to Su Lioli's side. Thank you, Senior Yi. The teacher and assistant helped attack the powerful soul beast, and then, with just a breath left, allowing those in need to kill and absorb the soul ring is something that happens even across the entire continent. So Su Lioli was not the least bit polite and nodded directly. With so many people around, she didn't dare to waste everyone's time because of herself. Thus, after killing the mandragora snake, she sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. What has this mandragora snake gone through? Normally, soul masters absorb soul rings, and soul beasts would resist, unwilling to give up their years of cultivation for others. However, her absorption just now was surprisingly smooth. She even sensed a hint of joy from the depths of the mandragora's heart. That's right, joy. What on earth has that mandragora snake experienced? It actually feels that death is a form of liberation. An hour passed, and Su Lioli had already absorbed the soul ring, successfully becoming the first in the team to advance to Soul Master. At this moment, the group from Tsanhui Academy continued their journey, watching the warm sun gradually set, followed by the dazzling and flickering night sky. It's 10 o'clock. It's getting late. Everyone should rest first. We'll look for the remaining soul rings tomorrow. Who knows? We might even complete the task ahead of schedule. The tents had already been set up. The The group from Tsanhui Academy consisted of 11 people, 5 tenths. Ye Zhiqiu alone. Ye Feng as the assistant, 3 male classmates, and 6 girls with 2 tenths. At this moment, Ye Zhiqiu said, "Today, searching for soul rings went exceptionally smoothly. In just one afternoon, we found 5 soul rings, and all 5 classmates, including Su Liuli, have been promoted to soul master. Normally, it might take a whole day to find just one suitable ring. Senior Yi, rest early, good night, and also to Teacher Yi." The 9 of them greeted Ye Feng one by one. Of course, they also wished Ye Zhiqiu a good night. But the response was as if it was a free gift, just a casual mention. This made the corners of his mouth twitch. However, Ye Feng was indeed a freak and was friends with Prince Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the current dynasty, so he didn't dare to say anything. "Xiao Feng, you should go to bed early too," Ye Zhiqiu said to Ye Feng. I'll go in once this fire goes out." A fire was burning in the middle of the camp to avoid disturbances from soul beasts. Young people should also pay attention to their health and rest early. "I'll go to sleep first," said Ye Zhiqiu as he entered the tent. Some special medicinal powder from Tsanhui Academy was scattered around, so as soon as a soul beast stepped in, everyone would immediately notice. Therefore, there was no need to keep watch. After a while of yawning, Ye Feng, who was studying the system, yawned again. He was ultimately tired. He got up, ready to go into the tent to sleep. Ye Feng. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind. "Who?" Upon hearing the voice, Ye Feng immediately became alert, his nerves tensed. "Follow me." The voice continued to reach his ears. Everything in the camp remained the same. This meant that no one else had heard that sound. Telepathy? Who exactly is this, sending him a message? As for following him, where to? Just as he was puzzled, a figure wearing a gray robe and a seemingly somewhat shabby cloak swept past him. P.S. Dear readers, the author is going to participate in a new book PK from Saturday to Monday. As a novice writing my first book, I sincerely hope this book won't be eliminated by the website, preventing me from continuing to write. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will ensure 2 updates as a base. And if there are rewards, there will definitely be 3 updates. For the sake of the data, I'm going all out. Lastly, thanks to the book friend Huanchong99 for the reward. I hope to see a miracle in the PK. Chapter 29, it's over, being hunted by the Haoyan Douluo. Who? Ye Feng's nerves were unusually tense, but the person ignored him. It was as if the other party was deliberately trying to make their presence known. They swept past and then disappeared. Ye Feng didn't hesitate and immediately followed. He wanted to see who this mysterious person really was. After chasing for 2 minutes, the person stopped in a secluded spot in the forest. The surroundings were eerily silent. "You finally came. You have quite a bit of courage." The person stood atop a tree, the wind blowing their gray and dirty cloak. "Who are you?" Ye Feng stared at this person. For some reason, he sensed a feeling of weariness from the other's words. And why did this outfit resemble that one? Could it be that after dealing with the younger one during the day, the older one is here for revenge the next night? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Ye Feng's mind. Since he was rejected entry by Tang San back then, he had never seen the real Tang Hao. The only images he had were from previous anime and comics. Who I am is not important. What matters is that today, I want to find someone to practice my skills. The cloaked figure spoke. In that instant, Ye Feng felt an unprecedented pressure. "You are Tang San's father, Tang Hao, right?" Ye Feng tentatively asked. How interesting. When did such a shallow water in Holy Soul Village hide a little dragon? The man in the gray cloak turned around. His somewhat shabby attire and unshaven face made him look like he hadn't groomed himself in a long time. However, even so, there was still an irresistible aura of pressure emanating from him. "It really is you. The mighty Haoyan Law actually intervenes in the matters of juniors, truly eye-opening." Upon seeing this man, Ye Feng's heart trembled. He guessed correctly, but that wasn't good news. Tang Hao was a titled Douluo and had once been able to confront the Spear Hall, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. If the other party had the intention to kill, then today he would undoubtedly die. However, after yesterday's battle with Tang San, he had already been very restrained. It should be considered a small scuffle among children, so this elder wouldn't personally intervene for revenge, right? The Tang family is really peculiar. If it doesn't work out, you might as well try to move Schweder out. After all, the other party is still the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. He doesn't want his lineage to be interrupted like this. "You actually know my identity?" "Oh, I almost forgot. You seem to have a good relationship with the Tiando Empire's crown prince, Shui Qinghe." Tang Hao smiled differently. "Actually, when Ye Feng injured his son yesterday, he was nearby. As for Ye Feng impersonating him to find Zhao Wujie at night, Tang Hao is also observing in secret." He silently thought. How could such an ordinary kid from back then have completely changed like this? He actually toyed with his soul sage. Where does his confidence come from? Moreover, why does he have such strength? Could it be because of that mandarin snake? Did his body mutate after being bitten by the snake, allowing him to cultivate so quickly? These matters left Tang Hao puzzled. With doubts in mind, he spent a lot of time last night, and this morning researching Ye Feng. He discovered that the other party had a close relationship with Xue Qinghe from the Tiandou Empire, referring to each other as good friends. Just a few days after being bitten by a snake 5 years ago, he went to Tsanghui Academy and quickly became the brightest new star there. Given the knowledge system of Tsanghui Academy and the fact that he was the prince of the empire, it was normal for him to know Tang Hao. However, to boldly determine that he was indeed the Hao Yian Law among so many Tang Haos in the world, both his abilities and aura were indispensable. It turns out that the surname Tang is a prominent one on this continent, with countless people sharing the name. It's also quite common to have the same name. Yesterday, if he was to be mistaken, Tang San's second martial soul should be the Hao Yian Hammer. And since your name is also Tang Hao, I doubt there are that many coincidences in this world. Ye Feng fabricated a seemingly genuine reason because he couldn't directly say, I'm a traveler, I know the plot. So I know you were Tang Hao. If he really said that, Tang Hao might think he was mentally ill. A different phrasing would be more acceptable and might even yield unexpected results. Indeed, because of this, I had once instructed Xiao San not to reveal his martial soul unnecessarily. Yet the child still couldn't help himself. If he had half of your temperament, it wouldn't have turned out this way. At this moment, Tang Hao spoke, sounding somewhat complex yet sighing. Being praised by the Hao Yian Dua, Ye Feng was indeed a bit flattered. Ye Feng then spoke, feeling somewhat confused. What exactly is Tang Hao trying to do late at night? If he intends to kill him, it doesn't seem like that's the case. But if he's here for a casual chat, that doesn't seem right either. It's really strange. All right, back to the point. Let's make a move. Suddenly, Tang Hao changed his tone. Make a move? Ye Feng was filled with confusion upon hearing this. This really changes the mood in a second. Just a second ago, I was praising him, and now I'm about to take action. You, Tang Hao, are a titled Douluo. I, Ye Feng, am at most a level 99 soul master. Isn't this just bullying the weak with strength? Don't worry, we're just having a friendly match. I won't use soul power. Tang Hao's mouth slightly curved upwards. He could defeat Zhao Wujia without using his martial soul. For Ye Feng, a level 40 fixed soul Douluo, not using soul power is more than enough. Ding! Feeling the fighting spirit of the titled Douluo, the host has the following options. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind. Option 1. Escape the battle. Reward 10,000 gold coins and a martial arts manual. Option 2. Accept the challenge. Reward 100,000 gold coins, a healing elixir, and a piece of defensive armor. Soon, the two options appeared. Well, since Senior Hao Yian has shown sincerity by not using soul power, then Ye Feng will play with you tonight. Ye Feng decisively chose option 2. Not using soul power. What does it matter if the title Douluo? Ye Feng is not afraid at all, so he's in a great mood right now. If possible, he even wants to shout out loud to thank his buddy for the 100,000 gold coins, a healing elixir, and a piece of defensive armor. The system has never been this generous before. Ever since he encountered Tang San last night, this new gameplay was developed. Zhao Wujia activated it once, and now Tang Hao has activated it again. It's a huge profit. As for option 1, although the reward is good, are you sure that if he chooses to give up, Tang Hao won't come after him? Since the other party has come knocking, a beating is definitely inevitable. However, without using soul power, it's hard to say who will beat whom. In fact, Ye Feng had no good feelings for Tang Hao because of Tang San. But now the latter's openness and straightforwardness have restored some of his good feelings. Indeed, these two father and son are quite different. P.S. During the PK period of the new book, the author is competing with 20 other books. If you like this book, I hope everyone can vote to help the author advance smoothly. Thank you all. Chapter 30. Tang Hao dead? Tang San is a typical refined egoist, while Tang Hao has a bit of Xiao Feng's chivalry. After all, one is a reincarnator who committed suicide by jumping off a cliff after stealing his sex treasure, and the other is a native of Douluo who has walked step by step relying on talent and hard work. How could these two be the same? Haha, you have courage. As your senior, I will let you have 3 moves first. At this moment, Ye Feng was already prepared for battle. He stood firmly in a horse stance when suddenly Tang Hao spoke. What, let me have 3 moves? Is this for real? Ye Feng was shocked. Tang Hao, who was not using any soul power, actually wanted to let him have 3 moves. Isn't this Hao Yian Douluo being a bit arrogant? I will never go back on my word. I will stand right here and take your 3 moves before I make a move myself, Tang Hao said at that moment. In the eyes of this man who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent, a soul master was no different from an ordinary person, let alone a soul master. Even a soul king could be dealt with without using soul power. All right, here I come. Ye Feng suddenly leaped to Tang Hao's side. Then, a small silkworm with a lava-colored belly appeared in his palm. He directly threw it at Tang Hao. After returning home last night, he finally figured out how to use his second martial soul. It was essentially a grenade. Throw it, and it explodes. Simple and brutal. What is that? Tang Hao looked at the small, red glowing bug thrown by Ye Feng, his face full of confusion. What can such a small bug do? Boom. However, the next second, Tang Hao felt a wave of intense heat. Then it was too late. An incredibly blinding light flashed in front of him. Following that, a violent wave of explosion reverberated through the forest, accompanied by a deafening sound. Hiss! Ye Feng took a sharp breath. He had already activated his soul bone and was running. After all, he vividly remembered the incident last night when the sky-rending explosion had just awakened and had blown up a mountain. So, he purposely left himself some time to escape. But he still underestimated its power. Centered around Tang Hao, the sky-rending explosion created a massive pit with a radius of 10 meters. Ye Feng cautiously approached, feeling a bit anxious. Would the Hao Qian Da, who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent, accidentally get himself killed? If that were the case, it would be quite a spectacle. Where is he? Where is he? Under the moonlight, Ye Feng saw that the pit was over 10 meters deep, and it was pitch black below. Not to mention Tang Hao, even remnants of bones were nowhere to be seen. The sky-rending explosion was terrifying. No wonder the system had warned him to be careful when using it last night to avoid self-injury. At that time, he thought it was nonsense. Now he understood. Good kid. Just as Ye Feng was about to find a bunch of flowers to pay his respects to Tang Hao, 2 flying white eyes suddenly appeared below. Those were a pair of eyes, staring right at him. Soon, Ye Feng saw a face. Heaven! That face looked like it had been run over by a wheel. Both sides were pitch black, with a white stripe across the middle. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind rising from below, Ye Feng saw clearly. Tang Hao was still alive. However, at that moment, Tang Hao looked a bit different from the usual Tang Hao. He looked like an African version of Che Guevara. His entire body was covered in soot from the explosion, and his hair was all frizzed up. It seemed that he had just used his hand to block something. So his hand was black, while his face had a stripe of normal skin color. Senior Hao Ian, do you want to continue? Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Tang Hao. It was his first time seeing a titled Douluo in such a sorry state. Of course, we will continue, Tang Hao said at that moment. Due to his dark skin, his row of teeth appeared particularly white. Stopping was impossible. Otherwise, wouldn't he, a titled Douluo, be going back on his word? Moreover, if this word got out, how would he survive in the entire Douluo world in the future? Oh, so Senior Hao Ian is still standing here without moving? Ye Feng asked. Naturally, I said I would take your 3 moves, so it will be 3 moves, Tang Hao said firmly, seeming a bit like a last stand. To be honest, Ye Feng's previous soul skill had left him completely stunned. If he Tang Hao were not a titled Douluo, but a soul sage like Zhao Waoqi, he would have been finished by now, right? All right, then Senior Hao Ian, here I come, Ye Feng said, and his speed began to pick up again. Come on. Tang Hao, having learned from his previous experience, became extremely vigilant, keeping an eye on his surroundings. He planned to break through with sheer force. Boom! The next second, another 10-meter-wide giant pit appeared at the spot. That's right. Ye Feng had used his second martial soul, the sky-rending explosion, again. According to his calculations, his soul power could just about use the sky-rending explosion 3 times. Why is it this soul skill again? Tang Hao climbed out of the deep pit. His face was darker, his hair was even more frizzy, and that gray cloak had turned into the attire of a street hero. At that moment, he was furious. He had originally thought that if Ye Feng launched a close-range attack, he would use his own strength to counter it forcefully. Instead, it was that red little bug again. And then it exploded. It was simply absurd. Senior Hao Ian, can I not use this soul skill? Ye Feng looked at Tang Hao. For some reason, seeing this man in such a sorry state made him feel inexplicably sympathetic. Indeed, one must swallow their words when they boast. Not to mention using soul power. If the other party hadn't promised to stay put and take his 3 moves, he wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. One could only say that the Hao Qian Douluo was courting death. Fine. Come on, there's still one last move. Tang Hao was extremely frustrated. Who told him to say those words just now? This time, it's really frustrating, but I still have to say it's great. Ye Feng quickly circled around Tang Hao. Then he suddenly threw the in his hand. Damn it, it's this move again. Seeing that little bug, Tang Hao couldn't sit still. He didn't want to be blown up for the third time. At that moment, he directly lifted his foot, wanting to kick the little bug away before it reached him. Based on the experience of the last 2 times, the bug only heats up when it gets close to him, then explodes. As long as he's fast enough, he can kick the opponent away before it explodes. However, Tang Hao never expected that he was wrong again. He lifted his foot, and then his body stiffened. Because he clearly sensed a wave of intense heat sweeping over him. A hot wave erupted from his feet. Tang Hao felt as if he had been caught in a tornado, blown away in a spinning motion. Senior Hao Yin. As the explosion subsided, everything settled. Ye Feng hurried to search for Tang Hao's body. This person, Tang Hao. He saw Tang Hao hanging on a tree at that moment. One side of his pants had completely exploded off. One shoe was also shattered. He struggled to fall from the tree, looking more miserable than a homeless person who hadn't bathed for 10 years. His hair was no longer in waves, but rather charred curls. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but admire him. This is the epitome of the Douluo world. Look, he said he wouldn't use soul power, and he really didn't. Even in that last scene, if Tang Hao had used just a little soul power, it wouldn't have been so miserable. Finally, it's my turn. Tang Hao, who seemed to have suffered great injustice, forced himself to rise, feeling like an oppressed slave turning into a landlord. Revenge. Take back the humiliation of today. At this moment, countless battle tactics surged in his heart like a torrent, ready to be unleashed in the next instant. P.S. Here's the second update, a new book competition. If we lose, we will be eliminated by the website. If you like it, please vote for us. If you want to give a reward, that's fine too. The author sincerely thanks everyone, really, truly very grateful. Chapter 31. Principles and Bottom Lines. 3 moves have passed, and I really didn't expect Senior Hao Yin to be so trustworthy. Ye Feng said, this is not a compliment to Tang Hao, but rather Ye Feng's heartfelt admiration. One of his shoes was blown off, and like wearing a Tang San, his thigh was exposed quite a bit. That gray cloak had turned into a fishing net. This scenery is simply breathtaking. Since Tang has promised to do what he said, he naturally won't go back on his word. Now I'm about to make a move. Are you ready? At this moment, Tang Hao's voice was low, and the anger in his heart had already reached its peak. He wanted to strike Ye Feng hard, to clear his past shame. As a dignified title Douluo, he has never been as embarrassed as he is today, even when facing the spirit hall. If this gets out, wouldn't it make others laugh their teeth off? All right, let's go, Ye Feng said to Tang Hao. At the same time, he automatically opened the system. Host, Ye Feng Dimension, Douluo, Continent Gender, Male Age, 13 years Martial Soul. First Martial Soul, Bloodthirsty Demon Scythe. Second Martial Soul, Space Fragmentation Explosion Soul Rings. First Soul Ring, Divine Beast White Tiger, 1000 years, Soul Skill, Tear the Sky. Second Soul Ring, Ancient Beast Azure Dragon, 9000 years, Soul Skill. Azure Dragon Annihilation, can attack and defend. Defense form is Azure Dragon Shield. Third Soul Ring, 10,000 year Diamond Titan, Soul Skill, Titan Diamond Strength Soul Bone, left leg. 10,000 year Golden Winged Great Pung Soul Bone, Soul Skill. Swift Wind Movement Soul Power. Level 40 experience points. 0, 9W 100W gold coins. 15, 000. 000 inventory. Stamina potion. Lasts 1 minute. Other. Not expanded. Ye Feng checked the system and his physical condition. The usage of space fragmentation explosion had exceeded 3 times today, and his soul power had been depleted to the limit. He could not use it anymore. Looking at it, the only thing he could use now was the stamina potion. Although the name of this pill is not pleasant, the item provided by the system should not be bad. I'll keep it for the next time I need to save my life. Using it on Tang Hao right now would be too much of a loss. Besides, this isn't a life and death battle. Therefore, Ye Feng doesn't plan to confront Tang Hao head-on at this moment. Instead, he intends to take a more defensive approach. The left leg's eternal golden-winged Great Pung Soul Bone is a speed-type soul bone. It not only consumes less soul power, but also allows for incredibly fast movement. He'll use it to dodge Tang Hao's attacks in a moment. All right, here I come. Tang Hao's figure moved. The next second, he launched an attack towards Ye Feng's direction. The opponent's steps were steady and extremely fast, seemingly aiming to deliver an unprecedented heavy blow to Ye Feng. With the golden-winged Great Pung Soul Bone, he moved like the wind. Ye Feng directly activated his soul bone skill, relative to the sky-cleaving explosion. The soul power required for this golden-winged rock soul bone is simply minimal. What? Stop right there. Where do you think you're running? Tang Hao never expected that Ye Feng would be so fast. He immediately chased after him, determined to land a punch on Ye Feng. However, a person who hasn't used any soul power, even if they are a titled Douluo, cannot catch up with Ye Feng, who possesses a speed-type soul bone. So Tang Hao couldn't catch up. Don't run. Tang Hao chased from behind, looking like he was about to spit blood from anger. He didn't know how many times he had missed, yet he still couldn't hit Ye Feng. He was about to explode with anger. Senior Haotian, you didn't just say I couldn't dodge, right? Not running? That's a joke. Behind me is a titled Douluo, although the opponent isn't using soul power. Their attack power is not something an ordinary person can withstand. If I can avoid getting hurt, I will. So Ye Feng ran. You. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. It was tough, but he could only swallow his bitterness. He exerted himself and desperately chased after Ye Feng. In the entire forest, two shadows were darting around. Boom! A large tree was smashed down. At a critical moment, Ye Feng narrowly dodged it. It was extremely thrilling. Bastard! Tang Hao's teeth were clenched tightly. The veins on his fists bulged. He had to catch up with Ye Feng and give him a good beating. Tang Hao increased his speed. Damn it! Ye Feng looked at Tang Hao, who was as frantic as a grizzly bear, and his heart raced wildly. He once again activated his soul bone, soul skill. In an instant, he had thrown Tang Hao a full 100 meters away, back and forth like this. It had already been over an hour. No more fighting. No more fighting. I admit defeat. Tang Hao stopped, trembling with frustration. How can I fight like this? The opponent's speed is completely above mine. Once they use their soul skill, I have no way to counter it all. It's been an hour, and he's exhausted to the bone, yet he hasn't even touched a single hair on the other person. I've never experienced such a bizarre battle in my life. This kid is simply like a loach, slippery as can be. Today, I'll admit defeat. I, Tang Hao, admit defeat. I shouldn't have said that I wouldn't use any soul power. Senior Hao Yin, shall we call a draw today? Ye Feng stopped, after running all night. He was drenched in sweat. To be honest, he didn't want to run anymore. But the moment he thought about stopping, he would immediately be hit hard by Tang Hao. Gritting his teeth, he continued to run. A draw it is then. At this moment, Tang Hao was exuding soul power. Ye Feng could clearly feel that the other party's body, which was originally overloaded, was rapidly recovering. So this is what a titled Douluo is like. It's simply terrifying. Even a non-healing soul master can use soul power to recover their body. Well then, I'll head back. Goodbye, Senior Haotian, Ye Feng said, about to turn back. After all, they had sparred. He had unexpectedly won by a narrow margin. It's time to go back and settle the loot. Wait a minute. At this moment, Tang Hao shouted at Ye Feng. Huh? What's wrong? Senior Haotian, do you have something to say? After tonight's battle, Ye Feng's impression of Tang Hao improved significantly. So at this moment, he respectfully addressed the other party as senior. Indeed, the other party is also his senior. Xiao Feng in the past. Xiao San may have done many things that let you down. As his father, I hope you can forgive him. After all, you both grew up in the same Holy Soul Village, so there's bound to be some feelings, right? Tang Hao spoke to Ye Feng at this moment. This is indeed a good seedling. He originally planned to spar with Ye Feng tonight, and after defeating him, take the opportunity to foster a relationship between him and Tang San. Because as a father, he knows that Ye Feng and Tang San have some minor conflicts. Ye Feng is bound to achieve considerable success in the future. If he can become friends with Xiao San, then Xiao San's path will be much broader in the future. As a result, he unexpectedly lost tonight. As for a tie, that's just flattering. As a titled Douluo, being defeated like this is already a complete loss. So, hearing this, Ye Feng turned around and looked at Tang Hao with a faint gaze. P.S. Dear readers, during the new book PK period, data is really important. I sincerely request everyone to support a bit. TT Chapter 32. The old longevity star hangs himself for wanting to live long. So as your elder, I hope you can turn hostility into friendship and take care of each other like biological brothers in the future. What do you think? Tang Hao said to Ye Feng at this moment. This is also the reason why he came here today. I have my own thoughts on these matters, Ye Feng said. These are his principles and bottom line. The person in front of him is Tang Hao. If it were someone else, he would have turned against them long ago. Get lost, you cousin. Back then, when they were in the same village, did he not help when he saw someone in trouble? Now that he sees a future for himself, he comes back to find him. Ye Feng won't accept that, but children inevitably make mistakes. And since they are from the same village, why make things so tense, right? As a father, I apologize on behalf of the third party. And how about we try to be friends and brothers from now on? Tang Hao said to Ye Feng kindly at this moment. He sincerely hopes that Ye Feng can let go of past grievances with the third party and reconcile. This way, The little third party will have a capable assistant instead of a strong enemy. Because from every aspect now, Xiao Feng is superior to his son. Senior Hao Yin, this is the last time I will address you like this. I hope you do not challenge my bottom line and principles. If it weren't for my good fortune back then, could I still be standing here talking to you today? Ye Feng stared at Tang Hao. This is his bottom line. Even if he loses his account, he still cannot cross it. So, what do you want to do about this? Tang Hao was in a dilemma. He didn't expect that this kid Ye Feng would be so difficult to deal with. But thinking about it, it's understandable. He almost lost his life in the soul-hunting force back then. It's normal to have resentment. If he has to blame someone, it should be the insecurity deep in Yu Xiaogang's heart that is causing trouble. Make him kneel in front of me and apologize. Ye Feng said without hesitation. Fortunately, there were no other people around. If there were others who knew Tang Hao, they would definitely think Ye Feng was crazy. How could he ask the son of the Hao Hian Douluo to kneel in front of him and apologize? You must be asking for trouble. Tang Hao didn't expect Ye Feng to say such arrogant words, especially right in front of him. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Ye Feng walked towards the camp. He absolutely cannot compromise on this matter. Therefore, no matter who is in front of him, he remains resolute. Sai, I hope you can think it over carefully. After all, you're all partners from the same village, and partners should support each other, right? Tang Hao sighed behind him. At this moment, Ye Feng had already walked far away. Xiao Feng, what happened? Just returning to the camp, Ye Feng found that everyone was awake, and a large fire was burning. Senior brother, where have you been? Everyone asked in unison. Why are you all awake? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping in the middle of the night? Ye Feng looked at them with a puzzled expression. There were several explosions just now that woke us up, and when we woke up, we found that you were missing, senior brother Ye Feng. Pang Xing said at this moment. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Feng, what were those explosions just now, and where did you go? Ye Zhiqiu asked. Oh, I heard the sounds too, so I want to check it out, Ye Feng said, finding what seemed to be a reasonable excuse. So everyone chatted for a while. The night grew deeper. Everyone returned to their tents and soon fell asleep. After receiving his reward, Ye Feng also rested. Before long, it was the next day. Very early in the morning, everyone discovered several soul beasts. After a fierce battle, they obtained 2 soul rings. In the afternoon, everyone except Ye Feng surprisingly found their soul rings. It was simply astonishing speed. Even Ye Zhiqiu, who had led the group many times, felt amazed for the first time. Phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. Approaching evening, the group was walking in the forest when suddenly a snake darted out. It flew past them like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Xiao Feng, what do you think of this phoenix tail, coxcomb snake? I think it'll make a good soul ring. Ye Zhiqiu asked at this moment. Now only Ye Feng had not found soul ring. This phoenix tail coxcomb snake was extremely fast. If it could be a soul ring, it would definitely provide a significant speed boost, making it a good choice. Pang Xing said beside him. It's still too young. Ye Feng shook his head slightly. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake would indeed be great as a 3rd soul ring for them. But for himself, it seemed a bit of a step back. After all, his 2nd soul ring was many times stronger than this phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Besides, with the golden-winged Great Peng soul bone, the speed boost was negligible for him. All right. The others understood that for someone of senior brother Ye Feng's level, finding a soul ring was the most difficult. Whoosh. Just then, 2 figures rushed out. Have you seen a phoenix tail coxcomb snake? It was an old woman and a little girl. The old woman had a completely cold demeanor, and her words were filled with chill. Snake Granny? Ye Feng murmured softly. Oh, there's actually someone who recognizes me. Kid, where did that phoenix tail coxcomb snake go? Snake Granny looked at Ye Feng. An inexplicable pressure enveloped him. Snake Granny was a soul emperor, while the strongest in this group was only Ye Zhiqiu, a soul king. Therefore, Snake Granny didn't take them seriously at all. So that phoenix tail coxcomb snake was yours. It really shouldn't have been let go. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly. Snake Granny's lofty attitude made him feel inexplicably displeased. Kid, what did you say? Upon hearing this, Snake Granny's gaze instantly turned icy. Xiao Feng on the other side. Ye Zhiqiu's heart was racing. Damn, their luck was too good to run into one of the Dragon Lord and Snake Granny. It was said that the Dragon Lord was his soul many years ago, and Snake Granny had already been a soul emperor back then. Who knows what level she is now? Offending them is not a good sign. I said, I don't know where the snake you're looking for is. It might have been snatched away by someone else. Ye Feng shrugged. Although the old woman's tone annoyed him, he still had to consider the other party since he had 9 junior brothers and sisters with him. Who knows if that perverted Dragon Lord is lurking nearby? This debt, Snake Granny, will remember. Let's go. Snake Granny glared at Ye Feng fiercely. If she weren't worried about the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, she would have demanded an explanation from this kid. Snake Granny left. Xiao Feng, when you're out, try not to show off too much, or it could lead to trouble. Yi Zhiqiu said to Ye Feng with a meaningful expression. P.S. New book recommendation period. Please support. Chapter 33. Brazen and Unconventional. Teacher Yi. Mainly that old woman's words were too provocative. Before Ye Feng could speak, Su Liuli beside him chimed in. Yeah, that person was obviously asking for directions, but it felt like we owed her money, making people uncomfortable. Pang Xing couldn't help but complain. They couldn't endure it like Yi Zhiqiu could. After all, he could keep his cool even when someone poured soup over his head. If it were them, wouldn't they explode? Alas, you are still young and don't understand some things. Seeing that almost everyone at Songhui Academy was supporting Ye Feng, Yi Zhiqiu shook his head slightly. He knew that if they continued discussing it, it might turn into his own fault. He simply ended the topic. Senior Yi, if we really can't find a suitable spirit ring, shall we go deeper to look? Luo Shuai said to Ye Feng. She knew Ye Feng wanted to find a 10,000-year spirit beast. At this moment, there were hardly any 10,000-year spirit beasts in the outermost area. If they walked further in, the chances would be greater. Yes, it's indeed difficult to find 10,000-year spirit beasts in the outer area, but going further it might be dangerous. So, I ask if anyone doesn't want to go deeper. If so, you can go back first. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu spoke up first. Seeing this, Ye Feng didn't say anything. After all, what the other party said was reasonable. Finding a 10,000-year spirit beast was indeed somewhat dangerous. He couldn't possibly take everyone to risk it together, right? If an accident occurred, it would be hard to take care of everyone. I won't leave. I want to follow Senior Yi. Su Liuli was the first to express her stance. Then came Luo Shuai. One by one, they all stood up. Not a single person chose to leave. After all, this time the spirit rings were mostly thanks to senior brother Ye Feng. Now that it was his turn to look for a spirit ring, how could they back down? Everyone was a spirit elder. Although 10,000-year spirit beasts were terrifying, they could contribute a little if they could. Actually, if anyone wants to go back, you can. After all, you have already found the spirit rings you need to advance. Ye Feng said. Senior Ye Feng, we won't go back. Previously, you helped us find spirit rings. And now we should help you. We may not be able to help much, but we can do some small things. Someone in the crowd said. They all looked determined. Yi Zhiqiu didn't expect everyone to be so united, all choosing to stay. In that case, let's go together. Ye Director, we will go one after the other. Ye Feng looked at Yi Zhiqiu. All right then. Yi Zhiqiu shrugged helplessly. Since no one was willing to leave, he couldn't force them to go. As spirit elders, as long as they didn't encounter a very powerful 10,000-year spirit beast, the chances of survival were quite high. Thus, Yi Zhiqiu from Songhui Academy led the way, with Ye Feng following as they ventured deeper into the forest. After about half an hour, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Teacher Yi? Pang Xing, who was behind Yi Zhiqiu, asked. It seems there's some movement ahead. Yi Zhiqiu signaled everyone to slow down. Movement? The group slowed down and held their breath to listen. The entire forest suddenly became exceptionally quiet. It was the sound of people talking. They must have encountered that Snake Granny again. Ye Feng spoke from behind. Snake Granny? Could it be that old woman from before? Su Liuli's beautiful eyes narrowed. She had no good impression of that old woman. Everyone listen. Let's take a different path. Upon hearing the voice of the Snake Granny, Yi Zhiqiu felt suffocated. He feared that the Dragon Lord and the Snake Granny were ahead. So, employing a strategic retreat was the best plan to avoid conflict. Mainly, he was the only Spirit King in the team. Little Feng's combat power was quite good. If all his trump cards were used, he could be considered on par with him, making him the second Spirit King. However, just the two of them would have trouble resisting a Spirit Emperor, let alone a Spirit Douluo. Since we're here, let's show ourselves. Boom! The lush jungle was ravaged by a fierce wind. In the next second, the trees and leaves that blocked the view of Songhui Academy exploded. It's you guys. There were 10 people in front of them, 8 from Shrek Academy, including Zhao Wujia, and 2 from the Snake Granny, her grandson Mangaran. At this moment, the fat man looked somewhat surprised as he stared at the crowd from Songhui Academy. Don't pay attention to them. Let's go. Ye Feng said. It should be a competition between Shrek and the Meng family for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Moreover, he didn't even value such low-level spirit rings. Stop. The Snake Granny spoke. Leaning on her cane, she walked step by step toward the crowd from Songhui Academy. Her eyes filled with anger. Just now, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had been taken from her and turned into someone else's spirit ring. All of this was because of the group from Songhui Academy. If they hadn't obstructed her, How could she have gone through the trouble of hunting the injured phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake only for it to become someone else's spirit ring? She hadn't had the chance to settle the score before, but now she intended to make it clear. The snake granny looked at Tang San as if she had confirmed something. Of course, the main reason was that on Shrek's side, due to Zhao Wujia's presence, she had suffered a setback, and the strongest in Tsanghui Academy was only Ye Feng, a mere 52nd level spirit king. Could she, a 70-level top-tier spirit emperor, not handle him? It was more than enough. If the commotion attracted her husband, Dragon Lord, Zhao Wujia and his group would all die. Senior Snake Granny, may I ask what the matter is? Ye Feng smiled apologetically at the Snake Granny. It was truly a troublesome situation. Not only had he encountered the Snake Granny, but he had also run into the group from Shrek Academy. Last time, they had escaped thanks to Little Feng using some tricks. Otherwise, if Zhao Wujia, a 76-level spirit sage, made a move, it would be dire. Hand that kid over. If it weren't for him wasting our time just now and being a jinx, how could our spirit rings have been taken by others? Tang San glared at Ye Feng. Beside her, Meng Yiran also wore a face of anger. On the side of Tsanghui Academy, everyone was baffled upon hearing this. Senior brother, Ye Feng wasted your time? If you had asked for directions a little more kindly, would those things have happened? Besides, senior brother even told you both the direction the snake fled. Otherwise, wouldn't you have had to wait for others to finish absorbing it before finding the place? And now, you're blaming us. They had seen shamelessness, but they had never seen such shamelessness from an old woman. How can there be such oddities in this world? And what about that crow's mouth? Is this for real? I'm completely speechless at this person. Ye Feng didn't say anything behind him because he knew Ye Feng would handle it. Senior Snake, this is our teaching assistant from Tsanghui Academy. If we offended you in any way before, please forgive us, Ye Feng said. P.S. During the new book PK period, I asked for your support. Chapter 34. Is this coming to seek humiliation? How could Ye Feng possibly hand it over? The other party had the senior management of Tsanghui Academy behind them, along with the prince. If he were to hand it over and suffer even a slight loss, not only would he be finished, but even their entire family would be doomed. Teaching assistant? Haha. Has Tsanghui Academy fallen to such a level? Hiring a 12 or 13-year-old kid as a teaching assistant. Senior Snake laughed, laughing very arrogantly. Tsanghui Academy is at least a prestigious institution. How could someone who looked younger than her granddaughter actually be a teaching assistant? Ye Feng was smiling apologetically and did not respond. As long as this matter could be resolved, it didn't matter how the other party laughed. But what if I really want this person today? However, things did not go as Ye Feng had hoped. Senior Snake spoke coldly, her tone icy. She had endured too much humiliation today and needed to vent her anger on someone. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get over it. Hey, this kid is one of us. At that moment, Dai Mubai spoke up from behind. A murderous intent from Shrek enveloped Ye Feng, especially from Dai Mubai. That night, he had emptied his wallet completely. He wished he could tear Ye Feng apart. On the other side, Zhao Wujia was also clenching his fists. He was furious. He had been beaten that night, all because of this kid. He had injured Tang San, and thus, the Haoqian Douluo came for revenge and sent him flying who knows how far away. He got lost and only found his way back the next day. If it hadn't been for that explosion, he probably would have taken even longer. He had planned to seek revenge after resting well that day. But then, those bastards from Tsanghui Academy all moved away. Today, he truly found them without any effort, unexpectedly encountering them in the Star Dove Forest. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujia's fist tightened even more. However, if he knew that it was Ye Feng who had beaten him that night, he would probably explode with rage. Ko Xiangxiang looked at Dai Mubai, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of coldness. Senior Snake, we have some grievances with this kid, and he cannot be handed over to you. We need to deal with him, Zhao Wujia said at that moment. The people from Tsanghui Academy were all dumbfounded, each with a face full of confusion and question marks. Brother Ye Feng, what's happening? Su Lioli looked at Ye Feng. Were they actually arguing over this? Ye Feng shrugged, looking quite helpless. What the hell? Did you ask for the consent of the person involved? Did Ye Feng say he wanted to be dealt with by either side? The unmoving king. Everything has its order, right? You really don't think Ko Xiangxiang is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will? Ko Xiangxiang's tone became colder. It was one thing to have her granddaughter's soul ring snatched, but now they actually wanted to take her person. This was simply outrageous. But this kid has a blood feud with us. I hope Senior Snake can be accommodating. Zhao Wujia did not expect Senior Snake's attitude to be so firm. He immediately retorted, "Ha, you just said that everything has its order. Just now, when that soul beast was snatched, I let it go. But now that it's Ko Xingxiang's turn, you Zhao Wujia want to break the rules." Ko Xingxiang stared at Zhao Wujia, her words sharp and her voice filled with intensity. If Zhao Wujia were to snatch this person, she would definitely go find her husband to settle the score. "All right, everything has its order. Senior Snake, just leave one breath for us." Seeing Ko Xingxiang's attitude so resolute, Zhao Wujia reluctantly took a step back. As long as they left one breath for Shrek, it would be fine. This is also the bottom line for him, Zhao Wuji. Don't worry, it's still left for the immovable Wisdom King in one breath. The corner of Ko Xingxiang's mouth slightly lifted. That was a sign of killing intent. On the other side, Ye Feng was truly confused. Is this a joke? Forced to become a snake lady like Zhao Wuji's revenge? A poor child? "Kid, I heard you're teaching assistant at Sanghui Academy. I'm curious to see what your level as a teaching assistant is. How about this? Why don't you spar with my granddaughter?" The snake lady looked towards Ye Feng. Just now, her granddaughter lost to that kid named Tang San. Her confidence was severely shaken. Now, she needed someone to trample on. And this teaching assistant from Sanghui Academy was just right. He looked younger than her granddaughter, at most in his 20s, barely 30 levels. Defeating him would likely restore her confidence. After all, he was a teaching assistant. Sure enough, upon hearing about the battle, Meng Yiran raised her eyebrows. She had just lost due to a mistake and was now filled with anger. She was looking for someone to vent her frustration on, and she actually picked that person? The chubby kid looked completely dazed. This old lady has gone crazy. This madman almost destroyed the entire town yesterday. What a spectacle. Dai Mubai, who originally wanted to take Ye Feng away and let them beat him up, is now gently curling his lips. Even Tang San couldn't defeat this madman yesterday. The snake lady actually wants her granddaughter Meng Yiran to challenge that freak. It's simply waiting to see a joke. She probably wants to help her granddaughter build confidence. After all, the opponent just said that her granddaughter is a once-in-a-century genius of the family. As a result, this genius was defeated by a third party. Confidence shattered. It's just a pity that this old lady picked the wrong target. No interest. Ye Feng said, "It's like having you spar with kindergarten kids. As an adult, would you engage in such a boring activity? Clearly, you're not interested because the opponent is too weak. The snake woman is somewhat acceptable, but Meng Yiran is really not worth it. What's the matter? Do you look down on my granddaughter?" Upon hearing this, Ko Xingxiang's expression instantly turned cold. Her martial soul directly manifested. Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes also fixed on Ye Feng. The disdainful look on his face made her very disgusted. Anger gradually rose in her heart. This person is even more hateful than that grass just now. "Snake lady, how about letting Xiao Feng have a match with your granddaughter, and we can just let our matters go?" At this moment, Ye Zhiqiu saw the snake woman getting angry, so he hurriedly ran out to smooth things over and asked. After all, he was the director of the External Affairs Department. This kind of thing has happened before. "Grandma, let me teach him a good lesson. Let me vent for you," Meng Yiran said, clenching her fists. She was already filled with anger, just moments ago, when Grandma asked if this person was willing to fight her. The blatant disdain in his eyes was like a ton of explosives, instantly blowing her up again. Just now, she indeed lost to a brat younger than herself. But the other party was strong, a control-type soul master. What about you? A little kid becoming a teaching assistant at a low-tier academy thinks they have some ability? There are always people better than you, and I, Meng Yiran, will teach you a lesson. Let them fight, and let today's events pass. Seeing her granddaughter's attitude, the snake grandma nodded. However, for some reason, she felt something was a bit off. The Shrek Academy side was surprisingly quiet. P.S. I made some modifications and added a lot of words. Everyone could take another look, and for the last time, the new book is in PK, Seeking Support. Chapter 35, Poor Meng Yiran. All right, we'll settle this matter like this. At this moment, Ye Zhiqiu couldn't help but smile broadly upon hearing the snake grandma's response. And he looked towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng understood Ye Zhiqiu's thoughts and shrugged helplessly. What kind of operation is it to personally seek out a beating? The snake grandma noticed this and had a few more doubts in her eyes. Could it be that she really underestimated this kid from Sanghui Academy? But he looked clearly younger than her granddaughter. His soul power shouldn't be that high. If he is coming, then he should hurry up. Ye Feng walked up from behind. Today was another day of being forced to perform. But for this trouble from a snake grandma. Using Meng Yiran as a breakthrough was much simpler than dealing with the snake grandma herself. So he was also forced to make a move. Meng Yiran, a 30th level battle great soul master, with a martial soul snake staff. Don't think that just because you became a teaching assistant at a low-tier academy, you know nothing of the world. Meng Yiran was very angry at Ye Feng's attitude. Why does he look down on her so much? Does he think she is weak? 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet. She was filled with battle intent. Ye Feng, a 40th level battle soul venerable, with a martial soul bloodthirsty demon scythe. Ye Feng announced his level. Then a black scythe with dark red patterns floated in his palm. Level 40. The group from Shrek in the distance was stunned. They remembered that during the battle that evening, the opponent was only at level 39. How long has it been? And you've already leveled up to level 40? That's impossible, right? Haha. This really cracks me up that Sanhui Academy has actually fallen to the point of falsely reporting levels. If you really are level 40, to show us all 3 soul rings, why only display 1 martial soul? Hearing this, Sheepa burst into wild laughter. Level 40. Do you think you can fool me, Meng Yiran, and win psychologically? Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes narrowed. She naturally took this as a joke. After all, this kid in front of her was clearly younger than herself. How could he possibly be level 40? Crazy. Ye Feng, sarjastijadripiet. Can this girl have less drama? What do you mean by scaring her and then winning psychologically? Unless Ye Feng has a screw loose, would he do something so complicated? Facing this level of scum, isn't it just a matter of 1 punch? If 1 punch doesn't solve it, then just add another punch, and everything will be stable. Ah, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. First soul skill, Serpent Blade. Meng Yiran exploded. Since childhood, she has been the apple of her grandparents' eyes. A respected presence. When did she ever feel so despised? Even being called crazy like today. She must tear this bastard's mouth apart. She wants to slam this bastard down and rub his face into the ground. Come on. Ye Feng just stood there. The next second, a purple soul ring floated beside him. First soul skill, tear the sky. The soul ring merged. Ye Feng gently waved the bloodthirsty scythe in his hand. The next second, a white tiger extended its claws toward Meng Yiran. Whoosh, several beams of light. Yiran. The serpent lady's pupils constricted as she immediately took action. However, she only managed to block half of the claws. The remaining claws all hit Meng Yiran's body. The clothes she was wearing were instantly torn apart. Holy crap. Shrek Academy, the fat guy's nosebleed gushed out. Oh my god, the spring scenery is so beautiful. If only it could go a little higher. Oh. Meng Yiran exploded. Just now, that guy named Tang San ruined some of her clothes, causing a wardrobe malfunction. Now, this guy named Ye Feng directly tore her clothes apart, leaving only the crucial parts. This is simply humiliating. Her beautiful eyes are filled with endless killing intent. She wants to go and take that bastard down with her. Yiran, stop. Ko Xiangxiang took out a piece of clothing and draped it over Meng Yiran. Grandma, he bullied me. Meng Yiran's eyes were filled with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. On the other side, Ye Feng felt a bit awkward. He never expected that his first soul skill would actually tear Meng Yiran's clothes into a bikini. Didn't the opponent defend at all during the fight? Fortunately, the snake woman intervened just now. Otherwise, her last bit of modesty would have been torn away by his skill. That would have been a huge sin. Heck, kid. I'm noted down what happened today, Ko Xiangxiang said. Yiran, let's go find your grandfather first. Just now, the snake woman saw a purple soul ring. Whether the opponent was at level 40 is unknown, but according to normal soul ring matching, the opponent must have reached the soul master level. Even if Yiran continued to fight, using her trump card wouldn't bring her any benefits. So it's better to leave first. Once she finds her husband, long gone, she will settle this score, not only with Sanhui Academy, but also with Shrek. Grandma, Meng Yiran still wanted to fight Ye Feng to the death, but the snake woman didn't give her a chance and directly dragged her away. On sight, only Sanhui Academy and Shrek Academy were left. Haha, good job, Xiao Feng. Everyone changed formation and continued deeper to look for soul rings. At this moment, Ye Zhiqiu praised him. Finally solved the trouble. The others from Sanhui Academy looked at the snake woman and the opponent's granddaughter leaving in embarrassment, holding back their laughter. Serves you right for showing off. This time, you've really been slapped in the face. Leaving? Who told you to leave? At this moment, a rough voice rang out. It was Zhao Wujia, respected soul saint. May I ask if you have any other matters? Ye Zhiqiu asked Zhao Wujia. Huh, playing dumb. You haven't forgotten what happened that night, have you? Zhao Wujia snorted coldly, staring at Ye Zhiqiu. Soul saint, that night was just these juniors sparring and having fun. What is done is done. It wouldn't be appropriate for us teachers to intervene, would it? Ye Zhiqiu tried to steer the conversation towards the students of the 2 academies sparring. In this way, Zhao Wuji had no reason to take action. Otherwise, Once Zhao Wuji made a move, it would be more troublesome than the earlier encounter with the Snake Witch. Just now, when facing the Snake Witch, he led everyone to counterattack with a certain chance of survival. If Zhao Wuji harbored killing intent, then the chances of survival today would be extremely slim. Student sparring? Didn't you just say that he is a teaching assistant at your academy? Since the teachers of Tsanghui Academy are bullying students, what is wrong with me? Zhao Wuji, coming to settle the score? Zhao Wuji said to Ye Feng. Ye Feng never expected that the protective charm he had just used to save Ye Feng in front of the snake, which would now become a trump card for Shrek Academy. What should we do now? Are we really going to let Ye Feng fight Zhao Wuji? Not to mention Ye Feng alone. Even if Ye Feng joins in, they might not be able to defeat Zhao Wuji, who is a soul sage. Chapter 36. Who has the bigger background? After all, this person is notoriously infamous in the Soul Master world. He can use any means necessary. Hand him over, and I, Zhao Wuji, can promise not to make things difficult for the other members of Tsanghui Academy. Zhao Wuji said, right? Leave that brat to me. Dai Mubai clenched his fists. That bastard made him suffer the entire town's property loss. The numbers recorded above are more and more exaggerated. He knows that night was definitely planned by that guy. He fell into his trap. Every time he thinks about it, Dai Mubai wishes he could drink Ye Feng's blood and eat his flesh. If you want to take away senior brother Ye Feng, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Su Yoli, Pang Xing, and their group of 9 people heard these words. Immediately, they all unleashed their martial souls. 9 soul emperors, perfectly matched soul rings. This is the most elite genius of Tsanghui Academy, all gathered here today. Lord Soul Saint, I cannot give you Ye Feng. If you have other conditions, Tsanghui Academy is willing to negotiate. Ye Feng certainly cannot hand over Ye Feng. Otherwise, if any mistakes occur, not to mention his disciples behind him, the Academy's president and others would be able to crush him, and it is inevitable that the Crown Prince would come to trouble him. Negotiate? What if I don't want to? Zhao Wuji said coldly. After the humiliation they suffered that day at Shrek Academy, the other party actually has the nerve to talk about negotiation? Is this something that can be negotiated? Absolutely not. Dream on. You must give that kid a deep lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't he be taking a beating for nothing? Lord Soul Saint, can we have a word? Ye Feng really has no other choice. He plans to take a step back and confront Zhao Wuji about Ye Feng's background. He believes that this should make the other party restrain themselves a bit. On the other side, Ye Feng is calculating the best plan to hold Zhao Wuji back, so everyone can leave. If he uses the sky-rending explosion, he can use it 3 times. Although the sky-rending explosion is very powerful, it is still not enough to defeat Zhao Wuji. The best match is to use the sky-rending explosion to blow him up first, and then take advantage of the chaos to use the speed-type left leg soul bone of the golden-winged Great Pong, sequentially unleashing the sky-tearing tear on his body, and then using the Titan strength to knock him away. Without Zhao Wuji, Tang San and the others would not amount to much. As long as they can withdraw quickly within a few dozen seconds, the danger will be averted. However, this process must be fast to achieve the element of surprise. Otherwise, once the opponent reacts, it won't be so easy to leave. Finally, the best plan has been set. Now they just need the right timing. As soon as the opponent makes a move, he will strike in succession. Stop playing these tricks with me. Say whatever you need to say. Zhao Wuji said directly, his tone very cold. Lord Soul Sage, Xiao Feng is a bit different. He was sent to our Tsanghui Academy by the Empire. It wouldn't be good for you to spar with him, Ye Feng said somewhat vaguely. After all, some things cannot be stated too clearly. But he believes that Zhao Wuji should understand. I don't care about your damn empire. What does it have to do with me? Today, either you let me take him away, or let him spar with me. How could Zhao Wuji not understand what Ye Feng meant? It was simply that Ye Feng had the empire's background, and he was being advised to tread carefully. But ask anyone in Shrek Academy who doesn't have a background, especially Tang San. That guy's father is Tang Hao, a man once renowned across the continent, one of the representatives on the Elders' Order of the Wuhuan Palace. Is your Ye Feng's background stronger than his? Unless your background is the Wuhuan Palace, then it would be somewhat comparable. What does the background of imperial nobility count for? Ye Feng was shocked. Zhao Wuji is so stubborn. He's made himself so clear, yet the other party still doesn't understand? No harm in saying more. Kid, are you coming with me, or are we sparring? Zhao Wuji directly released his diamond bear, martial soul. 7 soul rings were flashing. Since Zhao Wuji's martial soul is the Xiangui, Xiao Feng, you take everyone and go. I'll hold them off for you. Ye Feng was about to speak. At that moment, Ye Feng directly summoned his own martial soul. He was ready to fight to the death. Today, he absolutely couldn't let Ye Feng get into trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Director Ye Feng didn't expect that Ye Feng would actually stand in front of him. The students present were also a bit surprised. Come on, with your green tortoise. You could live a couple more years on the sidelines. Don't come here to seek death. Zhao Wujie directly swung his fist. First soul skill, Xian Gui possession. As he watched the motionless King Kong, Zhao Wujie's fist attack coming, Ye Feng hurriedly unleashed his soul skill. Crack. However, his soul skill was like child's play in front of Zhao Wujie. With just one punch, Ye Feng was directly sent flying, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Overestimating yourself. Now it's your turn. Zhao Wujie easily dealt with Ye Feng and then turned his gaze towards Ye Feng. The Shrek crowd behind watched this scene and felt a sense of dark pleasure. Sure enough, teacher Zhao Wujie is different. Then today I'll experience the immovable King Kong Zhao Wujie. Ye Feng's eyes were icy as he directly released his soul power. What's going on? Did you guys notice that the ground seems to be shaking? Ning Rongrong from Shrek was a bit confused. Yeah, it seems like there's an earthquake. What's going on? The clear sensation of shaking left everyone bewildered. Chapter 37. Running away in front of the Titan. Moreover, they clearly felt like something was approaching. Is it my illusion? Everyone prepared for battle. Zhao Wujie, who was about to fight Ye Feng, was the first to sense something was wrong. Yes, a strong sense of crisis made everyone quickly summon their martial souls. At this moment, the earthquake was no less than a magnitude 6. People began to sway. Not good. Director Yi, you take everyone and run quickly. On the other side, Ye Feng seemed to remember something. This is unique to that person. How could he forget this? Although the other party came to find Xiao Wu, who knows if it might attack others. All right, everyone, reveal your martial spirits and escape at the fastest speed. Just now, it was a magnitude 6 earthquake, and now it's estimated to be 8. Even Ye Feng, no matter how slow to react, knows something has happened. Otherwise, Zhao Wujie wouldn't let Ye Feng go and instead allow everyone from Shrek Academy to unleash their martial spirits. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. Trees around were flying wildly. Everyone's gaze was stunned. What is this? Zhao Wujie was dumbfounded. Everyone from Shrek was bewildered. Even the people from Sanghui Academy, who had retreated less than 100 meters, felt their legs weaken. Titan, the king of the forest, Titan, an existence that dominates the spirit beast world, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. But how could such a freakish spirit beast appear here? This is not normal. Everyone, retreat quickly. Zhao Wujie let out a roar. This scene today is something he never expected. This is just the outskirts of the forest. Even 10,000-year-old beasts are extremely rare here. How could the Titan ape, the king of the forest for 100,000 years, appear here? Damn! Roar! Just as everyone was about to move, the Titan ape slammed its fist down onto the ground. The powerful shockwave sent nearby trees flying into the air. They shattered into pieces. Everyone knew that the Titan ape was giving a warning. Anyone who dared to leave would end up like the scattered tree debris. Xiao Feng, what should we do? Ye Feng looked towards Ye Feng. This scene is truly unexpected. Everyone, retract your soul power, Ye Feng said to Ye Feng. He noticed that the Titan giant ape's attention was on Shrek Academy. Soon, Zhao Wujie would be speaking with the Titan, and this was the perfect time to quietly retreat, perhaps leaving with a glimmer of hope. Retract the martial soul? Ye Feng was surprised to hear this. All right, you lead the way in front, I'll cover the rear. Ye Feng looked at Ye Feng. Xiao Feng, why don't you go ahead and I'll cover the back instead? After all, this is the Titan giant ape. If something happens to you, I won't be able to handle it. Director Yi, I know this Titan giant ape better than you. There's no time, hurry. Ye Feng said with a serious tone. Both Ye Feng and the student from Sanghui Academy were still too weak. If the Titan giant ape went on the attack, those left behind would have no chance of survival at all. With his speed-type soul bone from the golden wing Dapeng, he was confident in his ability to escape at full speed. It was most suitable for him to cover the rear. All right, then you stay behind us. Ye Feng understood that this was a moment of life and death. Hesitation could lead to irreparable consequences. After all, these were the elite of Sanghui Academy, backed by significant influence. Under Ye Feng's command, the members of Sanghui Academy quietly retracted their soul power and began to retreat. Ye Feng deliberately released his soul power to distract the Titan giant ape. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately. Over at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia had already begun his dialogue with the Titan giant ape. It was at this moment that Ye Feng saw the Titan giant ape's gaze fall on Zhao Wujia. He slowly began to step back. If he didn't leave now, once the Titan went berserk, they wouldn't be able to escape. After all, the Titan giant ape had no flaws in strength, speed, attack, or defense, and could even perform skills similar to soul techniques. This giant, even if there were 100 more of him, would be of no use. If you can escape, hurry up and run. As for what happens at Shrek Academy, it's none of his business. Right now, he just needs to take care of himself and Sanghui Academy. After all, he's not a saint. Roar! The Titan let out another furious roar, its powerful sound deafening. It seemed to say, "What are you humans worth? You think you can leave unscathed in front of it? Not good. We've been discovered. Everyone, quickly use your soul power to escape." Ye Feng noticed that the Titan great ape's gaze was already directed towards their Sanghui Academy. He knew that sneaking away in front of a soul beast of this level was the utmost offense. But which would you choose? Sitting and waiting to die, or struggling for survival? Anyone would choose the latter, right? After all, there is hope for life. Just standing here. What if the opponent gets angry and harms them? Move by. You take everyone and retreat quickly. Zhao Wujia's voice echoed in a desperate roar again. These damn bastards from Sanghui Academy actually retracted their soul power and slipped away early. All right, Dai Mubai responded. Watching the people from Sanghui Academy escape, the Shrek Academy members dispersed, and the Titan giant ape was completely enraged. It raised its fist, extremely furious. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Zhao Wujia showed no hesitation. He directly released his martial soul, true body. Because now, aside from martial soul, true body, there was no soul skill to counter it. He had to buy enough time for these little monsters. Old Zhao finally made a move. Thank you so much. Ye Feng was overjoyed at this scene. With Zhao Wujia holding the fort, they from Sanghui Academy should be able to retreat unscathed. Daydreaming about the mushroom sausage, everyone run to the east. That's the blind spot of the Titan giant ape. After eating the flying mushroom sausage, the members of Shrek Academy grew wings on their backs. They quickly flew towards the east. Ye Feng. Watching the Shrek people approach, Ye Feng was filled with questions. Where's the blind spot? The east was the evacuation direction of their Sanghui Academy. They were just momentarily distracted. Roar. Another roar, dust flying up from the ground. It threw a punch directly at the fleeing members of Sanghui Academy and Shrek Academy. An incredibly violent force accompanied by gravity suppression sent everyone flying instantly. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, who had just fought with the Titan, had already flown a kilometer away. After all, the power disparity was too great. Xiao Wu. Soon Ye Feng, who had been blown away to the side, heard a heart-wrenching shout. It was Tang San. He jumped up and crazily attacked the Titan giant ape. Various hidden weapons were unleashed. Chapter 38, Furious at Tang San. Damn, soul skill Swift Wind. However, this action undoubtedly provoked the Titan giant ape. It threw a fist directly at Tang San, seemingly wanting to crush this annoying fly. However, Ye Feng had just been hit by the Titan giant ape's shockwave, flying dozens of meters and crashing into a tree. At this moment, he finally managed to get up, because Tang San was right in front of him. Once this fist comes down, I will definitely be hit. However, Ye Feng realized it was too late. The Titan giant ape was emitting a red glow. That was an attack infused with soul power. Ye Feng was completely suppressed by gravity, unable to move an inch. Damn it. Give me back Xiao Wu. Tang San was shouting in anger. He had gone mad. The dragon beer needles were crazily unleashed, as if they were free. Tang San, I'll F your immortal board. Stop it, you bastard. Ye Feng roared it. That bastard didn't see that the Titan ape was already using its soul power, and it was aiming at him. And Ye Feng was also suppressed by that gravity, unable to move. However, Tang San seemed to ignore Ye Feng's words and continued to attack. Finally, that red glowing fist smashed down. When the fist hit the ground, the earth exploded. All the trees within a kilometer were shattered by the violent shockwave. Dust was exposed, and not a blade of grass grew. Tang San couldn't withstand this at all, and was directly blown away, not knowing where he ended up. Ye Feng, who was also suppressed by that gravity, fared no better. The violent shockwave surged towards him, and he was quickly propelled out, flying up to several hundred meters high. Then he began a free fall in a curved trajectory. As for the others, under this attack, they were basically all scattered. Damn it, you are a reincarnator after all. Can't you think things through? Can your meager abilities block the Titan ape? Crack. Ye Feng fell into a corner of the forest, cursing with his mouth. Fortunately, the Titan ape had no intention of killing the two of them. At the critical moment, the punch deviated slightly, specifically scattering and blowing them all away. Otherwise, he would probably have been turned into meat paste by now. It was clearly unnecessary to go through this. After all, the person had obtained Xiao Wu during the first wave of impact and was about to leave. Yet Tang San had to stir up trouble. It was just luck. What kind of place is this? Ye Feng looked completely bewildered. It felt like he had somehow been propelled to the core area of the outer ring of the forest with that last burst of energy. Forget it. It's still too dangerous here. I should head out. With that, Ye Feng started to walk out, planning to regroup with everyone first. Meanwhile, Tang was knocked into another corner of the forest, which happened to be the territory of the man-faced demon spider. No matter how much he thought about Xiao Wu, he had to deal with this big trouble first. Time quietly passed, and 3 hours had flown by in the blink of an eye. Where the hell am I? Unfortunately, Ye Feng felt like he had gotten lost. The main issue was that the Stardow forest was surrounded by trees, and he had no idea where he was. The fog was extremely thick, making it impossible for him to find his direction. It's no wonder that the forest is one of the places with the highest mortality rates. Once you enter the depths of the forest, you not only have to face the threat of soul beasts, but also risk losing your way. Soon, the sky began to darken. Ye Feng was also feeling quite exhausted. I should start a fire and take a break, wait for this fog to clear, and take care of my wounds. Ye Feng took out a tent from his soul guide. Then he gathered some firewood and caught a few wild rabbits. Sitting by the fire, he roasted the rabbits while tending to his wounds. Today has really been unlucky. I wonder if Tang San got bitten to death by the man-faced demon spider. If it didn't die, I'll make sure to teach him a good lesson when I get out. Ye Feng muttered to himself. Just half an hour later, the delicious smell of meat wafted through the air. Rabbit meat. So fragrant. Burp. Another hour passed, and after eating and drinking his fill, Ye Feng burped. The evening was quite pleasant. He took out a bag of powder from his soul guide. This is a powder with a special mark. As long as it's sprinkled around, it can sense any soul beast that comes close. He planned to sprinkle it in a circle and then hide in the tent to rest. Suddenly, just as Ye Feng got up, he heard the howl of a wolf. Immediately, he noticed that the dark forest around him was filled with glowing orbs. All around, densely packed, it seemed as if he had encountered a romantic feast of fireflies. But Ye Feng knew this was not a feast. What the hell? It's a wolf. A howl echoed again. Immediately, Ye Feng saw countless white wolves appearing before his eyes, stretching endlessly. Conservatively estimating, there were at least thousands of them. Damn, so many. Did I just stumble into a wolf's den? Ye Feng's body trembled. Just by himself. Would this whole pack of big brothers come out to greet him? How much could they share? A wolf. A louder howl rang out from a distance. In the next moment, all the wolves charged toward Ye Feng's direction. Chapter 39, Dark Night, Life and Death Duel. What the hell? Is this for real? Is it this intense? They came charging without a word. Ye Feng never expected that these wolves would have no sense of martial ethics. Here he was all alone, and thousands of wolves rushed at him without a hint of mercy, creating such a scene. It was insane. A wolf. The Wolf King, at the highest point, kept howling. In the pitch-black night, shadows of dark phantoms surged forth. The eerie glowing eyes made it hard to breathe. Bloodthirsty demon scythe. Ye Feng realized something was wrong. With so much fog around, he had no idea where to run. Right now, there was only one option: to fight. Summoning the bloodthirsty demon scythe, he charged into the pack of wolves. Greedy and ferocious, they bared their teeth. Whoosh! Hot blood splattered everywhere. In just a minute, Ye Feng's outfit from the Azure Twilight Academy was drenched in bright red. Oh, finally, Ye Feng spotted a figure in the distance. It had a coat of black fur, enormous like a tiger. That was the Wolf King. Big brother, why are you staring at me like that? If it weren't for you provoking me, could I have killed your subordinates? Ye Feng noticed the Wolf King glaring at him fiercely. Its sharp teeth and claws were as threatening as those of a wolf uncle, and the stone it was standing on was cracked from its grip. It seemed utterly furious. On the other side, Ye Feng was feeling frustrated. He was just here enjoying roasted rabbit meat. After eating, he wanted to sleep. He even made a fire to signal some beast nearby, saying, "There's someone here, don't come over." Yet, not only did they come, but also thousands of wolves together. Now, he was resisting while baring his teeth, as if he owed the Wolf King millions of gold coins. Why was he wrong for wanting to survive? Aren't you all a bunch of brainless wolves? He was just a tiny human. Could you wolves even share among yourselves? It was truly incomprehensible. For soul skill. Tear the sky. As the number of wolves increased, with some now being hundreds or even thousands of years old mixed in. Ye Feng had no choice but to use his first soul skill. After channeling the power of the first soul skill, Ye Feng's bloodthirsty demon scythe went from killing one wolf with a swing to killing 4 or 5. Even against thousand-year wolves, he could face them head-on and kill them with one strike. Amidst the pack, he was like a true god of death. The 7-shaped, bloodthirsty demon scythe harvested life. The ground was soaked in bright red blood. Oh, whoa! The moon was full. Ye Feng heard another incredibly loud sound. In the next second, countless shining eyeballs surrounded him. It seemed endless, like they would never stop. What the hell? Brother, what are you doing? What do you gain by surrounding me with so many wolves? Suddenly, even more wolves appeared, and Ye Feng was completely dumbfounded. What did they want from him? He wasn't even fat. Whoosh! Several shadows flashed by. They were very fast. Black fur, left leg soul bone, swift as the wind. At first, Ye Feng thought it was the Wolf King coming. He shuddered and quickly activated his soul bone for speed. But it wasn't. It was a few black-furred wolves similar to the Wolf King. If he guessed correctly, they should be the leaders of the wolf pack. How ridiculous! Why use so many wolves to deal with him? Clang! A wolf charged at him. Azure Dragon Shield. Ye Feng quickly fused with his second soul ring. The bloodthirsty demon scythe blocked in front, forming a shield of condensed soul power. A wolf's attack failed. Another black wolf attacked Ye Feng from behind. After using the left leg, golden-winged rock speed-type soul bone, Ye Feng's reaction speed also increased. Tear the sky. Ye Feng swung the bloodthirsty demon scythe backward. What the hell? Is it poisonous? His martial soul was stained with some green liquid. Ye Feng felt a tingling sensation. This is a sign that poison has entered his body. Since the system modified his body, he has developed a certain level of resistance to toxins. Generally, when toxins enter his body, he experiences some tingling sensations, indicating that toxins have passed through. But what the hell? Is this not a wolf? Can saliva also be toxic? Is it a hybrid with the Komodo dragon? Ye Feng was completely bewildered. For toxins that can make him feel numb, they're usually very potent. At least a mandrake snake can't compare. What the hell is this ghost wolf? But now is not the time to think about that. Ye Feng tightly gripped his bloodthirsty scythe and charged back into the wolf pack. Relying on his strong resistance to poison, Ye Feng drove back the 3 wolf clan leaders. He even injured 2 of them. The Wolf King in the distance howled again upon seeing this. Ye Feng knew that if he didn't deal with this Wolf King today, it could lead to endless troubles. To catch the thief, first catch the king. He must carve a bloody path tonight. Second soul skill, Sanglong Mishi. The bloodthirsty scythe he held tightly emanated a strong purple light, and its Sanglong spiraled above. Whoosh! Ye Feng swung the scythe. In the next second, the blade seemed to transform into a giant dragon. In front, within 100 meters, all the wolves exploded instantly. Blood mist filled the air. The stench was suffocating. 100 meters. Soon he had moved several hundred meters and saw the seemingly towering Wolf King. At this moment, Ye Feng had made up his mind to take down the opponent. Otherwise, this battle would be endless. No matter how much strength he had, he would definitely be unable to withstand such a wheel battle with so many wolves. Even now, he was already feeling somewhat exhausted. Howl! The Black Wolf King, as huge as a tiger, stared intently at Ye Feng. Those green eyes were filled with unprecedented killing intent. Come on. Second soul skill, Sanglong Mishi. Soulbone skill, Swift Wind. Ye Feng continuously unleashed 2 skills. First, he blew apart the surrounding wolves. Then he used the soul bone skill to rapidly increase his speed and reach the Wolf King's side. The distance between them was only about 10 meters. At this moment, the Wolf King saw this human approaching and became completely enraged. Its long, sharp claws extended, and the stone it had just stepped on, resembling a rockery, exploded directly. It pounced violently towards Ye Feng. Suddenly, it saw a small magma-colored insect appear. In the next second, a heat wave swept through. It was the sound of an explosion. The ground was blasted into a 10-meter giant pit. Not a blade of grass grew in the surrounding 100 meters. And Ye Feng, at the moment of the impending showdown, maximized the speed of the soul bone. He hid behind a large tree. Is he dead? The aftermath of the explosion dissipated. Such great power. Even the 3 black wolves just now are on the brink of death. I believe this Wolf King should be about the same, right? After all, not everyone is Tang Hao. Ye Feng tightly gripped the bloodthirsty scythe and moved towards the deep pit. However, who would have thought that the wolf beneath the pit, covered in bloodstains, was already poised to strike? The moment the prey approached, it leaped up, taking advantage of the thick smoke. It opened its mouth full of fangs and bit towards Ye Feng's head, who had just arrived at the edge of the pit. Like eating cherries. One bite, and it was severed. Thank you all for reading for free on Qimao. Qimao free novels. Reading for 100 years for free. A massive collection of authentic books awaits you, and feel free to leave comments to support this book. Chapter 40. A minute's worth of pill. What? A dark shadow loomed overhead, and a huge mouth lunged at him. Ye Feng's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Soul Bone skill, Swift Wind. Ye Feng's left leg burst with a brilliant light. Just as the giant mouth was about to bite down on his head, a powerful survival instinct drove Ye Feng to quickly dodge to the side. However, while he avoided the bite to his head, his body was still slashed by the sharp claws, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. Oh, the Wolf King stared fiercely at Ye Feng, as if waiting for its prey to gradually die. Damn, Ye Feng's entire back was numb. It's poisonous. The claws just now contained toxins, at least 10 times that of a mandrake snake. Otherwise, it wouldn't have paralyzed him like this. It felt as if he had been hit with anesthetics. Oh, the bright moon shone. In the forest, the Wolf King howled long and loud, as if celebrating its victory. Because normally, even a human soul sage level expert would succumb to its poison and die from it. No more than 10 minutes at most. This human is about the same. Scream. I will make you pay the price. With a bloodthirsty scythe in hand, Ye Feng's back was bleeding from several deep gashes. His clothes were soaked through. At this moment, he was truly enraged. His eyes erupted with unprecedented killing intent. Third soul skill, Titan's Might. Ye Feng's arms transformed into those of a Qilin. As soul power continuously surged into the bloodthirsty scythe, the scythe grew several times larger. It looked like a power pole with a blade attached. Die, all of you. The scythe swung. The surrounding wolves fell like grass being cut down. After receiving a boost in strength, Ye Feng wielded the 10-meter-long bloodthirsty scythe with the same agility as if it were of normal size. In the distance, the Black Wolf King's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? Why did this human, after being poisoned by it, seem completely unaffected? The toxicity of the shadow poison wolf lineage is one of the top in the entire forest. Could it be a moment of revival? Isn't the time for this brief revival too long? Oh, finally, the Wolf King strikes. If this continues, I don't know how many more members will be injured or killed. Come on. Ye Feng is also fighting fiercely. He directly confronts the Wolf King. In just a minute, both sides exchanged over 100 blows. The Wolf King is panting heavily. On the other side, Ye Feng is the same. He is on his last breath. To be honest, the achievements of this night are not something a Soul Emperor could achieve. Even if Ye Zhiqiu were here, he wouldn't be able to achieve this result. This battle is already pushing towards a Soul Saint level. Without a moment's rest, the Wolf King retreats a bit. The wolf soldiers charge again. The pack of wolves is tearing apart. Ye Feng is covered in wounds. Some wolves even want to tear a piece of flesh from his exhausted body. All of you go die. Ye Feng uses the last bit of strength of his clean third soul skill. He spins in place, within a 10-meter radius, wherever the bloodthirsty demon scythe touches. Nothing can survive. Blood mist fills the sky. Everything settles. The wolves that had just been driven back glare fiercely at Ye Feng in the center area. In the distance, the Wolf King is also watching him. And Ye Feng's martial soul has disappeared. This also means that he is exhausted. Is he really going to die here? Ye Feng looked at the dense wolves around him, almost unable to see an end. But he really has no strength left. Should he wait for the people from Songhui Academy to come and save him? This is basically unrealistic. According to Ye Zhiqiu's character, he might have already led everyone to evacuate the safe zone. What to do? Taking advantage of the fact that the wolf pack hasn't attacked yet, Ye Feng opened the system. Host, Ye Feng current dimension, Douluo, continent gender, male age, 13 years old martial soul. First martial soul, bloodthirsty demon scythe. Second martial soul, sky-rending explosion combat attributes, unleash soul rings. First soul ring, divine beast white tiger, 1,000 years, soul skill, tear the sky. Second soul ring, 9,000-year ancient beast azure dragon, soul skill. Azure dragon annihilation, can attack and defend. Defense is azure dragon shield. Third soul ring, 10,000-year diamond titan. Soul skill, Titan's diamond power soul bone. Left leg 10,000-year golden winged rock soul bone. Soul skill, swift wind soul power. Level 40 experience points. 19,0001. 000,000 gold coins. 15,030,000 inventory. 1-minute stamina pill. A pill? Suddenly, Ye Feng saw that there was also a 1-minute stamina pill. Because this pill had such a clumsy name, it had no presence in his mind, so Ye Feng completely forgot about it. Since it's a last-ditch effort, let's eat it and see what happens. Soon, a black pill that looked like a bug with extended legs and bulging eyes appeared in Ye Feng's hand. Roar! The Wolf King approached Ye Feng. Its massive head and glowing green eyes were fixated on him. It got closer and closer, and Ye Feng could even feel its hot breath. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, Ye Feng directly swallowed the 1-minute stamina pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 1-minute stamina pill. This pill can provide unlimited soul power for 1 minute and increase attack power by 10 times, granting an invincible body for 60 seconds. After Ye Feng took this pill, a piece of information appeared in his consciousness the next second. Power. Tremendous power. On the other side, the Wolf King saw the magma-colored bug in Ye Feng's palm. A look of fear and confusion appeared in its eyes. Boom! Explosion. 100 meters in radius. Not a blade of grass survives. The Wolf King's entire face was blown apart. Roar! It roared in anger. Its bloody eyes fixated on Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was feeling ecstatic now. Invincible body for 60 seconds. This means that within 60 seconds, no matter how reckless he was, he wouldn't die. This thing is simply a treasure. Run? You think the Wolf King can run? At this moment, Ye Feng revealed a smile as if the Dragon King had returned. He directly activated his Speed Soul Bone and then firmly grabbed the Wolf King's head. Boom! Another explosion. Boom! Another blast. In just 10 seconds, Ye Feng, powered by infinite soul power, exploded 10 times in a row. Even Tang couldn't help but exclaim that he couldn't handle this frequency. As for the wolves around, they were completely stunned and also frightened silly. Bring it on. However, Ye Feng did not stop. This group of wolves witnessed the harsh realities of the world, especially the Wolf King, who was continuously bombarded by Ye Feng. Almost had its skull blown off. Chapter 41. The Furious Snake Woman. This child must be killed. 60 seconds later, everything settled, and the ground was already in ruins. All the wolves that could run had escaped from this place. In their eyes, this human was simply a freak, a devil. And the Wolf King was now done for. Done for. A black soul ring floated around Ye Feng. How could there be such a deep wound? Suddenly, Ye Feng noticed that there was actually a wound on the lower belly of the wolf. It was deep enough to see the bone. He could be sure that it was definitely not caused by him, because the wounds from the soul explosion or the magic scythe would not look like the current one. But let's not worry about that for now. Absorbing the soul ring is the priority. Ye Feng sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. He didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly he saw 3 people walking through the forest. What was going on here? The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. The 2 elders and the young one were all dumbfounded. It's the shadow poison wolf. The snake woman exclaimed. Damn it, it's him. Meng Yiran approached the bloodied person. She gasped. It turned out to be a familiar face. Who is it? The snake woman exploded. Today, her granddaughter's 2 soul rings were stolen. Now her own soul ring was also taken. You must know that this shadow poison wolf was the prey that Long Gong had been hunting in the forest for 2 whole days and nights. After finally injuring the opponent, it was stolen by someone. Previously, when her husband was not around, she had to endure it. Now that her husband was here, no matter what, she had to take revenge. Bastard. It's this kid, just wait and see if I don't kill him now. The snake woman clearly saw Ye Feng's face. Instantly, her whole demeanor turned cold. Time and again, he ruined her good plans. This person must die. Wait still. Do you know him? Suddenly, Long Gong, who was inspecting nearby, stopped the snake woman and then looked at Meng Yiran. This is the person who let our first hunted soul beast be stolen by others, and I was bullied by him too. Meng Yiran recalled what had happened at that time, and her fists clenched unconsciously. With so many people at that time, how could he? This makes it difficult for her to face anyone in the future. Still, don't you still not have a soul ring? There's an injured 1,000-year shadow poison wolf here. Hurry up and kill it to absorb the soul ring. The Dragon Lord was surprised to find that there were still some live wolves on the ground. There are even 1,000-year level ones. Huh, there are still living ones? Meng Yiran was filled with disbelief upon hearing this. Yes, hurry up. It's about to collapse. The Dragon Lord said. Yes. For a soul master, the soul ring is the most important. She was very frustrated after being robbed of her soul ring twice in a row. And now, there was one just lying there for the taking. She instantly felt energized. She saw a dagger stab down. The next second, a 1,000-year soul ring floated beside Meng Yiran. She sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it directly. She was now thinking about fighting that bastard after absorbing the soul ring. She couldn't believe that she could still be at a disadvantage against a soul sovereign. Because just now, Ye Feng was sitting cross-legged, covered in blood, looking like he was healing, and Meng Yiran, who didn't observe carefully, didn't know he was absorbing a soul ring. If she had known Ye Feng was absorbing his fourth soul ring, she probably wouldn't have had such thoughts. What do you plan to do with this kid? The snake lady stared at the dragon lord. Haven't you noticed? He's absorbing a soul ring, and it's the shadow poison wolf's soul ring. The dragon lord approached Ye Feng. He sensed a faint wave of soul power. Absorbing a soul ring? How is that possible? He is clearly younger than Yiran. The snake lady was immediately astonished upon hearing this. Could it be true what he said last time? He is level 40. His method of absorbing the soul ring is very strange, but I can assure you that he is indeed absorbing a soul ring. Who is this kid? The dragon lord. Having seen much, asked the snake lady. I only know that this kid is a teaching assistant at Songhui Academy. The snake lady said coldly. She had no good impression of this kid. A teaching assistant at Songhui Academy? He truly is a once-in-a-century genius. The dragon lord's gaze became a bit profound. To survive amidst so many wolf attacks, this is something even a typical soul emperor would find difficult to achieve. At first, he thought there might be someone helping this kid, but there was only one type of soul power aura present, meaning it was just this little guy. It's truly shocking. Moreover, this shadow poison wolf king is a 30,000-year soul beast. He actually dared to absorb it, and it seems he is in the process of merging. Incredible. Oomph. You wouldn't want to keep this little brat who exposed your granddaughter's body to others, would you? Yiran will never agree to that. The snake lady sensed Long Gong's intention and let out a cold snort. This issue isn't too big. Since Yiran has been wronged, we can just ask him to compensate. Long Gong's eyes showed a bit more appreciation. Oomph. Let me tell you, old man, you're playing with fire. If it were up to me, I'd just kill him, and that would be the end of it. The snake lady approached Ye Feng, her cane already filled with soul power. Chapter 42. It's over. He being backfired by the soul beast grievance. First update. I have my own ideas when I do things, so you don't need to worry about this for now. Long Gong said meaningfully. He had set his sights on this kid. As for Yiran, a little girl like her wouldn't be hard to deal with. Oomph. Do as you wish. The snake lady coldly snorted, clearly dissatisfied. According to her thinking, they should take advantage of his weakness to eliminate him. Keeping him around might cause trouble for them later. Time passed, and soon it was the next morning. Yiran woke up. The morning sun shone down, and she saw the soul light on Meng Yiran gradually retracting into her body. Grandma, I successfully advanced to level 31. Meng Yiran was very happy. She didn't expect that after 2 hard days of chasing soul beasts, she would end up gaining such a big advantage. The shadow poison wolf is indeed very compatible with your martial soul. I wonder how your third soul skill is? Long Gong adjusted his beard and asked with a smile. My third soul skill is Snake Shadow. Not only did I gain the poison from the shadow poison wolf, but I also acquired its speed. If I were to encounter that Tang San again now, I could definitely beat him to a pulp, and that bastard Ye Feng. I would get him a good beating too. Maintuning Ye Feng, Meng Yidan's feast Suden Hardenet. She looked like she was gritting her teeth. Yes. I'll beat him up hard. Long Gong laughed heartily in agreement. The snake lady, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. She didn't know what this old man was up to. Grandpa, that Ye Feng hasn't left, right? I'm going to find him to settle the score. At that time, Long Gong and the snake lady had let Ye Feng absorb the soul ring on the other side to avoid affecting Meng Yiran. He hasn't left. Hasn't left. Long Gong responded in a doting manner. Who doesn't know that in the Meng family, Meng Yiran is the apple of these 2 elders' eyes? Spoiled to the extreme. Why is he still acting this way? Has he been seriously injured? As she walked over, Meng Yiran discovered that Ye Feng was still in the same state she had seen a few hours ago, and because it was now daylight, the blood on him looked even more horrifying, especially the 3 bloody marks on his back, which were simply shocking. She originally wanted to have a good fight with Ye Feng, but how could she take revenge like this? Cough, cough. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly coughed. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. Grandpa, Meng Yiran exclaimed in surprise. Why is this guy suddenly spitting blood? She hasn't even fought back yet. This bastard absolutely cannot die. She has never been bullied like this her entire life. If she can't take revenge, she'll suffocate herself with anger. What's wrong? Long Gong hurriedly ran over. He quickly grabbed Ye Feng's hand. Could it be that he was backfired by the resentment of a soul beast? If that's the case, it would be terrible. Once the brain is damaged by the soul beast backlash, the lightest outcome is becoming an idiot. And the worst is bleeding to death from the 7 orifices. That would mean all his efforts guarding through the night would be in vain. He can't be dead, right? At this moment, Meng Yiran's delicate hands were tightly covering her small red lips, displaying an extreme look of shock. Who would spit out dark-colored blood in a normal situation? And with such severe injuries, it seems impossible for him to survive, right? Suddenly, Meng Yiran became a bit despondent. He won't die. He won't die. This kid truly surprises me a bit. Long Gong retracted his soul power, his entire being filled with astonishment. The other party actually absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. What a genius this is. The best soul ring configuration for a normal soul master is yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Why is it called the best? Because nearly all outstanding soul masters in the entire soul master community have this configuration. Yet this kid actually absorbed a black soul ring for his 4th soul ring, which means his opponent's soul ring configuration should be yellow, yellow, purple, black. I ask, how many people in this world can have such a level of configuration? This child is definitely a super genius that comes once in 1,000 years. Furthermore, I've heard that he was at Songhui Academy. In terms of student quality, Songhui Academy is considered one of the lowest on the continent. Noble children don't return there. Children from prestigious families won't go there either, and the royal family goes without saying. Therefore, it's mostly ordinary families or some small wealthy clans. Given this, I believe his conditions should easily impress others. Long Gong released Ye Feng's hand. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts. Grandpa, what's wrong with him? Meng Yiran saw her grandfather's strange demeanor and was a bit puzzled. It's nothing, he just absorbed the soul ring and cleared out the stagnant blood in his body. Long Gong said, absorbed a soul ring? Meng Yiran was full of questions. Wasn't he always healing? How did it turn into absorbing a soul ring? That's right, he absorbed a soul ring. He absorbed this old woman's soul ring, said the snake granny with a resentful expression, looking like a wronged wife. What bad luck. I finally caught the shadow poison wolf. Meng Yiran was even more confused. Her mind was struggling to keep up. Wasn't the soul ring her grandmother was looking for a 10,000-year soul ring? How could this bastard absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? He's not even a soul king. How could his grandparents' words confuse her so much? You old hag, I'll help you find another 10,000-year soul ring later. Why get so worked up about it? Long Gong sarcastically remarked. Long Gong and Shipa? Meanwhile, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. After a whole night, he finally absorbed the shadow, poison wolf soul ring. Luckily, he had the system's support. Otherwise, it would have really been a struggle. However, when he opened his eyes, he was almost scared out of his wits. Standing in front of him were Long Gong, Shipa, and Meng Yiran. How did these 3 people end up here? What exactly happened? Kid, you finally woke up? Long Gong looked at Ye Feng, somewhat surprised. This kid actually knows about them, the dragon and snake. Bastard, you've finally woken up. I won't let you off for what happened before. Now that I've advanced to soul respect, I want to challenge you again. Seeing Ye Feng wake up, Meng Yiran immediately exploded with anger. The overwhelming rage made her instantly forget all her previous doubts. With a 1,000-year shadow poison wolf martial spirit, she felt empowered in every aspect and didn't believe she could be defeated in one move. What a coincidence. I've just become a soul sect too. Ye Feng stood up. What? So the sect? Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's body suddenly stiffened, and her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion as she looked at the dragon and snake beside her. Haha, you little brat, relying on others' light to advance the soul sect. What's there to be smug about? The snake lady walked over with her cane, her tone filled with resentment. Relying on others' light? Ye Feng was full of question marks upon hearing this. Whose light did he rely on? Damn it. Wasn't this soul ring earned through his own struggle? If you insist on saying he relied on others, he could only say he relied on the system's light. P.S. The first update is here. The author asked for recommendation votes, monthly votes, all kinds of requests, and also thanks to friends who gave rewards today. Thank you for your support. There will be 2 more updates, finished before 23:59. Chapter 43. A husband like this is quite good. Second update. Last night, facing a pack of wolves, if it weren't for the sturdy 1-minute pill, he would have probably turned into wolfdom by now. He really didn't know where this old lady was talking about relying on. Do you know that the shadow poison wolf you absorbed is my soul ring? The snake lady said coldly, stomping her snake staff. Your soul ring? Ye Feng had a big question mark on his face. What the hell? When did the soul beasts in this forest start writing other people's names? Kid, you should thank us. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a scar on the belly of that shadow poison wolf, and that was inflicted by us. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. At this moment, Long Gong approached the body of the shadow poison wolf and pointed at the wound, saying, "Damn, you guys did this?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Long Gong and Shipa. "You little brat, not only do you not say thank you, but you also curse at us. Do you know that we chased this shadow poison wolf for a full 2 days, and just when we were about to catch it, you killed it?" Long Gong and Shipa both looked dumbfounded. This guy directly greets people with a curse. Shouldn't we thank them? Why is he so agitated? "Thank you, you immortal board. Do you know what I went through last night? Thousands of wolves came to attack me alone. I was actually taking the blame for you guys." Ye Feng was so angry. Now he finally understood why those wolves surrounded him alone. He couldn't figure it out last night. Today, when Long Gong and Shipa mentioned it, he immediately realized. It turned out that Long Gong and Shipa wanted to kill the shadow poison wolf for its soul ring, but the wolf escaped. Later, the shadow poison wolf returned with its wolf army for revenge, and seeing him in the forest, they mistakenly thought he was one of them. So, without distinguishing right from wrong, they attacked him. Ye Feng had become an epic scapegoat, and these two guys had no shame in asking him to thank them. Who gave him the face? Really, 100,000 grass mud horses are galloping. Haha, you kid are quite genuine. But it's true that you obtained the soul ring from this matter, so we won't make a fuss about it as a family. Let's just let it go. Long Gong, who originally wanted to hear some gratitude from the younger generation, was now left dumbfounded by the scolding. This kid is quite irritable, but on another note, he really did help them avert disaster. Being attacked by a pack of wolves for no reason and then discovering that the attack was a mistake, making him the scapegoat, is not something anyone would enjoy. But this also indirectly proves that this kid is indeed very strong. Surviving an attack from a pack of wolves. He really found a treasure. A family doesn't speak like two families? Ye Feng was stunned to hear this. What the heck? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Meng Aran, who was beside him, was also dumbfounded. She almost thought she was hearing things. Only the snake lady looked like she understood. It turns out this old man had been keeping secrets just to bring this kid back to the Meng family. No wonder he was reluctant to kill him. Setting aside grudges, the other party is indeed a rare genius. Haha, Ran, didn't you say you want to take revenge and teach him a lesson? Once you become a family, you can teach him however you want. Long Gong said with a hearty laugh. Grandma, look at what Grandpa is saying. Crazy talk. Meng Yaran clutched the snake lady's hand. In her eyes, Grandpa must be crazy. That bastard just bullied her and let some perverted man see her body. Not only did he not help her take revenge, but he also said something about being a family. Is this not insane? What your grandfather decided is not something I can control, the snake woman said impatiently. What are you guys talking about? On the other side, Ye Feng had a head full of question marks. Who is he? Where is he? What is happening here? Kid, my granddaughter is quite a beauty, and I see that you two are a match made in heaven. As a senior, I permit you to be together, Long Gong said with a smile while looking at Ye Feng. Grandpa, who wants to be with him? He bullied me in front of many people before and let others see my body. You should help me take revenge and teach him a lesson. Meng Yaran stomped her feet, looking frantic. Yaran, don't make a scene. How can normal interactions between men and women be called bullying? Besides, isn't it popular these days to be a bit more revealing? I think this is just a signal that Xiao Feng wants to have a deeper communication with you. Long Gong glared at Meng Yaran, then inexplicably pulled out a bunch of nonsense. The snake woman couldn't bear to watch. To get a grandson-in-law. Her husband had lost all shame to this extent. It was simply unimaginable. Next to them, Ye Feng looked like he was about to turn into a question mark today, which I saw them as a match made in heaven. And what the hell is this signal for deeper communication? He asked you, what kind of wolf-tiger words are these? Grandma, you have to talk to Grandpa. How can you let your granddaughter be bullied and even sell her to a bastard like this? Meng Aran was on the verge of a breakdown, immediately seeking help from the snake woman. Iran, when a man comes of age, he should marry, and when a woman comes of age, she should wed. You are now 16, it's time to find a husband. This kid may have many faults, but he is still a decent talent. I believe that you will definitely be happy together in the future, the snake woman said. Grandma, you? Seeing that both her grandparents agreed to marry her off to this kid, Meng Yaran was completely stunned. You girl, Grandpa and Grandma won't make mistakes in judgment. Just as your grandfather said, you two are a good match. As for feelings, they are built day by day. Aren't they? The snake woman advised with a sincere expression. But Grandma, he is younger than me. Younger? Where is he younger? He is as tall as you. And this soul ring on you was also obtained from the soul beast he injured. Aren't you satisfied with that? Before the snake woman could speak, Long Gong spoke again. Grandpa, Meng Yaran suddenly felt a mix of emotions. How did she end up selling herself for a soul ring? Not to mention the previous matters. This person does indeed have strength. He actually managed to kill so many wolves by himself. This is probably something even the Soul King would find difficult, right? It's really too strong. If I have such a husband, we can practice together in the future, which sounds pretty good. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Who said they want to enter your Meng family? On the other side, Ye Feng was confused. What exactly did he experience today? Have these people asked for his consent? Isn't this one-man show a bit too much? P.S. The second update is here. Please support, vote for recommendations, and monthly tickets. Also, here comes the third update. Chapter 44, unclear. Third update. Kid, don't take advantage and then act innocent. My granddaughter, such a beauty, isn't worthy of you? Upon hearing this, Long Gong's tone immediately turned cold. It's not about whether she is worthy or not. It's that I have no such thoughts. Ye Feng said. Meng Yiran is indeed quite good-looking, but damn, he's only 13. Isn't it too early to talk about such things? How can you not have such thoughts, kid? I was once young too, and facing such a beauty, I know what you're thinking. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Whatever you want to do, old man permits it. Long Gong said to Ye Feng with a different expression. He even raised his eyebrows at him in the end. Oh, what? Ye Feng was stunned. This old guy is really going to any lengths to trick himself into the Meng family. His granddaughter said to sell, and he just sold it without a hint of hesitation. But he has no interest in this kind of thing at all. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Meng Yiran's face turned red immediately upon hearing her grandpa say such embarrassing things. Ha ha ha, no witties, Meng sulafs jamlisli. In fact, on this continent, it's quite common for people to get married in their teens. Move quickly. The best strategy of the 36 stratagems is to run away. Slip away. Taking advantage of Long Gong's hearty laughter, Ye Feng knew that if he didn't run away now, it would really be hard to explain later. Kid, what are you doing? Long Gong was dumbfounded. The snake lady was also dumbfounded. This kid is not playing by the rules. Just ran off without saying a word. Thanks to Senior Long for helping to protect me last night, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in things like getting married and having children right now. So let Meng Yiran look for someone else. Ye Feng left behind a sentence. Kid, stop right there. Long Gong is going to chase after him. He really didn't expect that this man could resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. He had already said so much. As long as he wanted to, he could do anything. But the other party just ran away. What is going on? Old man, I advise you to stop making a fuss. Their heart is not even with Iran. At this moment, the snake woman spoke up. Alas, if I had known, I would have been more cautious. Who would have thought he would just run off without a word? There are so many wolves dead here. The dragon lord wants to chase. But the opponent has already run far away, and he thinks about his wife still being here. If another eternal shadow poison wolf leads the wolf pack over, it will be troublesome. At this moment, he can only sigh repeatedly, showing a posture of regret. Last night was truly a wasted effort. Grandpa, I guess they don't think highly of me. And where is there such a direct marriage arrangement? Meng Yiran glared at her grandfather with annoyance. Just now, Grandpa almost said he wanted to hold his great-grandson. This is enough to scare anyone away. At this moment, Meng Yiran was looking in the direction where Ye Feng had just left. She felt a little excited, yet a little disappointed. In short, her emotions were very complicated. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was running wildly for 100 miles. Damn, this is really terrifying. I almost had my handsome body taken over by someone. Fortunately, I ran fast. Let's find a way out first. After confirming safety, Ye Feng began to look for the direction to exit. You brat are quite lucky. You haven't died yet in this situation. I'm here to take you back. Suddenly, at that moment, Ye Feng heard a sound coming from behind. Who? Ye Feng turned to look in the direction of the sound, and his whole body instantly became alert. Who else could be so kind as to come looking for you in this starry forest and take you out? A charming figure walked out, with heavy makeup and fiery red lips. It turned out to be Uncle Ju. I thought it was someone else. When Ye Feng saw the newcomer, the tension in his heart immediately eased. The person in front of him was none other than Yuguan, also known as the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Douluo. This guy is even more effeminate than the characters I used to watch in anime. He completely resembles a transgender person. Plus, he likes bright red lips. Come on, let's go back to the Spirit Hall and help you heal. Juhua looked at Ye Feng and then waved his hand, signaling him to come closer. 2 years ago, Qian Rushua secretly admitted her identity to Ye Feng and specifically let him have interactions with the Spirit Hall. Therefore, some elders in the Spirit Hall also recognized Ye Feng. Moreover, his astonishing talent greatly shocked them, and they treated him as an important part of the Spirit Hall's future. Thank you, Uncle Juhua, but really I don't need it. I'm not dead yet. I just need to recover from my injuries, Ye Feng said. With the system helping him, his self-healing ability is now several times stronger than before. He just looks a bit miserable at the moment. In reality, he is already recovering. Once he fully recovers, it's just a matter of time. Of course, the most crucial thing is that Uncle Juhua's embrace feels a bit scary. It makes me feel a little uneasy. I'm so weak. What if something happens? This is something I wouldn't even dare to imagine. Since that's the case, then I won't bother with you anymore. Douluo looked at Ye Feng. If it weren't for receiving the secret order from young Master Qianrenqua, he wouldn't have traveled all the way to this Stardo forest. And now, not only did he come here, but he also has to go back empty-handed. What is this even supposed to be? Just trouble Uncle Ju to send a message of safety. I estimate I won't be able to return for a while. Ye Feng said to him, since I'm here, I naturally want to take a stroll in Soto City. I'll go back and give the Shrek Academy a kick. I believe when Yu Xiaogang sees me, his expression will definitely be interesting. It's up to you. But I have to tell you one thing. The Empire is interested in having you visit the Heaven Do Royal Academy. At this moment, Douluo said to him, Go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Why? Ye Feng was a bit confused upon hearing this. I don't know the specific intention. When you return, young master will tell you. I'm just casually mentioning it here. Douluo said at this moment. Okay, Ye Feng Shuruk. All right, I've said what I needed to say, and I will help you deliver your message. After Ju Uncle said this, he directly disappeared, always coming and going without a trace. At this moment, Ye Feng found a river and took a bath. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a handsome young man was walking on the streets of Soto City. The Soto Great Spirit Arena? It looks quite lively. Ye Feng walked and soon arrived near the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Having only seen it before, now standing here in person, he felt an inexplicable shock. He thought to himself that he could find a time in the evening to go in and have some fun. Kicking some challenges here wouldn't be bad either. At that time, he could also take down some of the Shrek competitors. Chapter 45. The Return of Yu Xiaogang. First update. At this moment, Ye Feng was planning in his heart. After all, having come to the Douluo continent, how could he not check in at the Soto Great Spirit Arena? However, there was no rush. First, he would go to the Rose Hotel to check in. If he happened to run into the charming and wealthy Dai Xiao, he could beat him up a bit. They should have returned by now. After all, he had spent so many days in the Stardo forest due to the attack of the Shadow Poison Wolf. And those who were fine should have slipped away by now. With that thought, Ye Feng walked towards the Rose Hotel. It was a romantic white building, quite eye-catching. At this moment, in the north of Soto City, a carriage was slowly approaching. As it entered the city gate, the curtains of the carriage window slowly opened. Inside was a man dressed in black with stubble on his face, looking to be in his 40s or 50s. He seemed to be nostalgic about the scenery of the city, as if he had visited here many times before. The carriage continued to move slowly, eventually arriving at the outskirts of the city. A shabby wooden sign read Shrek Academy in big letters. Inside the academy, on the small balcony outside the principal's office, a burly man and a shifty-looking bespectacled man were sitting there drinking tea. The middle-aged man, wearing glasses, said, I didn't expect you would encounter the Titan giant ape this time. Even though we went together, we couldn't escape. This is Flanders, the dean of Shrek Academy. He now has a look of lament on his face. Sigh, this is indeed the truth. The appearance of the Titan giant ape at the outermost edge of the Stardo forest is probably just a coincidence. However, I've been puzzled about what Xiao Wu meant by that one bellow. Zhao Wujing took a sip of tea, looking completely bewildered. This question has remained unanswered since he pondered it in the forest. I have never heard the bull roar that terrifies the Titan giant ape. Flander shook his head slightly. The bull roar you mentioned should refer to the azure bull python. Just then, a man in his 40s pushed open the door and entered the office balcony. He was dressed in black, standing with his hands behind his back, and had a hint of arrogance on his face, as if he carried a great authority. I just heard someone coming. Wujia, let me introduce you. This is my old partner, Yu Xiaogang, who is also Tang San's teacher, and everyone calls him master. Flander directly stood up and introduced Zhao Wujia to the man whose conversation had been interrupted. So you are the master. I've long admired your name. Zhao Wujia almost jumped up upon hearing this. He had often heard Tang San talk about how powerful his teacher was, and today he finally met him. The man's appearance alone made him seem very impressive and authoritative. There's not much fame to speak of. I just proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls and taught Tang San as a disciple. I wonder if Xiao San has returned safely from his trip? The master asked Zhao Wujia. However, at this moment, he felt quite pleased. After all, he had received the admiration of a soul king. He never expected the master to be so powerful yet so humble. Everyone has returned safely from this trip, Zhao Wujia hurriedly replied. That's really not something to boast about. My purpose in coming here is to cultivate everyone here to be like Xiao San, at least to make them the strongest among their peers. The master took a sip of the tea poured by Zhao Wujia. Since taking Tang San as a disciple, he felt like his back was no longer sore, and he could speak for 3 hours about teaching experience without losing his breath. Wujia, this old partner of mine, was personally invited from the Nodding Academy. From now on, he will serve as the director of teaching and logistics for our Shrek Academy. Flanders' mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. Holding 2 positions without having to pay wages, where else can you find such an old partner? The key is that his teaching ability is indeed decent, and he is not a useless person. Holding 2 positions? Master, can you manage that? I have also been a teaching director for many years, so if you can't handle it, feel free to ask me. Zhao Wujia asked the master. That's not necessary. I can manage things in the kitchen, and teaching has always been my strong suit. Tang San is the best example. I believe he must have become a soul zoom by now, right? The master asked Zhao Wujia. Yes, after this trip to the Douluo forest. Xiao San has now become a soul zoon. Zhao Wujia nodded. He naturally didn't dare to doubt the master's teaching ability. You could say that Tang San is the first person to implement my theory, so you can rest assured about teaching without the unmoved king. The master said with a meaningful expression. Since the master has said so, Wujia naturally had no doubts, but he suddenly thought of something. With a disciple like Tang San, how could he dare to doubt the master? If there is anything regarding the unmoved king, feel free to ask. The master looked at Zhao Wujia. When I accompanied Tang San to pay respect to you, was there also someone named Ye Feng? Zhao Wujia asked. Ye Feng. Suddenly, the master was stunned for a moment. Yes. Zhao Wujia nodded. He seemed to have heard that Ye Feng had some relation to the master. Perhaps he hated the master and Tang San after failing to become a disciple. But he didn't inquire further about the specifics. He arrived too late and only caught some fragmented words. So today, since the master is here, he wanted to ask and clear up the confusion in his heart. This was something Tang San told you, right? I do know Ye Feng. Back then, he cried and begged on his knees at my place all night to take him as a disciple. Unfortunately, I, Yu Xiaogang, only wanted to take one disciple in my life. If the unmoved king hadn't mentioned this person today, I would have forgotten what he looked like. The master said with a faint smile, as if in his memory, this person only existed 5 years ago. But master, if you only take one disciple, why didn't you take him and instead took Tang San? Zhao Wujia was puzzled. If you were to take one disciple, Ye Feng would have been the most suitable, right? He was clearly much stronger than Tang San. Xiao San has only just advanced to Soul Zone not long ago. I estimate that Ye Feng will soon advance to Soul Zone, right? Initially, he thought the master took Tang San because of Prince Haoyan's influence. After all, he was the direct son of Prince Haoyan. To take Ye Feng as a disciple, with his poor talent, I would be crazy to take him as a disciple. The master replied directly, annoyed. Ye Feng's talent is poor? Zhao Wujia was full of questions. He reached level 39 at 13, and when he gathered in the small town outside the Douluo forest, he defeated Dai Mubai and Tang San single-handedly. How can you say his talent is poor? Chapter 46, The Tragic Ma Hongjun, Amputation Below the Waist. Second update. Alright, there's no need to mention the past anymore. I don't want to hear it. The master directly terminated the topic at this moment. There was nothing to say about a dead person. He remembered he had told Xiao San that it was best not to talk about this matter, right? How come the other party couldn't control his mouth? It seems he has to talk to him properly later. Right, Xiaogang, you just mentioned the Azure Bull Python. What is that? Flander quickly changed the topic on the other side. As a shrewd businessman, he had already sensed the other party's impatience. If they continued discussing this, it would only backfire. Master, what exactly is the Azure Bull Python you mentioned earlier? Why have we never heard of it? Zhao Wujia naturally picked up on Flanders' cue. Immediately, he stopped discussing that topic. This scene further confirmed his suspicion that the master must have experienced something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so impatient about this matter. He speculated that it was probably due to Prince Haoyan's influence that the master took Tang San among the 2 geniuses and did not take Ye Feng. This may have become a pain in his heart. That's why the other party is so wary when it comes to mentioning this matter. At this moment, Zhao Wujia imagined a process in his mind. As an adult, he also possesses the emotional intelligence of an adult, which means that since the other party does not want to bring it up, he will not mention it either. The other party is now the new teaching director, and offending him would bring no benefit to him as the vice dean. The sky blue bull python is a soul beast that is even more powerful than the titan giant ape in the Douluo forest. Flandre truly is a great partner of the master. The other party fully understands what the other party likes. As soon as the question was raised, Yu Xiaogang immediately became interested and explained to the two. What? More powerful than the Titan giant ape? Hearing this, the two were shocked. Well, if the Titan giant ape is compared to the king of the forest, then the sky blue bull python is the emperor of the forest. This is the knowledge he saw in the ancient texts of the spirit beast records in the spirit hall, and because it was the strongest, he copied it down word for word at that time. At this moment, the master was explaining to the two of them. He knew that soul masters in this world generally focus on cultivation and practical combat. These pieces of knowledge are basically zero. Zhao Wujia and Flander, the two soul saints, were indeed stunned. It was as if some magical knowledge had suddenly increased. Suddenly, at that moment, a scream came from afar. What happened? Upon hearing that scream, Zhao Wujia was instantly left bewildered. Why is there such a tragic cry coming from this academy? Oh no, it's the mistress. Flander, quickly take me down. At this moment, the master, with his pupils constricted, said to Flander. All right. Flander unleashed his martial soul. On the other side, Zhao Wujia also jumped down directly from the upstairs. However, the scene before them made both Zhao Wujia and Flander take a deep breath. Tang San actually grew spider claws on his back. It looked just like a humanoid spider. Terrifying. Fiend, it's bad. Ma Hongjun got scratched. Oscar shouted beside him. What? Flander immediately rushed to Ma Hongjun's side. My foot. Ma Hongjun was still a bit dazed because he had just been scratched. Don't worry. It's not a big problem, just a little injury. Amputation below the waist will fix it. Flander sealed off the spread of the poison. Then he smiled slightly. Huh? Amputation below the waist? A small ghost came out of Ma Hongjun's mouth, and he fainted from fright. What a weakling. Flander looked at Ma Hongjun with annoyance. You arrived just in time. Now the poison is contained in the foot. We should be able to find something to suck it out later. Flander had just intended to scare the kid a bit, because he felt that this guy had been too reckless lately. But this was easy to handle. What about that humanoid spider with spider claws? Flander looked toward Tang San in the distance. Xiao San, can you hear me? On the other side, the master began his psychological therapy. Those who had never seen the master before looked completely confused. What does the man in the black clothes want to do? Old, teacher Yu, how did you get here? Tang San gritted his teeth in pain. Now listen carefully, relax, take a deep breath, and then try to contract a bit. In front of everyone, the master gave a tutorial. There were even more question marks on everyone's faces. The spider legs behind Tang San disappeared unexpectedly. Teacher, I'm ready. Tang San said excitedly as he retracted his spider legs. You just injured a classmate. Go and extract the toxins from his body. It will be fine. I'll guide you on how to do it. In a small room, Tang San released his spider legs and began to absorb the toxins. After completing all this, the master glanced at Tang San. Then the two of them went outside. Teacher, how did you come here? I happen to have something I want to discuss with you. Upon arriving at a forest behind the campus, Tang San spoke up. He had been thinking about finding a time to ask his teacher what he had done back then. Why is Ye Feng still alive now? Everything is really strange. Oh, what a coincidence. I also have something to tell you. The master stopped and looked at Tang San with a very serious expression. The teacher also has something to say to me? What is it? Tang San felt a mix of curiosity and a hint of doubt upon hearing the master's words. It's about Ye Feng, the master said to Tang San. As soon as he heard Zhao Wuji mention Ye Feng, he knew it was Tang San who had said it. Teacher, what do you know? Tang San was somewhat surprised to hear his teacher say this, because what he wanted to talk about was indeed Ye Feng. This person is not only alive, but has also become stronger. He even joined that Songhui Academy. It's simply unbelievable. Of course, the most astonishing thing is that he easily defeated me. But that was the old me. Now he has the poisonous spider claws attached with a soul bone given by the faceless spider, making victory a breeze. I have already told you about Ye Feng. The past is the past, and from now on, let's not mention it again. No matter what happened before, just treat it as if it never happened. Got it? Just at this moment, Yu Xiaogang directly said to Tang San, his tone more serious, almost like a command. P.S. The second update is here, and there will be a third one. The author will try to release it before 1 o'clock. Given how diligent the author is, please give a vote. Chapter 47. Defeat him, for the teacher's honor. Third update. I understand, teacher. Tang San nodded. It's possible that the teacher indeed made some kind of agreement with Ye Feng back then, or perhaps the teacher simply doesn't want to bring up that person anymore. He was right. The past should remain in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. I realize my own perspective has been a bit narrow. That's good. From today on, focus on your training and don't let the other person affect your mindset. Although he had deliberately avoided letting Tang sans see Ye Feng's corpse. He didn't expect that it still left a psychological scar on him. After all, he was just a 6-year-old child at that time. Suddenly seeing a fellow villager die from a snake bite is something one would remember for a lifetime. If he had said Ye Feng was already healed and left, it might have been better. Unfortunately, those things cannot be changed now. I believe that after today's warning, he will completely forget about this matter. Understood. I will definitely work hard to train. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. Isn't Ye Feng arrogant? When the time comes, he will defeat him. Then he will press him to the ground and rub his face in it, fiercely avenging the teacher. At this moment, Tang San secretly vowed in his heart. He felt that the reason the teacher was so sensitive, even forbidding the mention of Ye Feng's name, was probably because this person he gave up on back then had now become such a powerful existence, even defeating him during the gathering in the town. So the teacher was hurt. But that was in the past. I believe that the next time they meet, he will definitely be able to knock him down. Let him see what it feels like to have his face rubbed in the dirt. All right, let us rest for today. In a couple of days, I'll personally take you to class. At this moment, the master said, Tang San nodded. Soon night fell. Soto City truly lives up to its reputation as the city that never sleeps. The night is even more lively than the day, especially at the Soto Great Soul Arena. It was simply bustling. Ye Feng, while kidding, since he didn't see the wealthy Dai Xiao at the Rose Hotel, he naturally had to come to the Soto Great Soul Arena for a visit. Confirm registration for the name Bloodthirsty Demon. A payment of 10 gold coins is required. Ye Feng submitted the information, and at this moment, a female server asked him. Ye Feng nodded and handed over 10 gold coins. Here is your Iron Soul badge. If you are scheduled to compete later, there will be a prompt on it. The female server handed the badge to Ye Feng. Ye Feng took the Iron Soul badge. It must be said that it felt quite hefty. If he remembered correctly, one needed to reach the Silver Soul badge to graduate from Shrek Academy, right? He wondered what level he could reach here. Ye Feng played with the badge in his hand for a few moments. 10 minutes later, it was time for him to go on stage. The dazzling lights illuminated the arena. The competition was about to begin. Welcome everyone to the Soto Great Soul Arena on this beautiful night. At this moment, a blonde beauty with invisible wings on her back flew in the air. She was the host of the event. As soon as she began to speak, the audience erupted in excitement. Today, in the first match of the 18th arena, we have Fat Tiger versus Bloodthirsty Demon. Please welcome both contestants. The first to enter was a burly fat man. Following him was a man wearing a bright red mask. That person was, of course, Ye Feng. He didn't want to expose his true identity. Moreover, he didn't want to use his 4th soul ring. Thus, he registered for the Soul Sovereign level competition while concealing his strength. Having known Shui Air for many years, he was skilled in the techniques of hiding soul rings, and he still had the skills to hide his soul power. So this was a problem. As for why he wanted to do this, he simply wanted to have some fun and see how long it would take for him to reach the Silver Soul Badge level, while similarly hiding at the Soul Sovereign level. He also wanted to test the cultivation methods he usually practiced. Fight! Fight! The host's voice fell, and immediately the audience around the arena was like they had been injected with adrenaline, each one shouting at the top of their lungs. However, the next breath led to a complete silence in the venue. Everyone seemed like lifelike statues. What did they see? The so-called Bloodthirsty Demon took down its opponent with just one strike. Fat Tiger fell down just like that, with a loud bang. The Soul Respect stage is really garbage. This is just too poor. After knocking out his opponent with one punch, Ye Feng said unkindly, "This is a kind of simplicity that has never been imagined." Thus, on this night, a super newcomer appeared in the Soul Arena. After finishing the regular season, the opponent actually went to participate in the challenge matches, the life and death matches, winning 10 consecutive games in the Soul Master Arena, and then winning 5 consecutive games by challenging the Soul Sect Arena. Tonight marks a total of 15 consecutive wins. It's 11 o'clock at night. Sigh. These Soul Masters are too weak. I might as well continue to play life and death matches and challenge matches tomorrow. Ye Feng has already walked out of the Great Soul Arena, and at this moment, he is walking alone on the street. He is heading towards the Rose Hotel. No. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from a distant alley. P.S. Sorry for being a few minutes late. The third update is here. Please support Chapter 48. Are young people playing so extravagantly? First update. This. Ye Feng was taken aback by the sound. Are young people nowadays so open? The street is so lively. Ye Feng walked past the deep and dark alley, shrugging helplessly. What a bizarre thing to encounter. His pure little heart. Help! It's unclear if the person inside sensed someone passing by, But suddenly, a shrill voice cried out. Slap! My little beauty, did you really think you could escape? Scream all you want. No one dares to save you. The creep was a tall, lanky man, a black leather cap on his head, a bomber jacket on his back. His face twisted with wrinkles and paired with two buck teeth, truly embodying ugliness that pierced straight to the soul. With a vicious grin, he slapped the girl. No, please. I'm only 12. Uncle, I beg you, let me go. The girl's delicate face was streaked with tears, her beautiful eyes brimming with pitiful despair. Let you go? And what am I supposed to do tonight then? The man's smile grew even more sinister. Tonight's luck is just too good. I managed to catch such a pretty little beauty. Looks like it's going to be another fun night. Uncle, please. My mother is bedridden at home. I'm begging you, let me go. I'll even kneel for you. The creep moved closer, his disgusting hands already wandering. The girl was terrified, pleading desperately. She knew about the recent rumors of a serial predator in the city, but her sick mother needed medicine, so she had risked going out to buy some, only to run into this monster. Now, cornered in this alley, she realized the horror of her situation. They said 9 out of 10 girls taken by this fiend never returned, first violated, then murdered. If she died, what would happen to her sick mother? Kneel? I do like that position. The man remained unmoved. He has heard this kind of reasoning many times. Besides, does someone else's mother lying in a hospital bed have anything to do with him? All he wants now is to have a pleasant night. Help! Help! That girl knew that this person wouldn't let her go today. In an instant, disregarding the pain from just being hit, she shouted desperately. Sigh, why can't you learn from experience? I already said that even if you scream your throat hoarse, no one will dare to save you. The man touched his forehead, showing a helpless posture. Hey, are you not happy? Suddenly, a figure walked into the alley. He was wearing a red top and loose black pants. Kid, do you know me? The ugly, sleazy man looked at Ye Feng with some confusion. Bow. The next second, Ye Feng raised his fist and directly slammed the sleazy man against the wall. With the system enhancement combined with the rewards from his own cultivation system, the methods of the diamond art and the chaos art, his physical strength was now over 20 times that of an average soul master, and his speed reached an unprecedented level. If he didn't use soul power right now, taking down a great soul master would still be easy for him. And with this sudden attack, even someone like the sleazy man, who was at the soul level, would inevitably suffer a dislocated jaw. Come with me. I'll take you back, Ye Feng said to the little girl. She was only 12 years old. How could this man in his 40s dare to lay a hand on her? Doesn't he have children? Oh, he is childless. Ye Feng initially wanted to leave. After all, he disliked meddling in others' affairs the most. But upon hearing this girl say she was only 12 and had a sick mother at home, begging this person to let her go, he didn't expect this guy to still say those filthy words. And in the end, he couldn't hold back anymore. He doesn't care if you do evil normally, but he can't tolerate you doing evil to such a poor child. The girl was initially a bit stunned, then nodded. What happened tonight scared her. Damn it, you brat. You've got the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard to actually dare to hit your Uncle Douluo. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through. Ye Feng say actions completely enraged bule. He went crazy, regardless of gender. I want to catch this guy and then torture him severely. I wanted to know what price he has to pay for messing with me. He is coming. I only saw that the girl was shouting in great panic. This person has already left her with psychological scars. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ye Feng pushed the girl beside him behind him. It wasn't enough to fight in the Soto Great Spirit Arena tonight. He didn't expect to have such an opportunity when he returned home. Since that's the case, let's have a good battle with this Douluo. Boom. The two fists intertwined. Douluo stepped back a few paces. You are actually a spirit master? Douluo sensed the fluctuation of soul power from Ye Feng and was momentarily surprised. What's wrong? Are you scared? Ye Feng looked at Douluo and asked. Scared? In my eyes, Douluo doesn't know the meaning of fear. Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately became cold and gloomy. I hope you can still be this confident later. Ye Feng's palm surged with a black martial soul. It was a scythe that looked like an elongated 7. Oh my kid, you sure have a big mouth. Upon hearing this, Douluo laughed. He was notorious as a bully in this city. Even the city lord's mansion couldn't do anything about him. Such a little brat actually dared to boast. He estimated that the opponent was at most a great spirit master. First soul skill, tear the sky. The purple soul ring merged. Purple? Soul sovereign? Would-Alas somat surpriset. Whoosh. The next second, he felt as if something had pierced through his body. Splash. It was blood. Douluo discovered that the kid had already arrived behind him. He felt like a fish that had been struck with a knife. Blood gushed out instantly. As for his clothes, they were neatly turned into a diamond mesh. What did you do? Douluo felt unprecedented pain all over his body. It's nothing. Just open a few cuts on you. Ye Feng retracted his soul power. The next second came Bu Li's agonizing wail, resembling a slaughtered pig. It was extremely tragic. It turned out that all the flesh on his body had been sliced by Ye Feng. It was like fish scales, one piece after another. As long as the opponent moved, blood would seep out. As for that inch or two, it was gone. Such a person was not worthy of sympathy. It was easier to just disable him. Thud. Douluo knelt on the ground. Heart-wrenching. Let's go. I'll take you back. Ye Feng said to the girl. Chill. Suddenly, a firework burst in the sky. Thank you, this handsome brother, but why are there fireworks? Suddenly, the girl looked a bit confused. P.S. The author has been delayed, and the extra updates are lonely. The last PK was not arranged, and the editor informed me this afternoon that the PK will be on tomorrow. Since that's the case, the author will keep updating 3 times this week. I hope everyone can support the author. Let the author pass the PK. Thank you all. Your recommendation votes and monthly votes are the key for the author to advance in PK. I sincerely ask for your support. Today continues with 3 updates. Chapter 49. Inhumane Suffering. Who understands Bu Li's pain? Second update. It seems you will have to wait a bit longer. Ye Feng said. He saw that this thing was launched from Bu Li's hand. In other words, the opponent was calling for reinforcements. If you remember correctly, he indeed had 2 friends. One fat, one dwarf. It seemed to be called Old Goose and Tianya. Kid, if you have the ability, don't run away. Douluo had completely turned into a bloodied person. The pain piercing through his bones made his entire body twitch continuously. But he wanted revenge. Revenge. In the distance, one tall and one short. Didn't Douluo say he would bring us fun tonight? What's going on? We can't find him anywhere now. You don't think he went to enjoy himself alone, do you? A short man said, his eyes filled with confusion. Who knows? He's been hogging it all to himself for a long time. The slightly chubby man shrugged. Hey, Old Goose, look quickly. Suddenly, a firework shot up in the center of Soto City, then exploded with a bang in the sky. Not good. It's Bu Li's distress signal. Let's hurry over. After seeing this signal, Old Goose's pupils constricted. He immediately ran towards a distant direction. This is their distress signal. It is only used in life-threatening situations. The alley. It seems you really don't know when to stop, so let me give you a lesson you'll never forget. Ye Feng was originally going to leave, but unexpectedly, the other party called someone over. Since that's the case, while the other party hasn't arrived, he decided to delve deeper into the situation with Douluo. What do you want? Douluo looked at Ye Feng approaching. Instantly, he appeared very flustered as he watched him. What do I want? I'm just helping you stretch your muscles and bones. Ye Feng's smile became even more playful. Soon, the alley was filled with sounds of painful screams. Half of the ribs were broken, limbs were shattered, hands were crushed, and buck teeth were smashed one by one. Douluo first fainted. He quickly woke up from the excruciating pain. Back and forth like this. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that 2 out-of-breath voices could be heard in the alley. Old Goose, I'm here. One of them gasped. I smell gunpowder. The man called Old Goose nodded. You guys. Douluo, who had been tortured for 10 minutes, was now on the verge of collapse. If they were even a little later, they could have set the table for a feast. How can these 2 guys be so unreliable? Douluo, what's wrong with you? Although the alley was dark, it was still possible to see the people clearly under the moonlight. The 2 men, one fat and one short, looked extremely surprised. They had never seen Douluo like this before. Are you his companions? Ye Feng asked the 2 of them. Exactly. Who the hell are you? Do you know that we are notorious villains in Soto City? If you hurt our brother, you will pay the price. The fat man said with a chilling tone. Oh no. Old Goose, come quickly and see Douluo. The short man was currently helping Douluo up. Upon closer observation, he was completely stunned. What happened? The burly man, hearing this, curiously walked over. Douluo, how did you end up like this? You little brat, you really went too far. Bu Li's skin was completely damaged, and his limbs had multiple fractures. Half of his ribs were broken, and even several teeth had been knocked out. Of course, the most critical part was that he had lost an inch or 2. This can't be blamed on me. Who would have thought you would arrive 10 minutes later? Ye Feng shuruk. He had intended to break the other person's bones. He didn't expect reinforcements to arrive 10 minutes later. Out of boredom, he crushed their palms, shattered their limbs, and knocked out all their teeth. That seems reasonable, right? After all, he was just bored. Bastard, I'm going to fight you. I will avenge my brother. Tianya released his spirit rings. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Level 53 Spirit King. I will also avenge Brother Douluo. Even if you are the King of Heaven, you will pay the price today. Old Goose also released his spirit rings. White, yellow, yellow, purple, black. Level 52 Spirit King. The ground was filled with flickering rings. Since there are 2 spirit kings, I will go all out too. A smile appeared on Ye Feng's lips. It seemed like he hadn't gone all out since obtaining his 4th spirit ring, right? Today, he would practice against these 2. Huh, go all out? Even if both of you go all out today, it won't help. We will make you experience the pain of losing an inch or 2. Tianya said fiercely, That's right, I want to avenge my brother. I will cover you in wounds and make you wish you were dead. The fat man roared. Then come on. Purple, purple, black, black. 4 spirit rings swirled around Ye Feng. Thud. The next second, the 2 who were still so arrogant just moments ago suddenly felt weak in their legs. Master, we were blind and didn't recognize you. Please let us go. Tianya immediately knelt in front of Ye Feng. What a joke. What spirit ring configuration is this? How old is the other party? It looks like he's only 13 or 14 with 4 spirit rings, and they're all purple and black. Just ask what kind of background such a person comes from. They are villains, but they're also smart villains. Offending such a person means not just risking their lives, but possibly even their entire clan being wiped out. What are you doing? What happened to that arrogant attitude from just now? Ye Feng looked at the 2. Master, we actually don't know him well. That's right. We don't know Douluo at all. The 2 had a desperate look on their faces. Oh, don't know him? Then what were you just saying about leaving someone an inch or 2? Ye Feng stared at the 2. No, we meant that someone like Douluo, a pervert, shouldn't be left an inch or 2, right, old goose? Tianya asked. Yes, I think so too. Master, wait a moment. Lu, doggy, come here. Have some food. Old goose rolled and crawled over to Douluo's side. To show his determination, he immediately tossed an inch or 2 to a stray dog in the distance. Huh, why you? Douluo had just woken up from coma, enduring the pain. He thought his friends had already dealt with that brat, but when he saw this scene, he immediately fainted again. Ye Feng never expected these 2 to be so brutal. Sure enough, they were born of villainy. Master, can we leave now? P.S. The second update has been delivered, and the author will try to update the next one around 1 o'clock. Please support with votes. Chapter 50. That damn look met. Third update only to see the 2 of them with pleading expressions. I heard that you were involved in these matters. Do you think I will let you go so easily? Ye Feng coldly stared at the 2. Master, it's a misunderstanding. We were just called to Soto City by Douluo a few days ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken 10 minutes to arrive. The real situation is that we are unfamiliar with this place. Old Goose and Tianya both said at the same time. They had been called over by Douluo for pleasure. Who would have thought that they would encounter such matters just 2 days after arriving? Do you really think I am a child? Just now, you still claim to be notorious villains in Soto City. Ye Feng's spirit light became brighter. Master, that was what Douluo made us say. We swear on our martial souls that we have only been here for 2 days. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately had a look of grievance. Oh, Ye Feng stared at the 2. We swear on our martial souls. Seeing that Ye Feng still seemed unwilling to believe them, Old Goose and Tianya immediately swore on their martial souls to show their determination. Get lost. From now on, I don't want to see you again. After the 2 finished swearing, Ye Feng coldly said, I have to say, these 2 truly have a strong desire to survive. However, for someone like Douluo, to be honest, keeping him around serves no purpose. According to the official statistics of Soto City, nearly 100 girls have gone missing in just 3 months. Among them are quite a few 13 or 14-year-old girls. And of those who went missing, more than half have not returned. That is why Ye Feng was so ruthless just now. After all, the greatest revenge on a person is not to let them die, but to make them live in pain. Thank you, Master. We are leaving now. The 2 scrambled away. Wait, bring him with you. I want to see him at the square tomorrow hanging confession. Can you do that? Ye Feng pointed at Douluo. Yes. The 2 nodded wildly. Don't ask them why they were so scared. No normal person has a 1,000-year first spirit ring. And the other party clearly displayed 4 spirit rings. This also proves that the opponent can use the soul ring concealment technique. This is something that only top noble families would possess. From this, one can deduce the other party's identity. Moreover, from the soul rings, it can be inferred that the other party has at least 1 to 2 soul rings in front. If such perverted players face off, they might become the second Douluo. So being honest and admitting defeat is the way to survive. Don't be afraid, little girl, they're all gone. Ye Feng walked over to the little girl who was hiding and covering her eyes. Then Ye Feng personally took her back home. At the entrance of the Rose Hotel at night. Damn it, fatty, what do you think I'm after? Dai Mubai looked extremely indignant. Right, boss Dai? Why are you looking at her face? Aren't those twins appealing? The fatty chimed in. Sigh. I at least turned over a new leaf for her, and didn't come to the Rose Hotel for over a month, cutting off contact with those people. Yet she called me a dirty man. Where am I dirty? Dai Mubai held a drink in his hand. He originally planned to take a break today and go find Zhu Zhuqing, but ended up being scolded harshly. She showed him no respect and even called him dirty. He couldn't help but wonder where he was dirty. Unable to hold back, he went to drink with the fatty. That's right. A man should be a bit reckless. It's a sign of ability and charm, don't you think? Zhu Zhuqing just doesn't understand. The fatty nodded vigorously. Exactly. She just doesn't get it. I have talent and charm. Look at those ordinary men. Who can do this? Dai Mubai, slightly tipsy, spoke even louder. In the past couple of months, he made significant concessions to pursue her. As a result, he ended up with nothing and got scolded instead. Tonight, he finally exploded. Dai Lao told me that twins are the best. No matter how beautiful Zhu Zhuqing is, she is still just one person. With twins, he can have one on each side, which is simply too enjoyable. Why not contact those twin sisters tonight to relieve some stress? At this moment, the chubby guy said, with Dai Lao, there's always a benefit. Usually, when he asked for twins, they would prepare a decent beauty for him and even a free room. However, this wonderful life hasn't happened in a month or two. He misses it. 2 twins? No, I don't want that. Dai Mubai shook his head. You don't want it? The chubby guy was a bit confused. Could it be that Dai Lao really turned over a new leaf? I want 10 twins. If she says I'm dirty, then I'll be dirty to the end and show her. Dai Mubai shouted. Oh, wow, 10. The chubby guy's hands were shaking. Awesome. Indeed, it's Dai Lao. That's right, let us go. I'll go find a manager to arrange it now. Dai Mubai had been swindled out of a large sum of money recently and got scolded today. He had long wanted a vent. Boss, what about me? Watching Dai Mubai walk towards the Rose Hotel, the chubby guy was frantically hinting. Don't worry, we're brothers. I'll arrange 3 for you. Dai Mubai held up 3 fingers. Wow, Dai Lao, you're like my reborn parents. Tonight will be a huge profit. Dai Lao's taste is indeed sharp. The usual beauties are all top-notch girls he usually can't afford. Suddenly, 3. Damn, this is too blissful. Clang. Dai Mubai dropped a bag of gold coins at the front desk. The male receptionist panicked instantly and hurriedly contacted the manager. The manager, who had just lain down, rushed over as soon as he heard Dai Xiao had arrived. Half an hour later, 3 beautiful girls and 5 pairs of top-notch twin sisters appeared in the hall. Wow. The chubby guy's heart flew. It directly flew to the room upstairs. He never dreamed that Dai Lao actually wanted 10 twins. Is this what it means to have money power? He really wants to have it. Young Master Dai, the 5 pairs of twins you requested have been found, all of whom have served you and are familiar with your habits. Tonight's room is the top-floor presidential love suite, with a bed big enough and all-wool carpets. I hope you have a great time. At this moment, the manager resembled Dai Mubai's personal butler, introducing the scene. Young Master Dai, all the women called out in unison. Dai Mubai usually doesn't have any special preferences, except for twin girls. Previously, he was even known in Soto City for his double kills. At the entrance, Ye Feng, who had just sent the little girl home, had just entered the Rose Hotel. It was already quite late, and he just wanted to go back and rest. Suddenly, the shout of young Master Dai caught Ye Feng's attention as he was about to head upstairs. Then, their eyes met. P.S. Here, as the 3rd update. During the PK period, I seek recommendation tickets, monthly tickets and rewards, various requests. Chapter 51. Intense battle at the brothel. First update. Dai Mubai, Maongjun. Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. Wow, are they having so much fun? 13 girls. 5 pairs of twins. The scene was just like a selection of concubines. Indeed, being ordinary limited his perspective. Fatty, isn't that the kid from Songhui Academy? Suddenly, Dai Mubai also noticed Ye Feng. His eyes narrowed for a moment, and a fierce aura surrounded him. Last time in the Stardow Forest, they had planned to teach the other party a lesson, but they were scattered because of the Titan Great Ape's appearance. He never expected that their paths would cross at this Rose Hotel. Songhui Academy? Dai, are you mistaken? Fatty's mind was focused on the 3 girls. No matter if it was the enemy from Songhui Academy who killed his father, he had no interest in that. Live in the moment, solve the present. Oh, it's Dai Xiao. What is up? Planning to fight 10 phoenixes tonight? Ye Feng walked over, smiling at Dai Mubai. This young master, are you looking to have a great time tonight? Our Rose Hotel is fully arranged. Seeing Ye Feng at that moment, the manager thought he had needs as well. He immediately approached, thinking that knowing Dai Xiao meant a generous tip. Forget it, I'm not as kind-hearted as Dai Xiao, who usually sponsors the twin sisters. Ye Feng wore a cynical expression. Damn it really is you, kid. Hearing the voice, Fatty finally shifted his gaze from the beauties to Ye Feng. The moment he saw Ye Feng, he froze, his fists clenched tight. Oh, I thought it was someone else. But isn't this the guy who can't control his lower body? Ye Feng turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun. When it comes to hurting others, Ye Feng had never lost to anyone. You, what did you say? In an instant, Fatty exploded. Grass chicken, brothel. This is the last thing he wants to hear. Forget it, forget it. Seeing how unconvinced you all look, just come over here. Ye Feng waved his hand, as if summoning a dog. You. Dai Mubai trembled with anger. On the other side, the chubby guy also looked like he wanted to rush over and tear Ye Feng's mouth apart. Dai Xiao, don't be angry, don't be angry. Let's go back to the room and relax. It's not worth it to get sick because of someone like this. The hotel manager immediately noticed that they were enemies. He subtly hinted to the 10 pairs of twins. Suddenly, one of the more perceptive ones clung to Dai Mubai, acting coy and saying, "Yes, Dai Xiao, if you get too upset, what will these delicate sisters do?" One by one, they leaned against Dai Mubai. Some held his hands, some kissed his face, some hugged him, pouting and acting cute, almost covering him from all angles. Oh, I almost forgot. Dai Xiao still has to have fun tonight. How can we ruin his mood and leave the ladies feeling lonely, right? It's fine. I'm in room 333. Just come find me tomorrow morning. I'm always available. And that brothel chicken. Ye Feng said to Dai Mubai, then glanced at Ma Hongjun. To be honest, Ye Feng felt quite sorry for Zhu Zhuqing. How could someone like Dai Mubai, who lived a life of casual indulgence, be a match for her? Especially tonight, he actually planned to visit 10 girls. And they were all pairs of twins. He was completely taken aback. As for that chubby Ma Hongjun, he was an old regular. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Get away from me. White tiger possession. Dai Mubai was already holding in his anger today, and this bastard kept provoking him, so he directly unleashed his martial soul. Instantly, the white tiger possessed him. Martial soul, evil fire phoenix. He had originally planned to enjoy a good night's sleep with 3 beauties. But he never expected this bastard to jump out and cause trouble, and even insult him as a brothel chicken. This is something no one can tolerate. In an instant, a phoenix appeared behind the fat guy. The girls were startled to see both of them unleash their martial spirits. Dai Xiao, don't ruin such a beautiful night. The manager hurriedly came forward to advise. Get lost. Dai Mubai pushed the manager aside. Even if the king of heaven comes tonight, he will still beat this kid to relieve his anger. Wait, I want to ask something. Ye Feng made a pause gesture. What is wrong? Are you scared? Ma Hongjun stared at Ye Feng. Dai Mubai also had a chilling demeanor. Scared? I just want to ask if Dai Xiao will pay for everything. Ye Feng looked at Dai Mubai, a playful smile on his lips. The fat guy looked towards Dai Mubai. After all, he had no money. Hey, I have plenty of money, Dai Mubai declared boldly. I just like making friends with someone like Dai Xiao. Ye Feng moved. Several figures intertwined in the hall. The battle was extremely fierce. First soul skill, white tiger shield. Block. Second soul skill, white tiger. Die for me. Third soul skill, white tiger transformation. In an instant, the floor of the hall flew up. Ye Feng and Dai Mubai engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Both sides exchanged blows. Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Dai Xiao, move aside. Let me burn him to death. The fat guy leaped into the air, flames spewing from his mouth. Seeking death. Second soul skill, Songlong. Ye Feng wielded the bloodthirsty demon scythe and then swung it toward the fat guy. The next second, the blade transformed into its Songlong, charging directly toward the fat guy. The fat guy was hit in the chest, breaking through the roof and crashing down from a height of 100 meters. Fat guy, Dai Mubai esse pupils constricted. Dai Xiao, take care of yourself first. A left hook, another hook hit Dai Mubai's face. Then Ye Feng began to unleash a combo like he was playing Iori Yagami. The first soul ring lit up. Bloodthirsty demon scythe, a tearing sky strike. Followed by the second soul skill, Songlong. The blade transformed into its Songlong and sent Dai Mubai flying. But was that the end? No. When Dai Mubai landed, he saw a small red bug, like a flame. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, completely obliterating the front hall of the Rose Hotel. Only a guest room remained behind, in disarray from the wind. As for Dai Mubai and the fat guy, not to mention their bruised faces, their bodies were covered in soot, their expressions dazed, with smoke rising from their mouths. They looked completely bewildered, as if thinking, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? How boring, time to sleep. After the fight, Ye Feng returned to his room. Anyway, Dai Xiao is responsible. The next morning, Shrek Academy dormitory. Dai Xiao, fat guy, what happened to you? Seeing the two of them supporting themselves with canes, their clothes tattered and looking worse than beggars at the village entrance, Tang San was stunned. You two didn't go out to do that and got beaten up for not paying, right? Oscar was also awakened and looked incredulous. Normally, only the fat guy would get into such trouble. How could Dai Xiao too? P.S. Author requests votes. Chapter 52 Revenge. Second update. Sai, don't mention it. My brother is in trouble. At this moment, Dai Mubai covered his face and said, he looked very haggard. In trouble. In trouble. The fat guy, beaten into a pig's head, was speaking with a strange lisp. Upon closer inspection, several of his teeth were missing. How tragic. Dai Xiao, fat guy, what exactly happened? You can't keep it to yourselves. Speak up and we'll face it together. Tang San asked with a look of confusion. What on earth happened to make Big Brother die and the fatty end up like this? It was at Ye Feng, the fatty said fiercely. He originally had 3 beautiful women tonight, but Ye Feng ruined all his good plans. So infuriating. Ye Feng, the one from Songhui Academy? Oscar was already panicking. On the other side, Tang San had a deep look in his eyes. We finally had a break. And I went out with Big Brother Dai to catch up with a few girls, but who knew we would suddenly run into Ye Feng? And then he beat us both up. The fatty said, tears and snot streaming down his face. It was utterly tragic. What, there's this too? Could it be that this Ye Feng really thinks there's no one left in Shrek? Oscar said angrily upon hearing this. Is he still at the Rose Hotel? Tang San asked Dai Mubai and the fatty. His tone became even colder. With his partners beaten like this, he naturally couldn't hold back any longer. This grudge must be avenged. Moreover, I lost to this bastard when I didn't have the external spirit bone at that time. Now that I have obtained the external spirit bone, I've long wanted to settle this score. I remember he said last night that he seems to be staying in room 333. The fat guy replied, then what are we waiting for, Sanga? Let's go. To avenge Dai Lauda and the fat guy. Oscar said at this moment, when the time comes, Tang San will attack while assisting. And he will definitely beat that guy named Ye Feng to the ground. Let's go. Let's hurry and block him while it's still early. Tang San nodded, agreeing with Oscar's plan. Wait, we want to go too, Dai Mubai said, although his face was swollen beyond recognition. Since Xiao San and the others were going to take revenge, he and the fat guy couldn't just wait here. As long as it's about beating Ye Feng, they can still fight. This might not be appropriate. You two are like this, it's better to rest first. At this moment, Tang San said, I could just go with Sanga. You guys wait in the dormitory for us to return victorious. Oscar spoke. Stop talking nonsense. We must go along to take revenge for this grudge. Xiao Ao, recover the sausages. Dai Mubai directly threw away the wooden crutch that was supporting them back. That's right. Revenge. Sausages. The fat guy was also energized. He looked spirited all of a sudden. All right, then let's all 4 have the same goal and go block that arrogant kid from Songhui Academy. Oscar immediately used his martial soul to create 2 recovery sausages. After Dai Mubai and the fat guy ate these sausages, they immediately felt their waists and legs no longer hurt, and they were much more energetic. 10 minutes later, in the boys' dormitory, the 4 of them quietly walked towards the exit, because at the end of the corridor was the girls' dormitory. They were afraid of disturbing the girls, especially Dai Mubai and the fat guy. If the girls saw them in this pig-headed state, it would be an instant social death. Squeak. This world is truly wonderful. Often, what they want to avoid is exactly what comes to them. The door of the girls' dorm suddenly opened, and all that could be seen was Xiao Wu rubbing her hazy eyes. How did you all get here? Suddenly, she was startled because she saw 4 people. They moved lightly, and upon seeing her, they seemed to freeze like statues. Vividly alive. Shoo! Oscar and Tang San made a shushing gesture. What? What happened? Big Brother Dai, fatty, who beat you up like this? At this moment, Xiao Wu's face was full of excitement. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? A voice came from the girls' dorm. Big Brother Dai and fatty got beaten up, Xiao Wu said directly. The next second, Ning Rongrong came out. Soon after, Zhu Zhuqing also appeared. Fatty and Dai Mubai were in disarray in the wind. Did Xiao Wu not see that shushing gesture? Social death. True, social death. Oscar, what exactly happened? Ning Rongrong asked Oscar. We got beaten up. Oscar seemed to have no immunity to Ning Rongrong's inquiry at all and said it directly. Beaten up? By whom? Xiao Wu was extremely curious and asked first. Sai, it was that kid from Songhui Academy. Dai Mubai shrugged helplessly. Since they were found out, he couldn't be bothered to hide it anymore and directly showed his scarred face. On the other side, Fatty also turned his pig-like face towards everyone. The 3 girls were immediately astonished. So you plan to go for revenge this early? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Oscar nodded. Tang San, you didn't call us for revenge? Do you not consider me, Xiao Wu, and Zhuqing, and Rongrong as your own? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu directly questioned Tang San. Well, I was just worried it would affect arrest. Tang San shrugged helplessly. He truly was a cute little thing who could adapt to situations. Oomph. Fighting is something you can call anyone at any time. Last time that Ye Feng hurt me, this time I must get back at him, and I will definitely make him fall hard. At this moment, Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly, looking very angry. All right then. It seemed that the 7 members of Shrek were collectively heading out. Anger was written all over their faces. They were determined to surround Ye Feng at the Rose Hotel. Ding ding. Room 333. At 8 in the morning, as a highly disciplined man, he had already run around Soto City. At this moment, he was taking a shower in the bathroom. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Ye Feng asked, but no one answered. Instead, the doorbell kept ringing. What is going on so early in the morning? Ye Feng wrapped himself in a towel and walked out of the bathroom. Outside the door. He must be too scared to open it. Otherwise, let us break the door down. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were at the door. As for why 3 girls came up, it was because of Xiao Wu. She was good at fighting and originally wanted to come up alone, but Tang San disagreed. In the end, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing accompanied her. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others were downstairs, preventing Ye Feng from escaping through the window. After all, this was the 3rd floor. For a soul master, escaping through the window was extremely easy. P.S. Wow, everyone keep it up. The author saw the recommendation votes increase suddenly, and the ranking went up. These days are crucial. The life and death of this book depend on everyone's support. The author is off to write, and there will definitely be a 3rd update before 1 o'clock. Chapter 53. Who is looking for whom to settle accounts? 3rd update. So the battlefield below is even more important than the one above. It's estimated that when Ye Feng hears this knocking, he will immediately suspect that enemies have come to find him. Let's kick the door. Ningrongrong noted. Zhu Zhuqing also agreed. You guys step aside. Xiao Wu took 2 steps back. She prepared to make a dash. After all, she was not a power-type soul master. A dash would make it easier to resolve the situation. Creak. Suddenly, at that moment, Ye Feng opened the door. Xiao Wu, who was charging in, couldn't he stop in time and crashed into Ye Feng. What the heck? Ye Feng was completely confused. He only saw a figure rushing towards him and instinctively sidestepped. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu's body bumped right into Ye Feng's towel. The next scene was simply too beautiful. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing screamed in shock. It was as if the earth was shaking. Downstairs at the Syrian-style Rose Hotel. Did you hear that sound? Dai Mubai stood up. That is the sound of girls screaming. Not good, Xiao Wu. Tang San's pupils constricted. He instantly thought, could it be the guy has laid hands on Xiao Wu? He dares. Xiao Wu is his bottom line. If he dares to lay hands on her, Tang San will definitely have to deal with this person himself. At this moment, Tang San used Ghost Shadow perplexing steps and quickly went upstairs. Dai Mubai, Ma Ongjun, and Oscar also ran upstairs. However, the scene was very harmonious. Rong, where is Xiao Wu? Tang San rushed over to ask. She fell down. Ning Rong replied. Fell down? Tang San had a face full of question marks. This has nothing to do with me. She rushed down herself just now. The door was slightly tilted, and it was just like a window. Xiao Wu. Tang San immediately rushed out of the window. What exactly happened just now? Oscar looked at Ning Rong. Dai Mubai also looked deeply at the two. For some reason, they felt something was off with these two. And no, it's nothing. Just as Xiao Wu fell down, and we got a bit scared. Ning Rong sighed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. How could they say such a thing? Really? Oscar, for some reason, felt something was off. Not just him, but Fatty and Dai Mubai felt the same way. What? You don't believe me? Ning Rong stared at Oscar. I believe. Oscar dared not say anything. He immediately said he believed. Hey, Ye Feng, right? Why are you bullying Boss Dai and Fatty? Do you really think there's no one in Shrek? The clever Oscar changed the subject, directly staring at Ye Feng. No matter what happened, as long as the person is fine, that's good. Moreover, today they came to settle accounts with Ye Feng. They couldn't forget this important matter. Oh, the one who got beaten up last night brought someone today, and it's a food-type soul master. Ye Feng had already changed his clothes and smiled as he looked towards Fatty. The one who got beaten up. Ning Rong couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this, because she knew what it meant. Combined with what she had learned about Fatty during this time, this gulling grass chicken is simply the most fitting title for him. You, what did you say? The fat guy exploded at that moment after hearing this. Last night, there was no one except for Big Brother Dai, so the gulling grass chicken didn't hurt him much. Today, with female classmates here, the other party actually said this. This is simply rubbing his dignity into the ground, especially when seeing Ning Rong chuckle. Zhu Zhuqing is holding back laughter. He was even more furious. He has never been humiliated like this before. Isn't it true? And last night, Dai Xiao was also having a blast. Ye Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. Kid, what did you say? I warn you not to talk nonsense. Dai Mubai sensed a hint of danger. He immediately pointed at Ye Feng and shouted, "Oh my god, Zhu Zhuqing is here. If the other party finds out about what happened last night, then he would really be done for." He was now regretting bringing Zhu Zhuqing and the others over. This is simply a mistake. What's wrong? The infamous double kill Dai is panicking. Ye Feng looked towards Dai Mubai, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kid, I advise you shut up. Dai Mubai glittered fiercely at Ye Feng. If it were someone else, they might have panicked. Unfortunately, he was facing Ye Feng. Dai Mubai was not worried at all. In fact, he maintained an attitude of fearlessness. After all, the other party couldn't defeat him. And with his power in the Star Luo Empire, what was there to be afraid of? What does double kill Dai mean? Zhu Zhuqing asked beside them. She had never heard this term before. No, it means nothing. It just means I have strong combat power, like being able to take on two opponents. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately explained to Zhu Zhuqing with a strong desire to survive. After all, he still wanted to pursue her. If this matter got out, he would have no chance at all. Oh, really? Zhu Zhuqing said, staring intently at Dai Mubai and the fat guy. Yes, really. Dai Lao's combat power is particularly strong. That's why it's called a double kill. Feeling Zhu Zhuqing's gaze on him, the fat guy immediately panicked. He quickly answered wisely. After all, he wasn't lying. He was talking about combat power, and he hadn't specified which aspect. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief and gave the fat guy a look of a good brother. Finally, he managed to keep the secret safe. Isn't this just seeking revenge on himself and settling the score with Ye Feng? Who is really settling scores with whom now? It's quite shocking. Indeed, Dai Xiao is really strong in combat. He even planned for a pentakill last night. Oh no, I mean a decakill. It's so impressive that even men would envy him. Ye Feng's lips curled up slightly. Heh, playing with him is still a bit too naive. Today, without exerting any effort, he can render you completely powerless in battle. As soon as the words came out, Dai Mubai was completely frozen. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He really shouldn't have come today. Even if he did come, he shouldn't have brought Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing's tone instantly turned cold. Zhuqing, it's not what you think. It's that kind of combat power. That kind, he didn't explain clearly. Dai Mubai was completely flustered this time, answering in a hurry. Yes. It's the kind of twins. Ye Feng shrugged and said. Disgusting to the extreme. Zhu Zhuqing finally couldn't hold back, glaring fiercely at Dai Mubai. Kid, I'm going to kill you. P.S. The third update is here. Today when I opened the back end, I saw many friends giving rewards, thanks to Fan Sha, Yu Yuan, Haize, Nyang Siyu, Dai Chong Fag Yao, Jiang, and Ai Chio Wuro, and other friends for their generous support. At the same time, the author also thanks everyone who cast recommendation votes and monthly votes today. Thank you all. Your crucial vote is what supports the author to keep writing. A new day, continue to ask for votes. Chapter 54, Bloodthirsty Demon, first update, seeking recommendation votes. Dai Mubai trembled all over, wanting to attack Ye Feng, especially after mentioning what happened last night. It's simply sowing discord. What? Still so furious and wanting to kill me? Ye Feng just looked calmly at Dai Mubai, completely unafraid. Because he knew that with Zhu Zhuqing here, Dai Mubai wouldn't dare to attack. Once he did, it would be a done deal, and there would be no way to wash it away. Deep down, he actually liked Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in anger. He wanted to make a move, but didn't dare to. Because Zhu Zhuqing was watching him. Once he made a move, it would be equivalent to admitting it. At that point, no matter how he explained, it would be useless. Disgusting. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Dai Mubai. Then she turned and walked downstairs. If Dai Mubai and the fatty got beaten, they should indeed help. But these two were beaten for soliciting prostitutes. So what was there to help with? Especially since a certain someone even found 10 women, 5 pairs of twins. Just let them be killed. Ye Feng, you bastard. At that moment, Xiao Wu rushed in holding a towel. Just as she burst through the door, a towel was thrown over her head. Immediately after, she charged straight down from the 3rd floor. Ye Feng, what do you mean by this? Tang San followed closely behind, his eyes filled with killing intent. Why did he put a towel over Xiao Wu's head? Why did he push Xiao Wu down from the 3rd floor? Why? Suddenly, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt that the atmosphere above was not right. Zhu Zhuqing turned and walked away directly. Dai Laoda, Zhuqing's sister, Ning Rongrong followed behind. Dai Laoda, hurry and chase. I'll testify for you. The fatty, looking at the dazed Dai Mubai, immediately said. Last night, he talked about how Zhu Zhuqing was but it was just about getting free girls. In fact, he thought that someone like Zhu Zhuqing was quite a match for Douluo. Dai Mubai was a bit stunned. He wanted to go, but couldn't bring himself to. What are you still dazed for? With me as a witness. Just say this kid is making it up. If it doesn't work, we can add Sangu and Xiao Ao. She will definitely believe us. The fatty said. Then let's go. Dai Mubai made up his mind and chased after her. So, apart from Ye Feng, only 3 people were left on the scene. Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Oscar, what happened? Tang San and Xiao Wu both looked confused. How did it end up like this? This situation is very complicated. Let's hurry and help Boss Dai, Oscar said with a bitter smile. Oh, what about him? Oscar grabbed Tang San's hand and ran down. Boss Dai's happiness in the second half of his life is more important. We can settle accounts with him later, Oscar said excitedly. Xiao Wu. Tang San called out to Xiao Wu. What? Do you want to fight me? Ye Feng also looked at Xiao Wu at this moment. Wait, I'm coming. Xiao Wu immediately ran down. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of threat from this man. Staying here would definitely not be an option for her. Even if she could win, it would come at a great cost. It's better to wait for everyone to come together. At this moment, Xiao Wu thought to herself. So, Ye Feng watched as this group of people went downstairs. He glanced out the window. Zhu Zhuqing walked away without looking back. Ning Rong was chasing from behind. Further back were Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. As for whether they could catch up, Ye Feng didn't know. After all, they had already left his line of sight. Besides, what did other people's affairs have to do with him? Shrek Academy. Xiaogang. If you keep playing around like this, the Academy's funds won't hold up. Flender looked at the budget for the Academy's expenses for the next month written by Yu Xiaogang with a troubled expression. Good heavens. They need to spend the entire year's tuition of the Academy in just 1 month. Flender had never seen something so outrageous. Since you called me here, I naturally have my plans. The master stood with his hands behind his back, as if nothing could change his mind. But we don't have money, Flender lamented. Do you want these kids to become the strongest among their peers? The master asked. Of course, Flender said. He called the master over precisely to train these kids. After all, he had taught Tang San so well. The other kids should be fine too. Then it's settled. Let us do it this way, the master said directly. But my old friend, the tuition for these kids for a whole year is only enough for you to play around for a month. Where do you expect me to find so much money for you? Flender slammed the table. The academy almost closed down due to lack of funding. With such a large expenditure, where will he find the money? Actually, there's a way. They can train for a week and then go to the Soul Arena the following week to earn money. Repeating this cycle could help them earn back the money, right? The master said to Flender. In the Soul Arena, winning a battle means money. But isn't this a bit difficult for these little guys? Training for a week and then spending another week in the Soul Arena, he worries that these little monsters might not be able to handle it, which would be troublesome. Moreover, who can guarantee that they will win every match? Don't worry, after my training, there will definitely be no problem in earning money, the master said confidently. Well then, since the other party has said so, Flender naturally had nothing more to say. In the Soul Arena, tonight, a figure is still the center of attention. He wears a bright red mask. Whether it's a regular battle, a life and death match, or an advanced battle, he handles them all with ease. Moreover, he has never used more than one soul skill. Yet no opponent can withstand it. Bloodthirsty Demon. Victory. Another match. Bloodthirsty Demon wins again. The second match. Then the third and fourth. He kept fighting until 11 o'clock. In a VIP room of the Soul Arena, a man dressed in black sharply stares at the man wearing the red mask. The man known as the Bloodthirsty Demon might be the greatest opponent for these kids. What is his true identity? Why is he so strong? The people in the VIP box above are none other than Master Yu Xiaogang. After all, the Shrek Academy students will be coming here for practical training next week, and as their teacher, he naturally needs to come and scout the situation to see what events are suitable for these kids. At 11:30, Yu Xiaogang walked out of the VIP box. He was pondering what to do if these kids encountered the Bloodthirsty Demon. Suddenly, a boy in a red top and black pants caught his attention. P.S. Wow. The author was busy during the day and didn't update, and now the recommendation ranking has dropped by 12 places. Come on, everyone, give some support. Chapter 55. Yu Xiaogang comes to the door, second update. While he may lack other skills, Yu Xiaogangs memory is quite good. Just now in the VIP box, he saw the record-breaking Bloodthirsty Demon wearing a red top and black pants. The boy in front of him looks almost identical. But how could the other person be so young? His back looks about the same age as Tang San and the others. It's simply unbelievable. Master dared not approach too much, fearing to raise suspicion. He decided to observe for a few more days, as the kids 1T be coming for another week. The next few days at the soul fighting arena continued to be intense. The bloodthirsty demon broke the record again, becoming the fastest Copper Soul Master in the entire arena, with the Silver Soul Master also within reach. On this day, Ye Feng came out of the Fighting Spirit arena. It was really boring. His current score had already reached over 900 points. This is still the result of him not giving his all. According to the rules of the Duhan arena, 100 points grant a Copper Duhan, and 1,000 points grant a Silver Duhan. He can achieve the Silver Duhan badge tomorrow. The graduation requirements for Shrek Academy are nothing more than this. He has casually played for just a week to reach this point. Ye Feng is now considering whether to continue playing for a while after obtaining the Silver Duhan badge tomorrow to upgrade to the Gold Duhan badge, or to return to the Tiando Imperial Palace first to see what Schwer wants from him. He remembers that Uncle Ju had previously notified him to return if he had time. Ahem, suddenly, at this moment, a cough sounded. Of course. With so many people on the streets suffering from throat inflammation, Ye Feng couldn't possibly take the time to care about it. He didn't even stop and just walked on. Yu Xiaogang? It shouldn't be. Didn't he hear his own cough? After these few days of following, Yu Xiaogang confirmed that this person was indeed the bloodthirsty demon. Don't ask him why he is so sure. The reason is that although he hasn't seen the face of that person, he can clearly remember their clothes. Moreover, in the past few days, he specifically bought a seat close to them. He meticulously noted down the bloodthirsty demon's clothes, pants, and shoes. The other party only has 2 sets. One is a red top with black pants and black shoes. The other is a white top with black pants and black shoes. So as long as he pays a little attention and notes the unique patterns on the clothes, it will be quite easy to find the person outside. Ahem. Thus, Yu Xiaogang followed closely behind Ye Feng again, coughing hard. However, the figure in front showed no reaction whatsoever. Is it the bloodthirsty demon? Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang quickly walked to Ye Feng's side. Then he spoke. He was observing this person's expression. If he hesitated a bit, it would prove that this person was the bloodthirsty demon. If the other party ignored him or looked at him in confusion, then perhaps he had made a mistake. But the possibility of making a mistake was small. Huh? Ye Feng turned around. When he saw that familiar face, his pupils suddenly constricted. Isn't this Yu Xiaogang? How could he be here? And he even approached him. What does this guy want? You're a bloodthirsty demon, aren't you? Yu Xiaogang noticed Ye Feng's expression and immediately showed a smile. Because many years had passed when Ye Feng was in rags back then. The master didn't even glance at him. So he completely didn't know that the person in front of him was Ye Feng. If he knew this was Ye Feng, he probably wouldn't be able to smile anymore. Yes, Ye Feng replied. He was truly bewildered. It seemed like Yu Xiaogang didn't recognize him. He was killed by the other party back then. Had he forgotten so quickly? P.S. Today the author is stuck in a writing block, feeling very uncomfortable, because the author really wants to write this face-slapping plot well. If there isn't a 3rd update tonight, then there will be 4 updates tomorrow, and they will be earlier. I also hope everyone can continue to support the author. The votes have decreased a lot. Please give more strength. And the author will definitely do their best to present this face-slapping plot. Write it wonderfully. Chapter 56. He really has no feelings of guilt. First update. Seeking recommendation votes. Does he really think killing a person is as easy as squashing an ant, forgetting it completely in just a few years? Also, what does this guy want him to do? Did he come to seek advice after watching the previous soul fighting arena matches? No. According to Yu Xiaogangs character, he shouldn't do such a thing. What trick is he playing? Perhaps you don't recognize me. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang followed Ye Feng, pretending that the two were friends. Ye Feng, don't recognize you? I would recognize you even if you turned to ash. So what? Of course. Ye Feng wouldn't say his true feelings out loud. Instead, he coldly asked him directly. He wanted to see what scheme the other party was up to. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to get to know you after seeing your brilliant achievements in the soul fighting arena these days. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang spoke to Ye Feng with a face full of goodwill. The other party was so young, he should still be in school. If he could arrange for him to come to Shrek Academy and become his student, practicing his theories, then perhaps Yu Xiaogang could become famous throughout the continent in the future. From then on, no one would look down on him or be dissatisfied with him. To be honest, he never expected to be so lucky to encounter such a talent during this inspection of the soul fighting arena. This trip to the soul arena in Soto City is truly significant. The master felt a surge of joy in his heart. Of course, he had no idea that the person in front of him was Ye Feng. If he had known, he probably wouldn't be able to smile at all. Oh, is that so? Ye Feng scoffed. It's really disgusting. Back then, he told him to get lost. And now, he comes over to say he wants to get to know him. Why is this guy's face so big? And can he really not remember anything about himself? Thinking of this, Ye Feng inexplicably found Yu Xiaogang even more disgusting. People often have a deep memory of the mistakes they've made. If Yu Xiaogang still remembered him, then he might still feel some guilt about what happened back then. However, the fact that he doesn't remember him at all proves that he has completely forgotten, so there is no question of any guilt. It's likely that in Yu Xiaogang's mind, he doesn't think it's wrong to bully a defenseless child and push him into the jaws of a snake. I wonder what this young friend's name is? Yu Xiaogang sensed Ye Feng's coldness, but he was not planning to give up. After all, it's not easy to find a horse of 1,000 miles. Nameless. Ye Feng retorted directly. When did Yu Xiaogang become so clingy? I see you should be around 13 or 14, still in school, right? I didn't expect you to advance to Soul Master at such a young age. You're truly a genius. Ignoring Ye Feng's indiferenza. Yu Xiaogang continued to chatter away with a warm face. Did you come over just to flatter me? I'm not like some people who enjoy hearing others compliment them and treat others' opinions of themselves as their lifelong pursuit. Ye Feng maintained an extremely cold demeanor, secretly mocking Yu Xiaogang. Of course not. I want to be with geniuses after all. Yu Xiaogang seemed not to have picked up on the underlying meaning in Ye Feng's words and continued happily. His goal was simple, to first trick Ye Feng into Shrek Academy, and then take him as his disciple. Not only can Tang San and the others not encounter Ye Feng on the competition field, but Ye Feng can also make money for Shrek Academy. It's simply a win-win situation. Oh, Ye Feng looked at Yu Xiaogang with interest. Goodness, does this guy think his combat power is impressive and wants to invite him to Shrek Academy? That's just ridiculous. Let me ask, what can Yu Xiaogang teach? Making everyone carry stones and bubbles every day, calling it physical training? If you really want to build strength, just take the students to the construction site to move bricks. That not only earns money, but also serves as physical training. At Sanhui Academy, generally, great soul masters to soul sovereigns train their combat skills and soul techniques based on personal circumstances. For instance, control-type soul masters improve their control. Power-type soul masters seek equally matched opponents for combat to gain experience from each other. Agility-type soul masters train in specialized agility arenas, while auxiliary-type soul masters, who are physically weaker, enhance their strength through some weight training. As for the more advanced Heaven Do Royal Academy, regardless of the type of soul master, they all enter simulated environments to identify and address shortcomings to the maximum extent. Honestly, back on Earth, he felt that the master was teaching haphazardly. Now that he's here, he feels even more strongly about it. Only talents like Tang San and Dai Mubai can endure the master's antics. If Wang Sheng and the others from Notting Academy were trained like this by the master, they would only be able to move bricks for the rest of their lives. You might not believe it, but there's a school called Shrek on the outskirts of the city, and the children there are all geniuses. Most of them are soul masters above level 28, with some even having broken through to soul sovereign. The strongest one reached level 33 at the age of 13, and another reached level 38 at 15. I guess you're around level 35, right? The master asked Ye Feng at this moment, because he had only seen Ye Feng display one soul ring, while the others were presumably hidden. He estimated that the other party came from a prestigious family like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan or some other renowned family. Great talent, strong skills. That's how one can shine in this small city of the kingdom. Yes, you're quite clever. You guessed it right. Ye Feng said with a half smile. It's really funny that the enemy who once killed him now wants to invite him to the academy where he teaches. Haha, I not only know you're level 35, but I also guess your background isn't simple. You must come from a prominent family on this continent, right? Previously, he estimated the level to be between 33 and 37, and Yu Xiaogang didn't expect that a random median he asked for would actually be correct. Suddenly, he became extremely confident. He was thinking whether to come up with another 11 laws regarding martial souls. Oh, you can see this too. Ye Feng had a surprised expression. In reality, he was watching the clown perform. He really wanted to directly say that he was the Ye Feng from back then. He wanted to see what kind of expression the other party would have. It must be very exciting, right? Haha, that's right, if I, Yu Xiaogang, couldn't even see this. Wouldn't all those years of knowledge have been learned elsewhere? I think you must know that there's someone on this continent who has researched martial souls to the extreme, known as the master in the soul master world, and I am that master. Yu Xiaogang suddenly became interested and introduced himself directly to Ye Feng. If there was any identification, he would probably have taken it out right away. The first update has arrived. Please vote. Chapter 57. Princess, Prince, Son of Title Douluo. All my disciples. Second update. Is the master this confident? Ye Feng had a face full of question marks upon hearing this. Who even knows you? Are you famous? The title of Master in Douluo continent is a derogatory term. It's similar to some so-called experts on Earth who deceive people and are like wandering masters. This guy actually has the nerve to bluff here. I've really learned something. Do you think Ye Feng would be as easy to fool as Tang San was back then? This isn't confidence. It's the natural aura of someone with real strength. It's normal for you, being young and not knowing my title. But you just need to know that my students include the princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, as well as the prince of the empire, and even the son of the titled Douluo who once dominated the entire continent. The master stood with his hands behind his back, raising his head high, as if waiting for others to praise how powerful he is. So what? However, Ye Feng couldn't see any of that. He only saw a quack in the martial world who was raising himself by borrowing from others. So, I want to invite you to join our Shrek Academy, so you can receive my personal guidance, the master said to Ye Feng. Huh, how ridiculous. Why would I join your Shrek Academy? And why would I want your personal guidance? Ye Feng even began to doubt Yu Xiaogang's emotional intelligence. Because your strength can only find partners at Shrek Academy, even if you come from a big clan. Look, didn't the seven-treasure glazed tile school send their child to me? This also indirectly proves my teaching ability, doesn't it? In the entire empire, no one understands martial souls better than I do, and no one teaches better than I do, the master said at this moment. Get lost. I'm not interested. Ye Feng couldn't listen any longer and directly told the master to get lost. Many years ago, the master had also told him to get lost from the attic. Who would have thought that in just a few years, the wheel of fortune would turn to Ye Feng's side? But this is just the beginning. He would make Yu Xiaogang experience unprecedented heart-wrenching pain. Young friend, don't go. You can question me, but you can't question my results. Let me tell you, my current direct disciple has only a blue-silver grass martial soul, and I directly trained him to be a level 30 soul master. The master chased after Ye Feng and said, this is simply the best talent he has ever seen. He now wants to take this person as his apprentice. One has to ask, where can you find such a talent at the age of 14 or 15? At level 35, and with such strong combat power. The key point is that the other party has only used one martial soul in all the competitions. This should at least belong to an existence that is evenly matched with Tang San, or even stronger than Xiao San, once he takes him as a disciple. With two twin stars in hand, how could Yu Xiaogang not become the strongest teacher on this continent? No matter where he goes, he will be a high-ranking VIP. Oh, I didn't expect you, master, to be able to train the blue-silver grass, such a useless martial soul, into a level 30 soul master. You are really amazing, Ye Feng said with a hint of sarcasm, looking at Yu Xiaogang chasing after him. If he knew that the person he was chasing now was the same child who got his head hit by a book back then and was bitten to death by the mandra snake, he wouldn't know what expression to wear. Moreover, this guy used all kinds of tricks to fool him. If he were really just a simple blue-silver grass, if he could challenge and become a level 30 soul master, Ye Feng would be convinced. But the key is, doesn't Yu Xiaogang know in his heart that Tang San is not just a simple blue-silver grass martial soul? I really didn't see it coming. This guy is so shameless. Of course, if I didn't have this ability, how could I be called a master? Young friend, since you are unwilling to reveal your real name, I will temporarily call you bloodthirsty. I confess, I have observed you for several days, and I sincerely want to take you as my disciple. As the foremost authority on martial soul research on the continent, I will definitely use the fastest method to cultivate you into a titled Douluo. Master S' expression at this moment was extremely sincere. Of course, beneath that sincerity, various chaotic thoughts were swirling. If you really have sincerity, come to see me at Rose Hotel Room 332 tomorrow morning, Ye Feng said lightly and then left directly. As for Yu Xiaogang, he should be kept on a string. When he sees him tomorrow morning, he will humiliate him thoroughly. From now on, anyone who sees Shrek will be ruthlessly bullied, and then slowly crush everything about Yu Xiaogang to pieces. That's right, Ye Feng is just that vengeful. I believe there aren't many people in this world who can be magnanimous toward the killer of their enemies. Yu Xiaogang watched Ye Feng's retreating figure, feeling a sense of reluctance. But it's okay, tomorrow will be Rose Hotel Room 332 to see. Because Xiao Wu broke the glass a while ago, Ye Feng changed to room 332. He originally thought that the people from Shrek would come to find him. However, it was surprisingly quiet. What Ye Feng didn't know was that during this time, Tang San and the others had been required by the master to run laps carrying stones every day. Otherwise, they would do various physical exercises. They were exhausted and naturally had no time to look for Ye Feng. Xiaogang, why did you just come back now? In Shrek Academy, Flinder and Zhao Wujia were having a late-night snack on the balcony of the dean's office. After all, they had left the daytime work to the master. They were now much more relaxed. Saw the master enter the balcony and sighed deeply. What is wrong? Did those people at the Soul Arena become too abnormal? Is this path to make money not working? Flinder noticed that since Yu Xiaogang stepped into this door, he seemed very off, as if he had received some heavy blow. That nodded. I believe these kids can handle themselves in the Soul Arena, but I encountered a variable today. Yu Xiaogang said with a hint of melancholy. Variable? Upon hearing this, Flinder and Zhao Wujia were stunned. What do you mean? That's right. I went for a week and saw that person for a week. He is a level 35 Soul Master, the fastest player to obtain a Bronze Soul Badge in the entire Soul Arena. He is probably getting the Silver Soul Badge tomorrow. The Master's mind was filled with that bloodthirsty devil, as if he had fallen into a lovesick state. What, a Silver Soul Badge in a week? Xiaogang, are you sure you're not lying to us? Upon hearing this, Flinder and Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if they had heard something incredible. It should be known that the Silver Soul Badge is a graduation requirement for their academy, and this person achieved it in just a week? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Why would I lie to you? The main point is not here. After a few days of memorizing the characteristics of the clothing, I discovered that this person is actually a 14 or 15-year-old child. The master said, the second update is here. Please support with votes. There are 2 days left for the PK, and the author's overall ranking seems to be around 9th or 10th, which is quite tense. I'm working hard for the results, and there will be 2 more updates. I will try to get the next one out before midnight. Asking for votes and rewards in various ways. Chapter 58. Can this be tolerated? Third update. A 14 or 15-year-old child. Flander was shocked. Isn't this just as big as Mu Bai in the academy? It seems like Mu Bai doesn't even have the Copper Dough Soul now, right? Are there really such extraordinary people in this world? So what does this have to do with you, Master? On the other side, Zhao Wujia was a bit bewildered. He was a straightforward and rough man. If the opponent is strong, let them be strong. What does it have to do with his group of little monsters? At this moment, he was very confused. Indeed, what does Xiaogang have to do with our Shrek group of little monsters? Even if the opponent advances to a Silver Soul Master, it shouldn't mean we would encounter them. Flander also realized this and asked, you cannot feel the suffocating pain in my heart. Just imagine if such a genius takes a wrong path and gradually fades away. Wouldn't that be a tragedy for the entire Soul Master world? The Master said to the two. This. Flander was stunned. Has his old buddy's sense of responsibility risen to the level of the entire Soul Master world? On the other side, Zhao Wujia also had a look of disbelief. Truly, it is the Master. The situation is completely different. In the end, it's Zhao Wuji who is narrow-minded. That's why I want to take him as my disciple and lead him into our Shrek Academy for proper guidance. The Master spoke again. Zhao Wuji. Master, didn't you say you vow to take only one disciple in this life, and that Tang San is your only student? What's going on now? Zhao Wuji looked completely bewildered. Just a few days ago, when he first met the Master, the latter confidently stated that he would only have one disciple, and that was Tang San. What the heck? Just a few days later, and the story has changed. So what he said was just nonsense? This is simply absurd. The unmoved king, that was in the past. Back then, he hadn't found a suitable candidate, so it was only Tang San. Now that he has found a suitable one, it is different. Once he cultivates this person, he will become an existence even more powerful than Tang San in the future. And then the glory of the entire Shrek Academy will shine across the continent. At this moment, the Master was full of passion, as if he were fighting for a great cause, moving forward. Only he himself knows deep down. Once he takes the bloodthirsty demon as his disciple, he will have 2 strong students. When they grow up, they will surely surpass the entire continent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family once looked down on him. Now he will make a strong comeback. And then there's SBB Dong, that woman who betrayed him because of her low soul power. Aren't you from the Spirit Hall very strong? With these 2 strong disciples in hand, what can a Spirit Hall do? By then, his brilliance will shine over the entire continent. His name will be engraved on that immortal divine monument, everlasting. It seems to make a bit of sense. How could Zhao Wujia outsmart a self-serving scholar like the Master? With just a few words, he felt it was reasonable. Has that Xiaogang agreed in the end? At this moment, Flanders asked. I think he should want to agree, but he is probably afraid of his family. So he asked me to find him at the Rose Hotel tomorrow. Tonight, he might be communicating with his family, the Master said. How about I accompany you to find him tomorrow? Flanders happens to have time tomorrow as well. To be honest, he also wants to meet this genius Xiaogang mentioned. I'll go too. Zhao Wujia also became interested in this person. He immediately said, Wujia, I'll go with Xiaogang. And tomorrow you'll be responsible for the daily training of these kids. But not much. Just in the morning, Let them rest in the afternoon, and take them to the soul fighting arena in the evening, Flanders said at this moment. All right. Zhao Wujia shrugged slightly. The next morning, what happened to the Rose Hotel? At 8 o'clock, Flanders and the master arrived at the Rose Hotel. Flanders was immediately astonished. The entire facade of the hotel was completely gone. It was simply unbelievable. Did someone fight here before and destroy the hotel? Never mind that. Let us go to room 332. The master was somewhat impatient. After all, the purpose of coming today was to find the bloodthirsty demon, not to see what happened to the Rose Hotel. The other party had nothing to do with him. All right. Flanders nodded. Room 332. Ye Feng had just finished showering. The system's function allows for leveling up as long as you exercise. And the battles in the soul fighting arena also count as a form of exercise, so now he gains a lot of experience every day. But even so, he still couldn't change his habit of going for a morning run. After putting on his clothes, Ye Feng suddenly heard a sound coming from outside the door. Oh, are they coming so soon? With the experience from last time, Ye Feng chose the presidential suite this time. In simple terms, the outside is like a living room or conference room, while the bedroom is inside. It is more than twice as spacious and very luxurious compared to the previous room, 333. As for how much it costs nothing. Now doesn't he have to pay for any room? Not only does he not have to pay, but he even received a considerable compensation, earning hundreds of thousands of gold coins. He could already imagine that Mr. Dai was roaring. At this moment, Ye Feng leisurely wiped his hair. As for Yu Xiaogang, let him wait. Xiaogang, did you get the wrong place? Why has no one responded after we knocked for a full 5 minutes? Flanders looked puzzled outside. It's been 5 minutes. He seriously doubts that his old buddy remembered the place wrong. This shouldn't be. Last night, he clearly told me it was Rose Hotel, room 332. Yu Xiaogang is also puzzled. What's going on? Have I been stood up? Guomin. Ye Feng opened the door. He continued to wipe his head with a towel, not even glancing at them. It was only when he sat down on the soft leather sofa that he noticed Yu Xiaogang and Flender. How unusual. He didn't expect Flender to come as well. Little friend, we almost thought we went to the wrong place. Why didn't you open the door for 5 minutes? Yu Xiaogang asked Ye Feng at that moment. However, he didn't dare to speak loudly and had a humble demeanor. I was taking a shower, Ye Feng replied, and didn't say anything more. That's right. I'm just that proud. How you treated him back then. He will treat you the same way now. Huh? Flender was stunned on the side. This kid is really too arrogant. Can Xiaogang endure it? Surprisingly, the other party really can. However, Flander doesn't know that for Yu Xiaogang, as long as he gets Ye Feng, he will have the twin stars, ultimately evolving into the best teacher on the entire continent. What can't he endure? The fourth update will be delivered before 1 o'clock. Please support with votes. Chapter 59, with tears, earning over 900,000. Fourth update. The two sat down. Master, right? Just tell me what advantages you have that make me choose you, along with a Shrek Academy that is about to close down. Ye Feng crossed his legs and sat at the center of the main seat. As for the situation of Shrek Academy, probably only Flander knows a bit more than him in this world. Sure enough, last night, the bloodthirsty friend did a background check. The master said with a different expression, "It seems this round of deception won't be easy." Indeed, children from wealthy families have extensive connections. They're not as easy to fool as Tang San was back then. However, this doesn't stump him. After all, 8 parts are true and 2 parts are false. Which isn't a lie. Soon, the manager of the Rose Hotel walked in. "Boss, here's the drink you wanted." The hotel manager looked at Ye Feng with great respect. That's right, Ye Feng casually bought the Syrian-style Rose Hotel that day. Not much. It only cost about 2 to 300,000 gold coins. After that, he sent the lobby manager to demand compensation. The initial asking price was definitely 3 million. Later, after some negotiation, considering that Dai Mubai had stayed at the Rose Hotel a total of 839 times and had sponsored 153 impoverished girls, they settled on 1,200,000. Upon hearing this result, Dai Mubai was filled with gratitude. Ye Feng, on the other hand, shed tears while earning over 900,000. Although he completed the system tasks and now had total assets exceeding 10 million gold coins, who would he feel a bit attached to money? Moreover, he was quite pleased to have tricked Dai Xiao. Boss? Upon hearing this, Flander's keen, eagle eyes instantly sparkled. This person is probably not a native of Soto City. So this guy came here to compete in the Soul Arena for a week and conveniently bought a hotel? This is a damn rich guy. The academy happens to be out of funds right now. If we bring this rich guy into the academy, how can we worry about money later? However, he remained calm. After all, it's better to let Xiaogang perform for now. He only checked Shrek. Looking at the humble Yu Xiaogang, who seemed like a grandson, Ye Feng replied lightly, At this moment, Manager Wang quietly closed the door after delivering the drinks and left. What I want to say is, going to Shrek, you are not choosing Shrek, but the people of Shrek. The master is indeed a con artist. At this moment, he changed the topic and spoke directly. Oh, choosing people? What is so good about Shrek Academy? Just tell me? Ye Feng smiled as he looked at the master. From the beginning, he had grasped the entire initiative. Then let me introduce, this is the principal of Shrek Academy, Flinder, a rank 78 soul sage, with a martial soul 4-eyed cat eagle, and he is also the strongest existence in Shrek Academy. The master looked at Flinder and then introduced him to Ye Feng. Hello. Flinder greeted Ye Feng and gestured slightly. Also, our Shrek Academy currently has another soul sage, who is rank 76. Wait, I'm not interested in them. I just want to hear about you. Ye Feng gestured for the master to stop. You want to hear about me? The master looked at Ye Feng. In fact, he felt quite inferior about his own level. Well, since you said that entering Shrek Academy is about choosing people, and since you have trained so many outstanding students, even titled Douluos send their children to you for training, then I'm certainly very interested. Ye Feng said, I was once the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the proposer of the top 10 core competitive powers of martial souls on the continent, and I am respected by the world as a master. Yu Xiaogang spoke up. Flinder beside him was somewhat surprised. Xiaogang really went all out. I didn't expect the master to have been the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Ye Feng pretended to be very surprised. Of course, if I didn't have this background, how could I teach everyone to become talented? So, my young friend, do you plan to enter our Shrek Academy? I currently have only one spot for my direct disciple, and the competition is extremely fierce. Mentioning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaogang became confident. Oh, is it about to happen? Flinder, who was drinking a beverage on the side, secretly thought, wait a minute, why is there no martial soul and soul power? However, Yu Xiaogang didn't know that Ye Feng was indirectly belittling him. This is not important. After speaking, Yu Xiaogang awkwardly avoided Ye Feng's gaze, not daring to look directly into his eyes. With his little soul power, how could he dare to say it out loud? Isn't this a joke? P.S. The fourth update is here. It's already 1:30. Maybe it's a bit short, but the author is so tired that his face is smashed into the keyboard. Time to sleep. Sleep is important for life. Please vote. Various votes. Tomorrow is the last day. Book friends. Keep throwing votes my way. Don't let the author fall behind. Chapter 60. Humiliating Yu Xiaogang. First update. Seeking recommendation votes from everyone. I've dropped in rankings. Dean Flanders. Does your academy's teacher really think it's unimportant to introduce martial souls and soul power when facing a soul master? Ye Feng looked at Flanders. Killing a person is easy. To be honest, Ye Feng has now advanced to the soul zone level. It would be incredibly easy to take down the master. The other party is just a 29 level ant. But isn't it more satisfying to kill someone and crush their spirit? Would you let your enemy die so easily? I think you would go to any lengths. Just like a cat catching its prey, not rushing to eat, but playing slowly. Playing until it is exhausted, gradually losing the will to survive, and then devouring it in one bite. It's the same here. Ye Feng wants to peel away Yu Xiaogan's ugly facade layer by layer. Then he will bring about his disgrace and painful death. Any game takes time, and this big performance is no different. Xiaogang, not mentioning martial souls and soul power during the formal introduction means looking down on the other party. Flanders looked at the master. Clearly, this 29-level waste, Yu Xiaogang, has never participated in any formal competitions. He hasn't even sparred with other soul masters, so he doesn't even know these common sense things. Since that's the case, let me introduce myself. I'm a 29-level great soul master, and my martial soul is the three-headed cannon. Don't underestimate my low level, even a soul sage. Soul Douluo must respectfully call me master. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was introduced. Clearly a great soul master, yet he forced out an aura of a title Douluo. Yu Xiaogang is a contradiction. On one hand, he is insecure about his realm. On the other hand, he doesn't want others to look down on him. So he tries to elevate himself in a similar way. So it turns out you are just a 29-level waste master. Dean Flanders. Why would a soul sage of level 78 hire a 29-level waste to teach? What can he teach? Ye Feng laughed out loud, unabashedly mocking the master. From the moment the other party stepped through that door today, everything was decided. If Yu Xiaogang can endure, then endure. If he can't, then get lost. At that time, he will use his own way to destroy everything about him. Are you insulting me? In an instant, the master's face darkened. He hates it most when others mention the word waste. It feels like touching the most sensitive part of his heart. Did I insult you, Master? As the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, you're only 29 level now. What else could that be but waste? Now I finally understand why you used the word once. Could it be that you were kicked out of the family? Ye Feng asked with a slight smile. You. Upon hearing this, the Master's face turned red all the way to his neck. He almost jumped up. Flanders beside him felt very awkward. Wow, this kid's tongue is really sharp, and his intelligence is off the charts. He even figured this out. Xiaogang indeed came today to take in disciples. Not to be humiliated? What's wrong, Master? Are you angry? Ye Feng looked at the Master's flustered expression, crossing his legs and smirking. The feeling of exposing someone's scars in public is really satisfying. I'm not really angry. I just hope you can look at me from a deeper perspective. Without the influence of martial souls and soul power, I can guarantee that if you train under my method at Shrek Academy, your chances of becoming a titled Douluo in the future will be 15 times greater than others. The master took a deep breath. Not being angry would be fake. In his eyes, this bloodthirsty person was like a wild dragon, and he, Yu Xiaogang, was willing to be the dragon tamer. Initially, he would definitely get bitten a few times. That's okay. As long as the other person witnesses Yu Xiaogang's powerful charisma at Shrek, they will surely worship him as a master like Tang San and be completely devoted. 15 times? Haha, Master, you really dare to say that. Ye Feng sneered. This Yu Xiaogang is simply talking nonsense. If it were a naive child who had never seen the world, they might actually be deceived. Unfortunately, the person opposite him is Ye Feng, a time traveler. He knows clearly how capable Yu Xiaogang is. This information is absolutely accurate. If you're willing to take me as your master, I will guide you to take a shortcut to become a titled Douluo, the master said earnestly. Come on, with the admission requirements of your Shrek Academy, even a pig could succeed as a teacher. Do you really think it's your own merit? Ye Feng sneered. It seems that there is no Yang Jingru in this world. Where does the master get the courage? Even a pig can take off with some teaching? Shrek Academy had already recruited 3 people before I came, personally taught by the 76th level soul saint, the unmoved king. What happened afterwards? Can they compare to my disciple Tang San? In terms of combat power, even that 38th level student cannot match my student. This is the difference. Yu Xiaogang glanced at Ye Feng and snorted coldly. Flander beside him felt quite awkward, having become a stepping stone. However, Tang San should be considered an exception, right? Who is his father? He is the titled Douluo, His Highness Hao Yin. How could his son be lacking? You have to understand that I came here today out of a thirst for talent, worried that you might go down the wrong path and cause a loss to the Soul Master world by losing a pillar of talent, which is why I lower myself to seek you out. As for the achievements you have made in the battle arena, they may seem impressive, but this is just a small city under a kingdom. Once my students step onto the stage, they can achieve the same or even completely crush you. Yu Xiaogang stood up, looking out the window with a serious expression, standing with his hands behind his back. Even the Pope used to kneel before him, obeying him completely. This kid actually dares to mock him one after another. He also has a temper. Moreover, in his eyes, Tang San, after his guidance, might not necessarily be worse than this person. Teaching a genius while feeling superior. How interesting. Ye Feng said lightly. Yu Xiaogang glared at Ye Feng, his eyes nearly popping out. Dean Flender, aren't you afraid that your students will be corrupted by him? Ye Feng turned to look at Flender. Whether they get corrupted or not is a matter for our Shrek Academy. Xiaogang, let's go. Flender stood up. Clearly, this person was not as interested in joining Shrek as Xiaogang had said. Rather than let Xiaogang suffer humiliation here, it was better to return to the academy and be comfortable. Since you are so arrogant, do you dare to make a bet with me? Yu Xiaogang was really furious, pointing at Ye Feng. Oh, what do you want to bet on? Ye Feng looked at the hysterical Yu Xiaogang, a slight smile on his lips. I bet that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. Tomorrow, my students will go to the Soul Arena to train for a week. If even one of their scores is higher than yours, then you will join my school. He didn't know about Dai Mubai, but he was confident in Master Tang San. The first update is here. Everyone, please vote generously. The author has dropped in rankings. Also, thanks to readers like Xionggo, Huanchuan99, Jiofeng, and King Yu for their generous rewards, and to many other book friends for their votes. Today, we continue with 3 updates for the last day of the PK. If I can rise in the rankings, the author will be stable. Please beg for it. Chapter 61. The bet. Flender's face was full of question marks. Second update. What a statement about heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. What if you lose? Ye Feng looked at the master. If I lose, then I will admit that I am a waste and cannot teach you," the master said, waving his sleeve. He was certain he wouldn't lose. There are two good prospects in Shrek Academy. One is Dai Mubai, and the other is Tang San. Coincidentally, both of them are soul respect. He believed they would have no problem dealing with this person. What kind of condition is that? You are already a waste. Do you need to admit it? Ye Feng shuruk. He didn't look down on the master. He had always looked down on him. You, what do you want? The master held back his anger. This wild dragon, Yu Xiaogang vowed to tame it. At that time, he would make the other party completely submit to his personal charm and extensive knowledge. A bet must be relatively equal. If I lose, you want me to become your disciple. Then if I win, you must offer something of equal value. Otherwise, why would I bet with you? Ye Feng said to Yu Xiaogang lightly. Am I supposed to become your disciple if I lose? Yu Xiaogang sneered. Let's forget about that. I can't accept a useless disciple who is 50 years old and only at level 29. Ye Feng spread his hands. Then what do you want? Right now, I am just the director of the Shrek teaching department, and I have nothing but a title. Yu Xiaogang had nothing on him. Even the most valuable soul guide was given to Tang San. Shrek? Ye Feng murmured softly. What's wrong? Are you interested in Shrek? How about this if you win? I will give you my position as the teaching director. Yu Xiaogang said. He was determined to make this bet. No, no, no. I'm not interested in being a teaching director. How about we bet directly on Shrek? If I win, you give Shrek to me. Ye Feng suddenly wanted to make a big gamble. You really dare to bet? I, Yu Xiaogang, will accompany you. The master had just been provoked by Ye Feng and immediately agreed. Then let's sign. Ye Feng immediately wrote an agreement. Flender? Xiaogang, isn't Shrek Academy mine? Flender was completely dumbfounded on the side. Why are they betting and bringing his Shrek Academy into it? It's like two neighbors betting on your house. And as the homeowner, you must be confused. Flander, didn't you say last night that you were ready to make me the Vice Dean? You also mentioned that the Shrek Academy would have to split in half with me. The master pulled Flander aside. It's half, but there's still half that belongs to me. Flander said, bewildered. Although Zhao Wujia is the Vice Dean, whether the academy is divided or not doesn't really matter to him, as long as he can have a full meal. Moreover, what he said last night was to encourage Xiaogang to participate more actively in the academy's teaching, not to turn the academy into a betting chip. Flander, have you forgotten? The brotherhood of our golden iron triangle back in the day. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Besides, if we bring this person into Shrek Academy, will we still worry about money in the future? The master tried to persuade Flander. He had complete confidence that he could defeat this bloodthirsty demon. But I still don't want to gamble the academy. After all, this is my hard work. Flander shook his head. Brotherhood is real, and what's yours is mine. What's mine is yours. Let's just leave it at that. To take in this disciple. Flander felt that his old buddy had become a bit obsessed. Flander, do you still not trust me? I'm doing this to elevate Shrek Academy to a higher level. Think about it carefully. What does Shrek Academy have now? Just a pile of bills. Your rent has been overdue for a month. As long as we win, the academy will have someone like Dai Mubai. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yu Xiaogang continued with his persuasive speech. The main issue is that the bet is essentially on Shrek Academy. If Flander is unwilling, then the bet cannot take place. This is his only chance. It absolutely cannot be missed. Moreover, once this disciple is accepted, Shrek Academy will surely rise to a whole new level. He is now somewhat regretful. How could Flander be so short-sighted now? Such matters need to be considered. One must think ahead and be cautious. That's fine, but I'm only willing to give up that part of yours. That's my bottom line. Flander said to Yu Xiaogang. This is his bottom line. At least by then, he would still have some initiative in his own hands. He wouldn't be unable to explain to the brothers who have accompanied him. Flander, you're being confused. The master looked at him with a posture full of disappointment. You can ask him, half is enough. If he can sign, then sign it. If we lose, I can't let the brothers who have followed me struggle end up homeless. Flander's attitude was resolute. Giving up half was already the maximum he could offer considering Xiaogang's face. He still had a group of brothers following him. If they lose, how would he explain to everyone if this person wants to drive them away? And what about those little monsters at school? What should they do? As the principal, he must consider multiple aspects. He can't just act impulsively and do something so exaggerated. Confused. Extremely confused. Flander, after so many years as brothers, Yu Xiaogang, can guarantee with my life that we will never lose. And what does your Shrek Academy have? Just a few broken accounts. Just a pile of shabby wooden houses. Upon hearing this, the master immediately turned to Flander with an extremely excited expression. Has the brotherhood faded after so many years? I can't believe you don't trust yourself. Xiaogang, even though my Shrek Academy is run down and I don't have any savings, is still a place I love. Half of it represents my principles and bottom line, and it is precisely because you are my brother that I am willing to give up half of it. Flinder said, the bottom line and principles will not change. All right, half is acceptable too. The master ran to ask Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded and signed with a wave of his hand. Outside the Rose Hotel, the master held the agreement with delight. Flinder, on the other hand, was feeling gloomy. He increasingly felt that tonight's events were somewhat absurd. If it weren't for his old buddy grinning foolishly while holding the agreement, he might even suspect that the other party was colluding with others to deceive his Shrek Academy. Flinder, I initially thought the other party would only agree to a bet if it involved the whole academy, but unexpectedly, they were willing to sign for just half of Shrek Academy's shares. This is a good sign. The master laughed heartily, patting Flinder's shoulder. What good sign? Flinder was filled with question marks upon hearing this. P.S. There's a third update. The author strives to update around 12 o'clock, and is still a dozen votes away from the previous leader. Everyone, let's push for it. Charge ahead. Surpass him. Maybe your crucial vote is the key for the author to advance. Readers from other websites, come support the author on QQ Reading 2. Chapter 62, The Master's Divine Reasoning. Third update. Betting half an academy with someone else? Is this a good sign? What on earth is my old buddy thinking? Shit. It seems you still don't understand. The master carefully tucked the agreement into his clothes, a mysterious smile on his lips. I don't understand. Flinder admitted his ignorance. He felt foolish, not knowing what this good sign was. Think about it. At the beginning, the bet was set for the academy, but later half of the academy could also be signed. This proves that this agreement is merely a formality. He doesn't care about what he specifically gets. This also indirectly supports the idea that he actually wants to become my disciple, just looking for a way to deal with his family. The master took on a deeply analytical posture at this moment. Huh? Are you saying everything he just said was intentional? That this agreement was signed just for the sake of formality? For some reason, Flinder found this hard to believe. But his old buddy beside him believed it without a doubt. It made him feel somewhat insecure. I guarantee it must be like this. It's likely that there was a titled Douluo hidden in a corner of that room listening, so he couldn't agree. But once this agreement is in place, if he loses, he could become my disciple based on this agreement, and even his family can't stop him. After all, it's written black and white. Yu Xiaogang said. But Xiaogang, why would he do that? Flinder was confused. He felt there was some truth to this, but then realized it didn't make sense upon further thought. Why do that? It's simple. His family probably doesn't want him to have a master who is at level 29. Families like that emphasize soul power and martial souls. So he needs a compelling reason that he cannot refuse to become my disciple. The master explained. But why would he want to become your disciple? Flinder asked again. Flinder like attracts like, my disciple Tang San, a blue-silver grass martial soul user, has been trained to become a 33rd level soul master, the strongest among Shrek students in combat power today. I believe he cannot be uninterested. The master said, if he were to announce he was accepting disciples now, I estimate most of Shrek would want to become his disciple because Tang San has set a benchmark. All right, but I think we still need to be cautious since he owes half an academy. Flinder said to the master. For some reason, he felt uneasy inside, somewhat lost. You, after hiding in such a small place for so many years, have stopped daring to fight. With someone like him, I estimate even Mu Bai could surpass him, let alone Tang San, this secret weapon. So we are sure to win. Just wait and see. The master said to Flinder. That confident smile adorned his stubbled face. Master, boss, you're finally back. Upon arriving at the academy, they saw Zhao Wujin, who was substituting, greet them with an excited face. Master, Dean Flinder, where is the new student? Everyone from Shrek was also curious. This morning, they heard teacher Zhao Wujin mention that a new student was coming to Shrek, and that this new student was very impressive. So everyone was looking forward to it. However, they discovered that there was no one behind the master and Dean Flinder. The earlier excitement instantly turned a bit awkward. The new student must also undergo a test to enter Shrek Academy. Tonight, you will go to the Soul Fighting Arena. That will be the time to test the new student. The master said at that moment. Anyway, it's just a matter of time before that kid becomes my disciple. Meanwhile, Flinder was walking toward the dean's office. He increasingly felt that his brother might have lost his mind. On the way, the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. What is wrong, boss? Zhao Wujin caught up. He felt his boss seemed a bit unhappy after returning. It's nothing. You've worked hard all morning. Go rest. Flinder said. He doesn't want a third person to know about this for now. Playground. Teacher. Do you mean that our opponent tonight has a new student? Tang San asked. Xiao San, you're really smart. That's right. Tonight's battle may encounter that new student. So as seniors, I hope you can show your strongest abilities and not make a fool of yourselves. Also this week, I want you to at least earn the Copper Soul Badge, and Xiao San, I want you to at least get the Silver Soul Badge. The Master said to Tang San. The badge levels in the Soul Arena are Iron Soul, Copper Soul, Silver Soul, Gold Soul, Purple Gold Soul, Sapphire Soul, Ruby Soul, and Diamond Soul. The Silver Soul Badge is only the 3rd level, requiring 1,000 points. I believe Tang San should be able to handle this easily. The 3rd update is here. Please vote. Chapter 63. Let's go to the Soul Arena. At least we can save our lives. First update. What? Silver Soul Badge? 1 week. Dai Mubai was shocked. The chubby guy next to him was even more incredulous. Of course, everyone else also looked dumbfounded. After all, last time Dean Flinder took them to try the battles in the Soul Arena, they had not even exceeded 20 points combined. According to the rules of the Soul Arena, winning 1 battle will earn 1 point, while losing will deduct 1 point. After winning 10 consecutive battles, each battle's points are doubled. This means that in the first 10 consecutive wins, each battle will earn 10 points. When reaching the 11th battle, it becomes 1.22 points. In the 12th battle, it will be 224 points, and when winning 13 consecutive battles, it will be 326 points. The Silver Soul Badge requires at least 1,000 points. This means Xiao San has to win at least more than 30 matches in 1 week, averaging 5 matches a day. Isn't this too brutal? They were already exhausted after just 2 matches. Is the Master's requirement something a human can achieve? That's right. This is still the minimum requirement. And I suggest you, Mubai, should reach this level too. The Master said seriously to Dai Mubai. Huh? Master, please spare me. I only have 2 points right now. Dai Mubai looked very worn out. The Soul Arena in Soto City is not that easy to navigate. Oh, let you off? That's fine. Then for the next week, you'll continue to wake up at 5 in the morning and run 100 kilometers every day with 1,000 pounds of weight. The Master snorted coldly. Wow, that's life-threatening, Master. Dai Mubai felt a wave of suffocation hit him upon hearing those words. This week, they have been training with a weight of 300 pounds and running 50 kilometers every day, and they're already quite exhausted. Now the Master directly says to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds and run 100 kilometers. Is this something a human can do? So do you want to continue training or go to the Soul Fighting Arena? The Master looked at Dai Mubai. The Soul Fighting Arena, the Soul Fighting Arena. Dai Mubai said directly. Master, since Rong and I are support-type Soul Masters, do we also have to go to the Soul Fighting Arena? Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, Oscar asked, Of course not. Just carry a weight of 400 pounds and run 100 kilometers every day. The Master raised his head, his gaze carrying a chilling sense of death. No. Then let's go to the Soul Fighting Arena together. Even if it kills us, we must obtain the Copper Soul Fighting Badge. Upon hearing this, Oscar was so frightened that he gasped in shock. This request could be deadly. Let's go to the Soul Arena instead. At least we can keep 1 life. This is what makes me, Yu Xiaogang, a good teacher. Yu Xiaogang looked very satisfied. Everyone rolled their eyes. This sounds like an impossible task, especially for Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who have spent so long in the fighting arena and know how terrifying that place can be. Getting a Copper Fighting Soul Badge in a week is almost impossible. Even at the fastest pace, you would need to win 19 matches in a row. The first 10 matches give you 10 points, and the last 10 matches are calculated based on the sum of 1-2, 2-2, 3-2, for 29-2, totaling 90 points for 9 matches. Adding them up gives exactly 100 points. But winning 19 matches in a row is like a fairy tale. Can you guarantee that all the opponents you encounter are weak? Even if you were at level 38, you might face a level 39, or even a top-level Soul Master at level 40 who hasn't obtained a Soul Ring yet. When you meet those people, just ask yourself, how can you win? It's basically impossible, especially for Xiao San, who is only at level 33. The chances of facing level 38 or 39 opponents increase significantly. In this situation, achieving 10 consecutive wins is extremely difficult, let alone over 30 consecutive wins. All right, I have one more request for you, which is that during tonight's fighting arena matches, I ask that you do not reveal your true identities, real names, or ages. Do you understand? Master looked at everyone. Understood. They all nodded in response. Also, all of you can use any means necessary, and I specifically instruct Xiao San that, when necessary, you can also use your hidden weapons, but you must not let your external spirit bones be exposed. Understood? Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, his gaze finally resting on Tang San. He was deliberately giving Tang San a way out. The casualties in the fighting arena have nothing to do with him. He just wants to see scores that can surpass that bloodthirsty demon. As for the external spirit bones, that is his bottom line. because once this thing is exposed, it will bring a lot of trouble. So he temporarily does not let the opponent expose it. He believes that his direct disciple can surpass the opponent without this external spirit bone, completing 34 consecutive wins, 35 consecutive wins, or even 40 consecutive wins will completely widen the gap from that wild dragon. Good. The crowd's voices rang out again. All right, go back and rest. We will gather at 6 in the afternoon. Master waved his hand. The crowd dispersed. Teacher, are you doing this for that new student? Tang San did not leave. At this moment, he scratched his head in confusion. No. The teacher is to revive the glory of Shrek and engrave the name Shrek deeply in the bones of the soul masters and citizens of Soto City. At this moment, Master spoke. Oh, Tang San did not expect that his teacher would have such a grand vision. Suddenly, he felt that the other person seemed much more imposing. Ultimately, he had underestimated him. He thought the teacher was pushing them to work hard for the new student. However, you senior students should also set an example for the newcomers. So this time the teacher hopes that you not only aim for the silver fighting soul, but strive for a higher direction. In fact, the teacher does have some expectations for you. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a meaningful posture. Then how many points do you think I should aim for? Tang San asked. I think you should aim for at least 1,500 points or more. This is my minimum expectation for you. If you can get 2,000 points, that would be even better. Master said. 2,000? Then I can only give it a shot. Tang San slightly lowered his head, a determined look appearing in his eyes. Previously, 1,000 points required 32 matches, which means 4 to 5 battles each day. With his abilities, this is still manageable. As long as he does his best, he should be able to handle anything below 1,500 points. But to reach 2,000 points, he would need to win 46 matches in a row. This is quite difficult. I estimate the teacher wants to give himself an opportunity to break through. Let's give it a try. It's not impossible. Very good. This is my disciple Yu Xiaogang. Go back and rest for now. See you tonight. The master is very satisfied. After all, it's his own direct disciple. Well, see you tonight, teacher. Soon, Tang San left. At this moment, on the other side, at the Rose Hotel, Ye Feng opened the system in the reception room. Today is still a third update. The author continues to seek votes. Everyone maintain it until next Monday. Let's see if we can get promoted. Don't let the author drop in ranking. It's painful to see the ranking drop now, TT. Chapter 64, Mysterious Guest. Second update. Yesterday's exercise value settlement. 32,000. Gold coins 14,000. No other rewards. Automatically converted into system experience 32,000. Total experience has been added. Please check. Host, Ye Feng. Current dimension, Douluo continent. Gender male. Age, 13 years. Martial spirit. First martial spirit, bloodthirsty scythe. Second martial spirit, sky-rending explosion. Combat power attributes, unfolded. Soul rings. First soul ring, divine beast white tiger 1,000 years. Soul skill, tear the sky. Second soul ring, 9,000-year ancient beast azure dragon. Soul skill. Azure dragon annihilation, can attack and defend. Defense is azure dragon shield. Third soul ring, 10,000-year diamond titan. Soul skill, titan diamond power. Fourth soul ring, 30,000-year shadow poison wolf. Soul skill. 3 seconds deadly poison. Soul bone. Left leg 10,000-year golden winged rock soul bone. Soul skill. Swift wind. Soul power. Level 45. Experience. 509,0001,000,000. Gold coins. 16,930. 000. Item bar none. Has he leveled up? This is quite an unexpected surprise. Ye Feng saw that he had actually advanced from level 44 to level 45. I have to say that my exercise value in the soul fighting arena has increased somewhat unexpectedly. I can get more than 30,000 experience almost every day. And the most I got was 50,000. Tonight, the students of Shrek Academy will be on stage. I wonder how much exercise will be accumulated this week. Will it reach 70,000 or 80,000? Ye Feng looked at the 7 masks on the bed: red, gold, blue, yellow, black, white, and purple. And the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Since we're winning, let's win decisively. In the soul fighting arena, the battles start at 6 o'clock every evening. But at this moment, there are still waitresses at the front desk. However, they can only handle soul master registrations and some rule introductions. ¿Retirste de mon número dos? Confirm registration? A beautiful waitress asked. Yes. Ye Feng nodded and quickly paid 10 gold coins. Next, bloodthirsty demon number 3 registration. Bloodthirsty demon number 4 registration. Bloodthirsty demon no. 5 registration. Bloodthirsty demon número 6 registration. Bloodthirsty demon número 7 registration. Ye Feng registered 7 accounts in one go. Don't ask why. Just know that it greatly increases the probability of encountering those guys from Shrek. Ye Feng, is going to smash them one by one. And within a week, all the small accounts will reach at least the Silver Soul fighting badge level. What can his master compare with him? Shrek, he has set his sights on it. Yinner, are you sure this place is fun? It's just a small city under a kingdom. It's better to go back and sleep comfortably. Just then, a group of 7 people walked in. The leader was a boy dressed in black, walking in with a completely indifferent attitude, seemingly uninterested in this place. The conditions are a bit lacking, but isn't torturing people much more enjoyable than practicing ourselves? At this moment, the girl beside the young man spoke. The group of people looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Well then, let's all have some fun tonight. Come on, let's go register. And so the group went to register. Yu Qianheng, a man directly spoke up. Yu Qianheng? Ye Feng, who had just registered 6 alternate accounts, was somewhat surprised. Aren't they from the Tiando Royal Academy? What a coincidence. He just happens to need a team battle. This way, everything is in place. Originally, he wanted to call some people from Sanghui Academy to form a team with him. However, they should all be at school now, making it nearly impossible to team up. After all, Sanghui Academy is quite far from here. Moreover, although these people are around 16 or 17 years old, they're all lower grade students from his academy. And after obtaining their spirit rings, they still need to consolidate their powers. It is clearly unrealistic to ask them to come over. Meanwhile, the Tiando Royal Academy is like a timely help. However, Ye Feng is not in a hurry. After all, there is still plenty of time. Everything can be done slowly. First, he will take down Shrek Academy's members one by one, and then team up to take them down together. Just thinking about it feels exciting. Ye Feng returned to the Rose Hotel. He has the Chaos Decision and the Diamond Art to cultivate. These 2 types of martial arts are one internal and one external. Both are advanced martial arts rewarded by the system. Anyway, in the eyes of the system, Tang San's Xiantian skill and techniques like controlling cranes and capturing dragons are considered lower-level martial arts, a type of trash. Ye Feng is now confident that if he and Tang San didn't use their martial souls, he could beat Tang San to the point where even his father wouldn't recognize him. Feng, you're back. Just started in room 332. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and the voice was crisp and pleasant. Shui, how did you come here? Ye Feng was a bit surprised when he saw this person. Isn't that Qianren Shui? The two have a very good relationship. In private, Qianren Shui always uses a female voice. Of course, in public, she is still the crown prince Shui Qinghe. As for why she is willing to reveal her identity in front of Ye Feng and trust him, she doesn't know either. It's an instinct deep down that this person won't betray her. Moreover, being with him makes her inexplicably feel a sense of warmth. Perhaps from their encounter, acquaintance, and understanding. Everything is destined by fate. You've been here for more than 10 days without going back, so I have to come personally, right? Qianren Shui said with a smile at this moment. She didn't forget to take out the tea set and brew a cup of hot tea for Ye Feng. I already know what Uncle Ju mentioned before, but what could be so important that I have to run to the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Xuya, I still have some matters to attend to. How about I take another week? Ye Feng had just made a bet with his master. If he leaves at this moment, and the situation over there drags on for a few more days, it could really become problematic. A week? Qianren Shui looked at Ye Feng, her beautiful eyes showing a different expression. Can it be a week? Ye Feng looked deflated like a punctured balloon. What is so urgent? Feng, don't be so agitated. Forget about a week. If you're willing to stay here for a month, or even a few months, that's fine too. Qianren Shui couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she looked at Ye Feng's demeanor. In front of Ye Feng, Qianren Shui could always find her truest self, a lively, cheerful, and innocent girl of 18 or 19. She doesn't have so many airs. Everything returns to the ordinary. Didn't you say you wanted to take me back, that there is something at the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng looked puzzled. P.S. Here, the second update. The author is asking for votes. Chapter 65, I have a gift. Third update. What on earth is this girl doing all day long? I've arranged for people to come over for you, and you just need to finish things here, Qianren Shui said to Ye Feng. You've arranged for people to come over? Who? Ye Feng was completely confused. Why does it feel like he doesn't understand what this girl is saying at all? What does the other party want from him this time? It's the students from the Tiando Royal Academy. I've asked their teachers to arrange for them to come here for training, so you don't have to go back and can take care of your things here. Qianren Shui said, appearing very considerate. It's hard to imagine that this is actually the young master of the spirit hall. Huh? Ye Feng had a face full of question marks. Well, the kid from Tiando Royal Academy are a bit arrogant and complacent because they lack opponents. Always thinking they're the best in the world, which has made the Empire quite dissatisfied, so they want to ask you to help stimulate them a bit. Qian Rinxue explained to Ye Feng. Stimulate them? Swear, how do we stimulate them? Ye Feng looked at Qian Rinxue. Do whatever you want to stimulate them, as long as you don't kill anyone. As for how to discipline them, the Empire and Tiando Royal Academy will let you do as you please. As long as you correct their attitude towards training and stimulate their potential for cultivation, Qian Rinxue said. This time, she mainly took the opportunity to leave the palace. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to see Feng outside. As for how to find the specific hotel where Ye Feng was staying, this is not a difficult task for a prince of an empire. What should I do about Songhui Academy? Ye Feng asked at this moment. Songhui Academy? You've already become the top of the list, and you still want to stay there? Anyway, you can basically graduate from there. But if you really miss it, I can keep your student status, and you can go back occasionally. In the future, you'll be spending more time at the Tiando Royal Academy. Qing Rinxue said to Ye Feng at this moment. I have to say, the man I admire is always creating surprises. Approaching 14 years old, he has actually reached the soul master level. Incredible. This is quite similar to her past self. When she was 14, she was just a level 50 soul king. However, she still had some gap with Feng in terms of soul rings. Feng's first soul ring was 1,000 years. If she hadn't absorbed the angel god armor, it was just a best soul ring match. Oh, Ye Feng seems to understand. It means he can play around in both academies now, but mainly to teach those arrogant little brats from the nobility a lesson. Songhui Academy is worlds apart from the Tiando Royal Academy. Switching places might bring new experiences. That sounds good. The key point is that he can stay here, torment Tang San and the others, and completely crush the so-called excellent teaching of the master. Just thinking about it is exciting. This token, if they don't submit to you, you can take it out. Song Qinxue handed a small jade pendant with the Tiando Royal Academy emblem to Ye Feng. Don't worry, they won't refuse you. Ye Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was just thinking about finding those people. He didn't expect to be given this opportunity for free. Since that's the case, he would definitely treat the people from the Tiando Royal Academy well. You've worked hard. Song Qinxue smiled sweetly at Ye Feng. Worked hard? What hard work? Swear, you've given me a great gift. I'm grateful to you, Ye Feng said with a smile. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about any consequences for what his martial soul does to the people of the Tiando Royal Academy. It would be absolutely exhilarating, right? Is this really considered a great gift? Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled as she looked at Ye Feng playfully. Of course this counts. Ye Feng nodded. For some reason, he felt that there was something off about Shuer's gaze. It seemed a bit strange. But I also prepared a great gift. What should I do? Qian Rinxue leaned closer. Those beautiful eyes were fixed on Ye Feng. Her voice was unprecedentedly intimate. Ye Feng could even feel a tingling sensation. P.S. Here comes the third update. Today's updates are complete, and it's already midnight. Ever since I started writing novels, I've been staying up late every day to improve my skills. I'm asking for votes, hoping the ranking doesn't drop and that it can be maintained. I earnestly request votes. Chapter 66. A warm feeling. First update. This is an unprecedented feeling. Even Ye Feng started to panic. What on earth does this girl want to do? Feng, happy birthday. Qian Rinxue took out a very exquisite pastry from the soul guide. Those pair of bright and beautiful eyes were just looking at Ye Feng. This was made by her own hands. Birthday? Ye Feng looked at the pastry that resembled his own appearance and was instantly filled with surprise. This should be something that Snow made herself, right? It's not easy to avoid the royal eyes while doing these things. Of course, what Leaf Peak finds most incredible is that Snow actually remembers his birthday. To be honest, he doesn't even care about his own birthday, and he doesn't even remember it. For some reason, at this moment, he suddenly feels a warm sensation in his heart, as if an inexplicable surge of warmth is rising. I knew you would definitely be too busy to remember your own birthday. Give it a try. This is what I took the time to make last night. I hope you don't mind, Peak. At this moment, Qianren Snow raised a very sweet smile. Unlike the Empire or the Spirit Hall, this smile is incredibly gentle and charming. Snow, you really are thoughtful, but please don't do such dangerous things next time. If the Empire finds out that a prince actually made snacks for someone else, especially with another man's portrait on them, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Leaf Peak didn't want to expose Snow because of this matter. With his current abilities, he couldn't protect her yet. If this were to be exposed, it would truly be a case of losing a lot for a small gain. Don't worry, this was made when I came out, and the Empire definitely won't find out. Snow powdered her little lips, looking a bit playful. She thought about how she had been busy with various things on her previous birthdays. This time, I had a rare opportunity to personally make a cake to give to Feng. To be honest, she doesn't really like the feeling of being in a high position, because there are always people watching everywhere. Things she wants to do can't be done at all. So in this room, the two of them started eating the cake together. I have to say, Schwer's skills are really not bad. After finishing the cake, they chatted for a while in the room, and time passed quickly without them noticing. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Feng, I'll head back now. Because the Empire had given Schwer limited time to be out, she had to rush back to the Empire in the evening. In fact, she really wanted to stay here for a day. Unfortunately, time did not allow it. As the crown princess, she was no longer in control of herself. Okay, I'll see you off. Ye Feng walked Schwer to outside the hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shrek Academy. Assemble. At 5:30, a unique assembly horn sounded. The Shrek group quickly gathered from all corners of the school to the playground. Everyone, in the past week, your bodies have already laid some foundation. But to become an excellent soul master, that is still far from enough. So starting today, I will conduct the second phase of teaching to test the results of your training last week. Generally, before any major event in the school, there is a swearing-in assembly, followed by speeches from leaders. Although Shrek Academy has only 7 students, this process still exists. The one speaking at this time is the master. He spoke for about 10 minutes, then explained some precautions, and then it was Flander's turn. Flander is quite understanding of these students. He only said a few words, and then the group set off. In the battle arena, 8 people entered a super large VIP room. The 7 from Shrek, the master, and Flander. After all, today is the first time these little monsters are all out after concentrated training. As the dean, he should come and cheer them on, right? The payment for battles in the arena can be weekly, monthly, or quarterly. Last week, Xiaogang's expenses left the academy with a huge debt. He certainly hopes for a weekly settlement. Just think about it. Advancing to a bronze soul badge in the battle arena costs 100 gold coins, and a silver soul badge costs 1,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it is exciting. This is your mask, hold on to it. I have only one requirement, which is to absolutely not reveal your true identities, got it? The master said to everyone. Yes, everyone nodded, each with a posture full of confidence. Also, you need to not only obtain a silver soul badge in one-on-one battles, but also in team battles. Starting today, you will fight under the team name of Shrek 7 Monsters. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a very serious manner. Team battle? Everyone was still very unfamiliar with this term. Even Dai Mubai and the others had never participated in a team battle before. Yes, team battles not only allow everyone to earn individual points, but also have a team score, which is not available in 2-on-2 battles. Of course, the most important thing is that it can train your cooperation ability, which is also the purpose of team battles. The master looked at everyone. He was like a military instructor, serious and full of authority, making it seem as if they could not refuse. Understood. Everyone nodded, their voices loud. They were all very excited about this team battle. Very good. Now I want to conduct the last item. What is your target score for tonight? The master's cold and serious gaze swept over everyone. How many points? Hearing this, everyone was a bit confused. In fact, they didn't know how many points they were supposed to get tonight, because they hadn't planned for it beforehand. Tang San, you go first. How many points do you want to get tonight? The master fixed his gaze on Tang San. I want to get 10 points tonight. Tang San said directly. 10 points? Upon hearing this, everyone had a look of disbelief. Did they hear it wrong? 10 points could only be obtained by winning 10 consecutive matches. Is Xiao San going to fight 10 matches tonight? It was simply unimaginable. Brother Yu. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. 10 matches. What a crazy move. What if he gets exhausted? Plus, they have to continue tomorrow night. Don't worry. I should be able to manage 10 matches. I'm full of energy today. If I can keep each match within 10 minutes, winning 10 consecutive matches is definitely possible. This is still under his conservative estimate. If he were to go all out and secretly use various hidden weapons, he is confident he could score 20 points or even higher. Very good. 10 matches. 10 points. Truly worthy of being my direct disciple. Xiao Wu, what about you? After hearing Tang San's words, the master felt unprecedented satisfaction. Then the next second, his gaze fell on Xiao Wu. Chapter 67. What great luck. You encountered it in the first match. Second update. I might as well aim for 5 points, right? Xiao Wu replied to the master. Last time when Dean Flander brought them over, it was simply exhausting. Winning 5 matches in one night was already her limit. Actually, she planned to play 2 or 3 matches tonight. After all, according to calculations, To achieve the soul fighting badge in a week, one needs to win 19 matches in a row. With 7 days in a week, playing 2 or 3 matches a day would generally reach the goal. But since Tang San directly said he wanted to win 10 matches tonight for 10 points, and combined with the master's gaze, she didn't dare to say 2 or 3 matches anymore. She settled on a middle ground of 5 matches, which was already her limit. All right, Xiao Wu with 5 matches, Dai Mu Bai, as a level 38 Soul Master and a senior among all the Shrek Academy students. How many points should you aim for tonight? My expectation for you is Silver Soul Fighting. 7 points, I suppose. Dai Mu Bai scratched his head and said, looking very haggard. To be honest, as someone who previously fought in the soul fighting arena at level 29, he knew very well what it meant to win more than 5 matches in one night. It was incredibly difficult, almost impossible to find a few who could do that in the entire soul fighting arena. But since Tang San said 10 points and Xiao Wu said 5 points, combined with the master's gaze, he felt that if he said less than Xiao Wu, he might be persecuted to death. Ultimately, he said 7 points. Then Ma Hongjun 4 points. Zhu Zhuqing 4 points. Ning Rongrong 3 points. Oscar 3 points. After completing this, everyone began to go downstairs to register. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Feng had already arrived at the waiting hall. That's right, he opened 6 small accounts tonight. As the saying goes, a chaotic punch can kill a master. With so many accounts, he could definitely smash several Shrek members' heads. He was going to play to an unprecedented limit tonight. That meant going from 7 o'clock all the way to 11 o'clock. This kind of nearly crazy, devil-like training can refine him in all aspects. Soon, the battles in the Soul Arena began. In the VIP box above, the group from Shrek was no longer present, leaving only Flandra and Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, there's something I don't know if I should say, Flandra said, appearing hesitant. What is it? If you want to say it, just say it directly. Being so coy isn't like you, Master said with some annoyance upon hearing Flandra's words. I mean, can these little monsters really achieve such high points? Flandra had just wanted to bring this up. It's important to have goals, but they should at least be realistic, right? After all, when Dai Mu Bai fought here, he had over 100 matches and only earned 2 points in the end. Ma Hongjun also fought over 40 matches and only got 9 points. However, seeing his old friend's excited demeanor, he didn't want to interrupt. So he waited until others left before asking. It's important to give the other party some face, especially for someone as prideful as his old friend. I don't know about the others, but my direct disciple Tang San definitely has this ability. I even think 10 matches might be too few. With his strength, winning 15 in a row is no problem, Master said, standing with his hands behind his back and slightly raising his head. He had absolute confidence in his direct disciple. Is Xiao San really that amazing? Flandra was somewhat surprised. Winning 15 matches in a row in one night at the Soul Arena is extremely rare in the arena's history. Do you think I don't understand my own students? Master said coldly. So Xiaogang, what do you think about the others? Flandra looked at Master with great interest. Xiao Wu is a soul master I brought out from Nodding Academy and has about a 90% chance of succeeding under my influence. So I think she can do it. As for Dai Mu Bai, it might be a bit tough. The others, well, the 2 support-type soul masters should be fine with the battle soul masters backing them up. But Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun will probably find it quite difficult. Overall, it's about 50-50, Master analyzed seriously, stating the likelihood of completing the task. In his view, only his disciple Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the 2 support-type soul masters were likely to succeed. Although Dai Mu Bai is a soul ancestor at level 38, he lacks the proper guidance and training like Yu Xiaogang and has grown wildly, making it very difficult for him to win 7 matches in a row. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun are even less capable, both lacking in combat quality and other aspects. So there are still 4 who can complete the task, Flandra said, suddenly smiling with relief upon hearing his old friend's estimate. He thought none of them would succeed. It seems he underestimated everyone's abilities. Huh, and you're already so happy with just 4? Since I've come to Shrek Academy, I will train them to be as excellent as my disciple Tang San, Master said, looking at Flandra's easily satisfied demeanor with irritation. Flandra chuckled awkwardly. Please prepare for the match between Qianqiu Shura and Bloodthirsty Demon number 3 on Arena 18. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed below. Qianqiu Shura, Xiaogang, it's Xiao San's turn to start the match. Let's switch to Arena 18. There was a huge screen in the VIP room that displayed live broadcast from any arena. Bloodthirsty Demon número 3. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang felt puzzled. Why does that name sound so familiar? In the waiting room downstairs, brother, it's your turn. The Shrek group was waiting. They suddenly heard the broadcast. Tang San nodded. He didn't expect to be the first to go on tonight. Go for it, Xiao San. Dai Mubai said to Tang San. Everyone, do your best. Tang San put on his mask and headed towards Arena 18. Meanwhile, in another waiting area, Qinsho Shura, is luck this good? Ye Feng heard that name, and his smile gradually turned sinister. This is Tang San's name. I didn't expect to actually bump into him. And it seems like it's the first match. Shouldn't I give my fellow townsmen a profound lesson in the first match? At this moment, Ye Feng put on a mask and walked through a special passage towards the arena. He was in the VIP waiting area. A single room. Don't ask why. Just know it's because he has money. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Seoul Arena in Soto City, where an intense competition is about to begin. At this moment, a beautiful host with wings on her back is flying in midair above the arena. The second update is here. Today the author is really too sleepy and can't update anymore, so I'm going to sleep first. Tomorrow, if I have time, I'll update a bit earlier. Continuing with the third update, mainly because I got up too early today. I woke up at 6, and it's really hard to stay awake at this point. Chapter 68. Ghostly Shadows and Mysterious Tracks? Like a turtle crawling. First update. The crowd erupted in applause. This is tonight's beautiful host, Ye. The most beautiful female host in the entire Seoul fighting arena. Next, let's welcome tonight's main characters from the 18th arena, Qinsho Shua and Bloodthirsty Demon number 3. The voice of the beautiful host Ye is very pleasant to hear. On the left entrance of the Seoul fighting arena, Tang San walked onto the stage with a blank expression. He is somewhat looking forward to tonight's opponent. He really doesn't know who will be the first stepping stone for him to obtain the Silver Soul Badge. Xiaogang, Xiao San is on stage. In the distant VIP room, Flander spoke up. It shouldn't be possible. Definitely not. This is a blue mask. Next to him, the master murmured. What's wrong, Xiaogang? Suddenly Flander noticed that the master was ignoring him. He was lost in thought, saying things like impossible and it's a blue mask, leaving him quite confused. He almost thought his old buddy had lost his mind. It's nothing. I was just considering how long it would take Xiao San to defeat his opponent. The master replied at that moment. So that's how it is, Xiaogang. You are still the same as before, with no changes at all. Flander said. Indeed, his old buddy's perspective is broad. He watches his student take the stage, while the opponent has long been thinking about how to win and how long it will take to win. This is the difference in mindset. Handing the child over to him, the dean feels much more at ease. Below, the audience is ecstatic, with cheers erupting one after another. Bloodthirsty Demon number 3? Could it be a fanatical supporter of that person? I think this is possible. Some audience members in the stands, upon hearing this name and seeing the person who came out, immediately adopt a passionate stance. If they are a fanatic, they should possess some of the original strength. Last week, someone named Bloodthirsty Demon swept through the entire Seoul arena. They created a myth that almost reached the Silver Soul Badge in just 1 week. Bloodthirsty Demon 3. On the other side, Tang San finds this name quite strange. Why is it called Bloodthirsty Demon number 3? Is this some kind of organization? Anyway, he has to quickly defeat this guy with the blue mask. The individual matches in the Arena of Souls end at 11 o'clock, and it's already 7. At this time, he must complete 9 matches. This first match is also when he is at his most vigorous, and he cannot expend more than 5 minutes. Now, let's introduce the 2 contestants. Qinsho Azura, a level 33 control system battle spirit master, with a martial spirit blue silvergrass. The female host, flying in midair, introduced them with great enthusiasm. Blue silvergrass? After hearing this, the audience below was filled with question marks on their faces. Can this blue silvergrass also be a soul master, and a soul sovereign at that? Has the world changed? In the eyes of the audience below, blue silvergrass is an utterly useless martial soul. It's simply impossible to cultivate it. If someone awakens blue silvergrass, they would be laughed at to death. The second is Bloodthirsty Demon number 3, a level 33 high attack battle soul, with a martial soul that is a scythe. The beautiful host, disregarding the uproar from the audience, continued to introduce Ye Feng. Ye Feng, wearing a blue mask, waved to the audience present. His side martial soul was naturally something he thought of on the spot. Not only that, even his current 33rd level soul power is fake. He is using the soul power concealment method taught by Schwer. For so many years, Schwer has not been discovered in the Tiando Imperial Palace. In this small soul fighting arena is even easier to hide. With just a little manipulation, it can be done. To make this alias more realistic, he set each one with different martial souls and soul power levels. For example, he is currently Bloodthirsty Demon number 3 with a blue mask and level 33 no, 4 with a yellow mask and level 34, and so on. This little account shouldn't be too obvious, right? A sickle? Could it be from the same family as the Bloodthirsty Demon? The audience went wild. A sickle? On the other side, Tang San was also taken aback. To be honest, this sickle does resemble that person's weapon. However, the arena is a large 20 by 20 meter platform, with both sides being a full 15 to 16 meters apart, and the opponent's martial soul is appearing right in his palm, making it impossible to see clearly. Besides, there are quite a few people in this world with the same martial soul, especially sickles. Identifying someone by their martial soul is a bit hasty. Now that both sides are prepared, I announce that the battle officially begins. After introducing both sides, the host quickly flew into the air. Let's get started, and don't say I bullied you later. At this moment, Ye Feng was smiling as he looked at Tang San. Arrogant. Then let me test your depth. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Tang San didn't release his soul power. A mere level 33 ant, he didn't need to use soul power. He could directly solve it with his top 10 ultimate skills. What's going on? Our 1,000-hand Azura actually charged up without using soul power. What does he want to do? Defeat his opponent purely with skills. The host, Yu looked astonished. In the continent, battles without soul power are referred to as skill-based. What does this kid Xiao San want to do? In a VIP box above, Flinder looked puzzled. A soul master duel without using soul power? Just rushing in like that? Isn't this too risky? He probably wants to conserve energy. Don't worry, in terms of close combat skills, my direct disciple Tang San is also among the top, with no one currently able to match him. The master quickly understood Tang San's intentions and immediately explained to Flinder. Ghost Shadow Mistrace? Coincidentally, then let's use the Chaos Decision. Ye Feng saw Tang San performing martial arts and couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Although Tang San has 6 ultimate skills, the Chaos Decision and the Diamond Technique on Ye Feng are the top-tier techniques, capable of defeating Tang San in an instant. He slightly closed his eyes, his entire being as still as an ancient pine. No one knew that with the use of the Chaos Decision, a faint aura emerged from Ye Feng, which then spread outwards. In an instant, his sensory abilities improved tenfold compared to before. Tang San's Ghost Shadow Mistrace appeared to him as slow as a turtle. This is the terrifying aspect of the Chaotic Decision. It is an enhancement from within, cultivating to the extreme of 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold is possible. What? Why has Bloodthirsty Demon number 3 closed his eyes? Has he given up? Up above, the host, Ye, was even more confused. What kind of bizarre competition was she hosting tonight? Bloodthirsty Demon number 3, what are you doing? Hurry up and take him down. Damn it. This is not a place to sleep. Get up and fight that kid on the opposite side. Oh no, it's over. I bet on this sleep god to win tonight. What a losing deal. Brothers, it's a losing deal. Dear readers, the author is continuing to ask for votes today. The next update will be before 11:30, and tomorrow it will be recommended in the second round of PK. Everyone must vote more so that it can continue for free, because as long as we can advance, it will be free. Vote. Vote. Chapter 69. The Master's Confidence. Tang San scream. Second update. Seeing this bizarre scene below, some audience members directly exploded with rage. The Soul Fighting Arena is a paradise for gamblers. Hearing the words Bloodthirsty Demon, many people immediately placed their bets. But now this bastard has his eyes closed. This is definitely a loss. Regret. Unimaginable regret. The gamblers present started cursing loudly. End it. Control the crane and catch the dragon. Tang San executed the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, turning twice, finally finding a flaw. At that moment, he prepared to use Control the Crane and catch the dragon, intending to throw his opponent off the stage. Hooked. Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. What? Suddenly, Tang San felt a chill locking onto him. His intuition told him he had to withdraw quickly. The first level of the Diamond Resolution. Hand Enhancement. Ye Feng's hand was instantly surrounded by a surge of energy, visibly expanding and tightening, as solid as a rock. A punch landed on Tang San's abdomen, who was in the midst of using Control the Crane and Catch the Dragon, followed by a finger strike directly under his armpit. The armpit, one of the weakest points in a person. The pain shot through his whole body to the point of numbness. Tang San couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. The 20-meter stage was directly knocked to the edge by Ye Feng's strike. His whole body was convulsing as if he were having an epileptic seizure. What the hell did I just see? The gamblers who were just cursing were now dumbfounded. Damn it. Bloodthirsty Demon number 3 is amazing. Bloodthirsty Demon number 3, we misjudged you. You are the best. Seeing the blue-clothed 1,000-handed Azura being sent flying over 10 meters. In an instant, the gamblers who had just been spewing foul language were now shouting madly. wishing they could express all their praises in their minds. There's no helping it. In the soul arena, gamblers always turn their backs faster than they can turn a page. Xiao San. Up there, Flinder's pupils contracted. He never expected Xiao San to actually fall for it. Oomph. Where did all the things I taught usually go? I told him not to be careless in battle and never underestimate the opponent. He should have used his martial soul from the start. Look at him now. He's been put at a disadvantage. That flaw was intentionally exposed. How could he not see through it? At that moment, the master looked furious. The apple he was about to eat was smashed to the ground. Instantly, the apple was crushed to pieces. Below, Tang San struggled to get up. Anyone could be an afterthought, but the bloodthirsty demon number 3 just hid too well. Even he, who had lived 2 lives, fell into the trap set by the opponent. Mistaking the intentionally exposed flaw as the key to victory led to his current passive situation. Because his left armpit was attacked by a finger as hard as a rod, his entire left upper body felt as if it were paralyzed, excruciatingly painful. Perhaps this kind of pain is something most people cannot comprehend. To give a simple example, it's like someone suddenly poking your armpit with chopsticks. The sensation is as painfully exhilarating as it gets. Xiaogang, do you think Xiao San will be all right? In the private room, Flinder asked with a worried expression. He saw Xiao San's entire left arm moving as if it were disabled. The key point was that his legs were shaking uncontrollably. That last hit must have really hurt him. This is nothing. I know my disciple well. He'll recover in a bit. But that bloodthirsty demon number 3 is really despicable, even attacking such a place. The master's expression was cold. However, having provoked Xiao San means that this kid will definitely suffer next. Based on the opponent's character, he will probably be punished severely. The master was quite familiar with his own disciple. Tang San would definitely retaliate. That's good, that's good. I thought Xiao San would have a bad start in the first match. Upon hearing this, Flinder immediately felt relieved. If he lost in the first match, that would be too embarrassing. Below, he stood up, hurt his hand. Ye Feng smiled as he looked in Tang San's direction. Playing with him in techniques? He is still too inexperienced. At least in this low-level plane, his techniques can completely overwhelm any technique. I will make you regret it. First soul skill bind. Tang San directly unleashed his soul skill. In an instant, blue-silver grass shot up from below the stage. This is blue-silver grass? The audience was dumbfounded. They had never seen this kind of blue-silver grass. Can bloodthirsty demon number 3 still hold on? Don't lose. The spectators were all on edge. Ha! Xiao San has the upper hand. In the VIP box above, Flinder said with a happy face. He was worried just moments ago. Now it seems that worry was unnecessary. Of course, just look at whose disciple it is. Under my guidance, Xiao San's adaptability has long been extraordinary. It won't be easy for the opponent to take him down. The master raised his head proudly, looking somewhat arrogant. That's why I'm willing to hand over these little monsters from Shrek Academy to you, my old friend, to teach. Flinder smiled, looking quite pleased. Heh, handing these little monsters to me is the only correct thing you've done in your life. The master's tone was somewhat cold. Xiaogang, what do you mean by the only correct thing I've done in my life? Were my previous actions incorrect? Flinder was a bit confused upon hearing this. Incorrect? Just take this morning's agreement, for example. You stubbornly left half behind. If it weren't for that kid wanting to genuinely apprentice under me and not caring whether Shrek Academy was whole or half, that matter would have fallen through for you. The master said irritably. Thinking of the bet from this morning, he felt inexplicably angry. After all these years of friendship, Flinder actually didn't trust him, saying he had to leave half of Shrek Academy behind, as if betting the entire Shrek Academy would allow the bloodthirsty demon to take it away. With me around, he ultimately loses both the woman and the soldiers. Oh, so it's about this matter. I'm just leaving myself a way out. Flinder felt a bit awkward. You've had too many easy days over the years, making you timid. Their essay saying, no risk, no gain. If you're not even willing to put down that little bit of capital, how can you bring in such a talented person? The master said impatiently, taking on a lecturing tone. My old friend, I was hasty about this matter, but I also have to think of everyone, right? Flinder said with a bitter smile. After all, he was the principal, bearing too much responsibility. He had to leave himself a way out. All right, I don't want to talk so much with you. Just watch the match. At this speed, Xiao San should be able to solve his opponent in a minute or two. The second update is here, and there will be a third one, probably before 1 o'clock. It's going to be another late night. Given how diligent the author is, everyone, please give a bit more support in terms of votes. From Tuesday to Friday, it's a competition where 10 will be narrowed down to 5. We can't lose. So let's give it our all, fellow readers. Chapter 70. The strongest control type soul master. The Battle Soul Master breaks through all laws with sheer strength. Third update. The Master did not want to continue the argument with Flander. He immediately terminated the topic and confidently looked downwards. Once the blue-silver grass entangles, it is bound to be accompanied by ghost vine parasitism. This means that the entire arena has become Tang San's territory. This is the power of control-type Soul Masters. According to his research, in the entire Soul Master world, control-type Soul Masters of the same level can completely dominate Battle Soul Masters of the same level. They can even surpass levels 7 or 8 without any problem. For example, a level 33 control-type Soul Venerable can still deal with a level 40 top Battle Soul Venerable. Regret? Just these few worthless grasses? Ye Feng quickly rushed towards Tang San. What? Tang San's pupils constricted. All his blue-silver grass was shattered. The person in front of him came flying like an arrow piercing through the clouds. Unstoppable. Wind-like speed. Diamond fist. Ye Feng used the soul bone skill wind-like speed. Then he executed the martial skill diamond fist. At that moment, he was like a steel bar falling straight from a 50-story building. How could a few blades of grass possibly stop him? Ghost Vine. Parasite. Tang San panicked. He hurriedly unleashed his ghost vine. However, the parasitic ghost vine was like a steel bar falling straight from the 50 floors. If you take out a fishing net on the 10th floor, trying to block the opponent, do you think it's possible? Absolutely not. It doesn't matter if it's a plastic net or even an iron net. It would be useless, because the acceleration from 50 floors is too great. Seeing that his parasitic ghost vine had no effect at all, Tang San was in disbelief. However, he had lived 2 lives after all. His response speed is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Third soul skill, web binding. I advise you not to come over. My blue-silver grass is poisonous. The third purple soul ring appeared, thick and full of toxins. Boom! A punch. Ye Feng directly broke through Tang San's defenses. Then he heavily smashed Tang San out of the arena. The reason why control-type Soul Masters can become the strongest existence at the same level is that no Battle Soul Master can break through their control methods. But Battle Soul Masters can break through everything with sheer force. Control-type Soul Masters are nothing, just like Tang San right now. What he relies on for control is the blue-silver grass. Once it is broken through, he will be in a flurry. As for the poison behind it, is this thing useful to him? Usually, the shadow poison wolf catches the spider demon as if it were a small insect, and if the opponent had a delicious scent, it would have probably devoured it long ago. It's the foul stench emanating from the spider demon that makes the shadow poison wolf give up on such a bizarre creature. Now, I announce that bloodthirsty demon number 3 is the winner. 1 point added. The beautiful host comes down to raise Ye Feng's hand. At this moment, the crowd finally snaps out of their daze. They never expected that bloodthirsty demon number 3 would be so powerful. They thought the opponent was done for. But it turned out to be a huge reversal. Bloodthirsty demon número 3. Amazing. Breaking voice. Amazing. Hysterically, the audience directly stands up and cheers. And of course, the loudest cheers come from the gamblers. Because they won money. So naturally, they cheer joyfully. How is this possible? Upstairs, the master feels his face burning. It feels like someone has slapped him a few times. Honestly, it's simply unbelievable. How could a little third party possibly lose? This is simply unrealistic. Could it be that bloodthirsty demon number 3 is actually the bloodthirsty demon himself? But that doesn't make sense. He spent some money to buy a list of participants for tonight's competition, which includes over 200 Soul Masters, and the bloodthirsty demon is among them. Besides, there are also number 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. From this reasoning, it's impossible for this number 3 to be the bloodthirsty demon himself. It's likely a family member or a crazy fan of the bloodthirsty demon who has a similar name, just with a number added. In the end, the master came to a conclusion. Xiao San was careless. Meanwhile, Tang San did not go on stage. Instead, he walked off the stage dejectedly. In fact, he had intentionally lost a bit just now. After all, the night is still long, and it wouldn't be good to exhaust so much energy in the first match. Losing the first round is just losing. Let's start fresh and fight on a new stage. Surely I won't encounter that bloodthirsty demon number 3 again, right? P.S. Oh my. The difficult third update has arrived. The author is feeling a bit drained. So tired. Oh. Dear readers, please cast a vote for the author. Today I'm in the recommendation position, and I want to make it to the top 3 to ensure a stable advancement. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. If you have monthly votes, please give me 1. If you have recommendation votes, please cast 1. And if you can tip, please do so. 100 coins would be appreciated. Then, I will strive for 4 updates tomorrow. Show sincerity. I'm going all out. Charge. Chapter 71. Crazy Night, Deafening. First update. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Seeking votes. As long as I don't encounter that pervert, I can definitely achieve the small goal of winning 10 consecutive matches. With that, he left the arena. The next match is in 30 minutes, so I'll take some time to adjust. The Soto Great Soul Arena has a more humane feature. Competitors can choose their battle time. There are options for no interval, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and 120 minutes. The so-called no interval means you can immediately go to another stage to fight without any break after stepping down. 5-minute intervals mean you just got off one stage. Rest for 5 minutes, and then go up to fight again. The same applies to 15 minutes. Step down, wait 15 minutes, then go up. 30 minutes means resting for 30 minutes before going up. However, generally, no one chooses no interval or less than 30 minutes. Most people prefer to wait an hour or two, and some even wait 3 hours. Ye Feng stepped down. Upon returning to his exclusive personal VIP lounge, he directly sat on the soft leather sofa. Ye Feng is not a miser. After all, he just recently scammed over 900,000 gold coins from Daishao. Isn't this supposed to be enjoyable? Moreover, tonight I have to control 7 accounts, and it's not easy to operate in a public lounge. The bloodthirsty demon should be ready, as he will participate in the battle at Arena 11. Just at that moment, a sweet broadcast voice sounded. Oh, so soon? Ye Feng chose a 5-minute match. 7 accounts. To avoid overlapping, he signs up only after finishing the previous match. Unexpectedly, just 2 minutes in, the broadcast started announcing. At this moment, Ye Feng changed into a new outfit and put on a red mask. 5 minutes per match, 12 matches in an hour, which means by 11 p.m. It would take 5 hours for a total of 60 matches. With 7 accounts, that averages out to less than 9 matches each. He still felt it was a bit few. Next time, he thought he would try for at least 70 matches in one night. After a brief pause, Ye Feng appeared on stage wearing the red mask. The bloodthirsty demon made his entrance, and the entire Soul Arena erupted with unprecedented cheers. Upstairs. Xiao San, tell me, what on earth is going on? Tang San had just entered the VIP viewing room when a master stood up with a grim face. He had thought his disciple would win easily, but instead, he lost the match in a shocking turn of events. Absolutely unforgivable. Xiaogang. Xiao San was careless too. He can win the next match. You don't need to blame him too much. Seeing his old friend slam his hand on the table, Flender awkwardly advised from the side. After all, no one is perfect, and he had just expected too much from Xiao San. Yes, Master, Brother San might not have encountered such a strange opponent before. Ma Hongjun chimed in. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai had returned to the room. Since their opponents were relatively easy, they successfully earned their first points. I know he can win his next match, but we, as teachers, must point out the problems. He must not make the same mistakes again, especially with that kind of carelessness just now. The master spoke sternly. Just before, he had confidently stated in front of Flender that Tang San would definitely win. And what happened? Tang San lost outright, and it was a crushing defeat. The most crucial point is that just now he predicted that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were in jeopardy, yet all 3 of them earned their first points. This is no longer just slapping Yu Xiaogang's face. It's like wildly slapping him. It hurts. Teacher, I was indeed a bit careless just now. At this moment, Tang San has a guilty expression on his face. Losing is losing. There's nothing to explain. After all, this is reality. It's enough to know that carelessness leads to defeat. I've told you countless times that there are always people stronger than you, and even if you're the top now, you still need to be careful not to capsize in the gutter. There are many strong people in this world, and they ultimately fall because of arrogance and carelessness. Do you understand? The master is quite clear about his disciple. The reason for the defeat just now was probably due to carelessness, so he must correct him and make him take it seriously. However, teacher, I actually lost on purpose just now. If I really wanted to fight back, I have a 99% confidence that I could turn the tables. Tang San spoke up. After thinking it over, he still wanted to explain. Not for any other reason. To comfort the teacher. Deliberately lost? Everyone in the private room was stunned. Is there really such a thing as intentionally losing? If someone else said this, they would definitely think that the other person is just putting on a brave face. But in front of me is Tang San. This man used to give Master Zhao Wuji a headache. How to say it? The master looked at Tang San with a puzzled expression, having never heard such a thing before. You see, that bloodthirsty demon number 3 should be about as strong as I am. Probably just a little weaker. He might only fight 1 or 2 matches tonight, and it's fine for him to give his all. But I have to complete 10 matches or even more tonight. I don't need to waste so much energy on him. right? So I deliberately lost. Tang San said to everyone at that moment. Upon hearing this, everyone looked enlightened. So that's how it is. This is indeed a good strategy. The master nodded. This child sometimes really comes up with some unexpected ideas. It's better to cut this match off directly rather than fighting in the subsequent matches if we can't win this one. Then we can aim for a winning streak afterward. Please welcome the two competitors to Arena 11. From Zone 1, the Gentle Bone Rabbit. From Zone 2, the Bloodthirsty Demon. The announcement echoed. Bloodthirsty Demon? How was that possible? Upon hearing the announcement, Yu Xiaogang's pupils constricted instantly. It was as if he had heard some incredible news. What's wrong, teacher? Seeing his teacher's expression suddenly darken, Tang San looked puzzled. What exactly is this Bloodthirsty Demon organization? To be honest, the Bloodthirsty Demon no. 3 I just encountered is one of the strongest opponents I have faced in such a long time. Xiao Wu, this time we might be in trouble. This Bloodthirsty Demon is not simple. Yu Xiaogang let out a deep sigh. His entire expression was tense. Below, in arena number 11, even outside the venue, the audience's frenzied cheers could be heard. Bloodthirsty Demon! Bloodthirsty Demon! They shouted excitedly one by one, especially those who placed bets. They were happier today than when they got married. The gambler's god of wealth, the undefeated myth of the Battle Soul Arena, has appeared again tonight. A crazy night. Gamblers can feast again. The Battle Soul Arena is deafening. P.S. Dear book friends, the first update is here. The author will be competing from Tuesday to Friday. If I lose, the website will abandon me. Please come to QQ Reading to support the author, so I can advance. My ranking is a bit behind. Seeking recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Tips. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival for updates. For updates, I'm going all out. Chapter 72. You have to do it fiercely. Second update. What's wrong? Xiao Wu looked around at the seemingly crazy audience, feeling a bit lost. Who is this person in front of her? Is he really that formidable? What a narrow road for enemies. Ye Feng at the exit of Area 2 slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect to run into Xiao Wu. Well, let's have some fun with this rabbit today. Good evening, everyone. I am tonight's host, Ye. A beauty like an angel flew in the air. She is in charge of hosting 3 venues tonight. Number 18, number 11, and number 15. Ye. Some single guys below are shouting. Wherever Ye is, it is always filled with hormones. There's no helping it. She is just too beautiful. This is almost becoming a signature of the soul fighting arena. Below, let's welcome the 2 soul master level contestants to showcase their martial souls. The host. Ye's voice rang out. Martial soul, soft-boned enchantress rabbit. Level 31. At this moment, Xiao Wu quickly revealed her martial soul. Although her opponent seemed to be very popular. High popularity doesn't necessarily mean strength. Just right, she also enjoys beating these so-called popular contestants. Martial soul, demon scythe, level 35. Ye Feng spoke at this moment. The bloodthirsty demon title he registered with was hidden at the level 35 tier during his soul power test. As for the martial soul, it is the demon scythe. If he were to say the words bloodthirsty demon scythe, Tang San would probably make a connection to himself. For now, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. It's like playing a spy game, infiltrating deep behind enemy lines and slowly playing, ultimately taking them down one by one. This is how it gets interesting. Now, I announce that the competition officially begins. The host flew directly into the air. Whoosh! Xiao Wu didn't lag behind at all. She accelerated and rushed to Ye Feng's side. Close combat is her specialty, so she must gain the upper hand at the start. The battle began with intense conditions, and our soft-bone charm rabbit took the initiative to strike first. Where will the bloodthirsty demon go? The host, Yu, explained from above. Where will it go? Of course. To take her down. The audience below shouted directly. That's right. Take him down. Take him down. The audience was hysterical. The crazed fans waved their fists, ready to cheer for the soft-bone charm rabbit. Soul skill. Waist bow. A yellow soul ring lit up, and after merging its power into her body, Xiao Wu instantly felt her waist strength increase several times. The waist bow is her first soul skill, enhancing her waist strength by 100% and increasing her flexibility by 50%. After reaching soul power level 10, every level gained increases the effect of waist bow by 1%. Not good. No, Xiao Wu. In the VIP box above, Tang San clenched his fists tightly upon seeing this scene. He had just heard the teacher introduce this bloodthirsty demon. The opponent had won 31 consecutive matches in the soul fighting arena. Just one more match to achieve 32 consecutive wins and earn the Silver Soul badge in the soul fighting arena. Such an opponent is definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, he has just fought against bloodthirsty demon number 3, and they should belong to the same lineage of soul masters, considering their martial souls are both sides. The opponent's hand-to-hand combat skills are incredibly formidable. If he gets caught, he might be countered by the other party. Xiao San, don't get too excited. Using softness to overcome hardness might catch Xiao Wu by surprise. Dai Mubai comforted. However, both the master and Flander were very heavy-hearted. They had seen the bloodthirsty demon in person, and he emanated an inexplicable sense of oppression. Not submissive or cowardly. It would be very precarious for Xiao Wu to face him. On the arena below, Xiao Wu performed a waist bow, with both legs already wrapped around Ye Feng's neck. This pose is quite interesting. Ye Feng stands there, with Xiao Wu hanging around his neck, planning to flip him over. With the Vajra technique, triple. Golden bell, shocking the world. A surge of energy swirls around Ye Feng. He now resembles an ancient bell in a temple, still upright but unyielding. What's going on? Xiao Wu realizes that she can't shake this person off at all. It feels as if her legs are clamped around a massive ancient tree. Her well-arched waist has turned into a bizarre version of a sit-up. Useless. Ye Feng's whole body presses down. Not good. Xiao Wu, with her legs wrapped around Ye Feng's neck, feels him tipping over and wants to escape. However, she suddenly discovers that her legs are tightly grabbed by two inexplicable hands. She can't break free at all. Xiao Wu, in the private room above. Tang San's pupils constrict. He swears that if this bastard dares to hurt Xiao Wu, the next time he encounters him, he will definitely give him a severe beating. Make him wish he were dead. Tang San clenches his fists. Bang! Xiao Wu is strapped around Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng, Sudendi Sudamsbakir. As the cushion, Xiao Wu absorbs all the impact. Her whole body crashes down on the incredibly firm ground. The worst part is her bottom, which nearly feels like it's going to explode. Oh, what a tragedy. Xiao Wu feels like her, but is going numb. This guy can't show any mercy, can he? How can he attack such a beautiful girl using such a perverted method? Fortunately, she managed to break free when he struck. Otherwise, if he had raised his elbow towards the center again, there would be no need to fight tonight. Just wait for someone to carry her out. At this moment, Xiao Wu stood up while enduring the intense pain. Her legs were inexplicably shaking. After all, that blow was just too painful. Bloodthirsty demon, impressive. The bloodthirsty demon remained strong. Seeing the girl on the opposite side being brutally thrown down, a part of the audience that worships violence immediately cheered. Indeed, it's the bloodthirsty demon. It looks exhilarating. Xiao Wu, be careful. He's coming. Above, Tang San saw that this bloodthirsty demon showed no signs of stopping and attacked again. And a purple soul ring lit up. This is an extremely dangerous signal. If Xiao Wu lets her guard down, she might get hurt. Although it's just a gambling arena, as long as no one gets killed, it won't be against the rules. But severe injuries and disabilities are within the rules. He is itching to go help Xiao Wu right now. Ha ha ha, awesome. Bloodthirsty demon. Do it. That's right, give her a good beating. Don't go easy on her just because she's a girl. Crush her heart and soul. She's just treating you as a backup. Brother, I support you. You have to go all out. You must not hesitate. A few licking dogs who end up with nothing in the end huddle together, and at this moment, seeing Ye Feng unleash the purple soul ring ignites a blazing fire within them. It's as if they're venting all their resentment for not being able to get the goddess. Chapter 73. Is Ye Feng cruel? The double standards of Shrek. Third update. Not good. Third soul skill, teleportation. Seeing the opponent directly release their soul skill in attack, Xiao Wu couldn't care less about her aching backside. She hurriedly activated her third soul skill, instantly teleporting within 5 meters. Swift as the wind, Ye Feng saw that Xiao Wu actually wanted to dodge and immediately activated his left leg soul bone skill to catch up. The opponent's teleportation, he really can't match. His swift movement is just 100 times faster. Xiao Wu estimates that she needs 200 times, even 500 times the speed to teleport within 5 meters. But the opponent's distance is short, while he has endurance. Breaking her move is just a matter of time. God, our two contestants are actually competing in speed on the field. I have to say, the speed of the soft-boned charming rabbit is indeed fast. But the bloodthirsty demon is not at all inferior. The two are chasing each other. Who will ultimately win? Let's wait and see. In midair, Yu began to comment again. The speed of the two made her, a flying-type martial soul user, gasp in amazement. It's simply too fast. This won't do. What should we do? In just 1 minute, Xiao Wu teleported hundreds of times. She's now exhausted. Looking at that guy, he seems to still have some energy left. If this continues, she will really be caught. You can't run away. Behind. Ye Feng saw that Xiao Wu had entered her fatigue phase. He immediately showed a smile. Comparing speed with him, she's still too young. In short bursts, Xiao Wu is invincible. But in terms of endurance, he fears nothing. Oh, really? Second soul skill, charm. A thought flashed quickly through Xiao Wu's mind. Continuing to run is pointless. It might be better to launch a surprise attack on him. Maybe she could win unexpectedly. So she decided to go for it. She turned around directly, and a yellow soul ring merged in. The second soul skill, charm, activated instantly. Ye Feng clearly saw Xiao Wu's eyes turn pink. However, he was not lost in thought, because the chaos decision directly awakened his consciousness, making him unaffected. He still fell for it. As expected, a man. Xiao Wu saw Ye Feng momentarily stunned and couldn't help but smile proudly. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu quickly locked onto Ye Feng's neck, just like before. Soft technique, explosive 8-section throw. Xiao Wu exerted force from her waist, planning to execute an explosive 8-section throw on Ye Feng. This set is so overwhelming that not even a soul sec can handle it, let alone a soul master. Are they about to win? In the VIP room upstairs, the master gazes down below. The explosive 8-section throw is the most violent form of grappling. Once you're thrown the first time, there's no chance of resistance. And each throw comes with a stunning effect. No, Xiao Wu lost. Tang San's eyes emitted a purple light. That is the purple extreme demon eye. Xiao Wu's charm has no effect on this person at all. Huh? Why can't I throw him? Xiao Wu was stunned. Of course you can't throw him. Let me show you what true soft techniques are. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly. Then, like a character from King of Fighters, he grabbed Xiao Wu and slammed her heavily onto the ground. Is that the end? Not at all. Next, Ye Feng's moves were like the signature techniques of the character. He grabbed Xiao Wu's legs. A 180-degree left throw. A 180-degree right throw. Slamming back and forth. The entire arena was filled with screams. Boom! A shoulder throw while holding her. The stone arena cracked under the impact. The people on site were stunned. Incredible. The next moment, there was a thunderous sound. Everyone shouted crazily. Xiao Wu. Tang San rushed down directly. He held Xiao Wu in his arms. His eyes fiercely stared at Ye Feng. Brother, I. Xiao Wu looked very weak. Xiao Wu, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm here. Tang San held Xiao Wu tightly. Easy. I can't breathe. Xiao Wu's face turned red. Huh? Tang San then realized that he was too worried about Xiao Wu and was holding her face too tightly. Hoo. Xiao Wu finally breathed in fresh air. Are you okay, Xiao Wu? Tang San asked. I'm fine, but my butt hurts a lot, like it's about to explode. Xiao Wu's eyes were teary. In this life, I have never experienced such humiliation. However, that person is really strong. It's fine. Tang San let out a sigh of relief. Congratulations to our bloodthirsty demon for achieving 32 consecutive victories tonight and advancing to the Silver Soul badge. The host, yeah, exclaimed excitedly. Bloodthirsty demon. The audience on site was like they had been injected with adrenaline, all of them shouting frantically. On the other side, Tang San was leaving while holding Xiao Wu amidst the cheers. Meanwhile, Ye Feng returned to his exclusive VIP lounge. Previously on Earth, King of Fighters was one of his favorite games. Goro Daimon was also one of his preferred characters. Coincidentally, when he was sparring with Xiao Wu, he found that her attacks happened to counter Xiao Wu's soft techniques. So he copied it directly. To his surprise, the effect was remarkably good. If he had used an elbow drop, right at the moment Xiao Wu fell to the ground, targeting her key areas, the red soul ring would probably have appeared. Xiao Wu. In the VIP room upstairs, everyone had gathered. When they saw Tang San bring Xiao Wu up, they immediately surrounded him, all with worried expressions, because they saw that Xiao Wu was covered in injuries. It was simply too pitiful. The bloodthirsty demon is simply doing inhumane things. How could he be so ruthless towards a beautiful woman? Everyone is furious. However, they do not know that Xiao Wu once bullied a poor child and stole a blanket that he could have borrowed, leaving him with nowhere to sleep on a cold night, nearly freezing to death. Of course, some might say these are old stories. Why bring them up? Let's talk about something recent. Just now, with that soft skill explosion and the 8-section throw, if Ye Feng were an ordinary soul master and failed to counter, he would have ended up in a worse situation than Xiao Wu now. For details, refer to the previous unfortunate incident. Of course, in this world, that unfortunate one was beaten by Ye Feng. But before that, when Ye Feng was watching anime on Earth, that unfortunate incident was truly tragic. Now, Ye Feng using Game & Goru's bear hug is merely tit for tat. And yet, the people from Shrek still say he is cruel. Inhumane. I have to say, This is really double standards. Of course, Ye Feng cannot hear these words because at this moment, he has changed into another outfit and is ready to take the stage. 5 minutes per match, it's that thrilling. The third update is here. There's still a fourth one. The author will try to finish it before 1 o'clock. Mainly because tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala on Hunan TV distracted me. Oh, it was just too good to watch. I couldn't help but watch for a long time. I'll stay up late to finish the fourth one. The diligent author is asking for votes. Chapter 74. Comparable to the top 3 sects. Fourth update at this moment. He is entering the competition as Bloodthirsty Demon number 2. Coincidentally, he encounters a familiar face. The opponent is Begone from the Tiando Royal Academy, who is also the vice-captain of the Douluo team. As for the result, Ye Feng naturally taught the other party a harsh lesson, but that's a story for later. Upstairs. Master, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to complete today's task, Xiao Wu said apologetically to the master, looking quite haggard. She originally wanted to finish the fight quickly to prepare for the next one. Who would have thought she would encounter such a strong opponent? Not only did she lose, but she was also beaten up like this. There's basically no way for her to participate in the next battle. The so-called team battle is likely out of the question. Sai, it's not your fault. It's just that you ran into him. The master sighed lightly. If Xiao Wu had half the cleverness of her disciple Tang San, she probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Ultimately, it still comes down to a lack of guidance. Master, what organization is this bloodthirsty demon from? These people seem very strong. Dai Mubai asked at this moment. Not only did Tang San admit defeat, but Xiao Wu has now ended up like this. It's quite unbelievable. And just now, the master introduced the bloodthirsty demon, mentioning how strong they are, but didn't he provide much detail about the entire organization? Dai Mubai is very curious now. I guess the bloodthirsty demon with a suffix should belong to the same family. It should be comparable to the blue lightning tyrant dragon and even the Haotian sect. The master said, if they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't have the same martial soul. So he speculated that they might be from the same family. Comparable to the top 3 sects? Master, there shouldn't be such a family across the entire continent. Ning Rongrong, who was nearby, found this hard to believe. Just because you say they're ISNT, doesn't mean it's true? The Douluo continent is vast and rich. Humans have only entered 1/10 of the Stardow forest. There are many hidden families in this world, but because you're a girl, the Ning sect master hasn't told you. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the master replied irritably. The 7-treasure glazed tile school's Ning Fengji has more than a dozen sons, but only Ning Rongrong as a daughter. He has spoiled her since childhood. Coupled with the way those 2 elders treat her like a treasure, she has only known how to be willful and has no idea how the forces in this world are structured. The reason he knows these things is that Yu Xiaogang was once the young master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. He was the future heir of the family. At that time, he learned from the clan elders that there are still many secrets in this world. Dai Mubai also nodded slightly. He knows some secrets too. To be honest, their Evil Eye White Tiger clan is not weaker than any of the top 3 sections. They just disdain to fight. So next time you encounter this bloodthirsty demon, if you can fight, then fight directly. If you can't, then admit defeat, understand? The master said to everyone. Yes. Everyone nodded. Even Tang San agreed at this moment. After all, he never wants to encounter an opponent prefixed with bloodthirsty demon again. Otherwise, today would truly be a slap in the face. Because completing the task is simply impossible. Wow. Bloodthirsty demon number 2 is awesome. The audience below erupted in cheers. The 4 words bloodthirsty demon seem to be a wealth password. Whenever they appear, there is absolutely no defeat. Congratulations to bloodthirsty demon number 2 for winning. The host raised Ye Feng's left hand. However, at this moment, Ye Feng felt slightly disappointed. The 4th update is a bit short, but it's still here. The author is exhausted. While typing, I even dozed off with my face on the keyboard. Sai, I'm asking for votes. Tomorrow I'll continue with 4 updates, striving to complete the task before midnight. Staying up late is just too thrilling. I should have known not to watch for so long tonight. Chapter 75, Begone's Existential Crisis. First update, the reason for his disappointment is that Ye Feng never expected that Begone from the Tiando Royal Academy would be so weak. No one or looked for him. It seems that the Empire has also realized this issue. These so-called favored children of heaven have never experienced the harshness of society, always thinking they are strong, but in reality, they are nothing when they come out. If this continues, they will eventually be crushed by Shrek. At this moment, Ye Feng is lying in the waiting room. I must say, having a battle every 5 minutes is quite thrilling. Fortunately, I didn't choose to have a whole night without breaks. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted. Vice Captain, are you okay? Douluo returned to the VIP room above. The members of the Fighting Emperor team quickly surrounded her. They never expected that after only 5 minutes of combat, their vice captain would lose. This kind of situation didn't even happen at the Duhan Arena in Tiando City. Losing in such a small place like Suatawa City? It's simply unbelievable. Yanya, did you not rest well last night? Yu Qianheng approached and asked Douluo. He was very aware of her strength. Even if he defeated the opponent, it would take a lot of effort. But the battle just now ended in a disastrous defeat for her. Unbelievable. No. Douluo shook her head slightly. She never imagined that at level 39, she would lose to a level 32 Soul Master. The key point is that the opponent only used one soul skill throughout the entire fight. How could she be defeated like this? What was it? Did she let her guard down? Hearing this, Yu Qianheng was a bit confused. That person is very strange. For some reason, my poison seems to have no effect on him at all, Douluo said, her face full of confusion. She was still immersed in the shock. She had never seen such a terrifying opponent in her life. It was as if all her attacks were nothing in his eyes. Immune to your poison? The members of the Fighting Emperor team were all in disbelief upon hearing this. Could it be that the opponent is also a poison attribute Soul Master? The so-called poison attribute refers to Soul Masters who use poison. Generally, among those who use poison, some can develop immunity to weaker toxins. But Douluo's blue phosphor snake is not considered a weak poison. I don't know. Douluo was very confused. Forget it. You should rest well. If I encounter this person, I will definitely avenge you. Yu Qianheng said at this moment. Being immune to poison doesn't necessarily mean being immune to his blue lightning tyrant dragon. On the other side, Ye Feng had already been fighting on the field. His opponent fell before him in less than a minute. This repeated itself, and before long, it was 11 o'clock. The individual solo battle segment was coming to an end, and after 11 o'clock, it would be the team battle phase. Shrek. One by one, the weary figures pushed the door open. Their youthful faces showed excitement and unprecedented fatigue. All right, except for Mu Bai and Tang San, everyone else should rest well. The mission is basically completed. Looking at the little monsters returning one by one, Flender felt very gratified. Personal and duo team battle summaries. Zhu Zhuqing 4 points, Ma Hongjun 4 points, Ning Rongrong 2 points, Oscar 2 points, Xiao Wu 0 points. Dai Mu Bai 5 points, Tang San 8 points. Tonight's performance can be said to be unprecedentedly glorious. Oh my god, Dean, I've never fought such exhausting battles before. Oscar was completely worn out. Being a support-type Soul Master, he usually hardly enters the Duhan Arena. Today he fought 2 battles in a row. He was utterly exhausted. Who said the mission is completed? And you're saying you're tired after 2 consecutive battles? The food-type Soul Master is the one who should be training the most. The Master stood with his hands behind his back, finally focusing his gaze on Oscar. Oscar was so scared that he immediately held his breath and covered his mouth. Trouble comes from the mouth. He certainly didn't want to be punished for talking back to the Master. Xiaogang, there's still half an hour until 11 o'clock. You can't expect everyone to keep fighting, right? If we lose this round, all previous victories will be for nothing. Flender, hearing the Master say this, was utterly astonished. It's fine to push oneself to break through, but it shouldn't be to the point of exhaustion. Don't worry, I've scheduled the team battle for 12 o'clock. The Master said. Team battle? The Shrek members were all in disbelief upon hearing this. Teacher, Xiao Wu is injured. She shouldn't be able to participate in the team battle, right? Tang San looked at the Master with a bitter expression. Xiao Wu's injuries were quite serious. She could walk normally, but fighting would be very risky. If she really can't fight, you can just protect her at the back. Isn't that fine? Besides, except for you and Mu Bai, everyone else is missing a team battle point. The Master said. Xiaogang, some things can be handled more casually. There's no need to be so serious. Flender, hearing this, secretly pulled the Master aside. These kids are really suffering tonight. If this continues, they will break down, and Xiao Wu is injured, which makes it even harder to fight. What if someone takes advantage of the situation? Flender, come here with me. The Master walked into a small private room. Xiaogang, is there something you can't say out there that you have to come here for? Following the Master into the small room. This is an absolutely soundproof conference room. The VIP room upstairs consists of space similar to a hall and a small conference room of about 10 square meters. Flander, you don't understand. The reason I called them to participate in the team battle is that I just discovered something very important. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang said to Flander with a serious expression. Something very important? What is it? Flander was confused upon hearing this. What did you discover? Have you noticed that there are many people referred to as bloodthirsty demons tonight? They are numbered from 2 to 7. The master asked Flander. Didn't you say these are people from the bloodthirsty demon family? Xiaogang, what did you discover? Flander looked at his old buddy with a face full of question marks. Why weren't there any before, but suddenly there are tonight? And it just happens to be after we signed the contract? The master asked with a serious tone. Are you saying that kid deliberately created a few alt accounts to provoke us? Flander's temper flared up instantly upon hearing this. How can I have such a stupid brother like you? The master rolled his eyes at this remark, looking at Flander as if he were mentally challenged. Isn't it? Flander asked, puzzled by his old buddy's expression. Of course not. You are a typical case of someone who only focuses on cultivation and ignores theoretical study. So you lack logical thinking ability. The master replied irritably. P.S. The first update is here. I got home a bit late tonight. So the update is late as well, but it's okay. There will still be 4 updates tonight. Please vote. Please reward. The ranking dropped 3 places. Let us push up, fellow readers, or it will be over. The author needs to be in the top 3 to advance. Chapter 76. The Master's Divine Deduction. Second update. Please vote. Oh, what is that? My old buddy, don't keep us in suspense. Flander, confused, hurriedly asked. Let me ask you, have you noticed that the number of matches featuring bloodthirsty demons has decreased tonight? There are only 6 matches in total. The master asked. It does seem like there have only been 5 or 6 matches. Flander nodded. What about the others with the bloodthirsty demon prefix? Do you know how many matches they have played? The master asked again. Flander shook his head slightly. Who would remember this serious spirit master? He is not even a student. I knew you wouldn't remember, which is why Shrek Academy has developed to the brink of collapse. It's because you, as the principal, don't understand data. The master placed a piece of paper on the table and immediately began writing. Bloodthirsty demon number 2, 7 consecutive wins, 7 points. Bloodthirsty demon number 3, 7 consecutive wins, 7 points. Bloodthirsty demon number 4, 8 consecutive wins, 8 points. Bloodthirsty demon number 5, 7 consecutive wins, 7 points. Bloodthirsty demon no 6, 8 consecutive wins, 8 points. Bloodthirsty demon number 7, 9 consecutive wins, 9 points. Amazing, Xiaogang. You can remember all this. Flander exclaimed in astonishment, almost kneeling. What is this? I ask you, have you discovered any patterns in this? Although fighting as a spirit master is not possible, after years of experience in memorization, Yu Xiaogang still handled this little matter with ease. At that moment, the master asked Flander, patterns? Is there any pattern? Could it be that the person behind the bloodthirsty demon is very strong? Flander asked in confusion. Add up the 6 wins of the bloodthirsty demon and see if there's any difference. The master added the data of the bloodthirsty demon. Xiaogang, you're killing me. Just say it directly. Don't keep me in suspense. Flander looked around, but couldn't find anything. Suddenly, he adopted a very desperate posture and said, my old buddy is great at everything, but he is too long-winded, and he likes to show off in things he is good at. You should just say it directly when you discover it. The fact that Flander has been looking for so long and hasn't figured it out proves he hasn't discovered it. Sigh, it's right in front of you, and you still can't see it. Then let me tell you, it's obvious from this data that the main body of the bloodthirsty demon is reducing its number of competitions, while those with the prefix of bloodthirsty demon are increasing their number of competitions, and they generally scored above 7 points, with the highest scoring 9 points. The master analyzed seriously. Is that it? Flander was full of question marks. Anyone can see this, all right. The bloodthirsty demon only has 6 points, while others have either 7 or 8 points, with the highest having 9 points. What can this reflect? Anyway, Flander doesn't know. Flander, you were the boss of the Golden Triangle back then. How come I feel like after being with that simple-minded brute, you become simple-minded too? The master looked at him with disdain. How have I become simple-minded? Flander was in disarray. This clearly proves that this is a test. The master said to Flander with a tone of disappointment. A test? Are you saying this is a test from the family behind the bloodthirsty demon? Flander's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the master. You finally said something right. Think about it. Why did the bloodthirsty demon suddenly show up with the names bloodthirsty demon 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 right after we signed the agreement for the battle arena? And each one of them has such strong fighting power. The master asked. Flander shook his head, but he was very focused. He felt that his old buddy made some sense. It's not like what you said about the bloodthirsty demon having 6 alternate accounts. Who in this world can fight more than 50 matches in one night? If someone can do that, Yu Xiaogang would kneel in front of him and call him dad. Flander, I really feel sorry for you. How could you think like this? To be honest, when I first heard Flander speak, the master nearly choked because anyone with a bit of normal logic wouldn't say something so absurd. Who can fight more than 50 matches in one night? And it's in the soul respect arena. Even my first love didn't have that kind of stamina. That's true. Flander felt a bit embarrassed. If that person could really play 50 matches with 6 alternate accounts, it would be too perverse. So I say this is a test from the family behind the bloodthirsty demon. The master said, so how exactly is the test conducted? Goodness, we are back to square one. Flander just wants to know how they are testing us. Back then, my old buddy wasn't this long-winded. Why is he now? Sigh. Flander felt a lot of unutterable feelings inside. Don't rush. Let me explain slowly. According to the strength of the bloodthirsty demon, it would be a problem to fight 10 matches tonight, but why only 5 or 6? I suspect it's because he wants to take me, Yu Xiaogang, as his teacher, so he deliberately fought 6 matches. The master analyzed. Flander at this moment looked like a real-life old man on the subway, looking at his phone meme, with an unprecedented expression of confusion. Think about it. My future disciple's family definitely wouldn't easily hand him over to someone like us, right? Although I was once a young member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Now, I'm just the master, the theoretical number 1. So they sent some elite geniuses from their clan to test my theories and also conducted a deeper test on the students trained by my theories. The master seemed to have discovered something significant, with a charming confidence at the corner of his mouth. Flander was still a bit confused. He seemed to understand, yet not understand. To summarize, simply, the agreement we signed had loopholes. It only stated that if the score is higher than the bloodthirsty demon within a week, then the other party must join Shrek Academy and take me, Yu Xiaogang, as their teacher, but it didn't specify that the bloodthirsty demon with prefixes and suffixes wouldn't count. The master said, are you saying that those with suffixes might also be counted by the other family? Flander felt enlightened, clearing the fog and seeing the light. He got it. Yes, although my prospective disciple has been letting water and wants to take me as a teacher, the other family doesn't acknowledge it. So they sent these people, and the high score among them is only 9 points. I estimate this should be the limit for the young soul respect generation of their family. As long as we exceed 9 points, we can leave them speechless and rescue the bloodthirsty demon from the family's constraints. The master's gaze was firm. At the same time, he felt gratified. He finally managed to convince Flander. It was truly rare. P.S. Here comes the second update. Please continue to vote. There are still 2 or 3 days left. Everyone must help the author get into the top 3. Vote. There are 2 more updates. The author is working hard to update. For the ranking, I'm giving my all. Oh, chapter 77. Enemies on a narrow road. Tang San versus bloodthirsty demon. 3rd update. Wow, old buddy, you're just too amazing. Flander gave a thumbs up. He almost gave the master a brotherly hug. The contract was signed by both Flander and the master. It indeed didn't specify that the bloodthirsty demon with prefixes and suffixes wouldn't count. If the other party brings up these people's data later, then Shrek Academy will be in danger. If I can't even deduce this, how can I be considered the theoretical number 1? You soul masters who only focus on cultivation are too simple-minded. The master slightly raised his chin and said with annoyance, actually, if you just read more and pay attention to logical thinking, you could basically see through this at a glance. So I brought you, my old buddy, to compliment each other. Flander said with a grin, with such a good brother, how can Shrek Academy not thrive? You did something right. The master snorted coldly. But Xiaogang, since the highest score on the other side is 9 points, Little San's goal tonight is 10 points. We can clearly surpass them. So why are we still engaging in team battles? At this moment, Flander asked. Little San found his conspiracy really impressive. But what does it have to do with team battles? Are you stupid? Team battles don't take up slots, and even if we lose, it won't affect everyone's current winning streak. And once we win, Little San will have 11 points, and Mu Bai will have 8 points. On one hand, it showcases the strength of Shrek, and on the other hand, it absolutely suppresses them. The master said, after all, who knows if that 9-point player might suddenly go crazy and get 10 points in the last half hour. If the other party gets that and Little Sin also gets 10 points, it would become a tie. But if we get 11 points, we can achieve a crushing victory. A week later, his apprentice will be able to successfully become a disciple. I understand now. Flanders got it again. It turns out that doing this is for stability. He had just been a bit narrow-minded, thinking that Xiaogang was somewhat cold-blooded. It turns out that everything the other party does is for Shrek Academy. I am ashamed. Truly a bit ashamed. Please prepare, Chinsho Azura. The personal competition will take place in 5 minutes at the 15th arena. Just then, the announcement sounded. Let's go out. Xiao San's personal match is about to start. At this moment, Flanders said, The master nodded. Outside. Third brother. What exactly do the master and the dean have to say? You've already prepared to go to the waiting room, but these two haven't come out yet. Ma Hongjun complained with an unhappy expression. What secret talk could take so long? It's fine, Mubai. We'll just follow the plan that the teacher set before. Tang San looked towards Dai Mubai beside him. He and Mubai each need 2 points to reach today's goal. The master arranged for them to have a personal competition first, and then team up for a doubles match. This way, we can steadily secure 2 points. I'm fine with that. Dai Mubai nodded. Then let's agree to settle the battle within 10 minutes. Tang San spoke up. But, Mubai nodded. Xiao San, has your opponent come out? At this moment, Master and Flandra walked out of the meeting room and asked. Not yet. I guess we have to wait until they arrive at the waiting area to announce it. Tang San said. Then hurry up. The teacher has only one thing to say to you, which is that as my disciple Yu Xiaogang, you must create brilliance at all times, including tonight's performance. Understand? The master spoke sternly. Of course, it's more about hoping the disciple becomes a dragon. After all, this is his first disciple, Yu Xiaogang. Understood. Tang San's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Tonight, Buddha blocks kill Buddha, God blocks kill God. He Tang San must achieve the myth of 10 consecutive victories. In another waiting VIP lounge. Damn, this is not something a human can do. Ye Feng looked extremely haggard. Tonight, he has played a total of 52 matches. If he had used one account, the Soul Battle Arena would probably have exploded. After all, achieving 52 consecutive victories in one night, even a gaming god couldn't handle that. So he was now slumped on the sofa, feeling completely drained. There was half an hour left. He noticed that Shinsho Ajura seemed to have 8 points. 2 more than him, although one account had 9 points. But the big account, Bloodthirsty Demon, only had 6 points. It should be stronger than Tang San, right? So in the remaining half hour, Ye Feng planned to practice with the big account. He registered entirely under the alias Bloodthirsty Demon. Please prepare the 2 contestants, Shinsho Ajura and Bloodthirsty Demon, on Arena 15. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. Just then, a broadcast echoed in the Soul Battle Arena. What? The box upstairs. The eyes of everyone from Shrek narrowed. Bloodthirsty Demon. This is not the one who injured Xiao Wu. How could he run into him? The master also appeared with a heavy tone. His disciple is good at everything, but he's just too emotional. When he encounters the person who hurt Xiao Wu, he is bound to rush for revenge without holding back. Brother, Xiao Wu looked out the window. The 15th arena was just the best spot to observe through the glass. But she had no mind to pay attention to the battle. Her eyes were filled with deep concern. Waiting area. What a narrow road for enemies. You ultimately made me run into you. Tang San's tone was icy. Just a moment ago, he was somewhat tired, but in an instant, he was full of energy. Xiao San, remember to reserve some strength. Dai Mubai was also in the public waiting area. He knew who Tang San's opponent was. Don't worry, I might not even need to use any strength. Tang San's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, this bloodthirsty demon was already a cold corpse. This Dai Mubai gave a bitter smile. He knew what Xiao San was going to do. He must be using those terrifying hidden weapons. What can he do? He could only silently feel that this bloodthirsty demon was not worth it. Why do you want to fight Xiao Wu for no reason? Here we go. Sending your life away. Injuring someone costs a life. How tragic. But who told you to mess with Tang San? On the other side, interesting. In the lounge, Ye Feng put on a red mask. He looks very energetic now. Why? Because he might get off work early. The reason he was about to grind for 30 minutes straight was to let his main account surpass Tang San. After all, the opponent had earned 8 points. Now it's perfect he directly matched up against him. As long as he defeats him, the opponent will lose a point, dropping to 7 points. And the winning streak will be broken. P.S. Dear readers, the 3rd update is here, and there will be a 4th update a little later. But it will definitely be out before 1 o'clock. Please vote, the extremely exhausted author. But thinking about the rankings, I found my spirit again. No matter how tired, I'll keep grinding. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking rewards. Thank you all very much. Chapter 78. Life and Death Gamble. 4th update. This means the opponent has to start over and must win 10 consecutive games to double their points. And if he wins against the opponent, it's equivalent to getting a 7-game winning streak tonight. Of course, he is no longer just on a 7-game winning streak. This is like signing some kind of agreement with the master. The Soul Fighting Arena has its own algorithms, and they have their own methods. Starting this week, Regardless of how many points were earned in the soul fighting arena before, the points will be calculated from scratch according to the agreement for newcomers. If you win 7 consecutive matches today and play 3 more matches tomorrow, starting from the 11th match, according to the point system for newcomers in the soul fighting arena, your points will be doubled. To put it simply, for example, after winning 10 matches tomorrow, in the first match of the restart, he will get 2 points. In the second match, he will get 4 points, and in the third match, 6 points. Tang San will be left far behind. Just think, you could totally leave work early. Everyone, the 15th arena is now open. I am your host Ye tonight. The 2 competitors about to take the stage are Xiaogang and Bloodthirsty Demon. The 15th arena is radiating dazzling light. It looks very cool. A beautiful woman with wings is flying in midair, holding a microphone, looking graceful. Bloodthirsty Demon. Bloodthirsty Demon. At this moment, unlike the previous arenas, no one is switching Ye's name anymore, because it's the Bloodthirsty Demon. This fighting arena has an object of admiration for everyone. The venue is packed because of him. Thousand-handed Azura. There are also some people shouting for thousand-handed Azura. After all, he has achieved an 8-game winning streak in such a small fighting arena. If it weren't for the Bloodthirsty Demon's organization, he would be a shining star. Of course, it's mainly because his odds are high, 1 to 100, while the Bloodthirsty Demons are only 1 to 1. This world always has some gamblers who want to get rich by picking up bargains. Take a chance, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Everyone, as the organizers of the Soul Arena, we need to remind you that the Bloodthirsty Demon is a silver-level competitor, but due to the lack of silver-level Soul Masters in Soto City's Great Soul Arena, he can still participate in competitions below the Silver Soul Badge level, which is not against the rules. The host, Ye explained, the Soto City Great Soul Arena is a relatively grassroots arena, so there aren't that many rules. Iron, copper, silver, as long as they're Soul Masters, they can fight. Fight, fight, fight. After Ye said this, the audience erupted once again, because they witnessed the birth of a silver-level Soul Master. Now, let us welcome the 2 Soul Master competitors to the stage. Ye's voice rang out again. The cheers in the venue reached a new height. Coming in from the right entrance is the thousand-handed Shura with the martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, also the one with 8 consecutive victories tonight. Watching the competitor enter, Ye showcased her strong hosting and commentary skills. Shura. The moment supporting Tang San erupted in sound, but amidst the vast sea of people, it still seemed weak. Entering from the left is our old acquaintance, the Bloodthirsty Demon. Demon. Breaking voice. As Ye Feng appeared, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. All right, now let us have the 2 competitors get ready. The battle is about to begin. Ye was also startled by this momentum. She immediately spoke, saying that she had never seen a competitor so popular. This may also be related to the Bloodthirsty Demon being the key to wealth. Wait a minute. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out. It was the thousand-handed Shura. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Tang San in a daze. What does the thousand-handed Shura want to do? Is he conceding? On the other side, Ye Feng was also a bit puzzled. What kind of trick is the opponent playing? Thousand-handed Shura, what do you want? At this moment, Ye flew to the center of the arena. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. I want to upgrade this game to a life-and-death gamble. Tang San spoke. He had already developed a killing intent. The Bloodthirsty Demon must be eliminated. A gamble? The entire venue was astonished. Has he gone mad? Planning to gamble with the Bloodthirsty Demon. But what will you bet on? Moreover, I need to ask the Bloodthirsty Demon. If the opponent agrees, then it can be upgraded to a life-and-death gamble. The host asked. A gamble is a type of duel in the Soul Arena. Life and death can be disregarded. Even killing the opponent is not against the rules. I bet that whoever loses will have their points reset to 0. How about that? Tang San asked. What you bet on is not important. His focus is on killing. As long as it is upgraded to a gamble, even betting a single gold coin can justify killing the opponent. Points reset to 0? Ye looked towards Ye Feng. The thousand-handed Shura only has 8 points. The Bloodthirsty Demon, on the other hand, has already accumulated over 1,000 points and has achieved 38 consecutive wins, belonging to the Silver Soul Badge holder. This is clearly an unfair betting agreement. In her opinion, the likelihood of the Bloodthirsty Demon agreeing is low. Sure, Ye Feng smiled slightly. He sensed a killing intent. Then let us see who kills whom. Agreed, brothers. The Bloodthirsty Demon has agreed. Upon hearing Ye Feng's agreement, The entire venue was first stunned. Gamble, gamble. Then a deafening roar erupted, as if it could overturn the entire Seoul arena. P.S. The fourth update is here, asking for votes and rewards. It's already 1:30 in the morning, and the author is too tired to type. Really sleepy. Chapter 79. Intense clash, hormones exploding. First update, the scene was filled with unprecedented hormones. Burning, exploding. After reporting, the organizing committee of the Soto City Seoul Arena has just agreed to upgrade this game to a life and death gamble. The rules of the gambling arena will no longer be binding. The two contestants will sign a contract where life and death are at stake. Two contracts fell from the sky. This is the contract to be signed in the arena of life and death. No matter what happens, even if it leads to death, it will be legal and compliant, and there will be no further investigation. No, brother. The little dance above is pressed against the glass wall. Her eyes are filled with panic. She knows that the third party is very strong, but this bloodthirsty demon is not to be underestimated either. Back then, when dealing with her, the opponent only used one soul technique to defeat her. Once the two of them face off, what will happen if something goes wrong with the third party? She has already become like this, and she really doesn't want the third party to gamble her life for the sake of so-called revenge. This is simply nonsense. Flandre's eagle-like eyes are serious. The atmosphere around him is tense. How can this casually escalate into a life and death gamble? Those who come down from the life and death arena are basically either dead or severely injured. How can he be so impulsive in his actions? This bloodthirsty demon has injured Xiaowu. In the arena, injuring the opponent is completely sufficient. Even a severe injury does not violate the rules. It's obvious to anyone watching the life and death arena. He wants to put this bloodthirsty demon to death. Damn it, damn thing. The master held a bunch of grapes in his hand. Just as he was about to leisurely enjoy watching his disciple brutalize the opponent, he was stunned. What he heard was the battle between the bloodthirsty demon and Tang San. What angered him the most was that this battle had escalated into a life and death wager. Furious, he smashed the grapes to the ground, stomping them into a pulp. Yu Xiaogang was very angry, very furious. The bloodthirsty demon is his prospective disciple. This foolish disciple is willing to go to such lengths for a woman, to the point of wanting to eliminate the other party completely. If it were possible, he really wants to slap Tang San right now, regardless of who gets hurt. Isn't that all a loss for Yu Xiaogang? Furthermore, if they exhaust all their energy in this match, what will happen in the upcoming combination battle with Dai Mubai and the team battles? Even if they win, it's only 9 points. The bloodthirsty demon clan already has someone with 9 points. This little third party really doesn't understand the bigger picture at all, completely wasting the time Yu Xiaogang has spent teaching him for so long. In the private room, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the master violently crush the grapes into a pulp. They had never seen such a violent scene from the master before. It's likely that he was worried about Tang San after all. After all, the little third party is the master's direct disciple. So it's normal to be concerned about the safety of the other party during a life and death duel. On the arena below, Tang San unhesitatingly signed the 4 big characters' thousand-hand Azura. He came to this battle to kill. This agreement, he has waited too long for it. As for Ye Feng on the other side, he is even more delighted. The life and death gambling agreement has been signed by both parties. And now I announce that the life and death duel officially begins. As the words fell, Ye flew into the air. This time she flew higher than ever before, because both sides in the life and death duel fought with all their might. The resulting aftershocks were also very strong. There have been many instances where the host was hit by the aftershocks of the contestants' battles. Therefore, she certainly could not remain at a low altitude. If she got hit, it would be disastrous. Isn't this just suffering for nothing? Even seriously, it could potentially end the host's career. Martial spirit, blue silver grass. Tang San directly unleashed his martial spirit. Demon scythe, Ye Feng also became alert as he released his martial spirit, because he knew that Tang San had many tricks up his sleeve, not to mention those hidden weapons. Although they wouldn't kill him, it's still quite annoying to be ambushed repeatedly, right? Aren't you going to ask me why? Tang San's eyes were fixed on Ye Feng as he asked coldly. He actually didn't ask why he upgraded to a gamble fight. Tang San was at a loss for how to express what he was holding back. Why should I ask? Ye Feng smiled slightly. Why should he ask? The opponent comes, he just needs to fight. All right, good. Then I'll make you shut your mouth forever. Tang San was enraged. He heard his woman and still had such an arrogant demeanor. He must be punished today. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Tang San unleashed his Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. The next second, he attacked directly towards Ye Feng. Chaos Decision. Ye Feng focused, paying attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed that Tang San's hand seemed a bit off. Dragon Beard Needle. Tang San wrapped his soul power around the Dragon Beard Needle. Then he aimed and attacked directly at Ye Feng's forehead. 10,000-year soul bone skill, gale movement. Ye Feng had already sensed Tang San's anomaly. He immediately unleashed his soul bone skill. Then he traversed to Tang San's back. Whoosh! The Dragon Beard Needle pierced through the steel wall. Coincidentally, it was right in the office of the Soul Arena's deputy supervisor. At that moment, he was hugging the secretary's slim waist, preparing to enjoy the next step. Boom! Unexpectedly, the chandelier above exploded. The little secretary was scared to death. Of course, the culprit Tang San had no idea. He dodged. He was currently looking utterly baffled. Soul skill, tear the sky. Ye Feng's scythe slashed in shape. In an instant, waves of cutting energy flew out. What? Blue-silver grass entangle. Tang San never expected that this person not only dodged, but could also counterattack. He quickly unleashed the blue-silver grass, intending to block Ye Feng's attack. However, in front of the sharp blade, his blue-silver grass was still just grass. The cutting energy generated by the bloodthirsty demon scythe directly struck Tang San's back. His shirt was instantly shredded. An shaped cut appeared on his back. Still thinking of using hidden weapons to sneak attack me? You're still too young. Ye Feng snorted coldly. Tang San was a classic case of trying to steal a chicken and losing rice instead. Third brother. In the VIP room above, everyone exclaimed in surprise. This bloodthirsty demon is really too cunning. The arena downstairs. Oh, is that so? Just look at who has become a bit tender. Tang San's mouth curled into a smile. It's so crazy, like a demon after slaughtering a city, fierce and terrifying. Ye Feng suddenly felt that his body seemed to be a bit sluggish. Second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism. Ye Feng looked like a treant. Blue-silver grass sprouted from his body. Was that the end? Of course not. Third soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. The blue-silver grass wove into a net, each strand carrying unprecedented deadly poison. That poison comes from the man-faced demon spider. Thousand-handed Shura. Thousand-handed Shura. Seeing this scene, the gambler's eyes turned red. The scent of money. The bloodthirsty demon is going to lose. Once the opponent loses, they will get 100 times their bet. P.S. The first update is here, no time for a nap. Today we'll still have 4 updates, seeking votes. Chapter 80. 1,000 hidden weapons strike together, surely to put you to death. Second update. Seeking votes. Above, the expressions of the other Shrek members turned from gloomy to bright. Finally, third brother has the upper hand. Flinder also showed a relieved expression. Only the master suddenly slammed his hand on the glass. The frustration inside him. This is definitely his designated apprentice for the promotion. What will he do if the other party dies? Oh, it seems that the Great Soul Arena in Soto City is indeed full of hidden talents. The other VIP room is occupied by people from the Tiendo Royal Academy. This battle undoubtedly attracted them. At this moment, they all wore expressions of disbelief. They had thought that the bloodthirsty demon organization was strong enough. Yet, this thousand-hand Azura was actually able to trap the bloodthirsty demon. This person has 2 opponents tonight. The first is Duguyen, and the second is Shimo, both of whom have been defeated. It can be said that they are very powerful. The battle is still ongoing. Just when everyone thought the bloodthirsty demon was doomed, a scythe pierced through. Droplets of liquid fell to the ground, reacting with the surface in an instant, causing burns. This poison actually has a burning sensation. Everyone is stunned. How terrifying must the poison be to burn the ground? Is the bloodthirsty demon doomed? Is this his final flicker of brilliance? Hiss, a tearing sound. A figure wearing a red mask appeared, holding a magical sickle, like the Grim Reaper coming into the world. He has come out. Not a scratch on him. The bloodthirsty demon is not dead. The audience present was dumbfounded. In an instant, an unprecedented cheer erupted. The bloodthirsty demon is the key to wealth. Many people bet on him to win tonight, even pulling out their life savings. If the myth is interrupted, they would be left with nothing. Seeing this scene, those who were feeling down just a moment ago seemed to have found hope in life. One by one, they were shouting like they were on adrenaline. How is this possible? Tang San's expression was a bit serious. How could the poison from the Spider-Man he created be useless against him? Is he immune to poison? Surprised? There is more to be surprised about. Ye Feng stared at Tang San. He actually trapped him among those stinky blue silver grasses. He will make Tang San pay the price. What a coincidence. I also have something to make you even more surprised. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Tang San snorted coldly. Look quickly, the speed of the thousand-handed Azura is incredible. The people present were in shock. The opponent clearly did not use a soul skill. Yet they saw afterimages. What kind of speed is this? Is it really something one person can achieve? Faster than fast? What is this? The left leg soul bone is activated. Tear the sky. Ye Feng unleashes the soul skill Tear the sky. In an instant, hundreds of blade auras are aimed at Tang San for attack. Mysterious jade hand. Tang San turns around and stops. Because there is no way to avoid those 100 attacks. He can only brace himself with the mysterious jade hand. Zizizizi. The mysterious jade hand collides with Ye Feng's blade auras, and surprisingly, the sound of weapons clashing is heard. What kind of skill is this? Everyone is stunned. They've never seen this before. However, at this moment, they suddenly hear a scream. It's the bloodthirsty demon. The opponent appeared behind the thousand-hand Shura without anyone noticing. With lightning speed, a shadowless kick is aimed at the thousand-hand Shura. The thousand-hand Shura, who was focused on dealing with the blade auras, never expected the opponent to suddenly appear. He is kicked away directly. Originally, his back had just been marked with an X-shaped wound from the demon-sized attack. Now it's added with countless footprints. I want you dead. Tang Min's secret weapon, 100 solutions. Tang San is completely furious. He turns back. In his hand, there are hundreds of dragon whisker needles, and his specially made 1,000 hidden weapons. Whoosh. He suddenly flicks them out, and with a whoosh, they pierce the air. If nothing goes wrong, the next second will reveal this bastard riddled with holes. Is that it? Ye Feng uses the chaos decision with all his might. In an instant, his senses are enhanced 100-fold. At this moment, these hidden weapons seem to freeze before Ye Feng. Immediately after, a black light erupted from his left leg. The 10,000-year-old, golden-winged, great Peng Soulbone. His speed increased 100-fold. With the dual-phase combination, he effortlessly dodged in the most skillful manner. Not a single scratch on him. However, Ye Feng managed to evade. Some others were not so lucky. Behind a steel wall in arena number 15 was the office of the deputy manager of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. The deputy manager's office was spacious. In the front was the workspace. There was a secret door by the bookshelf. Pushing it open led to a room. It was said that the deputy manager worked hard daily, so a room was specifically designed for his afternoon naps. As for why there were bathing facilities and an oversized round bed, that was easy to explain. When he was tired, it made sense to take a shower, right? And the bed was even easier to explain. He was tired of the square bed at home and wanted some novelty with a round bed, which was more reasonable, right? Don't worry, my little treasure, no one can disturb us here. The deputy manager Wang held the secretary's hand and walked into this room, designed for afternoon rest. Wang, is it really okay? The secretary asked shyly. Then the two rolled onto the sheets. Suddenly, something unknown whizzed by. Bang, bang, bang. Then hundreds of sounds followed. It was as if countless bullets were whizzing through. Gunfire and explosions. Boom! After a moment, one wall of the house collapsed with a roar. The room, which originally needed to be lit to shine, was suddenly filled with intense light. Below, the audience at arena number 15 couldn't help but look towards the source of the tremendous noise. Oh my God, it actually cut down a wall. How terrifying. However, they did not expect to see an even more horrifying sight next. Behind that wall were two people tightly embracing each other. The man was somewhat portly, and the woman was disheveled. Their eyes were quite dazed at that moment. Wang, deputy manager? The room was on the second floor. The host, Ye, was currently flying in midair. Causing such a huge aftermath, she naturally glanced in that direction. As a result, she saw Deputy Manager Wang holding the secretary who had just come last week on the bed. The two seemed to be greatly frightened. Anyway, the floor was a mess. Wow, amazing. Ha ha. Deputy Manager Wang is truly as vigorous as ever. Deputy Manager Wang, this should be a paid segment, right? We can afford this little amount. Ye held the microphone, her voice instantly booming like a loudspeaker throughout the venue, causing everyone below to burst into laughter. Wang the Fat. Suddenly, a roar was heard. In arena number 15, a Soul King jumped up directly. It was a woman. Honey, I didn't do anything wrong to you. Just now Xiao Feng said she wanted to help me change the sheets, so I brought her to take a look. It was well known that Deputy Manager Wang's wife was extremely fierce. He desperately explained, but whether or not she believed him was uncertain. Anyway, the backstage was intense. Just like the fierce battle in arena number 15. The bloodthirsty demon and the thousand-handed Azura first engaged in close combat, then unleashed soul skills in a bombardment. The hard arena was marked with several knife scars. P.S. The second update is here. After dinner, there will be 2 more updates. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give rewards. In a weak little statement, the author is not vulgar. It's just needed for the plot. Haha, Chapter 81. The true life and death battle. No death, no rest. Third update, the arena is battered and bruised, completely in disarray. Just from this point, one can see how intense the battle between both sides has been. It can be said that this is an unprecedented existence at the Soul Douluo level in the entire Soul arena. Brother, don't continue anymore. Really, please don't go on. Xiao Wu is pressed tightly against the glass in front of her. She truly can't bear to see Tang San fighting so hard for her. In fact, she is fine. Really fine. If Xiao San were to get hurt or lose his life because of her, she wouldn't even know what to do. Moreover, her heart is aching tremendously now, as if something is choking it. Brother San, hang in there. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others from Shrek also have faces filled with prayer. The battle is truly blood-soaked. The ground is covered in blood. This battle is 100 times crazier than the last time Xiao San faced Zhao Wuji. And these two are truly fighting with their lives on the line. Xiaogang Flander glanced at the master, his expression unusually serious, as if he was saying something. The master slightly nodded, as if agreeing to something. Below, the battle continued. Many spectators had lost their voices from shouting, but the excitement was at an unprecedented high. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Ghost Vine Parasitism. Tang San was unleashing a flurry of attacks. This is the only opponent he has encountered who is so difficult to deal with. Moreover, the other party seems to understand him very well and is on guard everywhere. There is simply no opportunity to use hidden weapons. Since that is the case, Tang San decided to abandon strategy and confront him head-on with his strength. Dealing with the Soul Sect is not a problem. He could even fight against the Soul King. Why be afraid of this little Soul Master? Of course, if there is a chance, he would still prefer to use hidden weapons to win. He truly hopes this is not a competition arena. In that case, his external spirit bone can be used. Once that thing is activated, this child will undoubtedly die. What a pity. Break. The magic scythe swings. Thousands of blades. All the blue-silver grass turned into remnants on the ground, and the rushing Tang San was thrown out by him. After finishing all this, he gasped for breath. Really exhausting. 52 battles in a row tonight. Almost 5 minutes per match, over 4 and almost 5 hours. Including this match, a total of 53 matches. Even the oxen in the production team wouldn't do this. But to be honest, he felt quite pleased. He hadn't experienced such intense battles for a long time. Break? I wonder if you can still break this move. Blood trickled from the corner of Tang San's mouth. His back was covered in scars. It was a tragic sight, but his eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit, incredibly fierce. Oh, then I want to see. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's lips curled slightly. When soldiers come, they block. When water comes, they cover. Whatever tricks you have, Tang San, Ye Feng will take them all. Then you can take this third soul skill. Spider web binding. The entire arena saw blue-silver grass, comparable to towering trees, sprouting up directly. The soul fighting arena was quickly wrapped up. It was like an egg. But this egg was not empty. It had countless partitions inside. Is that it? Although Ye Feng's line of sight was directly blocked by these tall, blue-silver grasses, he was confident he could make Tang San's grass nest disappear within 3 seconds. You are indeed a genius, but it's a pity you provoked my woman. In your next life, when you see me, Tang San, just walk around. At the same time, Tang San summoned his secret weapon, Sand Shooting Shadow. This is his latest type of mechanical trap weapon. It releases flying needles from a syringe, which are highly toxic and can also spray poisonous mist. He has tested it internally once, and its power can directly penetrate steel plates. This shot has a total of 20 pellets, enough to leave this kid in front of me full of holes and dead instantly. Whoosh. The sand and shadow shot out. Not good. Using the chaos decision, Ye Feng's senses received an unprecedented enhancement. He immediately felt a wave of deadly crisis coming. Finally, he saw clearly. In front of him were densely packed black beads, coated with deadly poison and possessing lethal penetrating power. Want to kill me? Huh. Then let's see who dies first. Fourth soul skill, 3 seconds of deadly poison scythe. Ye Feng's eyes revealed a hint of coldness upon seeing this scene. Both sides had fought for so long, unleashing unprecedented fury. Just right, the towering blue-silver grass also provided him with a natural shelter. Even releasing the fourth soul skill wouldn't be enough for others to detect him. A black soul ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. This is his fourth soul skill that he has never used before, coming from the 30,000-year soul beast, the Shadow Poison Wolf. 3 seconds of deadly poison scythe. In short, anyone who gets contaminated within 3 seconds and has a soul power level lower than his will surely die. You, Tang San, use hidden weapons. Ye Feng will use the strongest poison technique. Let's see who dies. The bloodthirsty demon scythe, integrated with the fourth soul ring, was thrown out by Ye Feng like a boomerang. Clang! The bloodthirsty demon scythe collided with the iron ball shot by Tang San's hidden sand-shooting shadow. It produced unprecedented sparks, instantly exploded. But the bloodthirsty demon scythe is a martial soul, and it has also integrated the power of the 30,000-year shadow poison wolf to become the 3 seconds of deadly poison scythe. It forcefully knocked away several iron balls. A path toward Tang San was carved out. Xin Yu hand. Tang San also felt the deadly threat. He immediately used the last bit of strength to execute the Xian Yu hand, trying to block the 30,000-year soul skill like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The third level of the diamond art, Diamond Bell, shocking the world. Ye Feng slowly unleashed the diamond art. There were still about 10 iron balls, and it was impossible to dodge them, so he could only withstand them. But on the other side, Tang San also couldn't dodge. He had to withstand his own 3 seconds of deadly poison scythe. That thing was far more explosive than this. If one of them were to die, it would definitely be Tang San. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through the Soul Arena's number 15 venue. The arena directly collapsed. Debris flew everywhere. Everyone couldn't open their eyes. Just as Tang San was about to use the Xian Yu hand to catch the flying poison scythe, he suddenly felt himself being pulled aside by a force. Before he could react, his neck hurt. He fell down. He didn't even see who it was. However, Tang San didn't see clearly, but Ye Feng did. It was actually Tang Hao. He appeared on the arena of this gambling fight. But why did the other party come to the stage? Could it be that he threatened his son, so the other party came for revenge? Ye Feng's heart sank like a dead calm. It's really at light speed. The life and death contract just signed in front of the other party is just a piece of scrap paper. To be honest, if it weren't for Tang San repeatedly provoking him tonight, even trying to kill him one after another, he didn't plan to use this move. After all, the other party has Tang Hao and the entire Haoyan sect behind him. Killing the other party at this stage would cause him a lot of trouble. Even if Schwer wanted to protect him, it would be very difficult. Moreover, if he did this, Schwer would have to expose her identity for his sake. The long-standing plan of the Spirit Hall to swap the prince would be ruined. This would trigger a chain reaction, instantly affecting the entire continent situation. His current strength is too low. He cannot bear such risks. After all, one shouldn't act impulsively. The aftermath of madness must be dealt with. This life and death gamble should end here. Tang Hao looked at Ye Feng. There was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. The third update has been delivered, and there's a fourth update. As per the usual, a little earlier, mainly because this chapter was a bit stuck, it took a long time to write. Please vote. Please vote. Revised. Increased a lot of word count. Everyone can take another look. Chapter 82. Being threatened. Fourth update. Why? He wants to kill me. But I can't kill him? Senior Hao Yan. Is this the principle of your Tang family? Ye Feng directly questioned Tang Hao in front of him. Although the other party is a titled Douluo, he is not afraid. Since Tang San wants to kill him, it is reasonable for him to fight back. You kids inevitably have some misunderstandings. There's no need for a life and death struggle. Moreover, he is my only son. Tang Hao's voice was very calm, as if he were casually stating something. But Ye Feng felt an inexplicable pressure sweeping over him. He almost couldn't catch his breath. What only son? Ye Feng resisted Tang Hao's pressure and directly snorted coldly. If he can't hear that this is a threat, then he's really lived 2 lives for nothing. Boom! Suddenly, Tang Hao disappeared with a loud explosion. The spider web woven by Tang San was instantly blown apart, with debris falling everywhere. Above, only a birdman was seen flying. He wore glasses, and his eagle-like eyes were filled with unprecedented confusion and doubt. Really, he did nothing. For some reason, Little San's blue-silver prison suddenly exploded on its own. All that could be seen was Tang San lying on the ground. On the other side, Ye Feng was unharmed. Did the bloodthirsty demon win? After the intense battle, all that remained was a battlefield in ruins. The crowd at the scene was initially stunned. Then, one by one, they erupted into unbelievable cheers. Bloodthirsty demon! Bloodthirsty demon! The sound of frenzied shouting erupted. This was excitement like never before in the entire soul fighting arena, because this battle was simply too thrilling. Even the central arena would find it hard to have such an exciting match. Little San, taking advantage of the crowd's cheers, Flinder dove down and directly picked up Tang San. He originally wanted to come out to stop this fight. After all, according to Xiaogang, one was his current disciple, and the other was a prospective disciple who had yet to join his ranks. What is this self-inflicted massacre all about? Just as he was about to intervene, everything ended. Still alive, Flinder checked Tang San's pulse and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, that was good. He was really worried that something unexpected would happen to Tang San. That would be a huge problem. After all, he is the son of the Haotian prince. On the other side, the victorious Ye Feng returned to the VIP lounge. His mind was filled with the scene of Tang Hao appearing just now. Ultimately, it was because he was too weak. If he were a bit stronger, why would he be limited by others? Now he had two tricky problems. Master was backed by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and even Dong had some unresolved feelings for him. Meanwhile, Tang San was backed by Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. So what did Ye Feng have behind him? Nothing but Schwer. Of course, he couldn't overlook the system. But the system couldn't assist him in everything, nor could it make him strong enough in a short time to face Tang Hao and the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Engine, that old dragon. This thing has a cycle, and he needs to do something during this cycle. After thinking it over, while improving himself, it's time for him to cultivate some of his own influence. In the future, whether it's to assist himself, help Schwer, or intimidate others, it will all be possible. This battle left Ye Feng deeply moved. Continuing to play in Soto City was meaningless. He decided to reveal everything at the end of this week. He is Ye Feng, the child Yu Xiaogang once looked down upon. He did not die. He has come back to life. Moreover, if it weren't for his father showing up, the disciple you are currently training would be dead. Just imagine how spectacular the master's expression will be then. At this moment, Ye Feng packed up some things and then left the Soul Arena. He needed to go back and make a plan. After dealing with this matter, it would be either to deceive for the immortal herb or to steal the immortal herb. P.S. The fourth update is here. Sigh, I really didn't expect it, but I accidentally stayed up until 1:30 again. Oh my, I'm so tired. However, I apologize to everyone for being half an hour late, mainly because I was not satisfied and revised the previous chapter, increasing the word count significantly. You can check out these 2 chapters again. Please support me with votes. Friday is the last day, so send in your votes. Chapter 83. A reliable answer. The first update. The appearance of Tang Hao is known only to Ye Feng. The lights in the lounge dimmed at this moment, as if everything returned to silence. Meanwhile, upstairs, a VIP viewing room was particularly lively. Everyone was gathered around that 3-person sofa. What is wrong with me? At this moment, Tang San's face was pale. He woke up. Thank heavens, little San. You finally woke up. At this moment, the Shrek group let out a deep breath. Just now, the near-death Tang San almost scared them to death. Fortunately, he woke up. Brother, promise me, please don't do such dangerous things anymore. Xiao Wu is really fine. Sob, sob, sob. Xiao Wu buried her face in Tang San's chest. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Seeing Dean Flander carrying little San back, Xiao Wu felt her heart shatter. Although she was slightly injured in the battle with the bloodthirsty demon, she really didn't care. It wasn't worth it for Tang San to risk his life. Why am I here? Did we win or lose? Looking at Xiao Wu crying in his arms and the worried expressions of those around him, Tang San felt very confused. Wasn't he down there fighting that bloodthirsty demon? How did he end up here? Moreover, his whole body was sore. Third brother, you lost. It was Dean Flander who brought you up here, Ning Rong said. This kind of thing will eventually be known by the other party. There's nothing to hide. I lost. Tang San suddenly narrowed his eyes. The only thing he remembered was a person appearing behind him. Then he fainted. In the conference room, Flinder, are you saying you didn't make a move just now? How is that possible? Only the Master and Yu Xiaogang were present. At this moment, the Master was staring at Flinder with a puzzled expression. I just arrived at the top, and then the spider web cage that Xiao San created exploded, and I saw Xiao San lying on the ground, while the bloodthirsty demon was unharmed. Flinder couldn't make sense of it. Logically, this was a killing move executed by Tang San. He should have taken the life of the bloodthirsty demon. Why did it end so seemingly hastily? This is strange. Do you think Xiao San exhausted his soul power and was swept away by the bloodthirsty demon as final strike? The Master murmured, as if pondering something profound. He originally thought that Flinder had secretly intervened to separate the two, but unexpectedly, Flinder did nothing. However, given that situation, the battle shouldn't have ended so quickly. I've considered that, but in such a life-and-death battle, I saw the bloodthirsty demon also showing killing intent. The weaker Xiao San became. The more the bloodthirsty demon should have aimed for his life, but why did Xiao San end up fainting on the ground without a scratch? As if he had been suddenly knocked out. Moreover, Xiao San's spiderweb binding seemed to be broken by a powerful force. Flender, being a soul sage, could deduce some things from the debris at the scene. Are you saying someone stopped this battle before you? The master's tone turned into a more intense question. Clearly, he didn't believe it. It's very possible that the other party knocked out Tang San and broke through the spiderweb binding he had created. Flender nodded. He believed this possibility was very high. Do you think this is possible? In front of so many people, how could this person get in? Even if they got in, how did they sneak away without anyone noticing? Are all of our eyes blind? All right, everyone is blind, including me and Xiao Jiang. Then I have another question. If someone really knocked out Tang San and triggered his third soul skill, what was the bloodthirsty demon doing? Didn't you say he was filled with killing intent and wanted to kill? Did he just sit back and watch this great opportunity? The master directly confronted Flender with a series of questions. His expression was as if he were looking at an idiot. Maybe the bloodthirsty demon felt threatened? Flender blurted out. However, after saying it, he felt a bit regretful. In this bloodthirsty demon family, there are so many powerful beings like the Light Soul Zune, which must come from a hidden family. Who could possibly threaten him? Is there something wrong here? What kind of family is behind the other party? I asked. Who can threaten him? Sure enough, the master directly seized the most contradictory point. Then he made a gesture pointing to his head, as if saying, Brother, is your brain filled with water? What kind of status does he have? Wealthy, powerful, with talent and strength. Who in the small Soto city could threaten such a person? Would he listen to you? The master said with annoyance. What kind of logic does Flander have? Sigh, that does make sense. Flander sighed lightly. It does sound quite absurd. However, Xiaogang, there is something I'm unsure whether to mention. Flander spoke up. Speak. The master replied with one word. Do you know who Xiao San's father is? If it's him taking action, then it's indeed possible. Flander leaned in closer and whispered, fearing that someone might overhear. If anyone in this world could accomplish what just happened, it would be that person and no one else. Of course, he didn't know if his old buddy was aware that Tang San was that person's son. You recognize this item, right? He has long since gone into seclusion and is not here at all. The master took out a token. He actually even gave you this. Flander looked terrified. From the first day Xiao San acknowledged me as his master, I knew who this person was. Later, even his father personally came to find me, asking me to guide him well. The master said, standing with his hands behind his back. That person. Yu Xiaogang has long known that Tang San's father is Tang Hao. That person who once overshadowed the entire continent as a super genius. He admits that the other party could indeed do it. But would he come here? Obviously not. So this is an option that can be ruled out based on experience and reality. So what exactly is going on? Sigh. It seems we can only find out when Xiao San wakes up. Flander shook his head slightly. Asking the person involved is much better than their wild guessing here. No need to ask him. I've already sorted out a reliable answer based on the facts. The master slightly raised his jaw, looking out the window, deep in thought. A reliable answer? What is it? Upon hearing this, Flander's face showed great interest. P.S. Dear friends, the first update is here. I was a bit busy today, so the update is a bit late, but that's okay. I can still fulfill the promise of 4 updates. After dinner, I will continue with the next 3 chapters. It's the last day of the PK, so I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, tips. I also want to thank all the friends who tipped, including Ziyue, Ding Ming, Baoju Jiefeng, and others. There are too many to list individually, but I sincerely thank all supporters and voters. Thank you. Chapter 84. In Society. My brother Feng slaps Yu Tianheng. Second update. It's the bloodthirsty demon. The master stood with his hands behind his back, and the window happened to show the devastated scene of arena number 15 below. His expression was heavy. Bloodthirsty demon? What does that mean? Flander felt his brain couldn't keep up. The bloodthirsty demon signed an agreement with us this morning. Do you think he wouldn't have investigated Shrek Academy and me? Yu Xiaogang. So I guess he must know that Tang San is my disciple. Hence he showed mercy and only knocked him out. The master laid it all out directly. This is a conclusion he reached after very careful consideration. When Flander heard this, he suddenly felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. I know you might not agree with this answer, but the truth can sometimes be quite astonishing. Let's start with your previous guess. If everyone on site was blind, how did someone sneak into the 15th arena? What was the other party's purpose? First, was it to stop this battle and save Tang San? Then why did Tang San end up fainting? Normally, shouldn't the bloodthirsty demon have been defeated to ensure Tang San's victory? The master asked Flander. Clear thinking and rigorous logic. Flanders' expression was bitter. He was truly stumped by the question. All right, let's say he's one of the bloodthirsty demon's people, and he sneaked in to prevent the bloodthirsty demon from getting hurt. But shouldn't he have used the blue silver grass to obstruct the audience's view and then kill Tang San? After all, Tang San is a serious threat, forcing a title O-level powerhouse to act. But what was the result? Tang San fainted on the ground, and apart from his previous injuries, he had no other wounds. Is this reasonable? The master's voice rang out again. Unreasonable. Flander shook his head slightly. His expression was becoming increasingly confused. That's right. It is obvious that the bloodthirsty demon never intended to truly kill Tang San, because he understood that he had invested a lot of effort into Tang San. If he killed him, wouldn't there be a rift between him and his master when he joined the sect? But tonight, Tang San was too arrogant and needed to be taught a lesson, so he chose a compromise. Knock him out to win. The master was full of energy because his reasoning had successfully closed the loop, which means it makes sense and is very reasonable. To be honest, he really didn't expect that his prospective disciples' thoughts would be so meticulous. Truly teachable. Impressive, Xiaogang. Flander was completely convinced this time, because what the other party said was simply reasonable and flawless. The reasoning isn't difficult. The hard part is arranging all of this. The bloodthirsty demon really has a heart, the master said with a look of satisfaction. However, Xiaogang, I still have a question. The soul skills of the bloodthirsty demon scythe are all cutting types, right? But the semicircular cage that Tang San created was directly blown apart. How do we explain this? This is a question from Flander. At that time, he was in the air. That thing exploded like a bomb, instantly. The effect was simply shocking. It was completely unlike something a soul sovereign could achieve. Flander, I really don't know what to say to you. Have you seen him use any other soul skills? Who says you can't instantly explode other soul skills in that situation? The master retorted to Flander. This left Flander speechless. On the way to the Rose Hotel, a sneeze. Ye Feng sneezed. What the hell? The weather doesn't seem cold at all. How come I've sneezed continuously 7 or 8 times? Ye Feng rubbed his nose. So strange. Make way. Everyone, get out of the way. At that moment, several carriages were rushing behind Ye Feng. The coachman shouted fiercely, as if his house was on fire. However, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, so Ye Feng slightly turned to the side to let the carriage pass. Whoosh. At a super fast speed, it directly whipped up a gust of wind. It flew past him, almost hitting him, racing at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. What the hell? Are you crazy? Ye Feng shouted angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was exhausted from the soul fighting arena today and didn't want to cause trouble, he would have chased after the coachman to teach him a lesson. Get out of the way. Everyone make way. At that moment, another carriage came from behind. It was only faster than the previous one, not slower. What kind of hellish day is it tonight? How can there be such uncivilized people? Ye Feng sitepud aside. Suddenly, an orange peel flew out of the carriage window. Coincidentally, it hit him right on the head. The green-orange peel, at this moment, looked like a hat. What the hell do you mean by this? Ye Feng was furious. Don't you know what men fear the most? What is this sudden green hat trying to imply? This behavior, Uncle can tolerate, but Aunt cannot. Ye Feng immediately chased after him. At the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Sigh, we finally arrived. I really don't understand why they would make us stay in such a shabby hotel. At this moment, a slightly enchanting young man named Osro looked somewhat melancholy. He is a member of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Who knows? But since they made us come to such a place, it's normal to stay in this broken hotel. Let's hurry inside. Ye Feng shrugged. Aren't we waiting for the captain and vice captain? 2 burly men got out of the car. One of them asked, his name is Shimo. Yes. My Ling Ling is still in the car. Ye Feng showed a somewhat lewd smile. Teasing Ling Ling is part of his daily life. Suddenly, a carriage flew over. Then a beautiful 5-meter-long break. What are you all dawdling for? Go inside. We have a whole day tomorrow. A young man got out, dressed in black. He casually ate half an orange in his hand. He is Yu Qianheng, the captain of their Do Huang team this time. Following closely behind are 2 girls, one looking somewhat sexy, holding 2 or 3 slices of orange. The other appeared very quiet, just following behind them. Aren't you waiting for the captain? Osro and Ye Feng said with smiles. Brother Shimo also smiled and scratched his head. You bunch of kids, stand still for me. At that moment, a figure rushed over from behind. Is that calling us? The 7-person group was somewhat puzzled. Whose orange peel is this? Come out. Finally, Ye Feng caught up. He gasped and shouted, purely using strength to chase. It was really damn exciting. Just like running 1,000 meters during the school physical test back then. Almost exhausted. What's wrong? Yu Qianheng stared at Ye Feng, his tone very cold. He actually admired that someone could chase after an orange peel. Truly reckless. Slap. Is this how you treat people? Ye Feng directly slapped Yu Tianheng's face. P.S. The second update finally arrived at the last moment. Mainly because I got stuck for a long time, and there will be a third update, but it will be a bit late. Chapter 85. Help Schwerer complete her task. Third update, a gust of cold wind blew. Chaotic, unprecedentedly chaotic. Everyone from the Heaven Do Royal Academy was dumbfounded, instantly petrified in place, like lifelike sculptures. What happened? Their captain was slapped because of an orange peel. Where did this social person come from? So aggressive? I remember that the people of Soto City weren't this fierce. You actually slapped me? Yu Tianheng's face twitched. Ever since he was young, he was the center of attention in his clan. Hardly anyone dared to insult him, let alone hit him. And as for his face, no one even dared to touch it. Because his face is equivalent to the face of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Who in the entire continent would dare to touch it? And now, good grief. He just got slapped tonight. Slap. Suddenly, Ye Feng extended his hand without warning. Another slap landed on Yu Tianheng's face. Why don't you dare? Are you that impressive? He pointed at Yu Tianheng's nose and asked. Regarding the Tiando Royal Academy, he had a death exemption medal behind him, so he wasn't the least bit afraid. As Schwerer said, as long as he didn't get killed, he would make sure to beat him to death. Moreover, how dare you throw green-orange peels at his head? What does that imply? As a qualified man, he had to take you out. Good grief. The Shimo brothers, Asro and Ye Feng, were relatively calm. Even the most gentle Yi Lingling raised her head at this moment. It seemed a bit unbelievable. Who on earth dared to provoke their captain like this? You're looking for death. Then today, I'll make sure you die thoroughly. Yu Tianheng was furious. In an instant, he directly released his martial soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. It was claimed to be the strongest beast martial soul on the entire continent. Of course, that was just a claim. 3 soul rings rose from the ground. Yellow, yellow, purple, the best soul ring match. Yu Tianheng, a level 39 soul master. That's it. Ye Feng shrugged. It was basically predictable that this kid would die a miserable death. However, daring to slap the face of the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was enough for him to boast about after he died. You're a powerful soul master. Your soul master status allows you to throw trash around. Your soul master status allows you to smash green, orange peels on my head. Ye Feng's legs released a red light. His hands didn't stop. Slap, slap, slap. He kept slapping Yu Tianheng. Just right. Taking this opportunity to properly teach these self-proclaimed proud sons of heaven from the Tiando Royal Academy a lesson, and also help Schwerer complete her task. Duguyin was stunned. Yi Lingling was stunned. Everyone from the Tiando Royal Academy's Battle Emperor team was stunned. What the hell? They only saw this man in front of them crazily slapping Yu Tianheng. There was even a dark aura around him. Soul King? Because black is the symbol of the Soul King. Normally, the martial soul match would be yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Only the 5th one is black. 3rd soul skill. Thunder Fury. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and line up. Yu Tianheng was furious. He directly released his strongest soul skill, Thunder Fury. This soul skill can temporarily put the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul into a berserk state, greatly enhancing its power, with a 100 increase in attack power and the 50 boost in soul power. However, the drawback is that if it is not actively stopped, it will continue until the user's stamina is depleted, ultimately leading to being killed by other enemies. But there is only one enemy here, and he has so many teammates. Even if stamina runs out, it doesn't matter. P.S. Wow, I'm so tired from writer's block today. Let's just have 3 updates. Tomorrow, the author will add 1 more chapter, which is equivalent to 4 chapters, making up for the 1 chapter owed today. It's mainly because I'm too exhausted. Already worn out. Oh, good night, everyone. Chapter 86. Little Green Turtle, Little Foolish Dragon. First update. Yes. After Yu Tianheng's words filled with anger fell, all members of the Do Huang battle team quickly assembled into formation and unleashed their martial souls. The child looks younger than them. If the opponent were a Soul King, they wouldn't believe it. At most, he might be a Soul Zune. The black aura could be a soul skill effect, and he seems to be a speed-type soul master. Caught them off guard and managed to bind their leader. Not good. It started. Kid, hurry and come mommy. In front of the Rose Hotel is a small square with a fountain and lighting effects. In the evening, local residents often bring their children out for a walk. Although it's already past 11, the fountain and lighting effects continue until midnight, and there are still some energetic children playing. After a loud commotion, a suddenly lit soul ring startled those who were just having fun, and they immediately took their children to the side. When soul masters fight, ordinary people suffer. In Soto City, where soul masters only make up 10% of the population, it's the same. Ordinary people will hide as far away as they can when they see soul masters fighting. Because once you're hurt by a soul master, you can only blame your bad luck. As for asking a soul master for compensation, dream on. If you're injured or dead, you deserve it. Kid, you really shouldn't have provoked our leader. A burly man was standing beside them, emanating a green light. This is a stone mill, with a martial soul of the black tortoise, a level 37 battle soul master. Oh, wait. Ye Feng suddenly called to a stop and walked towards the stone mill. What do you want to do? The stone mill was full of question marks. The people from the Tianzhou Royal Academy were also looking confused. Come on. Put on properly, don't tilt it. Ye Feng seriously placed the green-orange peel on the head of the stone mill. Although the other party was very strong, he wasn't that tall. The stone mill had a questioning face. Green light goes better with a green hat, Ye Feng said with a slight smile. Both the people from the Tianzhou Royal Academy couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. How could someone be so serious doing this? Even the most reserved Yi Lingling couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Covering her mouth, she let out a soft laugh. You're asking for trouble. The orange peel is green. Putting it on his head and still saying not to tilt it. Isn't this implying that he's being cheated on? Just tell me, which guy can tolerate this? Of course, the most important thing is that Shimo realized that the goddess he's chasing is actually making fun of him, and he exploded in an instant. He swung his fist at Ye Feng. But after all, he's just a turtle. His defense is good, but his speed, well, let's not talk about that. Ye Feng easily dodged. Little green turtle, and that little dumb dragon. If you want to fight, you can. But fighting here uncontrollably might hurt people or destroy the buildings. Go to the back mountain, where you can let loose a bit. Come with me. Damn it. The Rose Hotel is now mine. Although Yu Tianheng is the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, he is not on the same level as Dai Mubai at all. He can't afford to compensate for the destroyed building. Is he supposed to go ask that old Dragon Yu engine for debt? Are you tired of living? It's better to go to the back mountain for some peace. It doesn't matter how we fight. Ye Feng glanced at the stone mill and then walked straight past Yu Tianheng, casually bumping his shoulder. Little foolish dragon? Who's he just calling? Anyone can tell that bumping shoulders is a provocation. And that little foolish dragon remark left Yu Tianheng stunned. Boss, he seems to be calling you, Yu Feng said. I'll smash him to pieces. Creak, creak. Yu Tianheng's fists were tightly clenched. With one punch, he directly knocked down the nearby 10-year-old camphor tree, slapping him in the face, and now he even bumped his shoulder to provoke him. He endured all of this. Was the little stupid dragon? Is it insulting him or insulting their blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Can you endure this? If he endures this, he won't be called Yu Tianheng anymore, but rather Little Green Turtle Tianheng. Little Green Turtle? The stone mill beside him was in chaos. His fists, as big as sandbags, were shaking even more fiercely. Let's go. Everyone, follow me. I'll show him what a little foolish dragon is. Yu Tianheng was furious. Fighting in the city was indeed not feasible. Moreover, damaging houses or buildings would be troublesome later on. Going to the mountains and forests. Whether to bully this kid or to kill him wouldn't cause panic. Let's go. The stone mill was furious. Wearing a green hat, Little Green Turtle. These were taboo words in his life's dictionary. He had to use his sandbag-sized fist to smash that kid's head. In the distance, Ye Feng was walking towards the back mountain. Although he was exhausted and nearly out of energy, he was confident he could handle a few soul masters. And it was in an empty forest. That made it even more certain. Tianheng. Suddenly, the voice of Dugu Yan rang out. What? If it were anyone else calling him, Yu Tianheng would probably explode with rage. But it was Dugu Yan on the other side. He forced himself to suppress his anger and replied with 2 words. His eyes were still glowing red. Do you think there might be a trap in this? Dugu Yan looked at Yu Tianheng and said. She felt a bit uneasy. Yes, I also think there's something wrong. The other party seems to be deliberately provoking you, boss, and then luring us into the forest. Looking at Ye Feng's back, Osro from the Fighting Emperor team also spoke. Who cares if they're a trap? Who in this little Soto city can kill us? And that slap I just took definitely 1 TB for nothing. Whoever is afraid of dying can stay here. Those who aren't afraid of death, follow me. Yu Tianheng's voice was almost squeezed out between his teeth. He then directly chased after Ye Feng. Little foolish dragon. At this moment, it felt like a needle had pierced Yu Tianheng's heart. I'll accompany the boss over. You all go back and rest. At this moment, the stone mill spoke. Dare to call him Little Green Turtle. Today, I don't care who you are. I will make you die. The stone mill charged forward like a walking tank. Deputy team, what should we do? Yu Feng and Osro looked at Douluo. They seemed a bit confused. What else can we do? Chase after them. After all, they were a team. Even if there was real danger, they could face it together. If it were just the two of them, the chances of dying would greatly increase. Thus, the Fighting Emperor team headed towards the forest in the back mountain. At this moment, the Soto City Great Spirit Arena was brightly lit. It was still not yet midnight, and 3 more team battles were to finish tonight's events. The last match was clearly written as Shrek Team versus the Crazy Battle Team. P.S. The first update is here. Wow, it's really a bit late tonight. Mainly because I've been too busy, but the author will definitely write at least 3 chapters, aiming for 4 chapters. Come on, everyone vote. Exciting chapters are coming. Chapter 87. The Fallen Flander. Shrek Academy will no longer exist. Second update. In the VIP box above, everyone was gathered around Tang San. Because the master had just asked Tang San to recount everything that happened under the arena at that time. In short, I don't know who that person is, but I can be sure that the barrier established by my blue silver grass was not broken. Tang San said firmly to the master. If there was a problem with the third soul skill of blue silver grass, the spiderweb binding, he would definitely know. All right, heal your injuries. The master spoke in a slightly indifferent tone, as if he understood something. Teacher, I'm sorry for causing everyone to miss the team battle, but he hurt Xiao Wu, and I must take revenge. Tang San said apologetically. His current score was 0, and because he was severely injured, no one could participate in the team battle anymore, which was equivalent to losing a point for nothing. He could feel his teacher's deep disappointment from afar, but he had sworn that no one could bully Xiao Wu. In this world, I'm sorry is the least valuable phrase, and you don't need to say sorry to me. You should apologize to everyone because your selfishness has caused irreparable consequences. The master snorted coldly. Tang San's score was directly cleared to 0. This meant that the highest score on their side was Mu Bai, with 6 points, while on the side of the bloodthirsty demon, the highest was 9 points. Whether in the highest score or average score, they were completely defeated. To be honest, the master never expected that his most valued disciple would stab him the deepest. Please prepare the last team, Shrek Team, to enter the central arena for the team battle in 10 minutes. Suddenly, at this moment, the arena's broadcast rang out. Xiaogang, it's time for us to participate in the team battle. What should we do now? Hearing the broadcast, Flanders seemed a bit confused. He immediately asked the master. The registration for the team battle cannot be cancelled. But if everyone doesn't go on stage, it's equivalent to losing a point for nothing. Moreover, the most serious thing is that not only will the team lose a point, but everyone will also lose a point. Tonight's performance can be said to be miserable. Dai Mu by 6 points. Tang San 0 points. Xiao Wu 0 points. Zhu Zhuqing 3 points. Mao Zhan 3 points. Oscar 2 points. Ning Rongrong 2 points. If everyone also loses one individual score, that would be troublesome. What else can we do? My good disciple has become like this. Should we forcibly go up and die? Let us concede automatically. The master said in a cold tone. Concede? Then what about that matter? Flanders' expression was somewhat bitter. Everyone is at a complete disadvantage. What else can we do? Can we really step up? The master glanced at Flanders. Sai, what can we do about this? Flanders sighed deeply, looking as if he had aged 10 years. Dean Flanders, what happened? Dai Mubai saw that Flanders seemed a bit off and immediately asked with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I'll let Xiaogang take you back soon. I'll go out for a bit to clear my mind. Flanders walked towards the door with a heavy heart, looking like a gambler who had lost everything. Master, what? What exactly happened? Dai Mubai was confused. Yes, what happened? Ma Hongjun was also confused. Flanders was his teacher, and he had never seen his teacher like this. Shrek Academy is gone. The master spoke. The box fell into silence. Everyone was filled with question marks. Perhaps you don't know, but your Dean Flanders signed a bet with someone. If you cannot meet the target this week, Shrek Academy will no longer exist. The master, who was very serious at this moment, said, Acting? I'm familiar with it. If I don't scare these people a bit, they'll continue to be reckless. The game has already gone awry at the start. If it continues like this, they'll be in danger. How will you take on apprentices then? Is Shrek Academy going to disappear? Master, what does this mean? Upon hearing this, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Even the injured Tang San sat up straight at this moment. All right, it's not that interesting. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Everyone disperse and go back. It's getting late. The master didn't explain. His tone was very cold. He was filled with a sense of loss. Master, don't. What happened to the academy? Yes, master. What exactly happened? Is it because of money? As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Dai Mubai's voice rang out again. Everyone tightly surrounded the master. Although they hadn't been at Shrek Academy for long, they all had developed feelings for it without exception. If the academy were to disappear, they couldn't accept it. Sigh. Since you all asked, I'll tell you, Dean Flinders signed a bet with a certain heir of a family. And what I asked you to do before was part of the bet. If you failed to complete it, it would mean losing, and the academy would become the other party's possession. The master spoke. What? Upon hearing this, everyone exploded. So don't blame Dean Flinders for ignoring you just now. Mainly, little Sam was too impulsive tonight and disrupted his plans. Sigh, enough with this, just go back. The master said somewhat helplessly. Brother, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San. Tang San's mood was also very complex. No, teacher, I feel like I can still fight. We must win this team battle tonight. At this moment, Tang San propped himself up, completely disregarding his previous injuries. I never expected that I would make such an unforgivable mistake. No matter what, I should prioritize the big picture. But I never imagined this would happen. No, tonight your team is the Berserk team, which is a very powerful team. You won't be able to win. Going up would just mean losing. The master shook his head slightly. Slap. Suddenly, Tang San gave himself a hard slap. Little San, what are you doing? Dai Mubai rushed forward to grab him upon seeing this. Don't stop me. Teacher, I was too impulsive tonight. I'm really sorry. Tang San felt an immense regret in his heart. Because of a moment of anger tonight, he had put the entire academy in peril. What have I done? Brother, you were avenging Xiao Wu. You should be fighting for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu raised her hand, wanting to slap herself. Enough. That's enough. Suddenly, the master shouted loudly. In an instant, the room fell silent. P.S. I didn't realize it was already 2:30. This chapter was really hard to write. I haven't stayed up this long in a while. Since I said I would complete 3 chapters today. There is still a 3rd chapter. Everyone please wait a moment. The author seeks votes. Chapter 88. Yu Qianheng, infuriated, 3rd update. Am I watching you two put on a show? If you really have the sincerity to apologize, you must achieve my goal tomorrow night. Follow my orders. Absolutely no personal feelings can be mixed in. Tonight is just the first night. We still have hope. The master said coldly. Understood. Upon hearing this, everyone ignited a surge of fighting spirit. Shrek team forfeited. All members deducted 1 point. Dai Mubai 5 points. Tang San -1 point. Xiao -1 point. Zhu Zhuqing 2 points. Mao Zhan 2 points. Oscar 1 point. Ning Rongrong 1 point. Suddenly, at this moment, the broadcast sounded. Several avatars appeared on the big screen. It was the appearance of Shrek members after wearing masks. And the scores had also changed. The VIP room, at this moment, also turned off the lights. The Shrek people left, heading towards the academy on the outskirts of the city. On the other side, in the forest behind the outskirts of Soto City. They were like a defeated army, their morale low on the way. The 7 from the Tiando Royal Academy, tightly, surrounded Ye Feng. I really didn't expect you to be here alone. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Sure, Mo coldly stared at Ye Feng. And Dugu Yin carefully checked the surroundings, finding that indeed no one was there. It was simply unbelievable. With you guys, I still need to find someone? Ye Feng smiled slightly and spread his hands. I originally planned to go back and have a good sleep tonight, but ended up encountering such a situation. Tonight, they would definitely pay the price for that orange peel. What is your name? Yu Qianheng asked. 7 against 1, confirming there is no ambush around. He now had plenty of time to torment this kid. So he patiently asked. Of course, he wasn't foolish. He needed to confirm whether this person was from a big family or a noble family. If he accidentally killed him, it would be troublesome. None of your business. Little stupid dragon and little green turtle. If you want to come, just come together. Your grandpa still has to go back to sleep later. Ye Feng curled his finger. That posture was like teasing a dog. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Hearing such arrogant words, Yu Qianheng was so enraged he could hardly breathe. He exploded. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. If you dare say those 3 words again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Sure, Mo, whose martial soul was the Xuanwu turtle, and whose martial soul emitted a green light when activated, hated being called Little Green Turtle the most. All right, Little Green Turtle. Ye Feng spread his hands and smiled at Sure Mo brother. I want to tear him apart. Sure Mo's fist, as big as a sandbag, was trembling. This is an insult. Who can stand this? Brothers, let's go together. Graphite directly released his martial soul. Good. Xian Gui possessed. Martial soul summon. The killing intent around the 2 of them was overwhelming. You 2 turtles are not worthy. Adding the little foolish dragon, the self-destructing snake, the birdman, the black leopard, and the 9-heart begonia would be more appropriate. Ye Feng said, Self-destructing snake? Are you talking about me? Hearing this, Dugu Yin was confused. When did the Bai Lin snake turn into a self-destructing snake? Where did this guy come up with these strange names? Be more confident and drop the question mark tone. Cultivating the azure poison snake has a drawback. The snake's venom will spread to the soul master themselves. Generally, they don't live past 20. What is this called if not self-inflicted? If it weren't for the fact that these people were under Snow's management, he wouldn't waste his breath on them. Birdman, Black Leopard. Ye Feng and Oslo were also stunned. Of course, the most shocked was Yi Lingling. She had never revealed herself in front of this person, yet he actually knew that her martial soul was the nine-hearted begonia. What is his background? Little foolish dragon. You call me little foolish dragon again. If I don't kill you today, I'll write the word J backwards from now on. The others were just shocked. Yu Qianheng, provoked time and again, was directly enraged. He immediately unleashed his third soul skill, Transformation Dragon, and attacked Ye Feng. He wanted Ye Feng to see who the real little foolish dragon was. The third update has arrived. It's 3 in the morning. Life is precious. Life is precious. Time to sleep. Sleep. It's the first time staying up this late, mainly because I was stuck while writing tonight, always feeling unsatisfied, rewriting and revising. But I promised at least 3 updates. I definitely couldn't break my word. So here we are at this hour. Chapter 89. Crushing the Battle Emperor Team. First update. Oh, then from now on, you can write the word Jade backwards. At that moment, a magic scythe appeared in front of Ye Feng. Dismay? In the distance, Duguyan's pupils constricted. Too familiar. Tonight, he had been utterly powerless against this scythe. In the distance, Shimo also froze for a moment. Because he also recognized this knife, it was so familiar. However, that was not the most critical part. The next scene almost made their jaws drop to the ground. A purple soul ring appeared, followed by another purple one, then another black one, and finally, another black one. Purple, black. The people from the Tiando Royal Academy, who were just full of fighting spirit, were now dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Am I seeing things? Yu Feng rubbed his eyes. It must be fake. It has to be fake. How is this possible? How could there be such a soul ring configuration in this world? Ding! A piercing sound. Yu Tianheng was blown apart. It was the magic sickle that swung lightly, and then the blade transformed into an azure dragon. Their boss was directly sent flying over 100 meters. Trees in the forest crashed down one by one. Everyone charged. Originally, Duguyan thought that the person tonight was a bloodthirsty demon. But these 4 soul rings completely dispelled her thoughts. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis emerged in her heart. No wonder the opponent dared to come here. It turned out to be a super soul sect. Yes, everyone concentrate. The Shimo brothers were at the forefront. Yi Lingling also came out of her shock. Martial soul, 9-heart begonia. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, a white light descended from the sky, and that white light looked extremely peculiar, taking the form of petals. Gently drifting down, directly landing on Yu Tianheng. The petals floated and merged into Yu Tianheng's body. The previously battered wounds exposed on Yu Tianheng's body miraculously healed at an astonishing speed. His complexion also looked much better. In just a second, he stood up directly. Yi Lingling, the only support-type soul master of the entire Do Huang battle team. Her martial soul is the extremely rare 9-heart begonia. The opponent's ability is also quite abnormal. That is a wide-range full healing, as long as the allied comrades still have a breath left. The soul master with a 9-heart begonia martial soul can bring them back to life. Of course, she also has a flaw. That is, she can heal but not restore spirit power. Simply put, she can recover injuries but cannot replenish soul power. But this is still quite abnormal. So slow. Suddenly, Yi Lingling felt a sound beside her ear. What? Her heart trembled. Whoosh! Yi Lingling felt something grab her hand. Then, she was lifted up into the air. Lingling. Duguyan saw that this man actually pulled Yi Lingling away. She immediately unleashed the Bai Lin snake. It seems she wanted to chase after Ye Feng. Lingling. Shimo also immediately forgot about the outside. The 2 brothers rushed after her. Of course, Shimo was more frantic, because he had been chasing Yi Lingling all along. This time the other party encountered danger, and his act of heroically saving the beauty might not have increased her affection for him. It's also possible that she could pledge herself to him in the future. You're already dead, but because you're a support-type soul master, I didn't attack you. Now stand under this tree and don't step out of the circle. Ye Feng pulled Yi Lingling to a tree. He quickly drew a circle on the ground. Huh? Yi Lingling was very confused. This man is so handsome, ugh. So strange. He just drew a circle and stayed here, claiming he is already dead. Third soul skill, phosphorus purple poison. Return our teammate to us. Duguyan shouted angrily. to actually abduct a teammate right in front of us. What does it matter if you're a soul master? Sure, Mo also raised his big fist to attack Ye Feng, and he is supposed to be the pride of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yet this formation didn't even protect the support type, soul master properly. If I had made a move just now, she would have already been dead. Ye Feng's fist slammed down hard at Sure Mo. In the next second, Sure Mo flew away like a volleyball hit by a fist. As for that green turtle shell, it directly caved in. Little green turtle, truly unable to withstand a single blow. Ye Feng clapped his hands. This so strong? Behind him, Yi Lingling was dumbfounded. He actually knocked the level 37 Sure Mo flying. You must know that the brothers Sure Mo and Sure Mo's martial soul is renowned for its defense, the Xuanwu turtle. Then I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. On the other side, Dugu Yin commanded the phosphorus snake to open its large mouth. Immediately afterward, it sprayed out purple snake poison. Come on, this self-destructive snake killing your own family is more likely than killing me. Ye Feng directly put his hand in front of the snake's mouth. No, it's poisonous. Behind. Yi Lingling almost shouted when she saw Ye Feng blocking the phosphorus snake's mouth with his hand. Phosphorus purple poison is an extremely terrifying toxin, known as the king of snake poisons. Even his 9-heart begonia might not be able to save him. With his hand blocking, it wouldn't last 3 seconds before his hand would turn to bones. But then something astonishing happened. Not only did the opponent's hand not turn to bones, but the whole person looked completely unharmed. How is this possible? Dugu Yin was also stunned at this scene. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Although Yu Qianheng was shocked, he quickly executed a combo. The opponent was just too strong. Yu Qianheng's hand transformed into a sharp dragon claw, reaching out to grab Ye Feng. This claw could break wood and split stone. With a body like Ye Feng's, once grabbed, he could be cut into 3 or 4 pieces. To the sky. 2 words, a 7-character knife. Ye Feng lightly waved. The blade turned into air, and Yu Qianheng's clothes exploded open, leaving only a pair of flower shorts full of little hearts. From a distance, Yi Lingling suddenly couldn't hold back her laughter at this sight. Boss, you actually like this color. Yu Feng also had a suppressed smile. Vulgar. Everyone's gaze fell on Yu Qianheng, and Dugu Yin shot him an annoyed glance. Yu Qianheng pointed at Ye Feng. His whole face turned red. It was hard to tell if he was angry or embarrassed. After all, no one knew that he liked to wear pink shorts with white heart patterns. That's it. It's all exposed. Looking at everyone's expressions, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. All right, let's end it here for tonight. Your fighting emperor team is much weaker than I imagined. Ye Feng withdrew his soul power. Huh? Upon hearing this, everyone was left with a face full of question marks. This guy actually evaluates them with the demeanor of an elder? What given the right? The first update is here. Tonight, there will be 2 to 3 updates, and tomorrow the PK results are set to be out. After the PK, I will do my best to update, so let the author take it easy. Haha. Thank you all for your support, and please vote. Chapter 90, Cold-Blooded and Ruthless. Losing Humanity. Second update. What kind of expressions are these? Did I say something wrong? Is your Douluo battle team really that strong? Looking at the dissatisfied expressions of the people from the Tiando Royal Academy, he was confused. No wonder Schwer wanted them to suffer a bit. It really should be. Otherwise, these people born with a golden key wouldn't know what a beating is. Kid, who are you? Do you think just because you defeated us, you can point fingers at us? Yi Lingling, why didn't you assist everyone just now? At this moment, the hot-tempered Yu Tianheng, wearing floral shorts, directly confronted him. In an instant, Ye Feng spoke up. Then he turned his gaze towards Yi Lingling behind Ye Feng. He was questioning her. Huh? He said I couldn't assist because I was already dead. Yi Lingling, hearing Yu Tianheng suddenly mention her name, felt an inexplicable panic. She answered with a stunned expression. He said you're dead. So you're dead? Who are you really? You are a member of our Douluo battle team. Yu Tianheng said impatiently. God, what kind of useless teammates are these? Whoosh. The demonic scythe transformed into a blade. The ground was directly slashed, leaving 2 knife marks over 10 meters long. They killed someone. The 2 blades passed by Yu Tianheng like earth dragons, scaring him to hug himself tightly. You seem quite unconvinced. Come for a moonlight bath tonight, and I'll let you know who I am. Ye Feng stared at Yu Tianheng, an unprecedented sharp aura surging within him. The bloodthirsty scythe in his hand buzzed ominously. It was like a ghost waiting to suck blood. No. You're my big brother. Big brother, you need to stay calm. Stay calm. The night was a bit cold. Yu Qianheng, tightly hugging himself, was trembling. If that sharp 7-shaped scythe came at him a couple of times, then the Yu family would be extinct. Not to mention that moonlight bath, it's simply inhumane. Yu Qianheng, was still a conservative handsome guy. Although Donggu Yan was nominally his girlfriend, their relationship was still very pure. They hadn't even held hands yet. How could he show off to the other party at this time? He had to maintain an air of mystery. Come on, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Ye Feng, je suis le aprurochit Yu Tianheng. Next came the sound of slaps. Poor Yu Qianheng took another 10 hits. Even the pair of shorts with little love hearts had several holes ripped in them. For some reason, from a distance, Yi Lingling, witnessing this scene, surprisingly felt no pity for her captain. In fact, she even felt a little glee. But she thought to herself that she must be going crazy. How could she have such thoughts? Are you convinced now? Ye Feng looked at Yu Qianheng. Convinced. Yu Qianheng's face was filled with humiliation. What a sin. Why did I provoke such a pervert tonight? When facing him, not to mention having the power to resist, even the intention to resist didn't arise. Yu Qianheng really wanted to go back half an hour to when he was sitting in the carriage and carelessly threw the orange peel, and then give himself a hard slap. I should have thrown that orange peel. I should have provoked such a pervert. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regrets in this world. Actually, Yu Qianheng was right. If Lingling had assisted us tonight, you definitely wouldn't have breached our defense so easily. At this moment, Donggu Yan spoke up. She was feeling a bit unconvinced tonight. Assist? Do you think she could still assist you? In a team, support-type soul masters have the weakest defense and are the most vulnerable. Yet you never focused on placing defenses around her. If it were a real battle, she would have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng snorted coldly. With Yi Lingling being such a bug with infinite healing, you don't protect her well and still want to win against me? Are you dreaming? Donggu Yan was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Indeed, just now, that person went directly to Yi Lingling's side. If it were a real battle, Lingling would indeed be in dire straits. I originally thought that you proud children of heaven couldn't be that bad, but is this it? Ye Feng spread his hands. Such a good team has been reduced to mutual restraint. No wonder the Do Huang team was defeated by Shrek in the novel. At that time, Shrek only had 4 soul masters, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. On the other hand, the Do Huang team had their captain Yu Tianheng. With a blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul at level 39, the vice captain Douluo Yan with the emerald phosphor snake martial soul at level 38, team member Shimo with the black tortoise martial soul at level 38, team member Shimo with the black tortoise martial soul at level 37, team member Yu Feng with the wind chime bird martial soul at level 36, team member Douluo with the ghost leopard martial soul at level 36, team member Yi Lingling with the 9-heart begonium martial soul at level 35. Such a high configuration. Can't even beat a blade of grass, a rabbit, a white tiger, and a sausage. At that moment, he found it utterly unbelievable. Douluo Yan didn't expect this guy to look so disdainful. Forget it. Let's gather at the back square of the Rose Hotel tomorrow morning. I will give you special training. The back square is an internal square of a Rose Hotel. It's barely enough to train them. Remember, Shrek still has a team battle division. Just right to use the Do Huang team to suppress them. Experience despair, Yu Xiaogang. Gathering at the back square tomorrow for special training? Upon hearing this, the members of the Do Huang team were completely stunned. Are you kidding? This person in front of them looked even younger than they were, and he was going to train them? Are you the crazy teacher? Suddenly, Yi Lingling seemed to remember something. She recalled that when they set off, the vice president of the academy mentioned that a teacher would be leading them when they arrived in Soto City. At that time, she asked what the teacher's name was, but the other party didn't say. They only mentioned that they could call him the crazy teacher, a very powerful existence. Teacher Feng? It should be me, Ye Feng Shuruk. This should be what Schwer asked them to call him. A code name. Whatever. What? You're the crazy teacher? Hiss. No wonder you are so insane, so perverted. Yu Qianheng's body shook. Crazy? Crazy teacher? Ye Feng was puzzled upon hearing this. The prince said that when we come here, there will be a teacher with the code name Crazy leading us. He is cold-blooded and ruthless, devoid of humanity. And we must be obedient. Yu Qianheng said to him. He has a heartfelt respect for the strong. Cold-blooded and ruthless, devoid of humanity? Is that what the prince said? Ye Feng was feeling chaotic in the wind. What kind of wolf-tiger words is this? P.S. Dear readers, it's 1:30 a.m. The second update is here. Today is Monday, a new week. Please support with votes, and don't let the ranking drop. Thank you all. Chapter 91. Shrek's Abnormal Training, first update. The next morning, at the back square of the Rose Hotel. Instructor, everyone has gathered at the back square. We can start the lesson. Yu Qianheng shouted at the top of his lungs. Ye Feng had exhausted some soul power last night and finally corrected the title that the Tiando Royal Academy had for him. Moreover, he also changed the rigid impression that these students had of him being cold-blooded and inhumane into one of kindness, love, and great consideration. It seems everyone is in good spirits today, so let's line up as you originally planned, and we'll have a practical battle first thing in the morning. Ye Feng said to them, "Ah, a practical battle?" Upon hearing this, everyone deflated like a deflated ball, their faces filled with bitterness. Who want to fight this freak? It's purely asking for punishment, okay? What's the problem? Suddenly, Ye Feng's voice turned cold. Instructor, why don't you just teach us some combat skills directly? Last night, the 7 of us couldn't even handle you, and fighting again today is just asking for punishment, right? Yu Qianheng's face turned into a bitter melon face, looking completely helpless. Oh, is that so? Well, that's fine. Ye Feng nodded. Instructor, really, can we? Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng's eyes lit up. Great. Finally, we won't have to get beaten up. Of course you can. What color are you wearing today? Suddenly, Ye Feng said coldly. Huh? Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng inexplicably felt a chill in his lower body. His legs unconsciously turned inward. Is there anyone who isn't preparing for a team battle today? Little stupid dragon counts as one. Ye Feng asked everyone present. I want to participate. The students from the Tiando Royal Academy panicked one by one. Who knows what this kind-hearted, loving, and incredibly considerate instructor will do to them? They immediately shouted out that they wanted to participate. Instructor, I want to participate too. Yu Qianheng beside him panicked. He was afraid that this crazy instructor would accidentally go off course with his knife, and that would be disastrous. At this age, and with this soul ring configuration, is it something the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family can meddle in? He has heard his grandfather say more than once that there are always people beyond the world. Moreover, this person was personally sought out by Prince Shueqinghe. That's more like it. I'll give you 2 minutes to discuss the formation. If the same mistake as last night happens again, you will bear the consequences. Ye Feng's voice fell, and he immediately sat down on a small chair in the back square. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Since the incident last night involved a support-type soul master, we must prioritize protecting the support-type soul masters today. Yu Qianheng said to everyone. Yes, I agree. Sure, Mo nodded. The others were also in agreement. Then today we will focus on defense and not take the initiative. Duguyin spoke up. Meanwhile, on the other side of Soto City, Shrek Academy. At 6 in the morning, while everyone was still waking up, the master burst into their dormitory. Now, at 8 o'clock, everyone is still busy. They haven't even had breakfast. Dai Mubai, you're running too slowly. Speed up. The master shouted at Dai Mubai. Master, this 600 pounds is really not something a person can bear. Dai Mubai felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. His shoulders were already bleeding. Last week, he nearly died carrying 300 pounds. Today, he woke up at 6 and immediately had to carry 600 pounds. He had to run 20 kilometers before he could have breakfast. This is simply deadly. Is it not something a human can bear? If you lose again today, your home will be taken away. Hurry up, you still have 5 kilometers. The master shouted at Dai Mubai. Suddenly at that moment, a boy wearing blue clothes walked by. The stone on his back was big and heavy. Are you tired? Your teacher was even more tired last night. Hurry up. The master leaned in. This person is none other than Tang San. Tang San's steps are heavy, mainly because he is carrying 700 pounds of stones. That's a full 100 pounds heavier than Dai Mubai. After 15 kilometers, he is almost on the verge of collapse. Yes, Tang San gritted his teeth. His muscles tensed up, and he charged out again. Tonight's battle. They must win at all costs. Just like that, the members of Shrek passed by Master one by one. Xiaogang, do you think this will work? Suddenly, Flender walked over. He noticed that both Tang San and Dai Mubai's shoulders were marked with blood. If this continues, it might lead to problems. My customized training method is definitely effective. Just wait and see them make a comeback tonight. The master said, although getting up at 6 is tough, this crazy training might even leave everyone injured. But for the sake of winning the bet, he is willing to do anything. Besides, these kids will surely be happy about the qualitative leap they make in just a week. All right, but our money. Flander's expression became even more bitter. The herbs the master wants today are all of precious quality. This incident directly wiped out the entire academy's expenses for 3 months. Don't worry, tonight's results will amaze everyone, the master said. But it seems that the money won from the battle is still a bit insufficient considering these expenses, Flander replied helplessly. After all, A single day is equivalent to 3 months of expenses. Who can stand this? Actually, I have about 20,000 gold coins here, the master said. After all, he was once the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Over the years at Nodding Academy, he hardly spent a penny, so he accumulated quite a fortune. What? You have that much money? Then what are you waiting for? Quickly take it out and invest in these kids. If I keep going like this, the academy won't last until the day after tomorrow. When Flender heard the master mention having 20,000 in wealth, both of them lit up. No rush. If I give you this money, you will use it anyway. Tonight, I will do a little operation and make the money grow. The master stood with his hands behind his back. You want to buy? Flender was somewhat surprised. Of course. Tonight, I will bet on my students to win. I believe that this 20,000 can at least quadruple, which will alleviate the academy's urgent situation. The master revealed a very confident smile. Impressive, Xiaogang. How come I didn't realize before that you have such a good business mind? Spending 20,000 on our own people, that is not just a small profit. They can't all lose at Shrek, right? On the other side, at the Rose Hotel, the battle had begun. Instructor, this time it won't be so easy for our support-type soul masters to get close. At this moment, the Stone Mill and Stone Graph brothers were blocking Yu Lingling's way. In this wave, they changed their formation. It was defense. Prioritize protecting the support-type soul masters. As long as the main support-type soul master isn't taken, they can keep healing. P.S. The first update is here. Our book's PK has passed, and the third round starts tomorrow, with 4 updates resuming. Everyone, please vote more. Fellow readers, let's go for it. Let's break into the top 5. Chapter 92, 2 system prompts. First update, thus standing undefeated. There is indeed progress, but Ye Feng's lips slightly curled up. Suddenly a delicate voice exclaimed. Lingling, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, blocking in front of Ye Lingling, were completely stunned when they saw the support-type soul master being taken away again. What is going on? You two defense-type soul masters. Your reaction speed is too slow. Ye Feng said lightly. Everyone focus on the attack. Fight to the death. Without the support-type soul master, it's like losing follow-up supplies. At this moment, Yu Tianheng shouted directly at everyone. Yes, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, who were originally at the back, quickly blocked in front. The Douluo team also changed their original combat philosophy, shifting from defense to offense. Altogether, even better, Ye Feng's left foot shone with light. Unlike last night's exhaustion, he was full of energy now. What? Osro, be careful of Yu Feng. Yu Tianheng missed his target. He realized that this gentle and considerate instructor was rushing towards Yu Feng and Osro. Yu Feng was sent flying over 10 meters. Ghost Leopard, third spirit. Osro reacted slightly faster than Yu Feng. He prepared to unleash his third spirit skill. As a result, he was sent flying freely, landing in a curve over 50 meters away. For left, Ye Feng unleashed the magic sickle in his hand. I'll take the main attack. Yenner Yu support. Shimo and Shimo Yu 2 are responsible for defense. After all, Yu Tianheng is a level 39 soul master and one of the top geniuses in the Tiando Royal Academy. His reaction speed is still up to standard. Yes. The 4 quickly organized their formation. They had just returned from the battle arena last night, so they were somewhat fatigued. After all, except for the support-type soul master Lingling, each had fought more than 2 matches. Yu Tianheng had fought 4 matches in total. It can be said that they were very tired last night. But today is different. After a night's rest, they were fully recharged. Although they knew the instructor was a freak, if they teamed up, they might not be completely crushed. First spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng released his attack. His hands immediately transformed into dragon claws capable of shattering stone and cutting wood. First spirit skill, Phosphorescent Red Poison, Excitement Poison. Dougian also directly unleashed her spirit skill. Excitement Poison can stimulate the nerves, enhance attack power, and even increase speed by 20. It's equivalent to her being infinitely close to a soul ancestor after using this poison. Azure Dragon Shield. The 2 attacked. A purple soul ring lit up around Ye Feng. The bloodthirsty magic sickle stood in front of him like a swirling azure dragon. What? Dougian and Yu Tianheng were both shocked. The instructor simply blocked with his martial soul, and their attacks were thus stopped. Incredible. Again, second soul skill, Thunder Strike. Yu Tianheng quickly unleashed his second soul skill. Violent electric shocks filled the entire back square. Deputy team. The brothers Sure Mo and Sure Mo shouted at the same time. 2 turtle shields blocked in front. Dougian quickly retreated. Because she had witnessed this attack, the destructive power was extremely strong. Crackle. The square emitted dazzling light. Some vegetation was directly burned to charcoal. Yu Qianheng revealed a long-lost smile. Under this attack of his, the instructor would surely be injured. However, when the light dissipated, he was shocked. That man was actually unscathed. That's right, completely unscathed. The only change was his posture. He stood straight. One hand was behind his back. The other was holding the martial soul, horizontally blocking in front like A1 character. The next second, Ye Feng moved. Yu Tianheng saw the instructor's hand muscles instantly tense up, like a stretched rubber band. The scene crackled. In just half a breath, Yu Tianheng was directly hit over 50 times. Protect me. Yu Tianheng cried out miserably. His stomach and face suffered continuous blows, and a wave of nausea almost made him vomit last night's meal, while his once somewhat handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head. He now seriously suspected that the instructor was recalling the orange peel from last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. This is simply a crime. Why was he so arrogant last night? Why did he ask for trouble? Now we become the special training targets for the instructor. Boss, we're here. Soul skill, Xiangui shield. The two brothers, Graphite and Stone Mill, quickly made their move. Third soul skill, Biphosphor purple poison. Dougian also swiftly unleashed her third soul skill. All right, let's all go for it. Third soul skill, Titan Diamond Power. Ye Feng threw Yu Tianheng aside, and in an instant, the black soul ring lit up. 10,000-year soul skill. Yu Tianheng's pupils constricted upon seeing this scene. The black 10,000-year soul skill has been unleashed. Isn't this too extravagant? Is the instructor trying to push them to their limits? Shimo, use the training methods we practiced before. Yu Tianheng quickly rolled and hid behind the Shimo brothers. Boom! The two Xian turtle shield was directly blown away by Ye Feng. Green phosphor purple poison. Just at the moment when the Shimo brothers were pushed away, a burst of purple mist erupted. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Suddenly, he saw Yu Tianheng using his third soul skill to attack. Boom! If Ye Feng had used his second or first soul skill, he would definitely have dodged now. But he was using his third soul skill. The violent sound echoed. Yu Tianheng clashed with Ye Feng. In an instant, he was sent flying 100 meters. As everything settled, the Douluo team was completely defeated. Instructor, this is too harsh, right? Dougian looked bitter. For some reason, she always felt like Tianheng was being targeted. Harsh. Ye Feng grinned. He still planned to have the Douluo team deal with Shrek. If they were as loose as before, they would definitely lose. Besides, Schwer asked him to train the Douluo team, not to praise them. Moreover, with Lingling's infinite healing bug, what is there to be afraid of? Everyone silently touched their nearly broken old bones and the bruises on their skin. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Lingling, please heal them. Ye Feng looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded. Then she began to heal them. At this moment, Ye Feng went to the side. Ding! You have 2 new messages unread. Ye Feng's system automatically popped up a notification. It was probably the exercise value settlement from yesterday. Ye Feng felt a thrill. Yesterday's exercise value settlement, 74,000 points, has been automatically converted to experience points. 74,000 experience. Good heavens. Host, Ye Feng dimension, Douluo, continent, gender, male age, 14 years experience, 598,000,1,000,000. After advancing to Soul Sect, every 100,000 experience allows for a level up. He was so close to leveling up yesterday. It's simply unbelievable. After this week, is it possible for me to be promoted to Soul King? Thinking of this, Ye Feng was filled with anticipation. A 14-year-old Soul King. That must be in existence at the pinnacle of the entire Douluo continent, right? And what was the other piece of news? Ye Feng suddenly realized that the system had sent 2 messages today. P.S. HHHH, thank you all for your support. The author has successfully advanced to the 3rd round of the PK. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly votes. Please give rewards. The first update is here. There will be a total of 4 updates today. Let's continue the glory and aim for the top 5 on the new book list tomorrow. Book Friends. Chapter 93. Training Hard. Second update. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking the record in exercise value yesterday and receiving a reward of 100,000 gold coins, a 1-minute stamina pill, and 2 stamina potions formula. The system panel opened automatically. Gold coins, 17,040,000 items. Mysterious pill 1, stamina potion 2. Goodness, there are even rewards. Ye Feng was shocked. Moreover, he was rewarded with a 1-minute stamina pill. This elixir is really a good thing. Last time I fought the shadow poison wolf, I relied on it to survive for a minute and save my life. I didn't expect to get another elixir that grants a minute of resilience. Now, even when facing the old poison master Douluo, at least there is a way to save his life. Energy pills? Ye Feng quickly discovered another item. Energy pills he had never seen before. Moreover, there was a recipe. He clicked on the description. Energy pills, a common elixir, can instantly restore stamina for those below the Soul King level, with a daily limit of 2 pills. Additionally, the recipe allows the host to make it themselves, and the grade can be detected with the help of the system. As soon as Ye Feng clicked on the energy pills, a line of text appeared before him. Wow, there are such magical pills, and they even provided a recipe? Ye Feng was stunned. At the same time, he was very excited. This system really knows how to do its job. With this, those little brats from the heavenly Douluo Royal Academy can practice hard, right? He was quite satisfied as he put the system away. It seems he has more work to do today. Instructor Feng, everyone's injuries have been treated, Lingling walked over. Last night, Ye Feng corrected them on how to address him. He specifically stated that he should be called Feng, as in the peak of a mountain, not as in a madman. During the teaching period, they could call him instructor or add the character Feng. At this moment, she reported to Ye Feng. Everyone just had some minor injuries, so her expenditure wasn't too great. They would recover quickly. All right, everyone gather around. Ye Feng stood up from the stone bench, retracting the system. Soon, all members of the Do Huang team gathered in front of Ye Feng, each with an expression of anticipation. What exactly will this mysterious and powerful instructor teach them? Today, the content of our training is team battles. Ye Feng stated straightforwardly. Team battles? Upon hearing this, everyone revealed a look of confusion in their eyes. How to train for team battles? That's right, your individual combat abilities have passed my test, so now I want to specifically train your coordination with each other, and team battles are the best way to achieve this. Ye Feng said to everyone, Instructor, I actually think we still have a lot of room to improve our individual combat abilities. Instructor, there is an organization called Bloodthirsty Demons in this soul fighting arena, and the people there are extremely terrifying. Yesterday, our vice captain was beaten by them. At this moment, Shimo spoke up. The members of the Tiando Royal Academy all nodded in agreement. Oh, bloodthirsty demons? Ye Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Yes, that person also wields a scythe martial soul like you, but it's at the soul sovereign level. I want to learn the techniques to defeat him. Dugu Yin said. She really wanted to defeat that guy known as Bloodthirsty Demon number 2. This week, all your energy should be focused on team battles. Try to participate as little as possible in individual or team competitions. As for the bloodthirsty demons, let's set that aside for now. There will be opportunities. Ye Feng stated. He couldn't teach others how to defeat themselves. Understood. Although everyone was a bit confused, they thought that since the instructor arranged it this way, there must be a reason behind it. It was probably to gradually improve from the overall perspective. Very well, let me first outline today's training plan, which is divided into 2 parts. One is formations, and the other is combat techniques. I will help you maximize your abilities in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, Ye Feng's tone became serious. First, regarding formations, you should completely discard your original formations. I will arrange the best formation for you, starting from the weakest support type Soul Masters. They do need protection, but not 2 defense-type Soul Masters. Ye Feng began his lecture. The members of the Tiando Royal Academy listened attentively with serious expressions. Soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. In the back square of the Rose Hotel's internal plaza, a group of people was training hard. Sweat was pouring down from each of them. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the 332 presidential suite. The luxurious wooden long table was directly cracked. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully refined a low-quality stamina pill, which can restore full stamina at the Soul Sovereign level, with a maximum of 1 use per day. The system voice sounded. Low quality? Soul Sovereign? 1? Just 1 it is. Ye Feng stretched lazily. Refining pills is really not a job for humans. Especially this kind of stamina pill. It's exhausting. I failed several times before I managed to refine a batch. The total cost reached hundreds of thousands of gold coins. However, it's getting late, so I'll just use this batch of inferior product for now. He stored a full 100 pills into his soul guide. The soul guide devices in this world are actually just storage rings. It's just a different name. Back at the square. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. I can only see Ye Feng slumped on the ground. The 2 brothers, Shimo and Shimo, are also completely exhausted. With the instructor playing like this, are we sure we'll have the energy to go to the soul fighting arena tonight? I saw Shimo speak up. This training method is even more intense than what teacher Qin Ming at the Tiando Royal Academy used to do. It's unclear. but Instructor Feng might actually intend for us to participate directly in the final team battle. Yilingling replied, also sweating profusely. How was today's training? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the square. Instructor. Everyone from the Battle Emperor team, who had just been slumped on the ground, quickly got up. Gather at the entrance at 8 tonight. We'll mainly focus on team battles. As for individual competitions or team-ups, anyone who wants to participate is free to do so. But the condition is that no one can exceed 2 matches. Ye Feng spoke straightforwardly to everyone. Instructor, everyone is so exhausted. Tonight's team battle is in jeopardy. Yu Qianheng's clothes were completely soaked through, reeking of sweat. Here are some stamina pills for you. After taking one, you'll recover your stamina, but remember, you can only take one a day. Ye Feng handed each person a small bag containing 5 pills. Hisai, I feel energized. Sure, Mo was the first to take one. In an instant, he felt filled with strength, and his fatigue vanished in a blink. Following that, the Battle Emperor team took the pills one after another, instantly replenishing their stamina. They were all revitalized. At that moment, they were filled with anticipation for tonight's Soul Battle Arena. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendations, give rewards, and support with monthly tickets. There will be 2 more updates tonight. Chapter 94. Who is number 1? The third update. Soto City Great Soul Arena. Today's audience was particularly excited. Xiaogang. You won again. 8 o'clock, Individual Competition Arena. In the VIP box above, Flender was extremely excited. Because Xiaogang won again. Wow, today Xiao San is like a battle god. It seems I need to step up my game too. Dai Mubai was focused on the scene below. Everyone set their goals today. Tang San aimed for 10 points tonight. Dai Mubai's own score was 8 points. Xiao Wu had 7 points. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing aimed to get 5 points today. As for the 2 support-type Soul Masters, they also had to complete a task of 4 points. It was past 6, and now it's 8. A total of 2 hours have passed. Each match lasts 15 minutes, and Tang San fought continuously for 8 matches. He achieved 8 consecutive victories. In the entire Soul Arena, he was at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Moreover, the Master directly won over 100,000 gold coins tonight. Flender next to him almost laughed out loud. 100,000 gold coins. Now, with Master S spending guide, they at Shrek Academy can easily last for another 3 years. Winning some money was just expected. I never imagined that my special training results would be so significant. It seems I don't need to worry about that matter anymore. At this speed, with Tang San, not to mention a Silver Soul badge, he could even earn 2 in a week. Master slightly raised the corners of his mouth. The bloodthirsty demon must lose this week. Ha, my good brother. It's all thanks to you. Flender had a beaming smile on his face. Below, in a VIP waiting room, Tang San was operating the Xian Gong. After 8 consecutive matches, he was now extremely exhausted. But to ensure the Academy's victory, he was giving it his all. Tonight, he would fight 12 matches, followed by the final team battle. If successful, he could achieve 13 consecutive victories and earn over 20 points. After winning 10 consecutive matches, points could be doubled. He only needed 2 more matches to reach 10. Xiao San, can you still go on? At this moment, Xiao Wu came to Tang San's side. Don't worry. I'm fine. Let us prepare to head to the doubles arena. Tang San quickly stood up. On the other side, Ye Feng and his group arrived at the Soul Arena. Instructor, aren't you coming to the VIP room to supervise us? At this moment, Dougie Yin asked Ye Feng. I want to go. I have some things to attend to, but I'll come find you during your team battles. Whether you participate in individual matches or team matches, you'd better save some energy for me, understand? Ye Feng said. Understood. Just remember to come over when you're done, instructor. The group nodded. All right, go to where you need to go. After saying this, Ye Feng walked towards a direction on the first floor. The VIP rooms were upstairs, while the VIP waiting area was downstairs. He reserved the most luxurious VIP presidential waiting room for a week. Did you notice that the instructor seems to be heading towards the waiting room? Du Guyan suddenly said with some confusion. Waiting room? The instructor is probably just wandering around. Yu Qianheng spoke. Probably. And so, they arrived at the newly opened box. In the most luxurious waiting room, Ye Feng sat on a soft sofa. This room is very spacious, with over 100 square meters. Inside, there are various tools. Of course, his mask is among them. To enter here, a special access card is required. No one else can enter except for him. This is the Supreme Presidential Level waiting room, specially designed for private use. Oh, personal winning streak on the daily leaderboard? Thousand-hand Azura? Ye Feng sat on the soft sofa, watching Tang San, who had already achieved a 9-game winning streak, with a slight smile on his lips. It seems that during the more than 2 hours he was away, the other party had been working hard to climb. In just 2 hours, he won 9 matches, and his score changed from -1 to the current 8 points. It seems it's time for him to take the stage. Ye Feng put on the mask. Look, the name of the bloodthirsty demon has appeared. In an instant, the entire soul fighting arena erupted in excitement. The people from the Tiando Royal Academy nearby were also closely watching outside, because that figure with the red mask was truly too dazzling here, especially after yesterday's gambling match. It left a deep impression. Xiaogang, the bloodthirsty demon has come out. Flinder looked at the master. Tell them to avoid participating in the battle for now. I will calculate the opponent's participation patterns to try to avoid encountering the bloodthirsty demon organization. The master's expression was serious. His outstanding disciple lost to this person yesterday. If it's someone else, it would be even more troublesome. All right, Xiaogang, I will go tell them right away. At this moment, Flinder said, there were 2 ordinary VIP waiting rooms open below. One was for Tang San alone, and the other was for everyone else. Douluo Battle Team Box. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit restless. I didn't expect this small Soto city to have such characters. Is anyone going to participate in individual or team gambling matches now? Yu Qianning asked, looking at the intense battles below and noticing several unfamiliar faces on the daily leaderboard, all of whom were stronger than him. He managed to join. Already registered, Duge Yin spoke up. 1-1. 5 out of the 7 had registered early. You guys, Yu Tianheng had a confused expression. It's outrageous. With a coach, do we no longer need the original captain? However, he didn't delay at all and quickly registered as well. Time passed quietly. 2 hours had gone by in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 hours, the audience in the soul fighting arena has doubled. Word spreads quickly. Everyone wants to come and see this mysterious bloodthirsty demon and the organization behind it. Of course, tonight's rising star is also very eye-catching. That is Qinsho Azura. Even the business-savvy soul fighting arena has set up a betting pool for the bloodthirsty demon and Qinsho Azura. Simply put, it's a bet on who will rank first on the daily leaderboard today. Qinsho Azura pays 10-1, while the bloodthirsty demon pays 1-1. Everyone is eager to place their bets. The bloodthirsty demon is catching up. Qinsho Azura has won 11 consecutive matches. The bloodthirsty demon has won 10 consecutive matches. Those who place bets are all excited. After all, this is the rhythm of catching up. No one knows who the opponent will be next. Upstairs, Xiaogang. I didn't expect that according to your calculations, everyone really avoided the bloodthirsty demon tonight. Flinder is in a very excited posture. The others have also returned to the private room. Even Tang San is the same, because they only have one final battle left before they can wait for the group battle. Naturally, with their tricks, I've already figured them out. Those who Haven T completed the tasks should continue to sign up, as I said. The master still wears a very confident smile. P.S. The 3rd update is here, and there will be a 4th update. The author will strive to update around 1 o'clock. Chapter 95. The Proud Master, 4th update. The Shrek team begins to sign up according to the master's method. They're all signing up for the 5-minute expedited matches. Because after the master's research, the bloodthirsty demon organization avoids overlap in matches. The shortest interval is 5 minutes, and the longest is 15 minutes. So as long as they sign up right after the opponent wins, they will definitely not clash. Tonight, everyone didn't encounter the bloodthirsty demon, and the rewards were unprecedentedly rich. Tang San has now achieved 11 consecutive victories, earning 13 points. Dai Mubai has also won 7 consecutive matches, and with yesterday's points, he now has 13 as well. As for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqin, they are also very close to today's goal. If this continues, the academy basically doesn't have to worry about being overtaken by others. Xiao San, remember to save some strength for later. As long as we complete the last team battle today, it will be secure. The master looked at everyone who had signed up and said, you can rest assured. Teacher, Tang San nodded. On the other side, Ye Feng, who had just won, walked back to the lounge. Surprisingly, he and T encountered anyone from Shrek Academy during the 2 hours today. Could it be that you, the data organizer, has consolidated some data again? He felt a bit frustrated. According to the chaotic way he signed up last night, he should have at least encountered 1 or 2 people from Shrek Academy. But he never expected that tonight. He didn't meet any at all. It was truly unbelievable. Since that's the case, let us try signing up for a non-stop event and play a little counter-strategy. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly as he signed up again. Soon, his name appeared on the big screen. He didn't change to another account, because today he was focusing on scoring points with the bloodthirsty demon account. Other small accounts could each play 3 or 4 matches, which was about right. After all, he arrived 2 hours late today. So it was impossible to play 53 matches like yesterday. Dear audience friends, the 8 idol arenas have started to rock with contestants. Will you see the highly anticipated matchup between the bloodthirsty demon and the thousand-handed Azura again, like yesterday? Come on, let's count down 3, 2, 1 and stop. To attract viewers, the Soul Fighting Arena has specially changed the rules tonight. The avatars of the registered contestants are flashing, somewhat similar to a dynamic image of selecting a partner. Yeah, the bloodthirsty demon against the thousand-handed Azura? That 1T happened. With me here, none of Shrek Academy's people will get to face you. The master snorted coldly upon hearing this. Everything was calculated meticulously by him. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a sound came from the door. Come in. The master spoke in a calm tone. The 2 leaders of Shrek Academy. Here are the winnings from the recent victory. A total of 100,000 gold coins. It turned out that the beautiful manager from the casino had come up, holding a gold card and presenting it to the master. Tonight, the master had placed all blind bets on Shrek members. And tonight, all Shrek members won. Therefore, the master made a fortune. He actually earned 100,000 gold coins. Master, you are amazing. You are simply my idol, Ma Hongjun. The master stood with his hands behind his back. Ma Hongjun looked at him as if he were gazing at a radiant giant. Mainly, the number of gold coins was just too tempting. Let's continue blind betting. 50,000 gold coins on the evil-eyed white tiger, and 50,000 gold coins on the thousand-hand Azura. The master, with an air of pride, confidently stated without even taking the gold card. Blind betting is a special gambling method, where you choose your favorite competitor and bet on them to win or lose without knowing who their opponent is. If you guess correctly, the bet doubles. Xiaogang, isn't this too risky? That's 100,000 gold coins. Shouldn't we leave 20,000 or so? Flinder, upon hearing that the money hadn't even been secured yet and was about to be gambled again, suddenly showed a pained expression. Flinder, you can't catch a wolf without risking losing a child. Since I can turn 20,000 gold coins into 100,000, how hard can it be to turn it into 200,000? Just trust me. The master stood with his hands behind his back, maintaining a very confident demeanor. Mainly, there were almost no soul masters at the Soul Arena who could defeat his direct disciples Tang San and Dai Mubai. Of course, the bloodthirsty demon organization doesn't count, but he had already studied their entry patterns. He definitely wouldn't encounter them. All right, but next time we can't gamble with this money. I'm really afraid that if we're not careful. Flinder looked utterly heartbroken. Soon, a betting certificate was printed out. Stop! A voice called out from a distance. The enormous crystal screen of the Soul Arena was divided into 8 parts. What? At the moment the image froze, the Shrek members were stunned. I can't hold on anymore. I feel something is off while writing, and after writing until past 2 o'clock, I've finally delivered the 4th update. The author can sleep now. Please vote for recommendations, monthly votes, and tips. This week the ranking dropped 20 places. It's awful. Chapter 96. Hit them hard. First update. Dai Mubai faced the bloodthirsty demon. The Shrek members rubbed their eyes. This can't be real. Didn't the master calculate everything? And he confidently guaranteed that they wouldn't encounter the bloodthirsty demon. There's no need to be overly surprised. It's probably that the bloodthirsty demon organization disrupted the rules, which is why Mubai faced them. Seeing everyone staring at him, the master calmly spoke. Xiaogang, isn't it certain that Mubai will lose against the bloodthirsty demon? Flinder was like an ant on a hot pan. That's 50,000 gold coins. Just thinking about losing made him feel suffocated. You don't need to be too pessimistic. Actually, Mubai might not lose against the bloodthirsty demon. The master spoke mysteriously. Flinder was shocked. Did Xiaogang discover the weakness of the bloodthirsty demon? After today's special training, Mubai's stamina has far surpassed that of the bloodthirsty demon, so you can give it your all later. The master ignored Flinder's surprise and directly spoke to Dai Mubai. Today, after a whole morning of training and an afternoon soaking in a medicinal bath, it's evident from how Tang San performed so strongly, winning 8 matches in 2 hours and 11 matches in 4 hours, how impressive today's training results are. I believe Mubai will be fine. I understand, Master. I will do my best. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with determination. Tang San faced the bloodthirsty demon, and Xiao Wu faced him. Dai Mubai had long been looking forward to this moment. Mubai won't just try, he must win. 50,000 gold coins, Dean, I approve this. No matter what method you use, you must achieve victory. Flinder said to Dai Mubai. Just thinking about the 50,000 gold coins possibly falling into someone else's pocket made him feel suffocated. Yes, I will. Dai Mubai nodded. He absolutely cannot lose. All right, then it's a pleasant decision. If you lose, you will fund our academy with this amount as expenses. If you win, I will generously give you 1,000 gold coins as a reward and treat you to a big meal to celebrate. Flinder patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and said, Huh? Dai Mubai looked confused. The others shot Flinder disdainful looks one after another. I've seen shameless deans before, but I've never seen one this shameless. Ahem. Xiao San, who is your opponent? Let me assess. Flinder coughed a few times to change the subject. Xiao San's opponent is Tianheng. Suddenly, the master spoke up. Tianheng? Xiaogang, do you know him? Flinder asked, somewhat puzzled, upon hearing the master's words. The name sounds quite familiar. He's my nephew. The master nodded. Nephew. Everyone on the scene was shocked. Does the teacher need me to go easy on him? Tang San asked. He never expected that his teacher's nephew would also be here. He had heard his teacher say that he was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. So this person's martial soul should also be the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, right? In fact, Tang San was a bit curious about what it would feel like to fight against the strongest beast martial soul in the world as described by his teacher. Come with me to the conference room. The master glanced at Tang San. Soon, the two of them arrived at the conference room in front of everyone. Teacher, do you have any instructions? In less than 30 seconds, Tang San had already made several guesses in his mind. He estimated that the teacher wanted him to go easy, but didn't he want everyone to know, so he would guide him to win cleverly. The weakness of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus is its lack of endurance. Don't hold back, just hit me hard, as long as he doesn't die, the master said lightly, standing with his hands behind his back. Huh? Hit hard? Why? Tang San had just made several guesses. But he never expected that the teacher would actually want him to hit hard. Did the teacher have a grudge against this nephew? Education. Let him know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. What does it matter if he is level 39? If he doesn't T-train properly and doesn't T-find the right methods, he will definitely be defeated by others. The master said. He couldn't T-tell Xiao San back then that he was driven out by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family and deprived of his position as heir because he was too useless. And now he wants to prove himself through Xiao San. To tell the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, it was an absolute mistake to drive him out. Although Yu Xiaogang's strength is not great, he can teach. He can cultivate the strongest genius in the world. Your current level 39 heir will also be brutally defeated by his current level 33 disciple. I understand, teacher. Tang San nodded. Even for his own nephew. The teacher was so strict, he really had a good teacher. He wouldn't misuse connections for personal gain. Soon, Tang San left the conference room. Xiaogang, do you think Mubai can really win against the bloodthirsty demon? In the private room, everyone had gone to participate in the final match. And Flinder looked somewhat haggard at this moment. Although the master just guaranteed that there would be no problem, he was still very worried. If I don't step in, Mubai's chances of winning are 20%, but if I do, the winning rate rises to 99%. The master said, What do you mean? Flinder asked in confusion. I will go find this future disciple of mine to talk. I believe he will let it go for my sake. At this moment, the master said, his face full of confidence. In another private room, the information on the thousand-handed Azura has arrived. Tianheng, this is a very strong opponent. At this moment, Dugi Yin said, Goodness, the first round of registration just started yesterday, and on the first day, he won 7 consecutive matches, going directly to gamble against the bloodthirsty demon. Today, he won 11 consecutive matches. Seeing this information, everyone gasped in shock. This is so impressive. Little Soto City truly has hidden talents. In the end, I still lost to the bloodthirsty demon. I'm not worried about this person at all. Instead, I'm a bit excited. At this moment, Yu Tianheng grinned. The match is about to begin. Please, bloodthirsty demon and evil-eyed white tiger, enter the waiting area of Arena 15. Please, Qianxiu Shura and Yu Tianheng, enter the waiting area of Arena 20. The battle is about to begin. The announcement echoed again. Master, what are you doing here? In the VIP waiting room, Dai Mubai, who was just about to enter the passage, looked surprised to see the master. Which district did you come from? The master asked. District 2, what's wrong? Dai Mubai replied, looking confused. It's nothing. The master turned and left. He was on to District 1. P.S. The first update is here. Still asking for votes today, with 4 updates. Chapter 97. BB Dong must have been PUA'd. Second update. Confused fruit on a confused tree. You and I beneath the confused tree. Dai Mubai shrugged, his face clearly showing confusion. Outside, in the special passage exclusively for contestants entering, a black figure walked into the area of Arena 15. Hello, this is the contestant entrance passage for Arena 15. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. At this moment, a staff member stopped the master. I am a team leader and have some matters to discuss with my team. The master directly took out the team leader badge. Shrek, this esteemed team leader. Your team members are in the District 2 passage, and there are 2 minutes left until the match starts. If you have something to discuss, please hurry. The staff member spoke very respectfully to the master. Shinsho Shura, evil-eyed white tiger, and soft-boned charming rabbit are all from Shrek's team. Today's achievements are unprecedentedly glorious. The master nodded. The passages of District 1 and District 2 are connected. After walking in, the master headed directly towards District 1. On the other side, VIP presidential waiting room. Ye Feng took a sip of tea. Sure enough, after disrupting the order, he ran into Dai Mubai. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth slightly lifted. After putting on his mask, he walked towards the dedicated passage that leads directly to the entrance of Arena 15. He is from District 1, which is the east side of the arena. Ahem. Suddenly, a dry cough was heard. Ye Feng noticed the figure standing with his hands behind his back, wearing a black coat, exuding a strong aura. Bloodthirsty demon, my young friend. The person turned around, deliberately lowering his voice, pretending to be profound. District 2 is on the other side. You took a wrong turn. Ye Feng, Ripiet Koldi. He was just wondering why the staff was running in here. And it turned out to be Yu Xiaogang. When did this person become so foolish that they can't even distinguish between the first and second districts? Bloodthirsty demon. I'm here to find you today. I could only hear that the master's voice had become deeper at this moment. Oh, what do you want with me? Ever since being threatened by Tang Hao last time, Ye Feng had formulated a clear plan. So he lost interest in continuing to toy with Yu Xiaogang. Because toying with someone without strength ultimately makes the fool oneself. He must improve himself. According to his original plan, he intended to hide his identity here for a few months or half a year, infiltrate Shrek, and let everyone see the hypocritical and ugly true face of Yu Xiaogang. In the end, he wanted him to be abandoned by all, like a rat crossing the street. Looking back, it seems too simple. It's far from enough for someone like Yu Xiaogang. In the initial stage of revenge, he should reveal his identity, take half of Shrek, and make Yu Xiaogang regret his past actions. Don't ask why he doesn't kill now. He can't deal with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. And then there's Bibi Dong. To be honest, Ye Feng seriously suspects that she has been manipulated by the master. Otherwise, how could this high and mighty pope be so infatuated with such a waste? If he rashly kills the master, Bibi Dong would probably come looking for trouble, and Schwer might not be able to protect him. Taking revenge, only to end up losing himself, would be quite the joke. So he has to take it slow, while improving his own strength. He needs to make Lu Erlong and even Bibi Dong and everyone else completely see through the hypocritical Yu Xiaogang. In the end, he wants him to be abandoned by all and die with hatred. This is so enjoyable. Here, only the two of us, the bloodthirsty demon friends, can be a bit less cautious. I came today just to tell you that this battle can be a little lenient, secretly letting Mubai win. The master said. Ye Feng glanced at Yu Xiaogang, his eyes looking as if he were looking at an idiot. Where does this guy get the confidence to cheat? Actually, you know that I really want to take you as my disciple. I also understood your intention to go easy on the little third party yesterday. So you're crazy. Ye Feng left the sentence and walked away. This guy has quite the imagination, doesn't he? Does he really think that the reason he showed mercy to Tang San yesterday was because of his relationship with Yu Xiaogang? If it weren't for Tang Hao, Tang San would either be dead or completely incapacitated by now. What does Yu Xiaojiang's face even matter? Huh, God, is he out his mind? Looking at Ye Feng's figure, Yu Xiaogang was at a loss. This shouldn't be the case. The box above. Xiaogang, what's going on? Flander hurriedly greeted the master as he returned. It's a bit strange. He actually said, I'm crazy. The master looked very depressed. Huh? He called you crazy? Flander was confused. So this matter is just dropped? 50,000 gold coins just disappeared like that? Oh my God. Where's the quick-acting, heart-saving pill? Flander wants to eat a whole bucket. To be honest, Flander found the situation really strange. He was unusually indifferent towards me, as if he had become a different person. Could it be because someone from his family is secretly monitoring him? At this moment, the master asked Flander. After thinking it over, this was the only reason left. Xiaogang, have you considered another reason? Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes became deep and profound. What reason? The master looked at Flander with some confusion. Actually, that person is not as good as you think. He doesn't want to become your disciple, as you say. After pondering for a while, Flander finally spoke. In fact, he had already sensed it. Xiaogang was a bit one-sided in his affections, but considering he was his old buddy, he couldn't bear to speak up. After all, Flander had no evidence. This is just his intuition. Flander, now that it's just the two of us here, let me ask you a question. Do you think I am excellent? Suddenly, the master asked Flander with a serious expression. Excellent. Whether back in the Golden Iron Triangle or now, you are very excellent, Flander replied. Just being able to teach at Shrek Academy for free is already incredibly excellent in Flander's eyes. At least much better than those teachers who charge for classes. Isn't that enough? I have cultivated someone like Tang San, and I clearly told him I wanted to take him as my disciple. He has no reason to refuse to be my student, the master said, patting his thigh. This left Flander speechless. Besides, if he didn't want to be my disciple, why did he let Xiaosan go yesterday? Can you explain that? I think there must be other reasons for his indifference towards me. Do you think it could be that today, Xiaosan won 11 consecutive matches, and he won 10, and was stimulated by that, wanting to compete, so he didn't want to lose? The master suddenly thought of another reason. He had observed that, generally, those geniuses are very eager for knowledge. Being so excellent, and having cultivated so many disciples like Tang San, the other party has no reason to refuse such an appealing invitation. Then Mubai is definitely going to lose. However, this statement shifted the focus for Flander. His mind was filled with thoughts of money. That's not so absolute. Mubai is also a student I specially trained, and he should have a 20% chance of winning against the bloodthirsty demon, the master said. After figuring this out, his originally frustrated heart felt unblocked. Reliable? Flander confirmed. Definitely reliable. It's the result I've calculated. Otherwise, just think about it. Why could Xiaosan win 11 consecutive matches tonight? It must be because my special training method is effective that he could win so many. The master said to Flander. P.S. There are 2 more updates. It's another night of staying up late, begging for votes. Chapter 98. My face hurts. 3rd update. Wow. Bloodthirsty demon. Bloodthirsty demon. Suddenly, a deafening shout came from the 15th arena below, and the audience was going crazy. What happened? Flander was a bit confused. It probably got too intense between the two, and the audience got overly excited. The master slowly stood up. How is this possible? Mubai lost. However, the next moment, the two came to the window. Flander stared in disbelief at the scene below, his whole body pressed against the glass. Mubai lost. He lost terribly. One side of his face was swollen from being punched, and his clothes were torn to shreds by the aftermath of soul skills. He lay motionless on the stage like a big character. Clap, clap, clap. On the other side, the master felt like he had been slapped several times. His face hurt. How long has it been? Just 1 minute. In 1 minute, Mubai is already lost. Isn't that too fast? Xiaogang, what are we going to do? We lost 50,000 gold coins. Didn't you say Mubai had a 20% chance of winning? Flander looked completely distraught. It was as if he saw the goddess of fortune slipping away from him. If it weren't for Mubai just agreeing to make up the difference, he would really need a bucket of emergency heart pills right now. How could this happen? You should have stopped Xiaogang. He can't let the other party waste money like this. Flander, look at your behavior. Winning and losing in a gamble is common. We can't always win, right? Losing occasionally is also acceptable. Besides, there's still Xiaosan on the other side. 50,000 gold coins could double, and then we would have 100,000 back, right? We wouldn't be at a loss. The master looked at Flander, who was full of despair, and said with annoyance, a level 29 soul master can see this so clearly. The other side is a level 78 soul sage. Yet he is being so calculating. Is it really necessary? At just 50,000 gold coins? Right. And there's Xiaosan too. Suddenly, Flander seemed to see hope again. He snapped back to reality. Arena número 20. Tang San and Yu Qianheng were engaged in battle. Although it had just begun, the fight was extremely intense. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. On the arena, Yu Qianheng was controlled by Tang San's blue silvergrass. He was completely wrapped up. He immediately became furious. In an instant, a yellow soul ring flickered. A bolt of lightning shot up, soaring into the sky. Is this really a battle between soul masters? The violent aftermath knocked the host aside. The host almost fell off the platform. Many people in the audience were also very shocked. If the previous battle between the bloodthirsty demon and the evil-eyed white tiger was a one-sided slaughter, then this battle is tense, thrilling, and full of visual impact. It was just as satisfying as the previous match in another way. Xiaogang, this blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul should not be underestimated. In the VIP box upstairs, Flander stared intently at the screen as if worried that 50,000 gold coins would sprout legs and run away at any moment. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident in this, and I've already told Xiaosan about Tianheng's weaknesses. The master was full of confidence at this moment. Alas, but the gap between them is indeed a bit large. One is at level 39 and the other at level 33, a full 6 levels apart. Although Flinder wanted to believe the master, after several consecutive failures, he was getting more and more anxious. Flinder, don't you trust me? The master was shocked. His good brother actually didn't trust him. No, how can I not trust you? You just... In the box, the master pressed aggressively. He had to make Flinder believe him. Flinder said he believed, but the master still didn't believe that Flinder believed him. It was all very chaotic, very complicated. In the end, they still underestimated their opponents. On the other side, in a luxurious lounge downstairs, Ye Feng sat on a leather sofa. The reason he solved Dai Mu by so quickly was that he wanted to see the battle between Yu Qianheng and Tang San. There was a crystal screen here. He could switch to any arena. After watching for a while, he sighed slightly. From the very beginning, Yu Qianheng had fallen into the trap of this wolf in sheep's clothing. No matter how hard he tried, he was still being controlled by Tang San. But that's fine. The more problems are exposed now, the more targeted he can be in the group battle guidance later. No matter how many rounds Tang San wins now, if they lose the group battle tonight, his points will be recalculated. Based on yesterday's 7 consecutive wins and today's 11 consecutive wins, Ye Feng has now achieved 17 consecutive wins. The first 10 games give him 10 points, and the subsequent 7 games are calculated as 1-2, 2-2, 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, 6-2, 7-2, for a total of 56 points. 56, 10, 66 points. Meanwhile, Tang San's points reset to 0 yesterday. Even if he wins against Yu Qianheng today, it will only be 12 consecutive wins, adding up to a total of 17 points, which is far from Ye Feng's 56 points. If the Shrek group battle loses tonight, Tang San's winning streak will be halted at 12 wins, and his 17 points will be reduced by 1, becoming 16 points. Tomorrow, the opponent will have to win another 10 games to double their points. For example, if they lose tonight and Tang San has 16 points, then if he wins 12 more games tomorrow, he will only have 17 points. 16, 17, 33 points. Ye Feng, on the other hand, will have 66 points today, and even if he plays the minimum of 10 games tomorrow, that will be 27 consecutive wins. The first 10 consecutive wins give him 10 points, and the following 17 consecutive wins double his points, which gives him 306 points, adding up to 316 points. It would be extremely easy to win against the master. Half a Shrek Academy would be a piece of cake. He was really looking forward to the master's expression at that time, and how he would explain to Flinder with such confidence. So strong, the battle returned to arena number 20. After clashing with Yu Qianheng, Tang San was extremely shocked. The blue-silver grass itself is not conductive, but the energy contained in Thunder Dragon's fury is simply too immense. The blue-silver grass cannot withstand it. Indeed, he is the nephew of my teacher, incredibly powerful. Blue-silver grass is ultimately just wild grass. Awaken now, Thunder Dragon Claw. Seeing the blue-silver grass being blown away by himself, Yu Qianheng launched a powerful offensive with his soul skill, intending to win in one blow. He is going to win. In the box where the Do Huang team was seated, everyone displayed expressions of surprise. Winning 11 matches in a row is nothing special. Their leader is ultimately superior. Poor kid, he is in for it. Down below, Ye Feng calmly sipped the coffee brought by the waiter and said lightly, based on his understanding of Tang San, the first soul skill must be accompanied by ghost vine seeds. It's possible that they have already covered Yu Qianheng's entire body. Second soul skill, ghost vine. Sure enough, Tang San's second yellow soul ring lit up. P.S. In the blink of an eye, the third update is almost 2 o'clock. There is still a 4th update. The author is doing his best to write. Please vote for me. Chapter 99. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family will never admit defeat. 4th update, what is this? Suddenly Yu Qianheng was stunned. He inexplicably grew grass on his body. Blue-silver grass sprouted directly. Ghost Shadow Mist. On the other side, Tang San accelerated with a soul power boost. Ghost Shadow Mist made him like a speeding arrow. He rushed directly towards Yu Qianheng, seeking death. Yu Qianheng is also a level 39 soul master. His reaction speed is not something ordinary people can compare to. The Dragon Claw quickly reached out to grab Tang San. Crack! Tang San cleverly dodged. Immediately, he unleashed the Xianyu hand. It struck heavily on Yu Qianheng's body. Anyway, the teacher said as long as he didn't kill him, it was fine to hit him hard. Yu Qianheng's hand bone is fractured. Suddenly, a painful scream erupted. Qianheng, above, Douluo was lying on the glass. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Although the two had never had anything happen, Yu Qianheng could be considered her nominal boyfriend. This kid in the blue clothes is simply unforgivable. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Yu Qianheng was completely furious. At this moment, he unleashed Thunder Fury directly. This soul skill can temporarily put the blue electric tyrant dragon soul master into a berserk state. Its power is immense. With a 100 increase in attack power and a 50 increase in soul power, he can no longer afford to conserve energy for the final battle. He just wants to smash this kid using blue silver grass into the ground and rubbing him hard. The price of underestimating the enemy. If he had been a bit more careful at the beginning, it wouldn't have come to this. Ye Feng said leisurely. He doesn't care about Yu Qianheng using his third soul skill. He is also consuming Tang San in the same way. Moreover, a team battle, as the name suggests, involves everyone, not just Yu Qianheng alone. But on the Shrek side, to put it bluntly, it's just Tang San. If you have to add someone Dai Mubai could count, but he got beaten quite badly tonight, so he probably won't be able to contribute much in the final battle. It's a sure win. Not good. This dazzling electric light. Tang San's pupils constricted. There was no time left. Yu Qianheng, filled with rage, directly tore apart all the blue silver grass. Like a fierce tiger breaking free from its cage, it seemed he wanted to completely shred Tang San as well. Indeed, there was no time left. Third soul skill. Spider web binding. Suddenly, Tang San unleashed his third soul skill. Spider web binding. This is the soul skill he obtained after hunting a man-faced demon spider with over 2,000 years of cultivation. Once bound by the spider web, the victim will also be attacked by the toxins in the web. Generally speaking, soul masters with a soul power level within 10 levels higher than his cannot break free from the web. Of course, that bloodthirsty demon is an exception. What is this? Yu Qianheng rushed over in anger. Suddenly, he found that the opponent had instantly launched a spider web with their soul power, enveloping him in an instant. The most disgusting part was that this spider web was not only tough, but also sticky. Moreover, he realized that his whole body felt numb. He was weak, and his reactions were significantly slower. It felt like there was poison. Once you've fallen into my spiderweb trap, don't think about escaping, just admit defeat, Tang San said to Yu Qianheng. His spiderweb trap has very strong toughness and toxicity, making it difficult for the ensnared soul master to break free. Soul masters within 10 levels higher are all restricted. It can be said to be extremely perverse, and he can use it a maximum of 3 times in a day. This is his first time using it. Surrender? Are you insulting me, Yu Qianheng? Hearing the other party's condescending attitude, in an instant, Yu Qianheng felt his little universe completely explode. The entire arena was filled with unprecedented lightning. The crackling electricity was so intense that the host's eyes almost went blind. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The electric light indeed caused Tang San to experience visual impairment. However, he had the Purple Extreme Magic Eyes. Did he actually think he could break free? Once he activated the Purple Extreme Magic Eyes, he immediately saw Yu Qianheng's movements clearly. In the private room, silly nephew, you're still too late. You wanted to use the lightning to create a visual obstruction and take the opportunity to escape. But if you had used your third soul skill and found yourself trapped, you might have had a chance to connect seamlessly. How could little San not notice now? The master above raised a victorious smile. What? Do you want to run away? Tang San quickly charged into the electric light. He used his ghost shadow perplexing track to dodge. Crack, crack, a series of sounds. Yu Qianheng's arms were directly broken. They were forcibly dislocated by Tang San. After all, his teacher said as long as he didn't kill him, it was fine. Breaking his hands and dislocating them was acceptable, right? Yu Qianheng shouted in pain. His eyes were filled with rage. Not convinced? You are now my prey. Blue silver grass entangle. Tang San swiftly activated the blue silver grass to wrap around him. Like a python constricting, Yu Qianheng screamed in agony. His arms were marked with blood. Qianheng, boss. In the private room, everyone was extremely excited. They saw Yu Qianheng being lifted 10 meters into the air by the blue silver grass. His body was marked with blood. The blue silver grass had directly sunk into his flesh. Even through the glass, one could feel the pain. Good. In another private room, far away, the master was smiling happily. His nephew had lost. There was not a trace of resistance. Suddenly, he felt as if he was vindicated. He was in a very good mood. Ha, 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Xiaogang, we have money again. Flender laughed uncontrollably. On the arena below, surrender. And I'll let you go, Tang San said coldly. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family will never admit defeat. Even though the marks made by the blue silver grass were sinking into his flesh, Yu Qianheng still gritted his teeth tightly. Let's see how long you can hold on. Tang San's fingers moved slightly. In an instant, the blue-silver grasp began to tighten again. Yu Qianheng's entire face turned red. Breathing became difficult. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Surrender or not? Tang San stared at Yu Qianheng. As the blue-silver grasp tightened further, Yu Qianheng ultimately broke down psychologically. If you had done this earlier, it would have been over. Tang San tossed Yu Qianheng aside. Yu Qianheng looked at Tang San's departing figure, tightly clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. This grudge, this humiliation, he must repay and make him feel the same. He forced his body to rise. With both arms already dislocated and broken, he staggered away from the 20th arena. He had never felt this humiliated before. He felt he had let down his instructor again. In this state, he definitely can't participate in the upcoming team battle. Sigh. It seems he has to go to work early this time. In the luxurious VIP waiting room, Ye Feng stood up and put away the bloodthirsty demon mask. He definitely needs to retrieve Yu Qianheng's hands. Otherwise, who will fight in the team battle later? So he decided to go up early. On the other side, Tianheng. Do you remember me? Before Yu Qianheng could leave the competition area, a sudden voice rang out. He looked up to see a man dressed in black. P.S. The 4th update is here, with no corners cut, but it's really exciting. It's already 3 o'clock, and since I started writing novels, I've found that I'm getting better at cultivation. The poor author is online seeking votes, asking for tips, and especially seeking monthly tickets, double monthly tickets. Dear readers, I'm begging you. Chapter 100, You, the Grandmaster of Showing Off. The man stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from him. Who are you? Yu Qianheng had a completely puzzled expression. You're standing with your back to me and still asking if I recognize you. Even if my own mother turned her back, it would be hard to recognize her. Have you forgotten me so soon? The master turned around. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Uncle, what are you doing here? Yu Qianheng finally recognized the person in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Isn't this the uncle who was kicked out of the house back then? What's he doing here? Come on, let's talk privately. Yu Xiaogang turned around and walked toward a secluded spot nearby. This is the passage for the contestants to exit, inevitably crowded. Uncle, what are you doing here? Looking at the master, he directly walked to a secluded corner of the corridor, which made Yu Qianheng quite puzzled. What does his uncle want from him? Tianheng, it seems you've been doing quite well these years, already at level 39. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window at the end of the corridor. He didn't even turn around to look at you, Tianheng. His demeanor was that of a wise elder, exuding an air of superiority. Uncle, where have you been all these years? Come back home with me. Grandpa has always been thinking about you, and so has Dad. Yu Qianheng looked at the master, his expression quite complex. No, I won't go back for the time being. The master shook his head. From the moment he was expelled from the family, he vowed to achieve great success and return in glory. He wanted his father, brothers, and all the clansmen to see that Yu Xiaogang was not a waste. Years ago, he was able to have the holy maiden of the spirit hall by his side. And now, he wanted to cultivate the strongest disciple on the continent. He wanted to be the teacher of gods. Why, Uncle, I have seen Grandpa staring at your portrait more than once. They all miss you. After Yu Tianheng said this, he looked puzzled. Those matters from the past are long gone. There is no need to cling to them so deeply. Enough, Tianheng. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang waved his hand. He was coldly expelled back then, and now they say they miss him and want him to return. What does that make him, Yu Xiaogang? Would he go back to continue being a laughingstock? Yu Tianheng was at a loss for words. He knew his uncle must still be brooding over what Grandpa had said back then. But that was all in the past. Grandpa had admitted more than once that he regretted sending someone to find his uncle. But why was his uncle still so stubborn, avoiding the family, and even ignoring them? All right, Tianheng, I'm not here to talk about family matters. I just want to tell you not to be discouraged by today as failure. Failure is not terrifying. What is terrifying is not being able to learn from failure. The master said as he stood with his hands behind his back. Uncle, did you just see my fight on the 20th platform? Sigh, I embarrassed the family. Yu Tianheng's mood was very complex. He actually lost to a 32-level soul emperor using blue silver grass, which was simply humiliating. Do you know where you went wrong? The master turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng lowered his head, his eyes filled with even more complexity. You didn't lose to your opponent. You lost to yourself. The reason you fell into your opponent's traps one after another is because of that pride belonging to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family in your heart. The master spoke in a cold tone. Yu Qianheng asked suspiciously. Rest assured, Uncle, if there's another opportunity, I will never lose to him again. Yu Tianheng's gaze sharpened. There will be an opportunity because I am the teacher of the thousand-hand Azura, and he is my direct disciple. The master slightly raised his chin, looking down at Yu Tianheng. What? Yu Tianheng was stunned. His uncle was actually that kid's teacher. Don't be so surprised. Ever since I left the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, I've been researching various theories. As my direct disciple, he is also the practitioner of my theories. So I naturally taught him many things, including how to defeat you. The master's tone was very calm, as if he was discussing something very simple. But there was an inexplicable sense of pride in his words. To put it bluntly, he was showing off. Uncle, he is actually your disciple. Please teach me too. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng immediately stepped forward. Tianheng, if you really want to become a great soul master, then take my disciple as your goal. If you can catch up to him, then you will definitely stand at the top of the continent. After the master said this, he turned to leave without taking a single cloud with him. He came tonight to trample on the so-called pride of the direct line of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. So what if he is a dragon? So what if he is a genius? He was still defeated by his direct disciple. Uncle, why? The thousand-hand Azura is strong. But I, Yu Tianheng, am not weak either. And I guess that information must be wrong. Looking at his uncle brushing past him, Tianheng asked seriously, even somewhat madly roaring. Why would his uncle rather teach an outsider than his own nephew? No. He is at level 33 and hasn't hidden his soul power. And aside from him, the bloodthirsty demon in the fighting spirit arena is also my prospective disciple. The master stopped, not looking back as he spoke. What? The bloodthirsty demon is also your prospective disciple? Yu Tianheng's eyes widened like bells. He was shocked to the point that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. That was someone who even Yenner was completely defeated by. He was actually also the master's disciple. Please say hello to your grandfather and father for me. When my two disciples reach the pinnacle of the continent, that will be the moment I, Yu Xiaogang, return. Suddenly, an inexplicable air of arrogance emanated from the master. Uncle, please teach me. I want to learn from you in the future. Yu Tianheng hurriedly chased after him. He was filled with anger after being defeated by that kid using blue silvergrass. Since his uncle is so powerful, learning from him, would he still be afraid of not being able to deal with that 33-level blue silvergrass user? There's no rush to learn. Tonight your fighting emperor team is assigned to team battle with us, the Shrek team, and I'm the leader of the Shrek team. The master spoke. Uncle, are you asking me to defeat the Shrek team? Yu Tianheng quickly asked. You can't defeat them. I just want to tell you to study the combat methods and techniques of my team well, so you don't lose too badly. The master coldly left this sentence and then walked away directly. Why? Yu Tianheng stood there in a daze, his face filled with disbelief. Because Sai, forget it. You will understand tonight's team battle. The master hesitated for a moment, finally leaving behind an unfinished sentence, disappearing in the corridor ahead. Chapter 101. The Confident Shrek Team. First update. Please subscribe. Yu Tianheng stood in place for a long time, eventually walking toward the VIP box where his team was located with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that his uncle had become so powerful after leaving for so many years. Everything felt like a dream. Not only had he cultivated a powerhouse like the thousand-hand Azura, but even the bloodthirsty demon was his prospective disciple. In the second-floor VIP box where the Fighting Emperor team was located. Instructor, why are you here? Dugi Yin and the others were anxiously waiting for Yu Tianheng to return, not knowing how serious his injuries were. Suddenly, they found that it was Ye Feng who pushed the door and entered. Everyone was taken aback. After all, the instructor had said to wait for the team battle before coming over. There was still more than an hour until the team battle, so why was he here? Yu Tianheng didn't come back? Ye Feng asked. No. Everyone shook their heads. They were also waiting for their captain to return. Then let's wait a bit. He probably ran into someone he knew. Ye Feng sat down on the sofa, smiling meaningfully. If nothing unexpected happened, you must have gone to find the other party. Creak. Sure enough, not long after Ye Feng sat down, he saw the battered Yu Tianheng push the door and enter. Tianheng, how are you? Dugi Yin hurriedly stepped forward to ask. I'm fine, but I probably won't be able to participate in the team battle later. Yu Tianheng looked apologetically at Ye Feng. Lingling is indeed a healing type soul master, but she couldn't handle broken bones, dislocations. He must find a specialized bone setter, and he definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the team battle tonight. The instructor had put in a lot of effort for the night, and he felt a bit guilty for being a burden. It's fine, just a little injury, it can be realigned. Ye Feng said. Huh? Yu Tianheng's eyes were filled with curiosity. The instructor can realign bones? Suddenly, Yu Tianheng felt his hand being pulled with a strong force. It felt as if it was being torn apart. It was Ye Feng, who moved like lightning and began to operate on Yu Tianheng's hands. In the room, cries of pain echoed like that of a slaughtered pig. Douluo beside them was dumbfounded. The instructor is really realigning bones? Hiss, Ye Feng, Shimo, and the others gasped in shock. How tragic. They had never heard such a miserable scream in their lives. They suspected the instructor was punishing the captain. All right, move around a bit. After a minute, Yu Tianheng felt like his body had been emptied and was lying on the sofa. Huh, I can move my hand. He struggled to move his previously numb hand, and suddenly he found that the hand that had just been broken and even dislocated was now perfectly aligned and could move. Super amazing. A minute for realignment? Yi Lingling watched in disbelief. What a clever technique. What is the background of this instructor? As a healing type auxiliary soul master, she has some medical skills. However, this quick method of bone setting is something even her mother couldn't perform. Lingling, help him heal. Ye Feng looked at Yi Lingling. The casual books rewarded by the system included medical texts. However, in this continent, medical skills don't seem to be well received. After all, they have auxiliary soul masters. So he has never revealed it. Yi Lingling cast the 9-heart sea peach. As an auxiliary soul master, she didn't participate in any competitive events tonight, so her stamina is quite abundant. On the other side, Xiaogang, where have you been? These little monsters are all waiting for you. Master returned to the box, and Flinder immediately approached. Xiao San won this battle, so they now have at least 100,000 gold coins, which made him feel much better. It's nothing. I just wandered around a bit. The master replied. He didn't want to mention that he went to see his nephew for the time being. Teacher, the opponent for the team battle has come out. We are going against the Douluo team, which seems unfamiliar. At this moment, Tang San spoke up. Don't worry. As long as you all give it your all against the Douluo team, you will win steadily. The master said. Oh, this team is weak? Everyone was taken aback by this statement. Not weak, but their captain is someone you know, namely Yu Tianheng, who just lost to you. The master said with a different look. Yu Tianheng. Tang San was astonished. It's actually him. The captain of the Douluo team is actually that Yu Tianheng? Then Xiaogang. Can we play some bets again this time? Flinder's eyes sparkled with money. Just now, he saw that battle, and Yu Tianheng was beaten badly. Dean. You. The others looked at Flinder with disdain as he showed such a desire to profit from the soul fighting arena. As expected, it was the Dean with money in his eyes. Ahem, what kind of looks are you giving me? If we have money, won't you be able to train better? I. Flinder, I'm also doing this for your good, for the whole academy's good, right? Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Flinder hurriedly said. TSK, TSK, TSK. Another wave of sighs. Xiaogang. I suggest we take out 50,000 to bet on our Shrek Academy to win. You little monsters better perform well. After Flinder said this, he looked at everyone. 100,000. The master directly stated. 100,000. Xiaogang, isn't that a bit too much? Upon hearing that the master was going to bet all his possessions, Flinder panicked. Xiao San, tell me what you just did. The master ignored Flinder and looked directly at Tang San. He wanted Xiao San to provide proof instead of empty words, as actions speak louder than words. I severely injured Yu Tianheng and temporarily incapacitated both of his hands. One was broken, and the other was dislocated. Tang San spoke. Hiss. The Shrek crowd collectively gasped. Indeed, third brother. So brutal. Moreover, I have investigated their data, and Tianheng is the strongest member of the Douluo team. This battle is basically a sure win. The master spoke. Dean, I actually have 100 gold coins too. To support our academy, I plan to bet a bit. The fatty pulled out 100 gold coins from the 18th compartment of his clothes like a treasured heirloom. Even if it's a 1-to-1 payout, he could turn 100 gold coins into 200. It would be foolish not to make a sure profit. I have some money too. Oscar said he would buy. Since the master said so, I'll bet 100,000. I've been short on money lately. After Oscar spoke, Dai Mubai chimed in. The master has made a guarantee. Why are they panicking? Just wait to collect the money. Just like that, Ma Hongjun bet 100 gold coins. Oscar bet Viennas nulis gold coins. Joe, du bet Viennas. 000 gold coins, mainly to take Tang San's money. Tang San bet 10,000 gold coins. Dai Mubai bet 100,000 gold coins. The entire Shrek Academy bet 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 102. Excitement. Victory in 2 minutes. Second update. Seeking first subscriptions. As for Ning Rongrong, she didn't T-bet. She wasn't T-short on money. Zhu Zhuqing expressed that she was not interested in this. Soon, a beautiful manager in charge of the casino business personally came to the door. Subsequently, the Shrek group each received a betting voucher. Xiaogang, Although Yu Qianheng was defeated by Xiao San, are there no other people in this team? Everyone has placed quite a few bets this time. Flinder asked at this moment. Yes, the vice captain, Devoid, martial soul, green phosphor snake, level 38 control type battle soul master. Team members, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, two brothers with martial souls, black tortoise, one at level 38 and the other at level 37, both defense type battle soul masters. In addition, there are two level 36 agility type members and one level 35 auxiliary type soul master. All of them have the best soul ring configurations. The master said calmly. Such a strong lineup? Then aren't these little monsters in danger? Upon hearing this, Flinder's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This adds up to over 200,000 gold coins. I said they definitely can't lose, and before the battle, I will tell them the specific strategy to deal with the Douluo team. Just wait and see. The master doesn't even want to explain to Flander now. Can we definitely win? Xiaogang, are you sure there are no oversights? Flander asked again. Of course not. This battle is like a soul Zune fighting against a great soul master. How could there be any oversights? Besides, that 100,000 gold coins bet in the name of Shrek is mine. What benefit do I get from lying to you? The master said impatiently. Old buddy, don't blame me. I'm just worried about the kids suffering losses. How about this? I'll go buy something for you to celebrate. Flander smiled. At the betting area front desk, a man wearing glasses secretly took out 5,000 gold coins. He bet on the Shrek team to win. An hour later, the announcement came. Next, please have the Shrek team and the Douluo team get ready. You will enter the waiting area in 5 minutes. The voice echoed in the Douluo arena. Little monsters, your match is about to begin. This battle only allows victory, not defeat, understand? The Shrek members geared up. At this moment, Flander looked serious and instructed. Rest assured, Dean, we will definitely win. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists. He had bet 100 gold coins. So they definitely couldn't lose. Victory is certain. The other Shrek members shouted in unison. Their morale was high. Seeing this, the master nodded with satisfaction. Flander, on the other hand, wore a smile as if counting money. If they win, that would be over 400,000 gold coins, and his personal savings would double. Just thinking about it felt great. In another box, there were betting slips scattered on the floor. There was 10,000, 30,000, 100,000. Even more terrifying, there was 1,000,000. Remember what I said when they attacked the support-type soul masters, Devoid and Shimo? You two block them, Yu Qianheng. Just focus on taking down the Chincho Azura, Asroro, and Ye Feng sneak attack from behind. Shimo defend the entire arena. No one needs to worry about getting hurt. I want you to exhaust your soul power within 2 minutes, understand? Ye Feng looked seriously at everyone. Understood. Everyone replied, in unison. Good. Then go create your glory. Remember, fuck Shrek. That thing is just garbage in your eyes. Give it your all. Just like this table. Smash it to pieces. Ye Feng slapped his palm, and the entire table shattered. Yes. Everyone straightened their backs. Each one felt an inexplicable surge of blood boiling. Their heads were buzzing. Just 2 minutes ago, the instructor bet 1,000,000 gold coins on the Douluo team to win. And to show determination, each person bet at least 10,000, up to 100,000 gold coins. Never before has it been this thrilling. So damn exciting. Go. When the battle starts, I will time it. If anyone's soul power isn't exhausted after 2 minutes or until victory is achieved, I will personally train you in hellish devil style for a day tomorrow. Ye Feng stared at everyone. Within 2 minutes, victory is certain. Yu Qianheng shouted, victory within 2 minutes. Victory within 2 minutes. The Douluo team shouted at the top of their lungs. Anyone who didn't know might suspect this is a pyramid scheme. But these are minor issues, for some reason. The instructor's few words made them feel their heads were hot. Every part of their bodies was filled with energy. Especially Yu Qianheng. He now felt that using the blue silvergrass was just trash. He also wanted to prove himself in this battle. He had just made a mistake. He was not worse than that guy using the blue silvergrass. Below, in the Douluo arena, the lights were flashing. Hello everyone. I am your host for tonight's team battle, Yu. From now on, you have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. The team battle arena is much larger than the original Douluo arena. At this moment, the beautiful host said. Soon both sides summoned their martial spirits without any delay. Great. Now the match officially begins. The host's voice fell, and the scene erupted in cheers. Because on the Shrek team, there were today's dazzling new stars, Chincho Azura and Evil-Eyed White Tiger. These are all people who have won 7 consecutive matches or more. In particular, Yu Xiaogang has won 12 consecutive matches tonight, and many enthusiastic fans, gamblers, have been waiting for this moment. Everyone, follow the plan that the teacher just laid out, understood? Tang San's voice rang out. The teacher told them that if they wanted to win, they must first eliminate the support-type Soul Master. Because the main focus of the Douluo team is that support-type Soul Master, eliminating him at the start guarantees a steady victory. Their plan is also very simple. First, let Rong assist the entire field at the beginning. Next, Dai Mubai charges in. In reality, this is a concealed sharp blade. It seems like Dai Mubai is charging, but in fact it is Zhu Zhuqing. She will bypass the two defense-type Soul Masters and strike directly at Ye Lingling. As for him, he will control the already incapacitated Yu Qianheng and the opposing vice-captain, as well as those two agility-type Soul Masters. The fatty will protect the two support-type Soul Masters from behind. Once the opponent's support is eliminated, the two will withdraw and engage in a war of attrition, dragging the Douluo team down. I must say, the teacher's integrated plan is simply flawless. Good. Everyone nodded. The 7 treasures turn out to have Liu Li. The first is strength, the second is speed. From the back, Ning Rong directly unleashed her soul skill. At the start, she enhances speed and strength, all to eliminate the support-type Soul Master as quickly as possible. Second soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. At the same time, strength and speed merge into Dai Mubai's body, and Dai Mubai leaps up. In Chapter 103, predicting the opponent's prediction, reversal. Third update, requesting initial subscriptions. His muscles bulge, and black stripes appear on his skin. During the use of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his resistance to abnormal states, attack power, defense, and strength all increase by 1-fold, doubling the damage value of his soul skill. He needs to attract the attention of the two defense-type Soul Masters, holding them back to create an opportunity for Zhu Zhuqing. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. One ring after another at the back. Zhu Zhuqing follows Dai Mubai's route to unleash her soul skill, charging up, seeing her claws suddenly extend. The speed instantly increases several times. This is her close-range, single-target attack skill. Her only target, Ye Lingling. You definitely didn't expect that our first strike would directly target the weakest support-type Soul Master, did you? Although the Douluo team has a high average level, once the support-type Soul Master is broken, it will be like the sun setting in the west. With little time left, seeing everything going according to plan, Yu Xiaogang in the VIP box revealed a slight smile. It really didn't go against my expectations. In another box, Ye Feng sneered as he predicted his opponent's prediction. Mainly, he knew too well the strengths and weaknesses of the Master. The first target to attack would definitely be the support-type Soul Master, Ye Lingling. And the best way to launch the attack would be for Dai Mubai to cooperate with Zhu Zhuqing. The opponent has already begun. Remember the instructor's words. Everyone give it your all. Yu Qianheng shouted loudly. No problem. One by one, they acted like mad wolves, howling wildly. You think this is a sneak attack? Second soul skill, Xuanwu Shield. Shimo directly blocked in front of Dai Mubai. A green light shield appeared in front of him. Boom! Dai Mubai's fist struck against it, as if hitting a solid rock. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure dashed past. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Previously, the Master predicted that there should be 2 defense-type Soul Masters protecting Ye Lingling. But unexpectedly, there was only one. This is much simpler. First soul skill, Phosphorescent Red Poison. Frenzied Poison. Little sister, where are you going? Suddenly, a large green snake wraps around. Dong Guyan's Phosphorescent Red Poison can stimulate her nerves, increasing attack power and speed by 20. Not good. Looking at the opponent in front of her, who is 10 levels higher, Zhu Zhuqing's expression is heavy. She is blocked. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave. Dai Mubai, seeing this scene, immediately released his second soul skill. Third soul skill, Phosphorescent Purple Poison. On the other side, Dong Guyan's purple soul ring lights up. In an instant, purple poisonous gas spreads. Today, the instructor emphasized the importance of support-type Soul Masters while arranging formations, letting her and Shimo guard. One attack, one defense. As for how to deal with attacking opponents, there are no rules. Just unleash your ultimate. What? The purple venom spreads. Dai Mubai immediately loses his sight, and a strong sense of crisis envelopes his whole body. Not good. Hold your breath. I'll pull you back immediately. Blue silver grass entangle. In the distance, Tang San, who is controlling the whole situation, quickly uses blue silver grass upon seeing this scene. Because he sensed the poison, once inhaled, Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing might be in life-threatening danger. Using highly toxic poison? This woman is indeed as vicious as that one. The master's expression is grave. The plan to kill the support-type soul master has now been delayed. We need to rescue the person first, or there'll be a danger to life. Ha, I've been waiting for this moment. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng directly unleashed his first soul skill and attacked Tang San's blue silver grass. In an instant, the blue silver grass snapped. How is it possible? His hand is actually healed? Master S' expression became serious. Yu Tianheng looked unaffected, which was strange. Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Tang San unleashed the Spider Web Binding. Taking action himself is quite ruthless. How did Yu Tianheng recover? It seems this battle is far more complicated than previously thought. Moreover, with the poisonous gas spreading, it needs to be quickly removed. Otherwise, Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing will definitely be in danger. Fatty. At this moment, Tang San took out 2 flasks of wine and threw them into the air. The flames combined with the yellow wine can detoxify snake venom. This will work. Alright, second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Fatty jumped up. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Do you think I will still act like before? Unlike what my uncle said in those profound words, the attentive instructor directly provided him with one-on-one guidance. He even distilled the reason for his defeat against the thousand-hand Azura. He already knows how to deal with the binding of the blue silvergrass. The violent electric light flickered. Ghost Vine. Parasitism. Tang San would not back down. Third soul skill, Teleportation. Xiao Wu rushed out. He aimed to cooperate with Tang San to take down Yu Tianheng. Your opponent is me, Xuan Wu's shield. Shimo charged forward to directly block Xiao Wu's attack. Good job. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. It was as if 1,000,000 volts of white electric light were dancing. Ziz. The scene was dazzling, and a strong burnt smell filled the air. No one expected that the battle was just beginning and would be so exciting. Not good. Defend. Suddenly, Master thought of something. He couldn't help but shout out. What happened, Xiaogang? Flinder was immersed in the thrilling battle. Hearing his old partner say such a thing, he immediately looked puzzled. Something's wrong. Their target is our support type, Soul Master. Yu Xiaogang felt sweat forming on his forehead without him noticing. What? Our support type Soul Master. Isn't this tactic arranged by you? Flinder, who had just been laughing, felt a sharp pain in his heart. How could I arrange such a chaotic tactic? From the very beginning, the opponents intended to disrupt our strategy. Master S' breathing became heavy. The orange he was tightly holding was being crushed to extract juice. Then what should we do? Are we going to lose? Flinder became even more anxious. This is money. All of it is money. It shouldn't be. Master stared intensely at everything below. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were held back by Shimo and Dugu Yin, facing life-threatening danger. Xiao was distracted by the stone mill. Tang San was held back by Yu Tianheng, focusing all his attention on Dai Mubai and the others. Ma Hongjun jumped up, ready to use fire to counter poison. What a brilliant tactic. Using Yi Lingling as bait, with Dugu Yin and Shimo as defense, they effectively held back Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and all their combat power. They were at a disadvantage, but the other side still had Osro and Ye Feng, 2 agility-type soul masters. Xiao San, you have to react. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Chapter 104. The Rampaging Flander, the Living Dead Master. 4th update. Please subscribe. The fresh and juicy orange was crushed into pulp due to Master S' excessive excitement and tension. Drops of orange juice flowed from Master S' hands, but he was completely unaware. All his attention was focused on the battle below. He didn't even dare to blink. Ghost Leopard, Wind Spirit Bird. Behind, Ye Feng and Osro, who had long been poised to strike, launched their attack. As agility-type soul masters, they were incredibly fast. They targeted the rear of the Shrek team, Ningrongrong. Oscar, they aimed to eliminate the auxiliary soul masters. Similarly, they wanted to take out their opponents. In team battles, auxiliary soul masters are the lifeblood for sustained combat. What? Blue-silver grass entanglement. Xiao Wu, hurry back to defend. At that moment, Tang San noticed that as soon as Xiao Wu and the fatty attacked, 2 members of the opposing team rushed forward. Their target was their auxiliary soul master. He quickly used blue-silver grass to try to block those 2. Your opponent is me. How could Yu Tianheng give Tang San such an opportunity? He immediately struck down with lightning, cutting off Tang San's blue-silver grass. Rong Rong, quickly take out the mushroom sausage. Oscar stood in front of Ning Rong Rong, ready to let the opponent eat the mushroom sausage. Too late. Osro swooped in. His sharp leopard claws were about to grab Oscar. Where did you put your sister Xiao Wu? First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu is here. Her teleportation speed far surpassed Osro's. She clamped her legs and slammed Osro to the ground with a powerful waist bow. Phew. Master above breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they defended. Not too bad. Third soul skill, Ghost Shadow Claw. Just as Xiao Wu was about to intercept Ye Feng, Osro disregarded the pain and unleashed his third soul skill. Seeking Death. Explosive 8. With her clothes torn to shreds, Xiao Wu was completely enraged. What a great opportunity. Ye Feng soared through the air. Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. Xiao Wu's defense bought him time. A line of fire erupted from the fatty's mouth. The target was Ye Feng, who was flying through the air. Ye Feng ignored the pain. The third soul skill lit up. In terms of speed, to be honest, the fatty couldn't match her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, blinded by anger, was using the 8. Ye Feng ultimately succeeded in stealing the tower. The first to be taken down was Ning Rongrong, who had flown up to escape, followed by Oscar. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from afar. It was Yan's by phosphor-purple poison being broken. But Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing had already fainted on the ground, their lips turning purple. Damn it! At that moment, the only ones still able to move on the battlefield were Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the fatty. Tang San gritted his teeth, burning with anger. Kid, just admit defeat. Yu Qianheng stared at Tang San, a wicked smile spreading across his face. So, it feels so good. He had just been brutally beaten. Now he could turn around and directly beat the other side. Yu Qianheng felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Are you kidding? What will I do if I admit defeat? Suddenly a voice sounded. A female voice. It was Yi Lingling. 9-heart begonia. Petals of begonia flowers fell. In an instant, everyone's injuries were healed. She still hadn't run out of soul power. What if Commander Feng's devil training comes next? Huh? On Shrek's side, everyone looked confused. Shouldn't they be the ones saying not to admit defeat? Damn fatty. I'm going to kill you. On the other side, Ye Feng's soul power also wasn't exhausted. Hearing that the captain was actually encouraging Shrek to admit defeat, he exploded like a small universe, unleashing soul skills and wildly attacking Ma Hongjun. I haven't used up my soul power either. Shimo and Shimo were targeting Tang San. I haven't either. Yen was dealing with Xiao Wu. The scene was extremely chaotic. The Douluo battle was like a madman. Shrek was retreating step by step. Even Tang San, facing 2 defense-type soul masters and a strong attack-type blue electric tyrannosaurus, was gritting his teeth. Thus, under the unrestrained and frenzied attacks, in just 30 seconds, Shrek Academy fell into absolute disadvantage. Among them, the fatty suffered the most. His face was bruised and battered. His clothes were torn to shreds. Third brother, sister Xiao Wu, we can't admit defeat. Even if it's just the 3 of us, we have to hold on. Although he took 300 punches in 30 seconds, the fatty was very resilient, because he had saved up for a long time to buy 100 gold coins. Losing it would be worse than killing him. Xiao Wu, can you still go on? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu beside him. Mifine. Although Xiao Wu was also a bit hurt, her fighting spirit was high. Then let us keep fighting. Countless blue, silver grasses erupted from ground. He was about to use his trump card. The final outcome was still undecided. Kid, even if you can fight, what about those 2? Yu Qianheng pointed indifferently at the distance as he watched the blue-silver grass rise. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing's hands had already started turning purple-black. This Tang San saw this, and he felt like a deflated ball, because he sensed that his partner's lives were continuously slipping away. At least if you admit defeat, I can have Lingling help your people detoxify. Saving a life is no problem. Of course, if you continue to fight, we'll accompany you. Yu Qianheng stared at Tang San. I admit defeat. After pondering for a moment, Tang San finally admitted defeat. He saw Yi Lingling come to the 2 of them, just in time to use up the last bit of soul power. Clap, clap, clap. Master felt an immense pain in his face. He had just told his nephew, you must learn from the combat methods of our Shrek Academy. Don't lose too badly. But the next second, his face was swollen. They lost. They lost completely. Xiaogang, didn't you say you could win for sure? How could you lose again? Flanders is going crazy in the box. His heart is in unbearable pain. He even used his life savings to bet. And in the end, he lost. He wants to cry, but has no tears. This old buddy can't be this deceitful, right? Sigh. The Emperor battle team must have a master guiding them. He predicted my prediction. The master slumped on the sofa, his face as pale as paper, looking like a living dead person. He lost all his fortune in this match as well. That was all the money he had painstakingly saved up. Moreover, The reputation he had worked so hard to build might be completely destroyed now, no matter on the academy side or the family side. And today's winning streak has come to an end. What will happen if he loses the bet? This is my Shrek Academy. How am I supposed to explain this to my brothers? At this moment, Flinders seemed to think of something, and he rushed over madly. He directly grabbed the master by the collar. His eyes were bloodshot. Flinder no longer cared about turning against his brother. He just wanted an explanation. P.S. Here is the first 4 updates. There will be a 5th update sent before 1 o'clock, mainly because I haven't finished writing it yet. HHHH. I humbly ask for the first subscription, recommendation votes, monthly votes, and rewards. Chapter 105. Brothers turn against each other. Yu Xiaogang is dead. 5th update. I asked for the first subscription, because these consecutive mistakes had completely crushed the last straw in Flinder's heart. The bloodthirsty demon had won 7 matches yesterday and 11 today, making it a total of 18 consecutive wins. The first 10 matches were calculated at 10 points each, and the last 8 matches were calculated using the formula 1-1, 2-2, 3-28-2, totaling 72 points. In total, that's 82 points. And what about Xiao San? Originally on a 12-match winning streak with 16 points. Now he lost the team battle. The winning streak was cancelled, and the points turned to 15. To double the points, he would have to win another 10 consecutive matches tomorrow. But 2 days had already passed. Thinking about how the master was always so confident, yet lost every time, Flinder felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. Flinder, let go. Do you think I want to lose? There are people behind the Douluo team. You have to believe me. When the time comes, I'll bring back the bloodthirsty demon as my disciple, and the academy will have everything it needs. Flinder was gripping Yu Xiaogang's collar so tightly that he was having difficulty breathing. Why should I believe you? Just because you're level 29? Because of your appearance? The academy's funds, which were supposed to last a year, are now gone in a week. Not to mention you even wagered half the academy with others. You're trying to ruin my Shrek. Flinder slammed the master onto the sofa, roaring, "What is wrong with being level 29? Tang San is my direct disciple. Can you Mahongjun compare to him?" The master struggled to get up, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I can't compare, but does that prove you can teach? What can you teach? With your limited knowledge, what can you teach? Do you even know battle techniques? All you do is read books and be arrogant." Bah! Flinder, consumed by rage, unleashed a violent soul power. In an instant, the glass bottles in the room shattered. He didn't want to say these words for a long time. However, he had kept them to himself because of Shrek Academy. Flinder, Yu Xiaogang was furious. He shouted loudly. He never expected that his brother would say such things to him. Yu Xiaogang. Flinder was also staring hard at the master. Because his hard work was gone, his foundation was gone, and Shrek could no longer operate. What a load of nonsense about cultivating the strongest soul master in the continent. Bankrupt. The academy is going to close down tomorrow. He was fearless. Good, good, good. Since you care so much about this broken academy, then I, Yu Xiaogang, will help you take it back, and from now on we will be irreconcilable. The master repeated good 3 times. His voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Take it back? How will you take it back? With that broken mouth of yours? You haven't even made a start on preparing disciples. Flinder snorted coldly. You. The master was about to explode with anger. Did I say something wrong? Flinder stared at the master. I, Yu Xiaogang, swear that if I can't take back this broken academy, I will die immediately to fulfill your wish with Lu Erlong. Is that good enough? The master glared with wide eyes and shouted. Don't think he didn't know. Flinder had always been angry with him deep down. Back then, he liked Erlong, and Erlong liked him. Did he really think Yu Xiaogang didn't know? What does Lu Erlong have to do with this? This is our matter. Don't you know why I'm angry? This battle's bet has no hope of winning. And the academy's funds are tight. It won't last a week before it dies. Hearing the name Lu Erlong, Flinder's tone softened slightly. It's only the 2nd day. We lost, but I'll train them hard, and we will definitely win the bet later. Why you always doubt me? Can you give me some time? The master shouted while slapping the table. It's not that I doubt you don't want to wait. It's that this battle lost all the foundation, and the academy simply cannot continue to maintain it. Flinder clenched his fists tightly. From the first day, he said they could make money through the soul arena. What happened? The students lost so badly they didn't even see the road. Today was supposed to be a sure win. What happened? The academy has been emptied. Don't you still have an antique shop? Sell it. The master said. Sell? Flinder stared at the master, his eyes full of disbelief. What are you so afraid of? Fearing both wolves and tigers? I, Yu Xiaogang, We'll give you a military order. If I can't win, I will directly crash myself to death, okay? Old buddy, you have to give me time. The master said to Flender, Really? Do you really have confidence to win? If we sell the antique shop, we can still last for a while. I am definitely 100 confident that I can help you win back. That's why I said this. I already have a very clear plan for the next steps. It will definitely work. I'll sign the military order when I go back. If we lose, I will die to apologize. Absolutely no procrastination. The master said very firmly. Well then, Flender thought for a while and ultimately agreed to this plan. Then it's settled. The master appeared calm on the surface, but he was extremely unhappy in his heart. He vowed that after he won, he would take his 2 direct disciples and leave this broken Shrek Academy. What good brother. Over the years, this Flander has turned into a greedy merchant filled with the smell of money. We have different paths and cannot cooperate. Staying here is meaningless. Soon, Tang San and the others will return. They all look downcast. Tonight's battle has exhausted them greatly. In contrast, another private room is completely different from here. Let's go. Tonight, I'm taking you all out for a late-night snack. Ye Feng directly took everyone to eat late-night snacks. This battle was really well fought. In this round, he earned over 1 million gold coins, which directly recouped the money spent on medicinal materials, and even added a bit more. Instructor, it's us who should be thanking you. Everyone's gold has doubled. They all have quite a fortune now. Let us go. Let us go. Just like that, Ye Feng was taken by the members of the Douluo team to drink. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone's faces were flushed with drunkenness. Instructor, do you know? Today has been truly exhilarating. From now on, you're my big brother, Yu Qianheng. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Yu Qianheng raised his glass. Ultimately, it's still because you all worked hard. Ye Feng, repeat. No, it's really not. Instructor, do you know? Today my uncle came to find me. He is the leader of the Shrek Academy team. He said it's normal to lose to Xiaogang, and he wants me to aim at his disciple, plus he wants me to learn from his Shrek team. And guess what? We won. In 2 minutes. Ha ha ha. Yu Qianheng laughed, very happily. Xiaogang is actually your uncle's disciple? Is he really that strong? The people nearby were somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. Although the Shrek team lost today, Xiaogang's combat ability is indeed terrifying. Not only that, but he also said that the bloodthirsty demon is also his prospective disciple. Honestly, I find that a bit hard to believe. Yu Qianheng had a bit to drink and directly spoke out his deepest thoughts. Actually, I don't believe it either. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Just like that, the night grew darker. For days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 4 days, the Douluo team has been training hard. Meanwhile, Shrek seems to be going crazy as well. Training during the day and practical battles at night. Only 1 day remains until the bed ends. The 5th update is here, with 10 updates uploaded, seeking initial subscriptions. Thank you for your support. Chapter 106. Seeing a glimmer of hope, then complete despair. 6th update. Happy National Day to everyone. Today is Saturday night. The Soto City Grand Seoul Arena opened as scheduled. Flashing lights and exciting shouts. In just 4 days, the number of spectators at the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena has increased several times. The reason is simple. The participating contestants are too fierce, especially the members of the bloodthirsty demon organization and Shrek's team. They've gone completely wild. Hurry, sign up now. The master above is calculating data. The entire table is filled. What he needs to do is to keep all the students away from the bloodthirsty demons. How to achieve this? The master discovered a pattern. To start the battles immediately after the bloodthirsty demons take the stage. Every match is expedited. After this operation, the members of Shrek Academy indeed did not encounter the bloodthirsty demons again. Therefore, their results in these few days have been outstanding. Tang San has won a minimum of 12 matches and a maximum of 15 matches daily, achieving 53 consecutive victories and 2,862 points in 4 days. The previous day, he obtained the Silver Soul Badge. Dai Mubai has also been the same. Since avoiding the bloodthirsty demons, he has won 8 to 9 matches daily, and after today's battle, he has achieved 32 consecutive victories, earning the Silver Soul Badge. Everything feels like a dream. He previously struggled for 2 years to earn just 2 points. Now, in 4 days, a Silver Soul Badge. It's simply unbelievable. Indeed, pressure brings motivation. Xiaogang, at this rate, our chances of winning are very high. In the VIP box above, Flender rarely showed a smile. After suffering defeats on Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday night to now Saturday night, Tang San has achieved 53 consecutive victories, earning 2,865 points. Adding the 15 points from Monday and Tuesday, his total score is now 2,877 points. Dai Mu Bai, up to now, has achieved 32 consecutive victories. And along with the points earned on Monday and Tuesday, he now has a total of 1068 points, advancing to Silver Soul. Xiao Wu has 30 consecutive victories, and winning 2 more will earn her the Silver Soul badge. Zhu Zhuqing has 23 consecutive victories. Ma Hongjun has 23 consecutive victories. Oscar has 10 consecutive victories. Ning Rongrong has 10 consecutive victories. Everyone has at least 1 Copper Soul badge, with the highest being 2 Silver Soul badges. And there is one more on the way. It's simply unbelievable. You should know that their highest score is already approaching that of the Bloodthirsty Demons organization. The highest score on their side is Bloodthirsty Demon number 3, with 54 consecutive victories and a total of 2,973 points. As for the Bloodthirsty Demons, they have only achieved 50 consecutive victories and 2,553 points. Their chances of winning are indeed high. What do you mean by high chances? We are bound to win. Moreover, winning against the Bloodthirsty Demons has no meaning anymore. I want my direct disciples to earn the Gold Soul badge. At this moment, the master stood with his hands behind his back, staring down. Gold Soul badge? Isn't that a bit too high? At this point, Flender felt a bit flustered upon hearing this. You should know that the Gold Soul badge requires 5,000 points. Is it high? As long as you win 71 consecutive matches. Now Xiao San has already won 53 matches. He just needs to win 18 more to get the Gold Soul badge. It's only 10 o'clock now. He can still participate in 4 individual matches and 1 team battle. Tomorrow, he only needs to win 13 more times. The master's voice was very cold. He is a person who holds grudges. He still remembers the things Flender did to him 4 days ago. My God, to obtain the Gold Soul badge within a week, and once it's announced, won't Shrek Academy explode in Soto City? Xiaogang, I truly misjudged you before. I apologize to you. Everyone else has gone to sign up. The entire box is left with Flender and Yu Xiaogang. How could a mere 29th level soul master like me not withstand an apology from a 78th level soul sage like you? The master raised his head high, completely ignoring Flender. Xiaogang, don't be so petty. That wasn't tea because I was too excited after losing the entire academy's assets, but just a moment of impulse. Flender wore a face of 4 smiles. As a businessman, he knows the importance of the bigger picture. Put away your disgusting act when the time comes. I'll help you win back Shrek Academy, and from then on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. You take your lustful disciple, and I'll continue to guide my 2 disciples. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. The master showed no mercy. He spoke directly to Flender, his old face stern, as if Flender owed him money. Xiaogang you. Upon hearing this, Flender felt a bit of anger. You Xiaogang, wanted to take in disciples, and he lent half the academy as a bet. It was also because you wanted to take in disciples that Flender, according to your plan, used up an entire year's academy funds in just 1 week to support the children's training, building special bathing rooms, and using expensive medicinal materials. You guaranteed that this money would allow the children to win back through battles in the soul arena, but ultimately, they earned nothing. You said you had 20,000 gold coins to support the academy, yet you speculated that you would definitely win in the soul arena. In the end, a gamble not only lost all, but also wiped out all Flender had saved for a lifetime. He even ended up selling his antique shop. In the end, was it still his fault? This matter even led to a complete falling out. Flender's feelings were complex. A shallow pond cannot nurture a true dragon. Your Shrek Temple is too small, and my Yu Xiaogang's glory Flender is destined to have no share. The master coldly sneered. In a very luxurious VIP waiting room below, it was finally settled. Ye Feng took off the mask. In 6 days, his 6 alternate accounts finally reached the Silver Soul level. Among them, the highest, Bloodthirsty Demon number 3, achieved 54 consecutive victories and a total of 2,973 points. I have to say, this period has been really exhausting. However, the rewards have been significant. This week, he leveled up 3 times in a row and received a reward of 1 million gold coins. Host, Ye Feng. Current dimension, Douluo continent. Soul power, level 48. Experience, 848. 0001 000 Gold coins, 19 for 130 000. Item inventory, sturdy 1-minute potion 1, stamina pills 2. Today has ended, and he believes he will be able to advance to level 49 by tomorrow. As for the Shrek people, he doesn't take them seriously at all. He believes that in order to avoid him, he has put in a lot of effort. He must be very happy and proud right now. However, tomorrow he will be very twisted, because all the small accounts have already achieved the goal of the Silver Soul badge today. Tomorrow the Soul Arena will be dominated by the bloodthirsty demon. The main account will consecutively fight 50 to 60 battles, aiming for 10,000 points in the purple gold soul badge. At the same time, he will join the Douluo team to challenge the Shrek team. He wants Shrek to see a glimmer of hope and then fall into complete despair. Master, are you looking forward to it? The 6th update is here, and there are 4 more updates to go. What a daunting task. Happy National Day, everyone. Chapter 107. Family Split, a super drama. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Today is Sunday, the last day of the bet. Yesterday, along with the team battles, Tang San achieved 58 consecutive victories, far exceeding the bloodthirsty demon's 51 consecutive victories, and even defeated bloodthirsty demon number 3, who had 54 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai each received a silver soul badge. However, the master still felt a bit uneasy. He also found it particularly strange. The members of the Douluo team practiced every day from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., only taking an hour for lunch, and the rest of the time was spent on training. The training content included combat techniques, 2-person battles, team battle formations, etc. The intensity was not any weaker than Shrek's. But how did they manage to only take 1 hour of rest and maintain their stamina to continue participating in individual, team games, and group battles at 7 p.m.? The Shrek Academy members trained from 5 a.m. to noon, then soaked in medicinal baths until 5:30 p.m. to recover their stamina. It was extremely strange. He secretly observed for 3 days, and the other side was always the same. Could there be some secret to this? The master secretly decided that he must stay up longer tonight. It's the last day. There must be no accidents. At 6 p.m., the sun set. The Douluo team also stopped their training. Just as he was about to give up at that moment, he suddenly noticed that each member of the Douluo team was holding a black pill in their hands. They then swallowed it. Sure enough, Yu Xiaogang, hidden in the shadows, narrowed his eyes. He knew there must be something supporting them, which is why the Douluo team could hold on for so long. Uncle, why are you here? A shadow appeared in the back square. This is not someone else. It is Yu Xiaogang. I just passed by here and didn't expect you to be cultivating here. The master stood with his hands behind his back, presenting a venerable demeanor. In short, his posture was even more imposing than that of a titled Douluo. Tianheng, is this your uncle? Dugu Yin asked Yu Tianheng. Yes, he is the leader of the Shrek team we defeated last time, Yu Tianheng introduced. Tianheng, when introducing others, you should be thorough. Besides being the leader of the Shrek team, I'm also the master of the Thousand-Hand Azura who currently holds the Silver Soul Badge. And even the bloodthirsty demon is my apprentice in training. Upon hearing this, the master beside him twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean by the defeated leader of Shrek? Is there anyone who deliberately belittles their own uncle like this? The bloodthirsty demon is really your apprentice? Hearing this, Yi Lingling asked in disbelief. As a support-type soul master, she had never participated in personal dueling competitions. For so many days, she had only participated in team battles. Usually, she would spend several hours in the soul fighting arena just watching others fight. Aside from the members of the Blood Emperor team, all her attention was focused on the bloodthirsty demon. She always felt that this person was very familiar, almost like an instructor. No matter how she looked at this person, it was impossible for them to cultivate such a decisive and ruthless existence. Her intuition told her so. This person is like a dog in a tiger's skin. On the surface, he looks imposing and arrogant, but in reality, he is weak inside. It's all just an illusion. Oof. Little girl, why would I lie to you? The master's gaze was fixed on Yi Lingling. Uncle, actually you only have a soul power of level 29. Claiming to be a 33rd level Chinsho Azura and a teacher of a 35th level bloodthirsty demon is indeed a bit exaggerated. It's normal for everyone not to believe it. When he heard his uncle say this, he also felt doubtful inside. Unless the Chinsho Azura and bloodthirsty demon admit it themselves, it's hard to take seriously. That is true. After the last group battle tonight, I'll let those two say hello to you. After the last battle tonight, points will be calculated, and badges and bonuses will be awarded. At this moment, the master appeared to understand, but in his heart, he wished he could strangle his grinning nephew for daring to expose his level 29 shortcoming. Unforgivable. What good is your level 39 if you are still brutally defeated by his disciple? Of course, he came today to investigate what that black little pill was. Once he gets his hands on it and wins tonight, he will return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and settle these old scores. Laughing at him, Yu Xiaogang. You all will pay the price. All right, we all want to meet that bloodthirsty demon. He is just too mysterious and incredibly strong. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng nodded furiously. The bloodthirsty demon is actually just like that. Not mysterious at all. By the way, I just saw you taking a kind of black little pill. What is that? Tianheng, as a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, you cannot casually use drugs. If it affects your foundation and your father and grandfather find out, it will be a big deal. The Master's expression was serious, and he looked reproachful. He knew that if he asked normally, the little pill would definitely not be taken out. So he changed his approach. He has plenty of tricks to deal with his nephew. Uncle, this is not a pill to enhance power. It's a stamina pill given to us by the instructor. After taking it, it can instantly restore stamina. Yu Tianheng hurriedly said. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family strictly prohibits any disciple from using drugs to enhance their abilities. If discovered, the light punishment is confinement for 3 to 5 months. And the heavy punishment could even involve family law. He was afraid his uncle would misunderstand and tell his grandfather and father, which would be troublesome. A stamina pill? What kind of stamina pills are there in this world? Show it to me. The master extended a hand. Sure enough, the Douluo battle team was hiding such good stuff. He must first trick them into handing it over, then give it to Xiao San. At that time, victory would be assured. Tianheng. Dugu Yin tugged at Yu Tianheng. She always felt that Tianheng's uncle gave off a very sinister feeling, as if he was brewing something. Yanya, this is my uncle. Letting him take a look is fine. Yu Tianheng took out 2 stamina pills. Uncle is an elder, and all elders in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family are very worthy of respect and trust. Moreover, this is his own uncle, so he definitely wouldn't harm him. He probably just wanted to study this stamina pill. Previously, he mentioned that he had been studying various theories recently. This thing doesn't seem to show anything. I need to take it back and study it. Do you have any extras? After getting the stamina pills, the master was overjoyed. His nephew was really too easy to deceive. However, he maintained a facade, first sniffing, then frowning with a look of disdain. There are 3 more, but uncle, why do you need so many? The instructor first gave each of them 5 pills, and then yesterday gave each of them another 5. So 5 are left. Why do you still suspect your uncle? Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. I just want to study whether these stamina pills have any harmful drug components. If it affects your cultivation foundation, that would be a lifelong matter. The master was very serious. Just like that, the master tricked away 7 stamina pills from Yu Tianheng and the others of the Douluo battle team. The moment he left the Rose Hotel, he was so happy he could fly. With these 7 pills in hand, Shrek would definitely win tonight. Tang San would definitely win. Indeed, these kids are easy to deceive. However, he did not know that this scene had long been observed by a pair of eyes. Are you very happy? Do you think victory is guaranteed tonight? Watching the Master's departing figure, Ye Feng's lips curled slightly. 2 days ago, he had already sensed that Yu Xiaogang was sneaking around the Rose Hotel, so he deliberately set a trap with inferior pills. That was to give him a glimmer of hope for victory, and then let him suffer a complete defeat in the end. The thrilling sense of drop, like a roller coaster, is certainly fitting for the master. Of course, besides that, he has another purpose, to make Yu Tianheng see through the hypocrite Yu Xiaogang. The betrayal of brothers and the family split are gradually escalating. Now, because of the master's manipulation, Flander has lost all his assets. After losing this battle, the relationship between the two will definitely become intriguing, even completely turning against each other. The moment Yu Tianheng sees through his uncle Yu Xiaojiang's hypocritical true nature will mark the beginning of their rupture. This grand performance will premiere tonight at midnight, and Ye Feng's identity will no longer be hidden. I really want to see the expression on the master's face when he realizes that the person he has been seeking to take as his disciple is the same child he pushed out of the attic and handed over to the mandala snake to be bitten to death. The midnight show is truly something to look forward to. Chapter 108. A million gold bet. The Seoul Arena explodes. First update. At 6 o'clock, the Seoul Arena in Soto City opens its doors. Figures rush in. Today, the Seoul Arena released internal news stating that the Shrek team has a betting agreement with the bloodthirsty demon organization. And tonight is the last night of the bet. There will be very exciting battles. Manager, it's only a little past 6 o'clock, and I didn't expect the number of people to double compared to yesterday. Even people from nearby cities have rushed over, exceeding the maximum capacity, and the numbers are still rising. The data monitoring at the Seoul Arena is continuously reporting the situation. Increase the temporary seating for me. No matter how many people, just pack them in. At this moment, the overall head of the Seoul Arena ordered. Manager, how is it? Look, a chubby man in red clothing is rubbing his hands in anticipation in a certain room. This news is very valuable. Take these 300 gold coins. The manager took out a bag of coins from the drawer. 300 gold coins. Then I want to be polite. The chubby figure's eyes lit up at the mention of 300 gold coins, and he happily took the bag of coins and left the office. However, he didn't know that this wave of news directly generated nearly 3 million gold coins for the Soul Arena. The Soto City Soul Arena can accommodate up to 30,000 people. However, the business has been declining recently, and even during peak times, there were only a little over 10,000 people, while on regular days it was only about 4,000 to 5,000 people. With an ordinary ticket costing 10 gold coins, this large arena usually only earns about 40,000 gold coins a day, and during peak times, it can reach 100,000 gold coins. This has been worrying the manager to death. However, tonight, the news caused the number of attendees to soar to 40,000. This means that just from ordinary tickets, the income for the day is 400,000 gold coins. This is an increase of 300,000 compared to usual. Trading 300 gold coins for 300,000 in revenue is quite a profit. He is now considering whether to move all the bloodthirsty demon battles to the central arena. During this period, he also discovered a strange thing. The bloodthirsty demon organization seemed to never appear at the same time. Based on this, he could completely place the opponent in the central arena. A ticket for the central arena costs 100 gold coins. This could bring in a huge profit. We no longer have to worry about a business crisis at the soul fighting arena. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, an urgent knocking sound came from outside the door. Come in. What's the fuss about? Is there a fire? The chief manager said irritably upon hearing the hurried voice. The one who entered was the front desk manager, a beautiful woman with a good figure, dressed in uniform. Chief Ao, it's bad. Something big has happened. The beautiful manager said, looking somewhat pale. You're a manager after all. What could have happened that you're so panicked? Speak up, Chief Ao said leisurely while sipping freshly brewed tea, looking quite displeased. After all, you're a manager. How can you look so inexperienced? Chief Ao, just now, the bloodthirsty demon joined the Douluo team as a substitute. The manager said, the team in the soul fighting arena usually consists of 7 members, but they can add 1 substitute. The substitute can compete normally. They just need to present the substitute's badge along with the team's badge to the soul fighting arena. Crash! Chief Ao dropped his cup, which fell to the ground. What? Are you saying the bloodthirsty demon became a substitute for the Douluo team? Is this true? Chief Ao asked, coming back to his senses, feeling extremely happy inside, because he sensed a business opportunity. Yes. And, the manager stammered. And what? Hurry up and say it. Chief Ao asked impatiently. And that person said the Douluo team will challenge the Shrek team tonight. If the Shrek team doesn't respond, regardless of which team the Douluo team faces, he will place a 10 million bet on the Douluo team's victory. He said his patience only lasts until 10 o'clock. The female manager said, what? Chief Ao stood up as if propelled. 10 million. The Douluo team has the best soul ring configurations. Who could win against them if the bloodthirsty demon is added to an ordinary team? They are bound to win. If the soul fighting arena loses 10 million, it would be a major incident. Closing the casino now is not an option, because there are as many as 40,000 people here tonight. Almost half of them have placed some bets, more or less. As for disqualifying the Douluo team from competing, there's no reason for that. They haven't violated any rules. Besides, the people behind them who can afford 10 million must be someone significant, right? Chief Ao, what should we do now? The beautiful manager asked, her face full of confusion. What else can we do? We need to find the captain of the Shrek team. They must participate in this challenge. Chief Ao said, 10 million is a loss our soul fighting arena cannot afford. Moreover, once this news spreads, others will definitely bet on the soul fighting team. The lowest ratio is 1-to-1. At that time, it would also be a huge loss for our soul fighting arena. Yes, with that, the two headed towards the box where the Shrek team was located. Xiaogang, where have you been? In the exclusive VIP box on the 2nd floor, Flinder and Zhao Wujia were present. At that moment, Flinder asked, does it matter where I go? Xiaogang replied to Flinder. You. Hearing this, Flinder was furious. These little monsters are basically all here. Flinder is the dean after all, and his old buddy actually did this on purpose to embarrass him. It's truly a case of good intentions leading to resentment. This awkward relationship is like borrowing and repaying money. Previously, the master had a pleading look, hoping Flander would lend him money, and out of brotherly love, Flander gave all his savings. But then, after just one debt reminder, it turned into hatred, and they couldn't even be brothers anymore. Flander is really distressed about this. I'm back. Has the registration started? At that moment, the private room door opened, and a head poked in. Fatty, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? Dai Mubai looked at the fatty with annoyance. Nothing much. I had a stomachache and went to the restroom. Ma Hongjun scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. The master is back. So the registration is probably about to start, Oscar said. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the fatty entered, a voice rang out at the door. Who are you? The person at the door looked puzzled. The fatty stood frozen in place, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Who is the leader of Shrek Academy? At that moment, Sevard Awakens. Oh no, oh no. Could it be because of the incorrect information I provided earlier that they are here to find the master? But the master said this himself. It can't be wrong. The fatty panicked. That's right. He is the one who provided the inside information. Mainly because he hasn't had money to go to the brothels and enjoy flowers recently. This isn't about exchanging a little money. I thought it would be great to exchange for dozens of gold coins. But who knew that the manager would be so generous and give me 300 gold coins? It's me. The master glanced out the window, standing with his hands behind his back, turning his back on manager AO and the others. He unconsciously exuded an air of arrogance. Sir Team Leader, I'm the manager of the Soul Arena. Can we talk about some matters privately? Although the master was acting quite aloof, manager AO had a request and could only endure it. Oh, the manager of the Soul Arena? Then go ahead and say what you need right here. The master slightly turned his gaze towards manager AO, his tone still cold. This might not be very appropriate. Manager AO's tone was somewhat different. There's nothing inappropriate. Just say it here, so that some people won't turn around and accuse me of seeking personal gain. The master glanced at Flanders. The others from Shrek felt inexplicably awkward. Ever since Tuesday night, the relationship between the master and the dean had been strange. If you say they had a falling out, it wouldn't make sense, as Dean Flanders even sold his beloved antique shop to support the master in continuing to train them. It's truly bizarre. No one knows what exactly happened. Sigh. Zhao Wuji glanced at Flanders and let out a slight sigh. He had heard about the situation. It's only natural to lose one's temper in such circumstances, right? The two brothers should be able to sort things out, especially since Flanders only tugged at the other's collar and said a few harsh truths. But such cold and sarcastic treatment? The master is indeed a bit stingy. Since that's the case, I will speak directly here, said manager AO. Speak. The master had a stern face, as if someone owed him tens of millions. I hope the Shrek team can participate in the battle at the Central Arena tonight, manager AO said. The Central Arena? Upon hearing this, the Shrek team was bewildered. That is the most central area of the Soul Arena. It is said that the ticket costs 100 gold coins. Why? The master asked. Because the Douluo team has challenged your Shrek team, and as two teams that have been quite popular recently, we hope you can compete in the Central Soul Arena. If you participate, each member will receive a reward of 500 gold coins. And winning will earn a team prize of 10,000 gold coins and a captain's prize of 10,000 gold coins, manager AO said. Offering more than 20,000 gold coins is already considered very generous. Just right, I also want to spar with the Douluo team tonight, the master said. How dare they challenge our Shrek team? They truly don't know the heights of heaven and earth. He has long wanted to settle scores with the Douluo team. Unexpectedly, they delivered themselves to his door today. Then he would teach them a good lesson. Do they really think they can win again after winning last time? There's also something very important, which is that his nephew Yu Tianheng actually dared to embarrass him this evening. If he doesn't defeat the Douluo team thoroughly, they will always regard him, this uncle, as useless. Did the captain agree? Manager AO asked, looking a bit surprised. He didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Xiaogang, don't rush to agree yet. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. At this moment, Flanders said to the master. As far as he knew, manager AO was notoriously stingy, even more so than himself. The other party actually took the initiative to offer 23,500 gold coins as a reward. There might be a trick to it. Why can I agree first? Do you want manager AO to give you an extra 10,000 gold coins in reward? The master looked coldly at Flanders. Master, Flanders definitely doesn't mean that. He must have something to say. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but speak up after hearing the master's sarcastic remarks. Flanders indeed loves money, but everything he does is for the academy. All his life, savings have been invested in the academy. In matters like this, he would never ask for an additional 10,000 gold coins for himself. However, it is possible that he might cut the team prize of 10,000 gold coins. Who knows about certain people? They regard money as life. The master said coldly. All right, then I'll say this here. Manager AO, are you hiding something in this matter? It definitely won't be as simple as just the Douluo team, right? Flanders was now focused on these kids. He was too lazy to continue arguing with the master. If he really regarded money as life and disregarded brotherhood for wealth, would he possibly sell his beloved antique shop to continue supporting your bet? Absolutely not. This is the principle of Shrek Academy, right? Indeed, you can't hide it from you. Today's Do Huang team is indeed different. The bloodthirsty demon has become their substitute player. How about this if Shrek wins? We can double the money just mentioned. At this moment, manager AO said, truly afraid that the other party would directly refuse upon hearing the words bloodthirsty demon. Otherwise, they would suffer a huge loss tonight. Bloodthirsty demon. Upon hearing this, the Shrek team exclaimed in surprise. These 4 words are the nightmare of everyone in Shrek. Once, Tang San even lost to them. With such a person in the Do Huang team, it would probably be very difficult for them to win, right? Flander beside him also narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that there must be something hidden in this. After being here for so many years, he was too familiar with the character of Manager AO. If you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, how can you achieve great things? So what if there is a bloodthirsty demon? It just happens to test the training results of this week. Our Shrek team should accept this challenge. The master snorted coldly. His expression was proud, indifferent, overbearing, and contemptuous of everything. Today is the 7th day, and he was actually planning to let his direct disciple Tang San fight the bloodthirsty demon tonight. After all, Tang San is considered his eldest disciple. The bloodthirsty demon is his preparatory disciple. If the preparatory disciple defeats the current direct eldest disciple, where would he put his face as a teacher? Therefore, he must let Tang San defeat the bloodthirsty demon. Tonight, coincidentally, he also tricked a stamina potion from his foolish nephew. Victory is absolutely guaranteed. And tonight's team battle is the best opportunity. With proper coordination, winning is not difficult at all. All right, the leader of the Shrek team indeed has great courage. So let's prepare now. Manager AO said hurriedly. He was afraid that the master would have a change of heart. Xiaogang, are you sure you want to do this? You need to think carefully. With such a combination from the opponent, our team battle is very likely to lose, and then everything will be in vain. Flander spoke up, feeling that this matter was definitely impulsive. I have my own confidence in what I do. Besides, now Xiao San has already achieved 58 consecutive victories. If he wins another 13 battles tonight, he can get the Golden Fighting Soul badge, while the highest number on the bloodthirsty demon side is only 54 consecutive victories. And the bloodthirsty demon himself has only 50 consecutive victories. What would go wrong? Ignoring so much money would be foolish. The master said at this moment, Xiaogang, I think you should still reconsider. It's not too late to cancel now. Flander said with a bitter expression. He always felt that this matter was not that simple. It was obvious that this Do Huang team, or even the bloodthirsty demon, was specifically targeting Shrek. Cancel? If we cancel, it will be just as you wish, right? Flander, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. This despicable and shameless scoundrel is hoping for his downfall, hoping for his death. Then, the 2 dragons will belong to his Flander. Does he Xiaogang not know these things? He just won't. This time, he not only wants to win, but also to win beautifully. Chapter 110. Hearts are hard to read. 3rd update. I didn't think that way. Flanders was completely devastated upon hearing this. He had only good intentions. There was absolutely nothing like that. Why does he always have to be accused like this? He is completely wronged. Besides, if the master really loses, what good would it do Flanders? He would have nothing. This time he is really considering everyone. Who knows? After all, people's hearts are hard to read. The master said coldly. He now feels no affection for Flander at all. He only thinks about winning and then taking his disciples far away to other academies. With 2 outstanding disciples like this, which academy wouldn't want them? They might even directly treat him, Yu Xiaogang, as an honored guest. Alas, Xiaogang, why do you always target me? We are good brothers. Good brothers who once ventured across the continent together. Flander had a very aggrieved expression. He was truly speaking from the heart. Is it worth holding a grudge over that little conflict from last time? After all, Flander is also a victim. Because of your guarantee, I lost 5,000 gold coins. Enough. Don't bring up the past anymore. What's the use of playing the emotional card? What I, Yu Xiaogang, despise most in this life is people who play the emotional card. Disgusting. Spineless. The master said coldly. Teacher, if we face the bloodthirsty demon, it could indeed be a bit troublesome. At this moment, Tang San spoke up. He was unaware of the conflict between his teacher and the dean. At the same time, he had no intention of caring. If it's about dealing with a bloodthirsty demon, that is indeed very tricky. Tang San wanted to hear what his teacher had to say. Not troublesome. In the team battle, I allow you to use all your methods, including your external spirit bones. The master spoke at this moment. With external spirit bones, plus his own stamina potions, victory would just be a matter of time. Xiaogang, you're being reckless. What if someone targets the external spirit bones after you use them? Flender immediately objected upon hearing this. Spirit bones are extremely precious, and external spirit bones are even more valuable. Flender, Tang San is my direct disciple, and his matters are not for you to comment on. You should take care of your lecherous disciple who spends all day in brothels. The master directly mocked. A lecherous disciple? Ma Hongjun behind had a face full of question marks. Is this referring to him? Enough. He has a physical problem. What do you mean by saying this repeatedly? Flender had been holding back his anger. It means nothing, just telling you to mind your own business. We are no longer brothers, not even friends. The master was extremely indifferent. Bloodthirsty demon. Bloodthirsty demon. Suddenly, at this moment, sounds came from below. The bloodthirsty demon has come to participate in the competition. Today, the name of the bloodthirsty demon quickly appeared on the daily winning list, and it also appeared on the weekly list. This week, the opponent had a winning streak of 51 matches. Finally, it appeared. The master focused on the opponent, ready to start calculating. What? Suddenly, the master noticed that the bloodthirsty demon seamlessly transitioned into the next match tonight. In just 5 minutes, he won 5 matches. This guy's insane. Daily rankings. 2 consecutive wins. 4 consecutive wins. 8 consecutive wins. In just 10 minutes, the opponent won 8 matches. Each match was resolved in almost under a minute. At this moment, the opponent also had a winning streak of 58 matches on the weekly leaderboard. Just like this week's number 1, Tang San. Master, he has caught up to me. What should I do? Tang San stared at the master. Go. Immediately go down and participate in the match. He can't maintain this for long. Don't worry about stamina. I want you to exhaust all your stamina before coming back up. The others don't need to worry tonight. Randomly sign up for individual battles, and if you run into the bloodthirsty demon, just drag out the time against him. At this moment, the master directly threw down his pen. What's there to calculate? Tonight, this bloodthirsty demon is definitely sent by the family to turn the tables. Yes. Everyone set off urgently. Xiaogang, this is simply nonsense. If you make Xiao San exhaust his stamina, what about the team battle you just promised? Flandre had never seen such an absurd decision. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own methods. Besides, at this battle speed, that bloodthirsty demon won't last long. Everything is under control. The master stood with his hands behind his back. 3.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was now 10:30. That person's daily winning streak had become a leaderboard updated every 2 minutes at the fastest. Today's winning streak leaderboard. First place, Bloodthirsty Demon, 59 matches. Second place, Thousand Hand Azura, 50 matches. Third place, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, 10 matches. The list left everyone dumbfounded. At the same time, the number of people in the Seoul Arena surged again, doubling. Many venues directly canceled their events. After all, the entire Seoul Arena has turned into a crowd of 70 to 80,000 people, and the number is still rising sharply. The tickets for the Central Seoul Arena have sold out. Everyone is looking forward to the final Seoul battle at the Central Seoul Arena. The Battle Emperor team versus the Shrek team. And this Battle Emperor team has the Bloodthirsty Demon. Just think about how exciting this battle will be. That's right. Manager AO sensed a business opportunity tonight. He promoted the addition of the Bloodthirsty Demon to the Battle Emperor team and the challenge against the Shrek team. Various extravagant yet factual descriptions were written above. For a moment, Soto City was empty of people. Everyone rushed to the Seoul Arena. The Central Seoul Arena has already sold 20,000 tickets. The price for tickets in the back has been raised to 1,000 gold coins each. The spectators are still crazily buying tickets. Tonight, just from ticket sales, the Seoul Fighting Arena earns tens of millions. A miracle in the industry has been created. Look at the viewing area above. Is the Bloodthirsty Demon really going to join our Fighting Emperor team? Everyone is looking at the advertisement that Ye Feng just brought in, each with an incredulous expression. They have never heard the instructor mention this. But what would it feel like to fight alongside such a powerful existence? Look, he has already achieved 60 consecutive wins. I have never seen such a ruthless person in my life. Douluo Yin has been staring at the arena below, her expression full of disbelief. If it were her, she probably wouldn't even be able to maintain a 6-win streak in a day. It's simply terrifying. Too strong. Yi Lingling also nodded in agreement. For 3 hours, no one from their Fighting Emperor team entered the arena. because the bloodthirsty demon's fights are even more intense than their own. However, that kid called Thousand-Handed Azura is also quite impressive, closely following with 52 consecutive wins. Osro spoke at this moment. No, that Thousand-Handed Azura is a bit lacking. To put it bluntly, he is somewhat undeserving of victory, always winning by launching some bizarre tricks, while the bloodthirsty demon is truly fighting with his fists. Yu Qianheng said at this moment. How is that possible? How can he fight for so long? Normally, he should have already exited the arena. Looking at the bloodthirsty demon below, the master is sweating profusely. Chapter 111. The Identity of the Bloodthirsty Demon. Fourth update. Continuous 3.5 hours. The opponent is still fighting. At this moment, he has won 61 consecutive matches. It's not even this crazy with drugs. Fortunately, the gap between the two sides is not very large. His own disciple might not necessarily lose. Flander and Zhao Wujia beside them dare not breathe. They have been living here for a long time. Many have come to the soul fighting arena. They are seeing such an almost abnormal battle for the first time today. At the same time, they are also worried. Can Little San keep up with such a close chase? Congratulations to the bloodthirsty demon for achieving 65 consecutive wins. Another round of cheers. The scene has reached its peak. A maximum of 5 minutes. A minimum of 1 minute. This man is creating legends. The bloodthirsty demon has become the god of the fighting soul arena in Soto City tonight. There are 5 minutes left until the end. The winning streak stopped at 79 matches. Meanwhile, the Thousand-Handed Azura is still chasing. Today he has won 68 matches in a row. On the weekly leaderboard, first place, the bloodthirsty demon has won 129 matches this week. Second place, the Thousand-Handed Azura has won 126 matches this week. In these 5 minutes, let us see if you have the ability to catch up. Ye Feng sits on the sofa. If he surpasses too much and kills Shrek, then the group battle will lose its meaning. What he needs to do is give the opponent a glimmer of hope, then douse it with a bucket of water. Go. Xiao San, take advantage of the bloodthirsty demon's fatigue and turn the tables quickly. There are 3 matches left. The master above is already drenched in sweat. The bloodthirsty demon is so fierce tonight. To be honest, he never expected this. He thought the opponent could win 30 to 50 matches tonight, and that would already be incredible. But instead, they fought through 79 matches. It's simply abnormal. If Xiao San can't catch up, then today's loss is certain. Even if they win the group battle, it won't team matter. Xiao San, hurry up. No matter what means you use, you must win. Beside him, Flinder is also gripping his hands tightly. His palms are full of sweat. No one expected the battle to be so intense.